Chapter 1. The Celestial Realm of Illusions. Qingzhou, the sacred land of Tianyan. The grand palace of Taqing. Seated above was a woman donned in a dark red embroidered phoenix gown adorned with golden threads, her obsidian-like hair cascading gracefully upon her chest. Her delicate, palm-sized oval face seemed to have been meticulously crafted by the goddess Nwa herself. Her skin was as smooth as cream, exuding a natural radiance akin to jade. Upon her fair wrists rested a purple gold bracelet. She propped her chin on one hand, her long legs elegantly crossed, her phoenix eyes harboring a languid allure. Her gaze fixated upon the man seated below. He wore a red, round-collared embroidered robe adorned with clouds, complemented by a thin white cloak. His long hair shimmered like silver jade, framing a face as exquisite as a crown jewel, with sharp brows that resembled sword-like stars. His narrow, elongated phoenix eyes tilted upwards at the corners, his thin lips curled in a seemingly gentle yet profoundly aloof demeanor. "Do you truly possess the means to eliminate Bai Wuchen?" Zhongli Qingming scrutinized Chu Xinghe, her eyes reflecting skepticism, curiosity, and a hint of scrutiny. Chu Xinghe withdrew his gaze from his long legs. "If you did not trust me, you would not have brought me here. Whenever he appears, he seizes all opportunities. Each time you send someone to kill him, he evades danger and swiftly grows stronger." Zhongli Qingming's expression grew earnest. Just days prior, she had failed to seize an opportunity, and this man named Chu Xinghe had interrupted her, claiming he had a method to deal with Bai Wuchen. Were it not for her need for a certain item from the sacred land of Tianyan, she would not have found herself in such a passive position. That man, slippery as an eel, was indeed a source of her vexation. Chu Xinghe, the young master of the Chu family from Xian Prefecture, sworn brother of Bai Wuchen, who did not betray him even when his family was destroyed. "Do you truly expect me to trust you? Is he planning to use his charm against me?" Chu Xinghe was not surprised that Zhongli Qingming had investigated his background. She was, after all, recognized by the system as the ultimate villainess. The previous Chu Xinghe had perished. He was a transmigrator. In his past life, he had been an orphan. As he grew up, he had rallied those he deemed brothers. After establishing a company, he faced betrayal. Fortune turned against him, leading to his demise. He had now transmigrated into the body of Chu Xinghe in the celestial realm of illusions. Moreover, he had awakened a system that assisted the growth of the child of destiny. Thus, he had arrived. Next to this ultimate villainess, he pondered. "You should have investigated thoroughly since meeting Bai Wuchen. I have used the Chu family to help him clean up the mess. Every time he puts on a facade in public, he leaves behind considerable trouble. In the secret realm, he competed with the miss of the Ji family for spiritual herbs, flaunting his victory before her and invoking my family's name, leading to the downfall of the Chu family. With the Chu family's destruction, I nearly fell as well, becoming a waste, while he seemed to enjoy himself, entangling with Ji Qingming after joining the sacred land of Tianyan, never once sending anyone to inquire about my whereabouts. I know precisely what he is thinking. If I were to perish, he would have no need to provide an explanation and could comfortably remain with Ji Mingxin." Zhongli Qingming remained silent. She had already uncovered these truths. "How do you intend to deal with him?" Hearing Zhongli Qingming's counter-question, Chu Xinghe's heart, which had been in turmoil, finally found some relief, and he tentatively suggested, "Why not capture his mother first for some fun?" Zhongli Qingming. "Oh, do you have designs on his mother?" Curiosity flickered in Zhongli Qingming's eyes. Had it been anyone else, they would have been dead by now. This man before her possessed a certain intriguing quality, such an ethereal presence, yet he harbored such peculiar interests. "Just bring his mother here, I will devise the rest." Zhongli Qingming observed the excitement in Chu Xinghe's demeanor, her gaze reflecting a mixture of confusion and reluctant support. She too was eager to witness how he would proceed. "Master, what on earth are you doing? You are supposed to assist the child of destiny, yet you have positioned yourself alongside the villainess, seeking to aid her against the child of destiny." The adorable system notification chimed in his mind. "Do you not comprehend? This is my way of aiding the child of destiny's growth. Consider it. If the child of destiny is orphaned and possesses no vulnerabilities, he can soar to great heights. I'm infiltrating the enemy's ranks to assist him. The sacrifices I make are considerable. You are aware that this woman before me is the villainess I am courting danger. If I can make her fall for me, ultimately incapacitating her and delivering her to the child of destiny, would that not also fulfill my mission? Indeed, how astute, how did the system overlook this? Master, you are remarkably clever. Newbie gift package is being dispatched." As the newbie gift package opened, he received the immortal demon physique, immortal demon eyes, immortal demon scriptures, the attack technique, immortal demon descends from heaven, and 3 chances for a lottery draw. As his physique integrated, Chu Xinghe's countenance shifted, his body shuddering slightly as his previously damaged meridians and dantian were restored. The essence of the Tao flowed ceaselessly within him, and in the blink of an eye, his strength had surged to the pinnacle of the divine general realm. In the celestial realm of illusions, the cultivation levels ascend from low to high. Physical body, chi cultivation, meridian unblocking, dan formation, spirit sea, divine soul, divine vessel, divine general. Sealing kings, sealing emperors, ascending to heaven, void deities, true deities, celestial deities, divine kings, divine emperors. Saints, great saints, celestial saints, supreme beings, great emperors. Master interface generating. Master, Chu Xinghe. Age, 20. Strength, pinnacle of divine general. Physique, immortal demon physique, immortal demon eyes. Cultivation method, immortal demon scriptures. Martial technique, immortal demon descends from heaven. Weapon, immortal demon loot. Assistance value, 0. Backpack, immortal demon loot, 3 lottery draws. Chu Xinghe has silently invoked the lottery draw. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained a strand of black silk. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained an immortal demon pill. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained a set of portraits. Chu Xinghe. Zhongli Qingming frowned. This man had been fixated on her legs. Then, with a shudder, she realized this, and her demeanor turned frosty. An intangible aura of killing intent radiated, causing the temperature in the grand hall to plummet. She uncrossed her legs, fixing a smirk at Chu Xinghe. Do you like it? Chu Xinghe did not deny his inner thoughts. Who could resist such long, smooth, and perfectly shaped legs? Had he not just drawn a strand of black silk? Yes, I do. Zhongli Qingming transformed into an icy specter. The entire grand hall began to frost over. Do you wish to touch them? Chu Xinghe lifted his gaze. Is that permissible? Zhongli Qingming let out a cold laugh. Guards, sever his legs and cast him out to be fed to the wolves. Chu Xinghe snapped back to reality. Wait. Zhongli Qingming regarded him. Merely chopping off legs is lackluster. Why not extract my heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, and even gouge out my eyes? To perish by your hand would be my utmost desire. Or perhaps place them in a container, so I could accompany you day and night within this palace. The guards were about to advance. Zhongli Qingming. She had become a madwoman, and this man seemed to be even more deranged. Particularly the fervor in his gaze was no mere pretense. Zhongli Qingming waved her hand, dismissing the 2 guards. Interesting, I now believe you. Speak any demands you have to me. Shall we go meet your brother now? Even the foster daughter your parents adopted is there. Chu Xinghe shook his head. It was not yet the time. Tonight, Bai Wuqing's mother will be delivered to your chamber. If you fail to accomplish your task, I shall fulfill your earlier words. Zhongli Qingming turned and departed. Chu Xinghe too exhaled in relief, rubbing his temples. A hint of a headache lingered, as the original owner's lingering obsession had yet to disperse. Otherwise, he would not have taken such risks. Just as he was lost in contemplation, a shadow appeared silently beside him. Master Chu, Bai Wuqing's mother has been brought to your room. Upon hearing this, Chu Xinghe's eyes brightened. His headache vanished. He turned and strode toward the room that Zhongli Qingming had prepared for him. Within the palace, a stunning woman who appeared to be in her 30s bore a look of panic in her eyes, her heart heavy with unease. She had been preparing to rest at home when a figure clad in black had burst in and knocked her unconscious. Upon awakening, she found herself in a lavish palace. A growing sense of dread began to envelop her. Aunt, I'm coming in, please do not scream. Master, you seem to be a bit of a pervert. At the sound of this voice, Sun Yuqiu instinctively shivered. A vague sense of familiarity washed over her. Upon seeing Chu Xinghe enter, her heart, which had been lodged in her throat, gradually settled. Oh, it's you, Xiao Chu. Chu Xinghe sat before Sun Yuqiu, surveying her from head to toe. As Sun Yuqiu's wariness dissipated, she sensed Chu Xinghe's gaze, and her heart tightened once more. Xiao Chu, why did you summon me here so late? If there's nothing pressing, I shall take my leave. After Sun Yuqiu finished speaking, she was about to stand up and leave. Chu Xinghe's gaze made her feel somewhat uneasy, causing her to instinctively tighten her clothing. Aunt, I invited you here for a reason. Do not move recklessly. I cannot guarantee what outrageous things I might do. After all, I am quite young, and you, Aunt, are so alluring. If you were to shout and summon your son, the gossip about this lonely man and woman would not reflect well on me. Sun Yuqiu? Aunt, you wouldn't want your son to be the subject of derision, would you? Letting people say his brother has turned into his father. Sun Yuqiu sat back down. Her son was her pride and joy, her everything. Because of your son, my Chu family was annihilated. I sent people to protect you, allowing you to escape a calamity. But now your son is entangled with the culprit. Tell me, what should I do?" Sun Yuqiu sighed in relief upon hearing this. "Little Chu, this matter is our fault. I will have Xiao Chan apologize. You are brothers, and I do not wish to see you turn against each other." Chu Xinghe's lips curled into a smirk. "And is that all?" Sun Yuqiu's gaze faltered slightly. Chu Xinghe's smile widened, seemingly aware that Sun Yuqiu had known all along. "Little Chu, I understand you have been wronged. I will go find Xiao Chan right now and have him personally apologize to you. I will ensure he distances himself from that culprit. You know, as a mere woman, I cannot control my grown son." Chu Xinghe waved his hand, interrupting Sun Yuqiu. He stepped closer, causing Sun Yuqiu to instinctively lean back in fright. "Little Chu, what do you intend to do? I am a mother of your brother. What do you plan on doing to me? Do not scream, even if you shout until your throat is raw. Your son will not hear you." As Chu Xinghe drew nearer, Sun Yuqiu's complexion turned pale. "Little Chu, no, you cannot do this. How will you face Xiao Chen?" With a rip, the sound of fabric tearing echoed sharply. "Little Chu, do not do this. Can you truly justify this to Xiao Chen?" At those words, Chu Xinghe slapped her hard. Sun Yuqiu covered her face, a dazed expression in her eyes, silent. "Be quiet if you scream again. Do you believe I will refrain from doing something in front of your son?" Sun Yuqiu instinctively sealed her lips, tears streaming down her cheeks. Chu Xinghe beckoned. He felt disgusted, harboring no thoughts of desire towards Sun Yuqiu. The female guard approached, looking at Chu Xinghe with confusion. She had been quite excited. Why had it suddenly halted? "Are you not continuing?" Upon hearing the maid's inquiry, Chu Xinghe, "What are you so thrilled about?" This maid is rather peculiar. Turning to the still weeping Sun Yuqiu, he delivered a punch, knocking her unconscious. The maid perked up, realizing that Chu Xinghe enjoyed this dynamic. "Find a secluded place, bind her, and do not let her move an inch without my command." The female guard was taken aback. Could it be that this young master is not as inept as he seems? Such youth, what a pity. Disappointed, she led Sun Yuqiu away. Gazing at the clothing in his hand, Chu Xinghe's eyes flickered. Another maid approached, and Chu Xinghe regarded her. "Under the cover of night, deliver this garment to Bai Wuchen, and write a letter requesting information about her mother, exchanging it for that purple jade gourd." "Master, you are mad. That is a treasure that aids the fated child in rapid growth. What do you intend to do with it?" "You do not understand. Zhong Li Qingming possesses various sacred medicines. That gourd can be used to concoct elixirs. If I gain her trust, I can acquire a trove of holy medicines, which will allow me to refine pills for the fated child, hastening his development." "Oh, I see now. I mistakenly thought you were merely seeking to help Bai Wuchen for the sake of it, but you are actually plotting to gain significant assistance value. Assistance value can be used for a lottery, with initial draws costing 10,000, intermediate draws 50,000, and advanced draws 100,000. In the Jinyang Palace, Bai Wuchen awoke from his meditation, his brow furrowed, feeling a sense of unease. He had a nagging feeling that something was amiss today. A shadow flitted past the window. Bai Wuchen dashed outside. Seeing the bright yellow fabric on the ground, his pupils constricted. A wave of deep anxiety surged within him. This garment was one he had personally selected and gifted to Sun Yuqiu. Noticing the letter on the ground, he picked it up and opened it. A line of small characters caught his eye. "Your mother is in my hands. She is truly beautiful. Her cries are quite melodious. If you wish to know her whereabouts, bring the purple gold gourd. Do not inform anyone else, or I cannot guarantee you won't have multiple fathers." Bai Wuchen's veins bulged. His hand trembled while holding the letter. A fierce killing intent brewed in his eyes. "No matter who you are, if you dare to bully my mother, heaven and earth, I will surely kill you. Damn it, do not let me discover your identity." Bai Wuchen finally understood the source of his unease. Could it be that demoness Zhong Li Qingming? The animosity between them ran deep. Just today, he had snatched an opportunity from her. Bai Wuchen returned to his room, his heart tumultuous. Who could have done this? Only a few knew of the purple gold gourd. Visions of faces flashed through his mind, but he ultimately dismissed them. His thoughts settled on one visage. It was Chu Xinghe's. He had no idea who had been sent. To think they would protect my mother like this. How utterly useless. As this realization dawned, his eyes narrowed. Could this be retaliation from Chu Xinghe? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Having recently aligned with Ji Qingming, he had not sent anyone to investigate Chu Xinghe's whereabouts. Though they were brothers, he had secretly harbored a sliver of hope. If Chu Xinghe were to perish, he would have no need to explain. He could be at ease with Ji Qingming. Few knew of his possession of the purple gold gourd. He regretted flaunting it previously. When Chu Xinghe learned the letter had been delivered, he took out a celestial demon pill, swallowed it whole, and began to cultivate. crafted from the blood of celestial demons. This elixir should allow him to break through to the kingly realm. By Wuchen, we shall enjoy ourselves thoroughly henceforth. Tomorrow, I have a grand gift prepared for you. I hope you will find it delightful. In another palace, Zhongli Qingming reclined on her bed, listening to the maid's report. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. He actually did not lay a hand on Bai Wuchen's mother? Could it be that Bai Wuchen's mother is not beautiful? Chu Xinghe is so reckless, merely for a purple gold gourd. Could it be that he is incapable? How intriguing. I wonder what extraordinary abilities he possesses. Perhaps I shall inquire in the future. You may go. The maid whispered from the shadows, ensuring the safety of Zhongli Qingming. Zhongli Qingming furrowed her brow, a fleeting expression of anguish crossing her face. Damn it, it is becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. Her gaze gradually turned crimson, as a tempestuous aura of murderous intent ravaged the hall. By the time Chu Xinghe awakened, the sky had brightened. Master, Chu Xinghe age, 20 strength, initial stage of king physique, celestial demon body, celestial demon eyes technique, celestial demon Dao Sutra martial arts, celestial demon descends from the heavens weapon. Celestial demon zither assistance value, 3000 backpack, celestial demon zither. A piece of black silk, a complete set of photographs. A celestial demon fruit indeed allowed him to transcend the king realm. When Chu Xinghe finally found Zhongli Qingming, he instinctively cast a fierce glance at her fair leg. Zhongli Qingming frowned, contemplating something, and then released her troubled expression. Chu Xinghe, are you perhaps incapable? Chu Xinghe was taken aback. Are you incapable? Are you exhausted? This is rather swift, isn't it? Such remarks are the gravest insult to a man. Provoking me is akin to kicking a cloud of cotton. The individual before him was notorious for their ruthlessness. A flicker of darkness glimmered in his eyes. This was the celestial demon eye, capable of perceiving the information, identity, and strength of others. Name, Zhongli Qiming age, 20 identity, destined villain, divine maiden of the Zhongli clan strength, perfected ascension. Physique, devouring heaven demon body techniques, devouring heaven demon scripture, heavenly transformation scripture. Fortune value, 1 million. Witnessing Zhongli Qingming's prowess left him astounded. Indeed, she was a mad and formidable demoness. Why was this 1 million fortune value marked in red? Master, her fortune value is abnormal. It serves both as an aid and a constraint. Chu Xinghe expressed his understanding. Feeling the intensity of his gaze, Zhongli Qingming's eyes flickered with an unnatural glint, as if she were being seen through. A murderous intent brewed within her phoenix-like eyes. Would you be interested in having Bai Wuchen seek you out? The murderous intent in Zhongli Qiming dissipated. Do tell. First, they would capture the members of the Ji family and eliminate them, leaving only Ji Mingxin and her mother, then threaten Ji Mingxin with the death of Bai Wuchen. A peculiar expression crossed Zhongli Qingming's face. It seems you were rather fond of capturing others' mothers. She was aware that Chu Xinghe was using her to exact revenge on Ji Mingxin. Yet, sometimes playing the role of a pawn could be quite intriguing. As for the insignificant Ji family, she did not regard them with much concern. As long as you trust me, your physique will be temporarily suppressed. As Chu Xinghe's voice faded, a tempestuous and fierce killing intent surged forth. Chu Xinghe felt a shiver run down his spine, as if he were under the gaze of a colossal demon that could devour the heavens and the earth. After a moment, the murderous intent receded like a receding tide. When will you meet Bai Wuchen? The time for our meeting will be after the matters concerning the Ji family are resolved, for I have a grand gift awaiting him. Have your people escort me away. I wish to keep my whereabouts concealed. Provide me with some formidable warriors, for I shall require them. Zhongli Qiming nodded. Ying Lu. Accompany him and ensure his safety. Zhongli Qingming's straightforwardness took Chu Xinghe by surprise. Do you trust me so readily? Zhongli Qingming scrutinized Chu Xinghe with a serious gaze. You are quite despicable and shameless. As night descended, Chu Xinghe had departed with Ying Lu, not pausing in their journey. They arrived at the Ji family of Xianzhou. Senior, I entrust this to you, Chu Xinghe implored. Ying Lu nodded slightly, extending a hand whereupon intricate runes intertwined. A colossal black hand emerged from the ground, causing the entire Ji family estate to vanish from sight. Along with it, Chu Xinghe and Ying Lu also disappeared. When the Ji family members finally regained their composure, their pupils dilated in shock at the sight before them. Chu Xinghe, how could it be you? Were you not already dead? Ji Wuyo's face reflected sheer astonishment. It seems you have not forgotten me. After Chu Xinghe finished speaking, he drew a knife. Ji Wuyo, I shall borrow your head for a moment. Lest Ji Mingxin remain unconvinced. Before Ji Wuyo could utter a word, his head was severed by Chu Xinghe. Husband, Ji Mingxin's mother, Bai Ruoxue, let out a startled cry. turning her gaze, her eyes bloodshot and fixated on Chu Xinghe, a killing intent brewing within. Tear. By Ruoshui's pupils dilated, the murderous intent dissipating as she hurriedly shielded herself. Madam, please refrain from shouting and do not cast such a gaze upon me. Surely, you do not wish for me to act in front of so many members of the Ji family, do you? By Ruoshui shed 2 streams of tears. I should have insisted on seeing a person alive or a corpse dead from the very beginning to prevent such an outcome. Yinglu stood by, dumbfounded. This young man, quick to anger, tears the clothing of others, specifically that of their mothers. His proclivity is rather unsettling. Following this, Chu Xinghe wielded the knife, methodically dispatching each member of the Ji family. Yinglu nodded, acknowledging the young man's ruthlessness. Indeed, one must possess the means to survive in the cultivation world. With so many present, I cannot oversee them all. Thus, I must regretfully send you all to reincarnate. At last, only Bai Ruoshui remained, her entire being bound. Her power sealed, rendered powerless to intervene. She could only watch helplessly as her husband and son were slain, tears of regret streaming down her face. A profound sorrow swelling in her heart. Master, are you deceiving me? By killing the Ji family, the fortune of the destined one has diminished by 1,000. Were you not meant to assist him? System, you failed to comprehend. Observe the throng of beauties surrounding the destined one. How can he focus on cultivation? A true destined one, yet his strength is inferior to that of the villain. I am aiding him by tempering his resolve. Is that so? I must inform you. I am quite astute. Do not attempt to deceive me. Your intelligence assures that you cannot be misled. Extreme compression leads to rebirth. Only then will he recognize the significance of cultivation. Once he resolves to train earnestly, his power will surge dramatically. You see, I have become a villain in my endeavor to assist him. Indeed, Master, your efforts are commendable. Aiding the destined one's growth has garnered you a reward of 10,000. On the surface, Chu Xinghe appeared sorrowful, yet inwardly he reveled in delight. Senior, let us obliterate all traces here and relocate to another place. Shadow 6 gaze reflected surprise. This location is so secluded. Is it truly necessary to move? Chu Xinghe offered no explanation and swiftly rendered Bai Ruoshui unconscious. Yinglu found himself perplexed by Chu Xinghe's actions. If one were to assert that he held no interest in women, it seemed he particularly targeted others' mothers. Conversely, if one claimed he was indeed interested, his methods were undeniably ruthless. Should we also bring Sun Yuchio here to keep under watch together? Chu Xinghe shook his head. The child of destiny possesses a myriad of methods. When combined, the target becomes conspicuously larger. If they are separated into 2 distinct locations, should an incident occur in one, the other remains vigilant. One must not place all their eggs in a single basket. What shall we do next? Yinglu inquired with curiosity his childhood companion, Lu Ruqing. By his side, we shall also capture Lu Ruqing's mother. Yinglu. Half an hour later, the entire Lu residence had been engulfed in flames. Chu Xinghe held in his hand a lady of fair appearance, adorned in garments that bore a noticeable tear. Chu Xinghe pondered for a moment, then spoke. Let us gather the 3 of them together and capture their essence with the memory stone, recording several locations. Oh dear, Master. The fortune of the child of destiny has diminished by 500. Are you deceiving me? How could that be? You are far too adorable for me to ever mislead you. We are about to embark on the right path. After an entire day of whimsical antics alongside Chu Xinghe, even Yinglu found it somewhat exhausting. This day spanned across numerous regions, all meticulously documented with the memory stone. He remained unaware of Chu Xinghe's motivations behind such actions. Chu Xinghe gazed at the 10 shadow stones in his hand, a smile gracing his lips. That fellow would undoubtedly be able to deduce the location from the images captured in the stones. Senior, let us confine the 3 of them separately. Ensure that the captives can only communicate with you, and that they remain oblivious to one another. Yinglu nodded in agreement. Just as Chu Xinghe completed these arrangements, at Tianyan's sacred land, in the True Sun Palace, Ji Mingxin, Lu Ruqing, Chu Lini, and Bai Wuchen sat together. Wuchen, do you suspect who is responsible? Ji Mingxin's eyes were slightly swollen. Upon witnessing her father's severed head, she felt as though the heavens had collapsed around her. Her father's head was still wrapped in her mother's garments, accompanied by a blood-stained letter. Your mother is in my possession. She is truly beautiful. Her cries are a melody to behold. If you wish to rescue her, you must eliminate Bai Wuchen. Dark circles had begun to form beneath Ji Mingxin's eyes, betraying her exhaustion. Even Lu Ruqing, seated beside her, had not slept a wink throughout the night. Bai Wuchen took a deep breath. Even he felt overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation, perplexed by the identity of the adversary. Wuchen, could it possibly be Xinghe? Only she possesses the madness and capability to commit such an act. Bai Wuchen pondered for a moment, uncertainty clouding his thoughts. Xinghe was indeed the prime suspect. However, I harbor suspicions about another individual. Bai Wuchen surveyed the room, his gaze landing upon Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe. At the mention of this name, the expressions of several individuals shifted dramatically, particularly Xinghe. The Chu family was utterly annihilated by her. Chu Xinghe's expression shifted as thoughts of that brother crossed her mind. Wuchen, you need not concern yourself with me. As long as you are well, I shall be at ease. If it truly is him, I will assist you in eliminating him. Bai Wuchen grasped Chu Xinghe's hand. With your words, I feel reassured. Rising to his feet, Bai Wuchen declared, I shall seek out Xinghe. If she is not involved, I shall indeed request her assistance. Unless absolutely necessary, I cannot allow my master to intervene. Should this escalate, it would lead to complications. As the law elder, Bai Wuchen's master held considerable influence, and any investigation would surely alert potential adversaries. They might already have eyes upon them. At Taiching Palace, Xinghe sensed something amiss over the past few days. Unbeknownst to her, a lighter mood had enveloped her, especially following the downfall of the Ji and Lu families. With her delicate, boneless hands propped against her cheek, she appeared somewhat languid. If eliminating those connected to Bai Wuchen would grant her relief, should she consider dispatching the law elder of the Tianyan Holy Land? Or perhaps annihilating the entire sect? Contemplating the ensuing troubles, she temporarily dismissed the thought. Miss, Bai Wuchen requests an audience. A flicker of intrigue crossed Xinghe's countenance. Previously, she had always resorted to violence. She had not anticipated that he would return with someone of intelligence. Let him in. Upon entering, Bai Wuchen beheld Xinghe's visage. His heart inevitably stirred. Yet, this woman held no interest in him, despite his recent ascension to the true disciple of the Tianyan Holy Land, and his potential candidacy for the position of Saint's son. Countless women desired to share his bed, yet only she regarded him with disdain. Xinghe, did you orchestrate these events? Presumptuous fool, she retorted, a hand striking out from the void. With a resounding crack, Bai Wuchen spun violently, crashing against the wall and spewing blood. You seize opportunities and flaunt them before me. Do you think that just because the law elder protects you, I would hesitate to eliminate you? Rising, Bai Wuchen felt several bones fracture. The ferocity of her assault was alarming. Did you orchestrate the downfall of the Ji and Lu families? Xinghe's brow furrowed with impatience. Such insignificant creatures are hardly worthy of my attention. With thoughts of Xinghe's status and her evident impatience, Bai Wuchen's doubts dissipated. Xinghe, amused, mused that it had not been her doing. Xinghe, let us strike a deal. Assist me in locating any survivors from the Ji and Lu families, as well as my mother. At this, Xinghe couldn't help but chuckle. That Chu Xinghe is quite the character, adept at capturing others' mothers. I shall not assist. Bai Wuchen opened his mouth to respond, but Xinghe, initially inclined to intervene, ultimately decided against it. It was a rare opportunity for amusement. Bai Wuchen departed, despondent, realizing his powerlessness. What did it matter that he possessed the prowess of a divine general? What significance did it hold to battle beyond his rank? Observing his forlorn figure, Xinghe wore a knowing smirk. Miss, young Master Chu sends word, inquiring whether you would dare to have someone assassinate the law elder of the Tianyan Holy Land. Sitting up, Xinghe's gaze sharpened with contemplation. What else did he say? He mentioned that should you dare to act, he would dispatch a formidable force, exceeding 3 great realms, to oversee the matter. He intends to alert the family and awaken a long-dormant great saint to seek out Chu Xinghe. Very well, she replied. In Tianshui City, Chu Xinghe observed the sudden appearance of additional figures before him, his pupils narrowing. A supreme being, this is assured. Zhongli Yuan praised Chu Xinghe without further inquiry. The 3 of them, after a brief preparation, sought out a gambler, instructing him to recruit 100 beggars, each carrying a letter to deliver to the Tianyan Holy Land. Continuing with their previous methods would risk exposure. A solitary beggar would be easily scrutinized. These 100 beggars hailed from various locales. Lu regarded Chu Xinghe with confusion, pondering his excessive caution. What would he do next? Chu Xinghe understood that Lu was inquiring about Bai Wuchen. He could only inform him that his master was the law enforcement elder of the Heavenly Yin Sacred Land. Since he was disobedient, it was necessary to impart a lesson to him. In Chu Xinghe's eyes lingered a hint of amusement as he orchestrated the sale of Ji Mingxin's mother, Bai Ruoshui, to a brothel. The blood feud of the Chu family would not be easily settled. At this moment, he should have dispatched someone to the initial location. In a dark alley of Yinshui City, Bai Wuchen gazed at the letter left in the room. His fingers trembled, fear coursing through him, a chill creeping down his spine. Chinner, remain composed. Bai Wuchen inhaled deeply, his throat constricting. With quaking hands, he unfolded the letter. His pupils constricting as he read the ominous words inscribed within. It seems you are unable to comprehend human speech. I instructed you not to disclose this to anyone. Due to your misguided choices, Ji Mingxin's mother, Bai Ruoxue, has already entered a brothel. Can you guess which one? Return and confess to Ji Mingxin. For I shall be watching you closely. Otherwise, the next will be either your mother or Lu Ruqing's. Perhaps you should consider seeking your kin through blood ties. What do you think? Oh, and do not forget to cleave Ji Wio's head. There are surprises within. Beneath the text were drawn a pair of eyes and an innocuous smile. Bai Wuchen's body swayed, unable to contain himself any longer, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. With a final blink, he succumbed to unconsciousness. The law enforcement elder emerged from the void, scrutinizing the contents of the letter, his brow furrowing in discontent. What difference was there between this and murder with intent to harm? It was evident that the next steps had been meticulously planned long ago. Who, after all, possessed such a calculating mind? Upon hearing the system emit a sharp, explosive sound, Chu Xinghe's lips curled into a smile. Alas, disaster looms. The child of destiny, Bai Wuchen, has suffered a blow to his spirit, resulting in a loss of 1,000 fortune points. Oh dear master, what shall we do? If this decline continues, calamity will surely follow. Remain composed. As a system, your intellect should remind you that one must break before they can stand anew. We are at a pivotal moment. If he perseveres through this trial, a smooth journey lies ahead. Understanding shame can lead to renewed courage. He will undoubtedly devote himself to rigorous training, vowing never to repeat today's misfortune. Is that so? Do you still doubt me? Let us not forget our mission, to assist the child of destiny in his growth. This moment is crucial for honing his character. Indeed, I almost overlooked that. Master, your guidance in refining the child of destiny's character merits a reward of 10,008 points. In the dimly lit underground passage, Chu Xinghe mused that the system was rather lacking in intelligence. Upon regaining his focus, he noticed that Ying Lu and Zhongli Yuan were both gazing intently at him. Let us proceed to unlock the next location, he declared. Hearing Chu Xinghe's words, Ying Lu was momentarily taken aback. You orchestrated all of this, and yet you do not wish to take a look? Chu Xinghe shook his head. Curiosity can be perilous. A moment's carelessness may lead to exposure. Observing the departing Chu Xinghe, the two exchanged glances and followed him. This fellow is truly cunning. He set the trap, yet managed to extricate himself entirely. Within the sacred grounds of Tianyan, upon learning that her mother had been sold to a brothel, Ji Mingxin became overwhelmed with despair, resulting in a nosebleed and subsequent fainting. Bai Wuchen's fingers clenched tightly, his deep-set eyes revealing profound fatigue. Lu Ruqing had long been in a state of disarray, dreading the nightmarish news. The enforcing elder observed Bai Wuchen's listless demeanor. Every step he took was meticulously calculated. This individual evidently possessed a thorough understanding of you. Do you not harbor any suspicions? There is one, Bai Wuchen replied, though I cannot ascertain whether he is alive or dead. His name is Chu Xinghe, my former brother. Upon hearing this, the enforcing elder furrowed his brow. Since he was once your brother, why would he act thusly towards you? Bai Wuchen remained silent. The enforcing elder, noticing the unspoken burdens of his disciple, refrained from probing further. Perhaps you should visit your brother's family. You might uncover some clues. Bai Wuchen's expression stiffened. The Chu family has already been annihilated. The enforcing elder's countenance darkened as well. What was the realm of the strongest among the Chu family in days gone by? Chu Liani gazed at the law enforcement elder. The imperial sealing realm, she uttered. The elder narrowed his eyes, sensing that this disciple harbored profound secrets. The strongest of the Ji clan had already surpassed the imperial sealing realm. If Chu Xinghe was responsible, he must have either hired assassins. There were always desperate prisoners willing to take such risks, or pledged allegiance to a certain faction. Yet, the fact that he knew your every move so precisely was perplexing. Could he have altered his appearance through some arcane method, hiding among the disciples? Or perhaps, he had spies lurking by your side. Upon hearing this, Bai Wuchen sharply turned his gaze toward Chu Liani, his eyes brimming with contemplation. A glimmer of realization flickered in the law enforcement elder's eyes. Chu Liani noticed Bai Wuchen's doubt and hurriedly defended herself. It was not my doing. I was indeed a member of the Chu family, but I have long devoted my heart to you. Despite the judgments of the world, how could you suspect me? Bai Wuchen, do you still possess a conscience? If you truly doubt me, then go ahead and eliminate me. Chu Xinghe turned away, tears falling uncontrollably. The elder in charge sipped his tea, refraining from further inquiries. Jian Wuyo, do you wish to? The elder reminded gently. He had no better solution. Even notifying the heavenly yin sacred land would yield little. It would only stir up a commotion, ultimately bringing shame upon Bai Wuchen and himself, the elder. We shall wait for Mingxin to awaken. After all, it is her father's head. Bai Wuchen felt the predicament weighing heavily upon him. Observing Bai Wuchen's helpless expression, the elder could not help but speak up. There is, in fact, another approach. Bai Wuchen turned his gaze towards the elder. Seek assistance from Zhongli Qiming. The Zhongli family has a long-standing legacy, and her unique status could prove invaluable. Currently, you are merely a direct disciple, not a saint. The heavenly yin sacred land will not indulge your whims. My intervention is already the utmost extent of their support. Bai Wuchen shook his head. I have implored her before, but she declined. The elder pondered for a moment. I shall pay her a visit. Perhaps, for the sake of my old reputation, she might assist you this once. The elder vanished from the spot. At the Taiqing Palace, Zhongli Qiming was already aware of the entire situation, regarding Chu Xinghe with newfound respect. Is my disciple Qiming present? Upon hearing this, Zhongli Qiming's eyes reflected disdain. This old man had caused her considerable trouble in the past. She is not here. The elder outside felt his face flush with embarrassment. You would have been better off remaining silent. Zhongli Qiming was no ordinary person. She could not be coerced. With a mere shake of her head, she departed, leaving the elder's dignity in tatters. Returning to Xinyang Palace, faced with Bai Wuchen's hopeful gaze, the elder could only shake his head. A heaviness settled in Bai Wuchen's heart. Season Mingxin awakened languidly, feeling as though her soul had been hollowed out. Bai Wuchen, resigned, took a deep breath and grasped Mingxin's hand. Mingxin, I wish to cleave open Uncle's head. There may be clues inside. As he spoke, his head bowed, his voice gradually diminishing. Then cleave it open, Mingxin replied with a chilling tone. Bai Wuchen released Mingxin and proceeded to split open Ji Wuyo's head. Without careful examination, the hidden words were indeed difficult to uncover. Once opened, the inscription came into view. To see the words is to see the face. Do not forget me. Hypocrites shall face punishment. Are you prepared? It demanded that the affairs of the Chu and Ji families be laid bare before all disciples of the heavenly yin sacred land, especially your role within it. Only after this would the next clue be revealed. Refusal would lead to the loss of many fathers. Oh, and do make certain to emphasize, Chu Xinghe. I shall be watching you, it concluded, illustrated with a pair of eyes and a smiling face. Bai Wuchen's complexion turned pale, cold sweat cascading down. He felt lightheaded, extending his hand to steady himself against the table. Chu Xinghe harbored an ominous premonition within her heart. Upon closer inspection, her complexion turned ashen, and her eyes appeared vacant. Were she to voice her thoughts, she was certain she would be left with no face to show to the world, perhaps even nailed to the pillar of shame. Ji Mingxin snatched the note away, her gaze becoming hollow as she read the words inscribed upon it. This is retribution. I truly deserve this. This is indeed retribution. Ji Mingxin transitioned from laughter to tears in an instant. Lu Ruqing's face stiffened, losing the luster of her former self. Should this matter be publicized, the Tianyan sacred land would surely no longer harbor them. Bai Wuchen looked skyward. The azure expanse was pristine, yet his heart was shrouded in a dense layer of dark clouds. Approaching the elder of law enforcement, he knelt with a resounding thud. Disciple has been unfilial, bringing shame upon my esteemed teacher. Today, I shall sever ties with my sect. If there is a next life, I shall repay my master's teachings. He implored his master for one final assistance to summon the disciples of the Tianyan sacred land. The elder of law enforcement instinctively clenched his fists. I will consult with the sovereign. Await my news. With that, the elder vanished. Half an hour later, the sacred bell tolled thrice, resonating throughout the Tianyan sacred land. All disciples, stewards, and elders who heard the sound gathered in the square, particularly those who had just emerged from seclusion, wearing bewildered expressions. The sacred bell had not tolled for a century. What could have transpired? Who could say? Perhaps a significant event was unfolding, or an opportunity was arising that required them to venture forth and seek it out. The four elders had arrived. They would first ascertain the situation. Bai Wuchen stood atop the platform, observing the elder of law enforcement. The elder shook his head, his eyes reflecting a sense of resignation. The sovereign's voice echoed in his ears, advising that minor issues should be handled independently and that the elder might take a stroll to clear his mind. He understood the sovereign's intent all too well. To take a walk and clear his mind meant to seek out other talented disciples, urging him to abandon Bai Wuchen. Should he refuse to relinquish his attachment, he would accompany Bai Wuchen in his departure. The implication was clear. The reputation of the sacred land could not be tarnished by a single disciple. Even if Bai Wuchen were to leave, he would still have to clean up the aftermath. Bai Wuchen's heart sank to the depths of despair, leaving him numb and indifferent. He had been forsaken. Raising his head once more, madness flickered in his eyes. With such disgrace already, what else could be deemed unacceptable? In the distance, Zhang Li Qiming observed the despondent expression of the elder of law enforcement and the lifeless gaze of Bai Wuchen, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Chu Xinghe, you truly possess remarkable qualities. Xinghe, Bai Wuchen has been forsaken. Upon his emergence from the heavenly yin sacred land, whoever aids him shall face the annihilation of their clan. Xinghe nodded slightly, refraining from further inquiries. As a death servant, one must simply fulfill the commands of their master. Bai Wuchen gazed upon the hundreds of thousands of disciples below, his heart heavy with regret and trepidation. I apologize for taking up your time today. I am Bai Wuchen, and many of you are familiar with me. This is Lu Ruqing, and this is Chu Xinghe, followed by Chu Xinghe. Today, I wish to recount some of my experiences. The disciples exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by his words. A collective sigh resonated as many pulled out stools, sunflower seeds, and brewed tea, some mimicking the others. We hail from Xianzhou. In the past, I had a brother named Chu Xinghe, who, by virtue of his identity as the heir of the Chu family, assisted me in my endeavors. Whenever I found myself in trouble, he would resolve it for me. Later, within a secret realm, I encountered Chu Xinghe and seized a spiritual herb from her. I boasted before her, only to later learn that her lineage was one I could not afford to provoke. Thus, I left a false name, Chu Xinghe, within the secret realm. Subsequently, the Ming family obliterated the Chu family, yet Chu Xinghe did not reveal my name. Following that, he vanished without a trace, and I never sought to investigate, even forming a bond with Chu Xinghe. I secretly hoped he had perished, sparing me the need to explain my association with her. Upon hearing this, many disciples ceased their tea and seed consumption. How intriguing, truly fascinating. Such ingratitude is unparalleled. How can such a person claim to be a true disciple? Has the master been blinded by folly? Murmured the crowd. Is there anyone bold enough to serve Bai Wuchen a bowl of disdain? Yet, none dared to act, fearing the repercussions of such audacity. I never anticipated he would be so ungrateful. I misjudged him entirely. I even held affection for Chu Xinghe, but now, I would not grant him a shred of my compassion. He is despicable, a parasite, unworthy of the name Chu Xinghe. The cacophony of insults echoed incessantly. Bai Wuchen found himself dazed, yet he pressed on. This is Chu Xinghe, the adopted daughter of the head of the Chu family, and also Chu Xinghe's sister. As you can see, she is also my woman. Upon hearing this, Chu Xinghe's complexion turned ashen. The surrounding cacophony felt like an overwhelming tide, threatening to engulf her. Another treacherous soul, seeking revenge, yet taking another's woman. What merit does Bai Wuchen possess? Has he never encountered a true man? Perhaps he is simply too small-minded. The atmosphere was thick with disdain. The law elder, seated upon the high platform, hung his head low, wishing to vanish into the abyss. The three elders beside him remained silent, their expressions conveying their sentiments without words. Silence, everyone, commanded the transmission elder, his voice echoing across the plaza, which fell into a hushed stillness. According to the regulations of the heavenly yin sacred land, Bai Wuchen, Chu Xinghe, Lu Ruqing, and Chu Xinghe shall have their cultivation revoked and be expelled from the sacred land. The four raised their heads, panic evident upon their faces at the mention of losing their powers. No, you cannot strip us of our abilities. The transmission elder disregarded their pleas, casually gesturing, and the four expelled a mouthful of golden blood, collapsing to the ground. A pack of shameless wretches, they deserve this fate, unworthy of association with such individuals. They were cast out from the heavenly yin sacred land, their disgrace echoing throughout Qingzhou. The transmission elder understood that this matter could not be concealed from other sacred lands. It was better to acknowledge it openly than to hide it in shame. As for the law elder, he had brought this upon himself, treating a disciple as if they were a treasure. His face burned with embarrassment as he felt the scrutinizing gazes of the other disciples. As they were escorted out, many disciples took the opportunity to vent their frustrations upon Bai Wuchen. At the entrance, several exchanged glances before kicking the four away with force, leaving without a backward glance. The four landed on the ground, blood spewing forth, their bones shattered. Bai Wuchen retrieved medicinal pills, distributing one to each of the three women. Let us depart first, and then devise a plan. With a grimace, Bai Wuchen rose, resentment flashing in his eyes. Heavenly yin sacred land, await my return, one day. I shall return. A letter appeared in the air, drifting towards them. Bai Wuchen, how do you feel? You seized my opportunity, and in return, I offer you an even greater chance. I hope you find joy in it. The game must continue. Your mother still requires your rescue. The 100 Flowers Pavilion awaits. Do not arrive too late. Fury consumed Bai Wuchen as he seethed. Caught between rage and helplessness, he chose the latter. Zhongli Qingming, you shall pay for this. One day, I will sever your head from your shoulders. To the 100 Flowers Pavilion, we must hurry. Bai Wuchen bore the pain in silence. Realizing that he did not even know who his true enemy was. He had suspected Chu Xinghe all along, only to find that it was Zhongli Qingming from the very beginning. This madwoman, why has she resorted to cunning schemes? Meanwhile, on the other side, Yinglu was left in a state of shock. Young Master Chu. They have been reduced to mere wastrels. Chu Xinghe remained silent, for the cacophony of the system had already begun to resonate. Wails echoed. The child of fortune had been expelled from the sect, his powers stripped away, his infamy spreading throughout Qingzhou. The 3 fated heroines had also been rendered powerless. Compounding the tragedy, while Bai Wuchen's fortune plummeted by 3,000 points, an impending catastrophe. Meanwhile, Bai Wuchen, in a frenzied state, dashed forth and retrieved a letter from his bosom. Upon opening it, a wave of confusion enveloped his mind. The message revealed that his mother had united with his 3 beloveds, accompanied by a drawing of a pair of eyes and a smiling face. In haste, Bai Wuchen raced back to their temporary abode. He flung open the door. Mother! His voice resonated, but the sight that greeted him was harrowing. 3 severed heads rested on the table, those of Bai Ruoshui, Sun Yuqiu, and Zhao Ye. No. A sorrowful cry pierced the stillness of the courtyard. In the depths of her despair, Ji Mingxin had succumbed to unconsciousness, while Lu Ruqing also awakened. Wuchen, what has transpired? Chu Xinghe returned from her shopping. Now, they were merely ordinary people, in need of sustenance befitting their kind. As she turned her head, she beheld 3 severed heads. Her complexion turned ashen, and the items in her grasp fell to the ground. Bai Wuchen stumbled and swayed, making her way to Sun Yuqiu, where she delicately cradled the heads in her arms. Mother, she uttered, Zhongli Qingming, if you do not perish, I, Bai Wuchen, vow never to walk among the living. With a soft gasp, overwhelmed by sorrow, she expelled a mouthful of blood that splattered a meter away. Her eyes grew hollow, gradually succumbing to a state of stupor. As the metallic scent of blood permeated the air, Bai Wuchen's gaze turned crimson. In her mind, a pair of eyes and a smiling face emerged. Wuchen, are you unscathed? Chu Xinghe's eyes were filled with concern. Bai Wuchen, in a daze, lifted his head and beheld those eyes. It is you, it must be you. He released Sun Yuqiu's head and grasped Chu Xinghe's neck with both hands, demanding, is it you? Those eyes belong to you, without a doubt. Chu Xinghe found herself with a grip around her neck, her face flushed and breathless, unable to utter a single word. Ji Mingxin and Lu Ruqing regained their senses and hurriedly rushed forward to intervene. Get away. At that moment, Bai Wuchen appeared as if possessed, his eyes a crimson hue. Ji Mingxin and Lu Ruqing were unable to restrain him, yet they too began to doubt. Could it truly be Chu Xinghe? Chu Xinghe relinquished her struggle, silently observing Bai Wuchen. Suddenly, a smile graced her lips, lifting the corners of her mouth. Ji Mingxin and Lu Ruqing felt a shiver run down their spines. This smile bore an uncanny resemblance to the one depicted in the letter. Chu Xinghe harbored boundless resentment within her heart. She forsook her family, abandoned her conscience, and fell in love with Bai Wuchen. Ultimately, the one who sought to take her life was none other than the person she adored. Chu Xinghe's scare became increasingly prominent as her eyes gradually closed. With a soft thud, she fell silent. Chu Xinghe's body fell to the ground, devoid of breath. The visage of her smile before death lingered hauntingly in Bai Wuchen's mind. He succumbed to madness, his hair disheveled, turning to face Ji Mingxin and Lu Ruqing. The two were startled. Wuchen, come to your senses. Ji Mingxin and Lu Ruqing shouted in terror. You all shall perish, all shall perish. Zhongli Qingming, you shall die. Bai Wuchen lunged at Ji Mingxin. She gasped in shock, collapsing to the ground. Bai Wuchen's hands grasped Ji Mingxin tightly. Zhongli Qingming, I will choke the life out of you, choke the life out of you. You killed my mother. Heaven and earth shall not save you. Lu Ruqing knelt nearby, her legs trembling. Bai Wuchen's state terrified her to the point of breathlessness. Brother Wuchen, please, don't. That is not Zhongli Qingming, that is Sister Mingxin. Ji Mingxin lay on the ground, feeling the ebbing of her life, 2 streams of tears cascading down her cheeks. Retribution, retribution. She should have allowed the Ji family to eliminate Bai Wuchen long ago. It was pitiable that she had never seen the truth. Endless regret enveloped her. Her eyes slowly closed, completely devoid of vitality. Haha, Zhongli Qingming, you are finally dead, finally dead. Mother, I have avenged you. Beside her, Lu Ruqing's throat constricted, unable to utter a word. In this moment, Bai Wuqian had become terrifyingly unhinged. Brother Wuqian, you must awaken. Bai Wuqian abruptly turned his head. Zhongli Qingming, you are not dead yet. Why are you still alive? Die. With that, he lunged towards Lu Ruqing. She retreated in panic. Don't come near. Don't come near. I am Ruqing, not Zhongli Qingming. Brother Wuqian, please come to your senses. Lu Ruqing cried out desperately. Bai Wuqian smirked sinisterly. Zhongli Qingming, you too shall know fear. I will not spare you. Since I entered the Tianyan Holy Land, so many women adored me, yet you looked down upon me. Now, you too shall plead for mercy. Dare to kill my mother? Die. He seized Lu Ruqing's head, forcefully slamming it against the wall. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, Lu Ruqing's vitality was entirely extinguished. Haha. I have finally avenged myself. Bai Wuqian gradually emerged from his frenzy, his gaze clearing. He beheld the blood on his hands and the three lifeless bodies on the ground. His heart felt as though it were being tightly squeezed. How could this happen? How could this happen? Mengxin, Mengxin. Liani, Liani. Ruqing, Ruqing. How could this be? Suddenly, a realization struck him. He retrieved a letter and gazed at the three severed heads. He understood now. A special drug combined with blood had plunged him into this manic state. He collapsed to the ground with a thud. Thunder rumbled, and the sky darkened with rain, followed by a torrential downpour. Bai Wuqian tilted his head back, the raindrops blurring his vision. With a thud, he toppled to the side. When the dark clouds cleared, the sky brightened. The night's rain washed away the dust. The street gradually illuminated, revealing a wandering shell of a man stumbling along. His hair was tangled, exuding a foul odor, and his clothes were caked in mud, particularly at the knees, where yellow mud mingled with crimson stains. Beneath his nails, black grime clung stubbornly. His eyes were vacant, his beard unkempt, lips cracked, eye sockets sunken, and cheeks gone as he swayed unsteadily down the street, as if about to collapse at any moment. Many who witnessed this recoiled in disgust, cursing him. What a filthy beggar, reeking to high heaven. The deranged figure appeared oblivious to the insults, staggering forward, indifferent to the jeers. Thud. Someone knocked into him, kicking out in anger. Did your mother die, or was it your wife? You filthy beggar, you've soiled my new clothes. Get lost. Bai Wuqian fell over, offering no resistance, allowing the blows to rain upon him. Enough, enough. He is already in such a pitiful state. Let him be. Filthy beggar, consider this a warning. Next time, I'll kill you. The man who struck Bai Wuqian cursed a few more times before storming off in frustration. Bai Wuqian lay on the ground, his eyes numb and devoid of emotion. He felt dulled, as if impervious to the blows. After a moment, he rose unsteadily, shaking, and continued his aimless journey. He was uncertain of his destination, drifting without purpose. Boss, I'll have 3 portions of fire-roasted meat. At the sound of this voice, a flicker of life returned to Bai Wuqian's vacant gaze. Upon turning to see the figure, moisture filled his dry eyes once more. Chu Xinghe turned around, holding the torch, and glanced at the dazed Bai Wuqian. The torch fell to the ground, and in his excitement, his pale face flushed with a hint of color. Brother Bai, is it truly you? Chu Xinghe whispered, her voice trembling. Bai Wuqian could no longer contain himself, tears streaming down his face. Xinghe, I am so sorry. Upon hearing Bai Wuqian's voice, Chu Xinghe could hardly contain her excitement. Without a hint of disdain for Bai Wuqian, she rushed forward and embraced him tightly. Brother Bai, how did you end up like this? Who did this to you? Tell me, and I shall make them pay. Many onlookers regarded the two with expressions of scrutiny, curiosity, and bewilderment. Chu Xinghe hurriedly pulled Bai Wuqian away. Upon finding a secluded spot, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Wuqian gazed at Chu Xinghe in a daze. Xinghe, what is your strength? Chu Xinghe's expression was rigid, and he shook his head. His powers had been rendered useless, and it was only through the aid of a teleportation jade talisman that he managed to survive. I gathered information about you in Xianzhou, and, after several months of travel, finally arrived. All of this is now but a matter of the past. Chu Xinghe repressed his sorrow. Brother Bai, you were once so spirited. What has caused this transformation? And what has happened to your strength? I had even sought the whereabouts of Aunt, yet she has vanished without a trace, and even the Lu family has disappeared. What on earth has transpired? Bai Wuqian sighed and began to speak slowly. This damned Zhongli Qingming, how dare she act in such a manner? In Chu Xinghe's eyes lingered a murderous intent. Brother Bai, you must stay strong. Never give up. The vengeance for Aunt and the others still awaits you. As for the Ji family, it is a matter of the past. Chu Xinghe lowered his head. Bai Wuqian felt a pang of discomfort within. as if something were constricting his heart. Do you not harbor any resentment towards me? Chu Xinghe shook his head, then nodded slightly. He raised his gaze towards the sky, his eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions, his voice low and somber. Such is fate. Perhaps this is the destiny that binds us as brothers. Bai Wuchen leaned against the wall, similarly raising his gaze to the heavens. Chu Xinghe rose to his feet and extended his hand toward Bai Wuchen. There remained matters for the two of us, brothers, to attend to. As Bai Wuchen gazed at Chu Xinghe's outstretched hand, he found himself momentarily stunned, as if his heart were being tightly clenched, causing him discomfort. Slowly, he reached out his hand and placed it alongside Chu Xinghe's. Chu Xinghe exerted great effort to lift Bai Wuchen. Oh, how wonderful, how splendid, how profoundly moving. The master has assisted the son of destiny in regaining his confidence, earning a value of 10,000 in support. As night fell, Bai Wuchen was transformed entirely. Brother Bai, please rest well tonight. Chu Xinghe left behind several elixirs and turned to walk towards the adjacent room. Bai Wuchen felt a constriction in his chest, overwhelmed by a wave of guilt. What merits had he, Bai Wuchen, to deserve such a brother? He had yet to appreciate it fully. Contemplating this, Bai Wuchen slapped himself across the face. Soon after, he stowed the elixirs away and lay down on the bed. Before long, he succumbed to a deep slumber, having not closed his eyes for several days. In the middle of the night, a shadow entered the room. Observing the figure asleep on the bed, a smirk crept upon his lips. The next morning, Bai Wuchen awoke in a daze, surrounded by the melodious chirping of birds and cheerful laughter. A wave of warmth enveloped him at that moment from a distance. In the mind of Chu Xinghe, the system's cries echoed. Will, master, what are you doing? I am so frightened. The child of destiny has become a eunuch. You even cast him into a brothel and fed him strange elixirs. Master, this could lead to death. Calm down, you fail to comprehend. The calamity arose because he was surrounded by too many women, disrupting his mental state. His relatives, including women, have perished. You are aware that he is the child of destiny. When he soars to greatness, he will undoubtedly attract many admirers. What if others threaten him using those women? Whoa, master, wasn't that your doing? Am I not assisting him in regaining his confidence? Just yesterday, he restored his faith. Your task is to aid the child of destiny in vanquishing that female antagonist. As long as the mission is accomplished, all will be well. Indeed, I almost forgot. I just feel a tinge of pity for him. Ying Lu and Zhongli Yuan exchanged a glance, observing the composed Chu Xinghe, sending shivers down their spines. Bai Wuchen was indeed a pitiful soul. However, upon considering the Chu family, that fleeting pity vanished entirely. Within the room, Bai Wuchen's eyes reflected panic, for his brother had mysteriously vanished. A surge of heat accumulated in his dantian, and that sensation grew increasingly intense, difficult to release. Several alluring women graced the room, their beauty on full display, veils swaying gently. Soon, a panorama unfolded before his eyes. Bai Wuchen noticed 3 pieces of paper hanging nearby, one with a smiley face, another with a pair of eyes, and the last inscribed with the words "Fool." Bai Wuchen's pupils dilated. How could it be you? How could it possibly be you? He laughed, believing himself clever, only to realize he was the greatest fool of all. The overwhelming shock, compounded by the elixir, caused him to lose all rationality. With a man's body, yet, how unfortunate. Moments later, gasps of astonishment filled the air. Is he really a eunuch? What? A eunuch? Exclamations erupted. Sisters, something is amiss. We must retreat. One woman, sensing the peculiar state of Bai Wuchen, hurried outside. Suddenly, a loud explosion reverberated. Bai Wuchen had been reduced to mere blood mist. In the distance, atop a tall building, the shock of the news spread. Oh no! The child of destiny Bai Wuchen is dead. This is disastrous. I will fail my mission. Master, what should I do? I cannot complete the task. Chu Xinghe felt a profound sense of relief, as that lingering trace of regret vanished completely. Chu Xinghe covered his face and suddenly broke into tears. Ying Lu and Zhongli Yuan exchanged puzzled glances. What is happening? Is it tears of joy? Indeed, the vengeance of the Chu family had been avenged. They shared a knowing look and gently patted Chu Xinghe on the shoulder before stepping outside, thoughtfully closing the door behind them. Oh dear, master, why are you crying too? Brother Bai, your demise was so tragic. Were you not the child of destiny? With your passing, my beloved system can no longer fulfill its tasks. Alas, I have devoted myself to a futile cause, and in the end, you were the first to go. I am of no use. I might as well perish too. Master, I shall cease my tears. Do not depart. There are other children of destiny. Be good, master. Do not be sorrowful. This calamity is all the fault of that child of destiny, Bai Wuchen. Who could have anticipated his frailty? He could not even overcome a woman's trial. Such a child of destiny is hardly worth assisting. I shall find you a stronger one. Really? You would not deceive me? Indeed, I would not mislead you, my master. The system felt a surge of emotion. It had failed to accomplish its task, yet Master grieved for it. Master, you are too kind. Be good, do not cry. Master had painstakingly endeavored to aid the child of destiny, only to find that the child was unworthy, squandering Master's efforts and rendering them futile, thus bestowing upon Master a reward of 10,000 assistance points. The villainous female sorceress still lived. I must not succumb to sorrow. I must continue to lurk by her side, ready to assist the next child of destiny. Master, you must stay strong. Chu Xinghe took a deep breath and rubbed his face, a smile gracing his features. The system remarked, Master must be feeling quite distressed, despite the heartache. You still wear a facade of cheerfulness. As Chu Xinghe just stepped outside, Yinglu approached, saying, Young Master Chu. The young lady requests your return to the heavenly Yin sacred land, specifically to the Taiqing Palace. Chu Xinghe gazed at the stunningly ethereal Zhongli Qiming, momentarily entranced. She donned a form-fitting gown of delicate lavender, cinched at the waist with a slender belt. As his eyes wandered downward, Chu Xinghe felt a tinge of anger. His legs were already concealed. After all my efforts to assist the Son of Destiny in his return, who are you trying to guard against? Zhongli Qingming's pair of phoenix eyes rested upon Chu Xinghe's face, filled with scrutiny and curiosity. I did not expect the task to be accomplished so swiftly. I thought it would take a while longer. What is it that you desire? Chu Xinghe contemplated for a moment. I desire you to be reckless. A surge of murderous intent erupted within the grand hall. What was once a brightly lit chamber swiftly transformed into darkness. Chu Xinghe experiences a suffocating sensation. I implore you to provide me with a miraculous herb. Chu Xinghe hastily spoke, dispelling the murderous intent that had pervaded the grand hall. Zhongli Qiming narrowed her eyes as she regarded Chu Xinghe. Next time you speak while gasping for breath, you shall never breathe easily in this lifetime. Chu Xinghe felt a shiver run down his spine. With a flick of her finger, Zhongli Qiming summoned 3 sacred herbs from her ring. This is your reward. Chu Xinghe accepted it, a twinge of guilt gnawing at his conscience. Look at this, having siphoned off the fortune of the destined one. Now he turns to exploit the antagonist. Yet, there is a genuine thrill in it. Conscience, after all, is a burden that serves no purpose. It neither nourishes nor sustains. My dear system, he remarked playfully, do you see? I have gradually gained your trust, and in due time, we shall glimpse the glimmer of hope. You're doing wonderfully. Keep it up, he encouraged. The celestial master seeks you. Do make your way to him shortly, Zhongli Qiming casually mentioned while casting a glance at Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe furrowed his brow. That woman, even I hold her in considerable regard. She is exceptionally intelligent and remarkably wise, so be cautious. Well, the villainous mastermind actually expresses concern for you. The master is truly formidable. He watched as Zhongli Qiming waved her hand, signaling him to depart. Chu Xinghe was somewhat irked. Used and discarded, he could only turn away in frustration. Unable to overpower or chastise, provoking him was akin to kicking at cotton. Once Chu Xinghe departed, Zhongli Qiming squinted her eyes, a smirk gracing her lips. Miss, shall we eliminate him? Zhongli Qiming shook her head. He is quite an intriguing individual. Through the actions of Bai Wuqian, he has already garnered a reputation. Now, the entirety of Qingzhou is aware of his willingness to stand by his brothers, even at great personal risk. Of course, there will be those who criticize his judgment and friends, yet who would not desire a brother of such caliber? His notoriety will undoubtedly attract numerous talented individuals when he endeavors to establish his own faction in the future. However, this is not the most pivotal reason. Capturing Bai Wuqian's mother would elucidate Bai Wuqian's true character, yet he meticulously plots his steps, cautious and strategic, to avert any unforeseen events. This man possesses a profound depth and conducts his affairs with remarkable steadiness. Previously, Bai Wuqian's actions had led to my repeated failures. Yet this one has the potential to bring Bai Wuqian to his knees, a true talent. The ancestor once remarked that a dragon confined to the wild is easily divided and consumed. This lifetime, destiny does not favor the Zhongli family. With Bai Wuqian's repeated setbacks, should more individuals of his ilk emerge, dissatisfaction would surely brew within the clan. I am not the only exceptional one among us. Should the time come, I could be unseated from my position as the divine maiden, resulting in a significant loss of support. It is wiser to retain him, enticing him to confront individuals like Bai Wuqian. He appears to understand how to deal with such adversaries, allowing them to continue their devouring without my exertion, an endeavor fraught with effort and little reward. The guards, upon hearing this, were taken aback. This young lady had seemingly undergone a transformation. Gone was her previous volatile temper, quick to slay at the slightest provocation. Chu Xinghe had departed from the Taiqing palace. No sooner had he stepped outside than he was drawn into a swirling vortex of space. Upon his reemergence, he found himself in a tranquil pavilion. Before him sat a woman clad in simple garments, devoid of any adornment. Her bright eyes and pearly teeth, coupled with a complexion surpassing that of snow, created a harmonious blend with her surroundings. Each of her movements appeared effortlessly graceful, evoking an ethereal sensation within Chu Xinghe. "Please, take a seat," she spoke, her voice flowing like water, soothing his heart and instilling an involuntary sense of calm. "I am Wenrushi, the sovereign of the heavenly transformation sacred land." Chu Xinghe observed her graceful movements as she poured the tea. Each gesture seemed to embody a profound elegance, captivating him to the point of introspective silence. Upon regaining his senses, a sense of apprehension settled in his heart. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself irresistibly drawn into her presence. Such a person is indeed formidable. Has the Holy Master come to seek retribution? With a subtle flick of her finger, tea splashed before Chu Xinghe. What transgressions could the esteemed young master have committed? Chu Xinghe gathered his spirits. Damaging the reputation of the heavenly transformation sacred land and plotting against the true disciples. When Rushi lifted her head, her gaze as tranquil as water. How is the heavenly transformation sacred land perceived by the outside world now? Chu Xinghe remained silent, for he admired the forthrightness of the heavenly expansion sacred land. He also expressed gratitude for your role in eliminating an ungrateful individual on behalf of the heavenly expansion sacred land. Had that person been afforded the opportunity to ascend to the position of Holy Son, the revelation of this matter would have inevitably tarnished the esteemed reputation of the heavenly expansion sacred land. Chu Xinghe found it somewhat difficult to discern the woman's intentions and thus refrained from speaking promptly. Young Master Chu, now solitary and unencumbered, might find it more advantageous to join the heavenly transformation sacred land. Chu Xinghe gazed at Wenrushi with an odd expression. I sensed that one can feel quite liberated. Wenrushi lifted her head, scrutinizing Chu Xinghe earnestly. You have leverage by Wuchen to create a reputation for yourself. Joining the heavenly yin sacred land is undoubtedly your wisest choice. Numerous disciples within the sect hold you in high esteem and could become your allies, making the future pursuit of the position of Holy Son considerably easier. The stage has already been set. Why leap away from it? On the surface, Chu Xinghe appears calm. Yet within, a tumultuous storm brews. He scarcely dares to lift his gaze to meet her gentle, water-like eyes. This woman has always exuded a serene grace, unhurried and composed. Yet, nothing escapes her keen perception. Chu Xinghe harbors a certain apprehension towards such individuals. You need not worry, I shall not interfere in the conflicts among disciples. For such is fate and destiny. Your ascension to the position of the Holy Son is a testament to both your fortune and your fate. Failure and demise can merely be attributed to your ill fortune. In the realm of the Taishu heavenly realm, cultivators are as numerous as the boats crossing the river. Countless prodigies achieve renown in their youth, only to find themselves reduced to mere dust in the end, simply due to a lack of favorable fortune. Chu Xinghe lifted his teacup, and a gentle mist rose, veiling his gaze. Upon hearing my intention to join the heavenly transformation sacred land, Wenrushi showed no surprise. You are averse to constraints, and I find solace in tranquility. Thus, you shall take me as your master. Chu Xinghe stood frozen in place, his mind struggling to keep pace with the rapid shifts in thought. Are you certain you wish for me to become your disciple? I must forewarn you. I possess a somewhat rebellious nature and may indeed act contrary to the teachings of my master. After speaking, his gaze continued to scrutinize Wenrushi intently. Yet, Wenrushi's expression remained unchanged. Her crimson lips parted slightly, her voice flowing like a gentle stream. If you truly possess the ability to do so, I would not mind addressing you as husband. Upon hearing that voice, Chu Xinghe felt his bones weaken, as if enchanted. Truly, an ethereal being. Simultaneously, a sense of discouragement washed over him. Just at that moment of his days, when Rushi's voice resonated, proclaiming, Today, this holy master accepts Chu Xinghe as a disciple. A fact known throughout the heavenly transformation sacred land. Upon hearing the voice of their leader, the entire heavenly transformation sacred land erupted in astonishment. For the Holy Master had never taken on a disciple before. Could it be that the Holy Master has chosen Chu Xinghe as a pupil? Surely, I must have misheard. Is he not merely a bewildered individual of questionable discernment, yet he has caught the eye of the leader? This position of true inheritance surpasses that of all other disciples. Could it be that the Holy Master might even designate him as the Holy Son? Numerous disciples of true inheritance emerged, maintaining an outward composure while their hearts brimmed with vigilance. Many even harbored a tinge of jealousy. They had long sought to be the disciples of the heavenly transformation Holy Master, yet the Holy Master had never regarded them, often rare to even glimpse his presence. As Chu Xinghe departed, a wave of speechlessness enveloped him. System, why is it that my celestial demon I cannot discern her information? Master. It is possible that the system's level is insufficient. Chu Xinghe could only accept his fate with resignation. He then proceeded to open the system interface. Owner, Chu Xinghe, age, 20 strength, initial stage of King Realm physique, celestial demonic body, celestial demonic eyes technique, celestial demonic scriptures martial skills, celestial demonic ascend to 9 heavens weapon. Celestial demonic Qin assistance value, 178. 000 inventory, celestial demonic Qin, a pair of black silk stockings, a set of photographs, a purple gold gourd, 3 sacred herbs. Upon observing the assistance value, Chu Xinghe felt akin to a gambler, ready to partake in a lottery. His eyes narrowed at the sight of the black stockings. If only his master were to don them. TSK, he dared not dwell further on such thoughts. Chu Xinghe felt a twinge of abnormality within himself. When Rushi was exceedingly tranquil, he yearned to witness what it would be like for her to be truly unsettled. A grand lottery of 100,000 was announced. Congratulations to the master for acquiring a unique skill, teleportation. The gloomy mood of Chu Xinghe instantaneously brightened. Teleportation, what a splendid skill. The distance was somewhat short, merely 10 kilometers. However, as long as he possessed spiritual energy within him, he could utilize it at will, which was exhilarating. Let us go for another 5,000. Congratulations. Master, you have acquired a minor realm enhancement card. The cumulative assistance value has reached 150,000, prompting a system upgrade. The system upgrade has been successfully completed, granting a basic lottery of 100,000, an intermediate lottery of 500,000, and a high-level lottery of 1 million. With the upgrade accomplished, the master is rewarded with an egg. Chu Xinghe, a white egg appeared in his hand, adorned with intricate patterns. Chu Xinghe weighed it in his hand. With a slip, it fell to the ground with a thud, bouncing twice without shattering. What kind of egg is this? A divine beast's egg. Requiring its master to hatch it independently. With a darkened expression, Chu Xinghe knew he was no incubator. He let a drop of blood fall, establishing a faint yet tangible connection. He retrieved the 3 sacred herbs that Zhongli Qiming had bestowed upon him. The egg wobbled in his hand, bouncing slightly. In Chu Xinghe's eyes, a flicker of surprise appeared. Do you desire it? The egg bounced a couple of times, not giving it. The egg? System. Chu Xinghe's gaze was filled with ambiguity. While others rode various steeds, he found himself departing on a mere egg. The thought alone was enough to induce a sense of vexation. He retrieved the purple gold gourd and, with a drop of blood, acknowledged it as his own. Upon further exploration, Chu Xinghe's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Astonishingly, he discovered the ability to independently concoct elixirs. It appeared somewhat incomplete, as he could currently only refine pills of the Emperor Sealing caliber at most. Chu Xinghe suddenly felt a pang of nostalgia for his dear brother, the Child of Fortune. Utilizing a realm enhancement card, his strength ascended to the mid-stage of the King's realm. In high spirits, he set out to admire the beauty of women. Within the Taiqing Palace, Zhongli Qiming gazed with surprise. How could it be that when Rushi accepted a disciple? Pray tell, is when Rushi truly beautiful? Without any hesitation, Chu Xinghe remarked, beautiful. You are quite candid. Do me a favor. Chu Xinghe shook his head. I have already avenged myself. Now I harbor no desires and wish to cease my wanderings. Zhongli Qiming raised an eyebrow. 3 divine herbs, coupled with a secret as gentle as water. Chu Xinghe suddenly rose to his feet. After drifting through half a lifetime without encountering a worthy sovereign, he thought, if you do not forsake me, I. Almost uttering his innermost thoughts, he quickly sealed his lips. You truly possess an uncanny insight, remarked Zhongli Qiming with a scoff. Aware that you have no one to rely upon, I shall lend you the assistance of Yingwu and Yinglu. Chu Xinghe has secretly resolved to cling tightly to Zhongli Qiming, a person of wealth, beauty, and influence. What shall we do? Chu Xinghe, filled with curiosity, discovered that in the city of Qinghai, Shenzhou, his subordinates faced confinement due to minor errors in their tasks. Chu Xinghe furrowed his brow. This didn't seem like a significant trouble for Zhongli Qiming. I cannot intervene, especially with an adversary like her, a strikingly beautiful woman. You should abandon any thoughts of taking her mother hostage. Chu Xinghe nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. When have I ever had a penchant for binding others' mothers? Do not slander my name. Shenzhou, Qinghai City. Chu Xinghe, adorned in a flowing robe of silver moonlight. With his hair elegantly gathered, and his slender, indifferent phoenix eyes, resembled a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Many paused in their tracks, intrigued by his ethereal beauty. Such a striking and otherworldly young man stirred the hearts of numerous young women, who yearned to take him home and place him upon their beds. Eager to impart their teachings, "Master, do refrain from flaunting your allure. It appears we have encountered the child of destiny. Master, do exercise caution this time. Fear not. I am well aware of the situation." Chu Xinghe walked up to the observation heart tower and casually chose a spot to sit. Two individuals near the window turned their gazes toward him simultaneously, their eyes filled with curiosity as they scrutinized him. Chu Xinghe furrowed his brow. "Gentlemen, is there something on my face?" Upon hearing Chu Xinghe speak, both individuals displayed a hint of embarrassment, witnessing such an ethereal presence. They couldn't help but glance at him a moment longer, filled with admiration. Chu Xinghe raised an eyebrow, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "My brother has quite the discerning eye. I too awaken each day to the splendor of my own handsomeness. Each morning, I gaze into the mirror, marveling at how such a striking individual could exist in this world." Su Yan's lips twitched in response, filled with regret for engaging in conversation. Surely, this cannot be someone of sound mind. Rose to his feet and settled beside Su Yan, resting his arm upon his shoulder. "What is your esteemed surname, my brother?" Su Yan casually shifted Chu Xinghe's arm away. The man was rather forward with his affections. One could not help but ponder if he harbored any peculiar inclinations. "I am Su Yan. May I inquire about your name, esteemed friend?" "I am Chu Xinghe." Jiang Wanning scrutinized Chu Xinghe, narrowing his eyes momentarily before returning to a neutral gaze. "A fine name, indeed. What makes it so commendable?" Su Yan remarked, "You, my friend, are quite audacious. Meeting is a stroke of fate. I have a penchant for compliments, and should you please me, I shall generously bestow upon you a gift." Chu Xinghe intended to retrieve the sacred medicine. First, he promised a modest benefit, only to later greedily seize his principal. How outrageous! "Where are my 3 stalks of sacred medicine?" He observed the egg swaying unsteadily, resembling a drunken state. "Soon, I shall transform you into a fried egg." A photograph materialized in his hand, which he reluctantly handed to Su Yan. Bewildered, Su Yan opened it, only to flush crimson and swiftly close it again. "Brother Chu, this. Chu Xinghe raised an eyebrow. "This is something I have meticulously collected. I shall not part with it lightly. It is only because I find Brother Su agreeable that I offer this exquisite manual on the cultivation of sages. Should Brother Su have no desire for it, he may return it to me." Su Yan coughed softly. "Not merely satisfactory, it is a treasure dear to my heart. Once a gift is bestowed, it is rather uncouth to demand its return. Truly, Chu Xinghe, you are most magnanimous. With wealth, beauty, and admirable character, to know you, Chu Xinghe, is a stroke of fortune for me, Su Yan. I offer you this cup, toasting with tea in place of wine." Jiang Wanning observed the two in their conspiratorial exchange, akin to that of close brothers, and felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. "Su Yan, might I have a glance at that manual on sage cultivation?" As Jiang Wanning spoke, both Chu Xinghe and Su Yan ceased their conversation. "Ahem, dear lady, this is a gift I have bestowed upon Brother Su. It seems somewhat inappropriate for you to request to see it so openly, does it not?" Su Yan cast a grateful glance at Chu Xinghe. "Brother Chu, you are truly a good person." Jiang Wanning turned his gaze towards Su Yan. "What you have given to Su Yan is indeed hers. It would not be inappropriate for me to take a glance." Chu Xinghe cast a helpless glance at Su Yan. Su Yan took a sip of tea, his mind racing. "Wanning, it is indeed true that this item now belongs to me, yet it contains a wealth of information that eludes my understanding. Allow me to consult Brother Chu and thoroughly investigate its contents. Once I have grasped its nuances, I shall present it to you." Jiang Wanning nodded in agreement. Su Yan exhaled in relief. Upon turning, he noticed Chu Xinghe giving him a thumbs up. "May I inquire about your origins, Brother Chu?" As Chu Xinghe's smile gradually faded, he gazed at the bustling street filled with passers-by. Jiang Wanning occasionally fixed her gaze upon Chu Xinghe, silently assessing whether he would dare to speak. "If you, dear Brother Chu, harbor unspoken troubles, there is no need to elaborate. It is I who have overstepped." Chu Xinghe shook his head. The annihilation of his family left him solitary and adrift in Qizhou. After avenging them, he was fortunate enough to be valued by the holy master of Tian'an, who took him as a disciple. This return to Xianzhou is to pay homage to his family, to comfort their spirits in the heavens. It is a reflection of my failure to discern character, which ultimately led to the downfall of my clan. Chu Xinghe inevitably felt a tinge of solitude. his gaze imbued with a subtle melancholy. After taking a deep breath, a smile curled upon his lips. All of that was behind him. His family had departed, and he was unwilling to dwell in regret. He contemplated a journey through Xianzhou, perhaps to never return. Jiang Wan gazed at Chu Xinghe with unexpected intrigue. He appeared rather magnanimous. She sensed the profound sorrow concealed within him. Su Yin gently patted Chu Xinghe on the shoulder and inquired, "Do you have a place to stay?" "Brother Chu?" Chu Xinghe shook his head. "Having just arrived in Qinghai City today, if Brother Chu does not mind, you may stay at the Su residence for a few days, and I can show you around the picturesque sights of Qinghai City." Chu Xinghe pondered for a moment and nodded. "Then I shall trouble you, Brother Su." The two conversed as if they had known each other for ages, engaging in hours of dialogue. As night descended, the trio walked along the path. Jiang Wanyin lagged a step behind, falling into step with Chu Xinghe. "Do not presume that I am unaware of your deliberate approach towards Su Yan. Zhongli Qiming is also in the Tianyan sacred land, relying solely on your own abilities. You could never exact your revenge so swiftly. I do not care what task Zhongli Qiming has set for you. Should you provoke the Su family and jeopardize my endeavors, I assure you that your suffering will be profound." Chu Xinghe scrutinized Jiang Wanyin and realized the truth. It seemed that Jiang Wanyin was indeed the mastermind behind the machinations of Zhongli Qingming's subordinates. Evidently, Jiang Wanyin remained oblivious to Zhongli Qingming's intentions, as she had not divulged her plans to him. Nonetheless, he was aware of Zhongli Qingming's constitution and could make some educated guesses. He noticed Su Yin casting a glance in his direction. Chu Xinghe suddenly leaped back. "Miss Jiang, I truly do not harbor any feelings for you." Jiang Wanyin responded with a perplexed expression. "What are you barking about?" A murderous glint flickered in her eyes. "This worthless mutt. Miss Jiang, we are simply incompatible. I currently have no intentions of seeking a partner." Jiang Wanyin clenched her fists tightly. Chu Xinghe chose to feign ignorance and approached Su Yin. "Su brother, let us hurry back to your home. I have a gift for you." Su Yin was perplexed by the discomfort gnawing at him. The sight of Jiang Wanyin's affection for another stirred an inexplicable agitation within him. As he gazed upon Chu Xinghe's countenance, coupled with his esteemed status, his clenched fist reluctantly relaxed. It was entirely reasonable for Wanyin to harbor feelings for someone like him. It matters not. It is only natural for Wanyin to be drawn to Brother Chu. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanyin's expression darkened. As she regarded Chu Xinghe's retreating figure, her gaze turned frigid. Chu Xinghe must perish. Chu Xinghe gazed at the distracted Su Yin, a flicker of brilliance igniting in his eyes. "Brother Su, there is something I wonder if I should say." Su Yin, regaining his focus, looked at Chu Xinghe, confusion evident in his gaze. "Your abilities seem rather peculiar." Su Yin was taken aback. Then a look of anticipation crossed his face. "Can you truly discern that, Brother Chu?" Su Yin inquired, a hint of eagerness in his tone. "Chu Xinghe is indeed a disciple of the Heavenly Master. His insights are extraordinary. If you trust me, Brother Su, you may visit my chamber at night." Su Yin's gaze was peculiar, and with a sense of reluctance, he replied, "Brother Chu, I must confess, I am fond of women." Chu Xinghe resembled a prickly hedgehog, bristling with defiance. "What are you thinking? I have no affection for you. My orientation is perfectly normal." Su Yin exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling fortunate. As the night deepened, Chu Xinghe lay in bed with her eyes closed. Unbeknownst to her, a figure clad in dark attire stealthily crept in beside her bed, casting a cold gaze upon her. With a swift motion, the figure thrust a dark iron dagger towards Chu Xinghe. The sound of the blade slicing through the air echoed. Yet the assailant's eyes widened in confusion as the dagger struck the bed, where the person had vanished without a trace. Suddenly, she felt a pair of gentle hands embracing her from behind. Jiang Wanyin flared up in indignation. "Miss Jiang, coming to find me at such a late hour, are you so eager to be with me?" The voice whispered in her ear, causing Jiang Wanyin's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. This audacious scoundrel dared to tease her. "Chu Xinghe, let me go. If you dare to approach, you should be aware of my background as mentioned by Zhongli Qiming. Are you not afraid of death?" Chu Xinghe did not loosen his grip. Instead, he held her even tighter. Jiang Wanyin felt as though she could scarcely breathe. The strength she possessed in the early stages of her ascension to power was unexpectedly confined within the embrace of this scoundrel. Chu Xinghe's lips hovered near Jiang Wanyin's ear, almost brushing against it. "Miss Jiang, how do you suggest I punish you?" Jiang Wanyin's body stiffened. Her ears flushed crimson. She felt as though her legs could scarcely support her. "Release me, or I shall pursue you to the ends of the earth," she attempted to assert. Yet the fervent grip of his hands restrained her, causing her voice to take on a peculiar tone, almost playful in nature. "Master, what are you doing? She is the woman destined for greatness. Silence. I have my own intentions. Oh dear, master is being so harsh. I shall not be kind to you. Chu Xinghe gazed upon the blushing Jiang Wan. Miss Jiang, the night has grown late. Let us lie down and rest. I shall be gentle, he proposed. Jiang Wanin, flustered, retorted, You scoundrel, release me at once, or I shall bring about your ruin. Chu Xinghe let out a scoff. Then why do you linger in my embrace? Unwilling to depart? You are well aware that I belong to Zhongli Qingming. Will the Jiang family take action? Jiang Wanin was taken aback. Moreover, this is something you have willingly brought upon yourself. Just as Chu Xinghe's voice fell, a voice echoed from outside. Chu, are you resting? I've come to see you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanin's pupils dilated, and an instant realization struck her, causing a surge of panic within. She pressed her voice down and said, Release me. Chu Xinghe did not loosen his grip. Instead, he held on even tighter. How do you think Su Yin would react upon witnessing this scene? Jiang Wanin was utterly flustered. What is it that you desire? I shall acquiesce. Just allow me to leave. Chu Xinghe's lips curled into a smile. The few subordinates of Zhongli Qiming are in your hands. Release them. Jiang Wanin pressed her lips together. Outside, the shouts of Su Yin could still be heard. I promise you. Chu Xinghe nodded slightly, lifting her and placing her gently upon the bed. Jiang Wanin became utterly flustered. Could this fellow truly be so fickle, harboring intentions to do something to her? Chu Xinghe gently covered her with the quilt. Jiang Wanin let out a sigh of relief, yet could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. Am I truly lacking in allure? Brother Su, I shall be there shortly. With a subtle smile gracing the corners of Chu Xinghe's lips, employing the tactics of his former life to deal with such a young girl seemed almost effortless. Whether aiding the son of destiny or assisting the antagonist, neither was the ambition of Chu Xinghe. What he truly desired was the dominion of the Tai Su celestial realm. He yearned to ascend to heights where he could look down upon all beings. Yet, this ambition required substantial support, which he currently lacked. For now, he could only bide his time and cultivate his strength in obscurity. Chu Xinghe brought Su Yin inside. Jiang Wanin, concealed beneath the blanket, felt her heart racing tumultuously, as if it were about to leap from her throat. Su Yin took a seat on the stool, his brow furrowing as he detected a familiar scent. Chu Xinghe casually settled down, resting his hands behind him in a languid manner. In reality, his hands had slipped beneath the covers. He then pinched with great force. Then, with an air of nonchalance, he gave another squeeze. TSK, 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 he had indeed grasped the moon. Jiang Wanin tightly sealed her lips, refraining from uttering a sound. Brother Chu, you remarked today that my ability seems somewhat peculiar. Might there be a remedy for this? Chu Xinghe nodded slightly. Su Yin suppressed his joy. Previously, Su had also been a prodigy, but recently his cultivation had stagnated and spiritual energy could not enter his body. His strength was even regressing, wasn't it? Upon hearing that Chu Xinghe could truly articulate this, Su Yin suddenly rose to his feet, his eyes brimming with excitement, pacing back and forth within the room. Chu Xinghe was not idle either. It felt as though he had been bitten by something before he withdrew his hand. Jiang Wanin, nestled beneath the covers, was blushing profusely, her eyes slightly dazed. When had she ever encountered such teasing? That infuriating Chu Xinghe. Brother Chu, do you happen to know of a way to resolve this? Su Yin suppressed the excitement within, his mind preoccupied solely with thoughts of how to regain his strength. Chu Xinghe nodded slightly. Rising from the bedside, he approached Su Yin. He rolled up his sleeve, revealing a bite mark. Su Yin's pupils dilated as he glanced towards Chu Xinghe's bed. Beneath the fabric, his hand had already sunk into the flesh. He was about to step forward. Chu Xinghe suddenly grasped his hand and shook his head at him. Su Yin was taken aback, a wave of desolation surging within him. Jiang Wanin, nestled under the covers, detected the silence from outside and perked up her ears. What on earth is this rascal up to? Su Yin suppressed the anger boiling inside him. Brother Chu, is it truly that troublesome to resolve? Chu Xinghe responded aloud. Resolving the issue appears to be somewhat challenging. As he spoke, his gaze drifted outside. Su Yin gradually realized the implication. Since it poses a bit of difficulty, they should commence preparations tomorrow. The night has deepened, and Brother Chu has just arrived in Qinghai City. It would be wise to rest well. Chu Xinghe escorted Su Yin to the door. Do you trust me, Brother Su? Su Yin nodded. Within you lies a soul that is absorbing your strength. Though it currently remains dormant, it is imperative that you do not disturb it. Otherwise, chaos will ensue within the Su family. Su Yin's pupils dilated, and he swallowed hard, his throat constricting. Brother Su, I actually have a mission in Shenzhou. The Tianyin Holy Land is recruiting talented disciples, and the contact in Qinghai City has vanished. Leaving only a message, the the Su family of Qinghai City. Su Yin pressed his lips together, remaining silent, yet a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Jiang Wanyin is in my room. She seeks to kill me. For now, I have managed to restrain her, but I cannot act against her due to her formidable background. Su Yin raised his head. She is of the Jiang family, warning me not to thwart her ambitions. Su Yan's expression shifted dramatically. Your Su family possesses something she desires. Su Yan's countenance darkened further, his fingers clenched tightly. At this moment, his heart was in turmoil, uncertain of whom to trust. I shall not conceal the truth. I am a true disciple of the Tianyan Holy Land, vying for the position of Saint Sun. The affairs in Qinghai City are part of my mission. I was recently accepted as a disciple by the Holy Master, and many are discontent with this. Thus, I cannot refuse this task. Su Yin gazed at Chu Xinghe, his eyes reflecting anger and helplessness, yet a flicker of belief began to take root within him. Accompany me tomorrow. I will assist you in eliminating that soul. Now that I know who is responsible, it is time for negotiation. I must inform the sect, requesting them to send powerful allies tomorrow. I alone am insufficient to resolve your predicament. Su Yin nodded gravely. If that soul awakens, will it attempt to seize my body? He asked, his expression tense. Chu Xinghe nodded. Tomorrow, it is imperative that you act as though nothing has transpired, maintaining your usual demeanor, even if your heart feels heavy. If we are discovered, your Su family will face annihilation, and I shall be forsaken by the heavenly Yin's sacred land, unable to fulfill my mission. Su Yin nodded in acknowledgement. Brother Chu, there is no need for you to see me off. Tomorrow, I shall take you to an enchanting place. Su Yan's voice rose as he turned to depart. His expression somber, his eyes glinting with a chilling intensity. Inform Zhong Li Qingming to summon several formidable individuals, preferably those equipped with a sealing array. After Chu Xinghe finished speaking, he turned and returned to the room. Jiang Wanyin lifted the covers. Her face flushed from holding back her breath, and the strands of hair on her forehead were slightly damp. What were you and he whispering about? Chu Xinghe let out a disdainful scoff. No comment. Miss Jiang may take her leave. Observing the disdain in Chu Xinghe's eyes, Jiang Wanyin was momentarily taken aback. With a swift motion, she brandished her dagger, preparing to lunge at Chu Xinghe. In an instant, Chu Xinghe seized the dagger and effortlessly tossed Jiang Wanyin onto the bed. Leaning down, he pressed against her. Jiang Wanyin's eyes widened, and she could even hear the rhythm of their heartbeats. For a young girl, playing with a knife seemed rather perilous. After Chu Xinghe finished speaking, his thin lips gently brushed against Jiang Wanyin's crimson lips. Jiang Wanyin's body stiffened, and even her ears flushed with a rosy hue. That tingling sensation surged once more. She extended one hand to push against Chu Xinghe's chest, while the other hand pressed against his mermaid line. Let go of me, she implored. Chu Xinghe's lips curled into a smile as he leaned in, his lips brushing against Jiang Wanyin's ear. Miss Jiang, it's quite late, and you are so exquisite. Tell me, should I do something for you? The warmth of his voice caressed her ears, causing Jiang Wanyin to instinctively retract her neck. With one hand propped up, Chu Xinghe allowed his other hand to glide over Jiang Wanyin's delicate and fair collarbone. Miss Jiang, since you have so graciously presented yourself, do you believe I should accept or decline your offer? After uttering these words, he gently nibbled on Jiang Wanyin's earlobe. Jiang Wanyin felt her strength wane as she supported Chu Xinghe's hand, her entire being becoming entranced, exhaling warm breaths. Chu Xinghe's lips curled into a subtle arc. He then rose to his feet, his demeanor shifting to one of indifference. Miss Jiang, it's time for you to return. Jiang Wanyin came back to her senses. Are you truly dismissing me? What? Does Miss Jing genuinely wish to share a bed with me? A thought crossed Jiang Wanyin's mind, and she spat in disdain. Wretched scoundrel. Just you wait. I shall remember today's events, and will seek retribution in due time. Jiang Wanyin stood up, her legs momentarily weak. A surge of indignation welled up within her, prompting her to flee in haste. She cast a final glance at the departing Jiang Wanyin. Chu Xinghe shook his head and lay on the bed. To love someone is not to be remembered. It is to be hated that leaves an indelible mark. A balance of tension and relaxation is the true path. The child of fortune and Jiang Wanyin harbored a rift, resulting in a decline of 500 in fortune value. Does the master not owe me an explanation? Once again, it is a woman. Why can't the child of fortune focus on his cultivation? Moreover, this woman seems to harbor ulterior motives. Let us wait and see. Very well, I shall bestow upon the master 5,000 assistance points. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanyin returned home, washing her undergarments. Her mind was filled with memories of Chu Xinghe embracing her from behind. It was utterly exasperating. This wretched scoundrel. I shall surely rid myself of him one day. Su Yin, so innocent, would undoubtedly be deceived by him. Again, her thoughts drifted to the moment when Chu Xinghe pinched her. How cruel. Why must he treat her so? Gradually, she recalled the sensation of him biting her earlobe and his fingers gliding over her collarbone. Her cheeks flushed, and her lips curved into an involuntary smile. How wicked this man is. Suddenly, she remembered how Chu Xinghe had released her, his gaze cold and indifferent, leaving her in a state of disarray. Could it be that she lacked allure? This young girl was experiencing such teasing for the first time. Anger and annoyance surged within her, and she frequently glanced at her reflection in the mirror. After a sleepless night, she rose the next day, while Chu Xinghe appeared in high spirits, strolling alongside Su Yan. The girls of the Su family gazed in awe, wondering if a celestial being had come to rescue them. From a distance, Jiang Wanning observed the infatuated expressions of the Su family girls, a wave of inexplicable irritation rising within her. This man was once again attracting the attention of others. She could not fathom why such emotions stirred within her as she watched Jiang Wanning leave in a huff. Chu Xinghe cast a fleeting glance, a subtle smile gracing his lips before it faded. Such naive young ladies are indeed easily deceived. Brother Su, I have already informed the sect yesterday. Su Yan's eyes sparkled with interest. However, a hint of hesitation flickered within him. Upon reflection, yesterday's thoughts felt somewhat amiss, though he could not articulate precisely why. Chu Xinghe's identity is not fabricated. Everything is laid bare with utmost sincerity. The more transparent it becomes, the more he harbors doubts. It seems as though everything has been meticulously orchestrated. Chu Xinghe observed Su Yan's hesitation. Since you do not trust me, I shall not insist. Brother Su, would you kindly accompany me on a leisurely exploration of Qinghai City? Su Yan nodded in agreement as they strolled along the street. Chu Xinghe inadvertently noticed the figure trailing behind him, yet he paid it no heed. At that moment, Chu Xinghe's ears twitched. Brother Su, please wait for me a moment. A senior from the sect has arrived. After Chu Xinghe finished speaking, he turned and vanished into the shadows. Jiang Wanning, who had been following closely behind, also disappeared from sight, entering a secluded alley. Her brows furrowed in confusion. Where had that scoundrel run off to? Is Miss Jiang searching for me? Startled by the voice, Jiang Wanning turned around to face Chu Xinghe's enigmatic smile, her heart inexplicably racing. I did not follow you, she asserted, though under his penetrating gaze. She felt a twinge of guilt. The memory of yesterday's events flooded back, causing her cheeks to flush anew. Chu Xinghe suddenly lowered his head, leaning closer to Jiang Wanning. Their noses nearly touched. A flush rapidly crept across Jiang Wanning's face as she hastily took a step back. You are so wicked. Am I to be afraid of you bullying Su Yan? Chu Xinghe straightened his posture, the fleeting glimpse of desolation in his eyes quickly transforming into indifference. Oh, I had thought Miss Jiang was concerned for me. Jiang Wanning observed the transient sorrow that vanished in an instant, feeling an inexplicable pang of discomfort within her. We are not well acquainted, so why should I worry about you? Indeed. Chu Xinghe nodded calmly. You should promptly release the subordinates of Zhong Li Qiming. Let us not interfere with one another. Jiang Wanning sensed that the atmosphere around them had grown oppressive, her heart racing. Have my words unintentionally wounded him? His family had just been annihilated, leaving him all alone. Miss Jiang, you need not worry about any harm coming to him from me. You must have investigated. I am not one to harbor narrow-mindedness. Chu Xinghe turned around, waving his hand as he spoke. Jiang Wanning's eyes glistened with mist, gazing at Chu Xinghe's silhouette, which appeared somewhat hazy, akin to an ephemeral illusion, on the verge of vanishing. What a villain he is! To bully someone so mercilessly yesterday and act as if nothing had transpired today, truly, he is worse than a beast. Upon his return, Chu Xinghe sought out Su Yan. Brother Su, allow me to treat you to a meal as a token of gratitude for your hospitality yesterday. Su Yan raised an eyebrow. I have yet to express my thanks for the gift you bestowed upon me yesterday, Brother Chu. Chu Xinghe waved his hand dismissively. Those were merely trivial trinkets of little worth. Yesterday, he had mentioned wanting to present you with a gift, but Brother Su declined, and thus I felt it inappropriate to offer it again. Su Yan remained silent, fully aware that what Chu Xinghe referred to was the assistance in eliminating that soul. At Guangqin Tower, after selecting the dishes, Chu Xinghe poured a glass of wine for Su Yan. Before long, a paper crane fluttered in, landing delicately in Chu Xinghe's palm. The attendant has returned, urging a swift departure. Once the paper crane had delivered its message, it promptly ignited into flames. My dear Brother Su, I shall not be staying at the Su residence today. I must set forth for Qinzhou on the morrow. Su Yan was momentarily taken aback, caught off guard by this revelation. Brother Chu, will you not linger a few more days? Chu Xinghe shook his head. The negotiations behind him had been settled. It was no longer my concern. The steward responsible for recruiting disciples could return, as my mission was already accomplished. Upon finishing his words, Chu Xinghe picked up his wine glass. In these past few days, I am deeply grateful for your care, Brother Su. I offer you this toast, for reasons unknown. Upon hearing that Chu Xinghe was departing, Su Yin felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Brother Chu, regarding the soul within me. Chu Xinghe shook his head. Brother Su has already reached a conclusion. There is no need for further inquiries. Su Yin lowered his gaze, a complex and pained expression adorning his face. Resembling someone struggling with constipation, unable to exert any effort. Master, what on earth are you doing? He pondered. Just observe, this time. I am confident that he will soar to great heights. Over the past few days, I have been reflecting on why the matter concerning Bai Wuchen went awry, and ultimately, it boils down to an erroneous approach. The master is astute and will undoubtedly devise an excellent solution. The system has faith in the master. I am uncertain when Brother Chu will depart tomorrow. I shall see him off then. There is no need for you to trouble yourself, Brother Su. Chu Xinghe did not disclose when he would depart. By the time Su Yin returned, the sun had already set. Jiang Wanning often found herself unwittingly glancing at the entrance. Why had that scoundrel not returned yet? Upon seeing Su Yin, her eyes sparkled with joy, but she quickly masked it with indifference, sensing something amiss. However, upon noticing that only Su Yin had entered, an inexplicable discomfort welled up within her. Did Chu Xinghe not return with you? Su Yin shook his head. He was now somewhat wary of Jiang Wanning. Was he planning to harm Brother Chu? Where had he gone? Su Yin appeared to be inebriated. He told me today that his mission was complete and that he was returning to the sect. After saying this, he paid no further attention to Jiang Wanning. Jiang Wanning's expression shifted dramatically, her face betraying a myriad of emotions. That rascal had toyed with her and then left without a word of explanation. Observing her changing demeanor, Su Yin could hardly suppress a surge of anger. Jiang Wanning, do you truly wish to ruin the Su family? This thought emerged like a malevolent spirit, incessantly gnawing at him. Jiang Wanning left in a daze, oblivious to Su Yin's turmoil. Su Yin remained rooted to the spot, his nails digging into his palm. He turned and made his way to his room. The two of them, moving in opposite directions, vanished into the night. Jiang Wanning returned to her chamber and closed the door. Why had he left so swiftly? What had that earlier teasing been for? That scoundrel had toyed with her. She was determined to reclaim her dignity. Utilizing the cover of darkness, Jiang Wanning slipped away into the night. Back in his room, Su Yin sighed deeply. He sat cross-legged on the bed, commencing his cultivation. The spiritual energy around him coalesced and then dissipated without a trace. Subsequently, the spiritual power within his dantian began to vanish rapidly mid-stage of divine soul, early stage of divine soul, spiritual sea realm. Soon, he regressed to the conduit realm before finally halting. Su Yin's back was drenched in cold sweat, his entire body trembling, enveloped by an unmistakable fear. In an instant, he felt as though he had been pulled from the depths of water. Within the observation heart pavilion, the master spoke. The child of destiny harbors resentment towards Jiang Wanning. His fortune has diminished by 1,000. I have a foreboding feeling. Do not worry, I anticipated this. Jiang Wanning will seek me out. This indicates her lingering disinterest in Su Yin. She merely utilizes him. Otherwise, how could her feelings shift so readily? The child of destiny must have realized this, hence the resentment, signifying his growth and newfound clarity regarding those who would exploit him. Indeed, the master received 1,000 points of assistance. Chu Xinghe shook his head. Su Yin possessed an impressive luck value of 80,000, yet he had only lost 1,500. The path ahead was indeed arduous. A familiar scent wafted into his nostrils. Chu Xinghe's lips curled into a smile. The fish took the bait so swiftly. Chu Xinghe stood by the window, a wine glass in hand. An aura of desolation, solitude, and melancholy enveloped him, steeped in self-pity. Chu Xinghe lifted his gaze to the moon gracing the night sky, droplets of crystalline sorrow glistening upon his visage. Jiang Wanning, concealed in the distance, observed this poignant moment through the window. Her heart tightened as though gripped by an unseen force, rendering her breathless. Was this still the playful Chu Xinghe, the one who teased her with such carefree abandon? Her fingers fidgeted with the fabric of her clothing, soon rendering the hem crumpled and worn. She could not fathom the reason behind her turmoil. Witnessing Chu Xinghe's sorrow stirred an unexpected concern within her, a tumult of emotions that compelled her to comfort him. Yet, she found herself at a loss regarding the rightful role she should assume. In her hesitation, she inadvertently stepped upon a branch, producing a faint crack that pierced the stillness. Who goes there? Chu Xinghe quickly turned his back. When he turned around again, His gaze had become sharp and terrifying. "It is I," Jiang Wan hurriedly exclaimed, standing on a distant branch. A veil of mist had already risen in the night. Chu Xinghe stood by the window, their gazes locked in an intimate exchange, as if separated by a delicate veil, with a playful smirk gracing the corners of his lips. Chu Xinghe exuded an air of audacious mischief. At such a late hour, Miss Chu had yet to retire, choosing instead to lurk in the shadows, spying on a man. Could it be that she was reluctant to part from me, yearning for a tempestuous encounter? Jiang Wanyin let out a disdainful snort. Her gaze fixed upon Chu Xinghe's irreverent demeanor. That insufferable scoundrel, must his words be so acerbic? With a graceful movement akin to a delicate butterfly, she glided to his side. Had I not ventured here, how else would I witness a lecherous rogue shedding tears? Chu Xinghe turned and returned to his room, pouring himself a glass of wine and downing it in one gulp. Miss Jiang had already witnessed the farce. The night had deepened, and it was best for her to depart to avoid any misunderstandings with Brother Su. Upon hearing Chu Xinghe mention Su Yan, Jiang Wanyin felt an inexplicable sense of aversion. She too approached the table and took a seat, her gaze locking with Chu Xinghe's. In his sharp, piercing eyes lay an unshakable sorrow and exhaustion. It was only upon thorough investigation that one might comprehend the tribulations this man had endured, his family obliterated by the very brothers he once held dear, who had turned to ally with his enemies. Even the sister he had taken in had betrayed him, offering no assistance in his darkest hour. When Chu Xinghe's fate hung in the balance, those who once knew him instinctively chose to forget. The demise of those who wronged him seemed a mere reprieve. They deserved a far grimmer fate. "Can you find solace in sleep?" Jiang Wanyin inquired, her red lips parting as her tone softened. Chu Xinghe trembled slightly, his pupils constricting as he averted his gaze from Jiang Wanyin. The deep-seated grudge had been avenged, so what was there to keep him awake at night? If his reckless choice to mock her yesterday had succeeded, then Miss Jiang was free to depart. After uttering these words, he grew cold and distant, as if enveloping himself in an impenetrable shell for self-protection. Jiang Wanyin shook her head and moved to his side, extending her hand to cradle his head gently against her shoulder. Chu Xinghe's body was rigid as he pushed Jiang Wanyin aside. "Miss Jiang, it is inappropriate for men and women to engage in such intimacy. I do not require your pity." Jiang Wanyin gazed at Chu Xinghe, who stood with his back to her. "You are indeed aware of the propriety between the sexes. Throughout my life, apart from my father, you are the first man to embrace me. Yet, you have dared to tease me, to pinch me affectionately. I wish to eliminate you from my thoughts. Yet you linger in my mind like a persistent poison. Upon hearing of your impending departure, an inexplicable panic surged within me. I find myself reluctant to let you go." The voice of Chu Xinghe softened as he spoke. "You are enamored with Su Yan, while I am merely a transient presence. My actions last night were driven by your intent to harm me. I sought to vent my frustrations. I am aware of your formidable background. You have yet to encounter treachery, and others regard you with utmost reverence. The first time you meet someone audacious enough to tease you, it merely piques your curiosity. This is not love. Even if it were love, the disparity in our statuses would inevitably lead to tragedy." Jiang Wanyin clutched Chu Xinghe's garment tightly, unwilling to let go. "My entrance into the Su family was a matter of familial duty. I hold no affection for him, and should you feel the same, I am prepared to depart. I am indifferent to status, and I harbor no pity for you. Whatever you desire, I shall wholeheartedly support you." The master executed his plan splendidly. This woman indeed harbors ill intentions, seeking to entrap the one favored by fate. However, why has the fortune of the favored one plummeted by 3,000 suddenly? Never mind. The master shall assist the favored one, earning a reward of 30,000 merit points. Chu Xinghe, indeed, the system has managed to navigate itself. As the weather turns chilly, allow me to escort you home. Please refrain from saying you'll come looking for me, as Su Yan may misconstrue your intentions. Upon hearing Chu Xinghe's refusal, Jiang Wanyin felt a sharp pang in her heart. "You foolish imbecile, why do you confine yourself, refusing to trust anyone?" With a sigh, Chu Xinghe reflected on his past as an orphan and the grim fate of his current self. He instinctively resisted trusting anyone, believing solely in himself. As long as he could fulfill his plans, he would sacrifice everything. He removed his cloak and draped it around Jiang Wanyin, fastening it carefully. "Miss Jiang, you should return. I still need to rest." Watching Chu Xinghe turn away, Jiang Wanyin departed in a daze. Upon returning to the Su family, she remained oblivious to Su Yan lurking in the shadows, whose eyes glinted with a coldness akin to that of a venomous serpent. The following morning, the Su household erupted with commotion. Jiang Wanyin, "Wretched girl, come out." Startled from her slumber by Su Yan's furious cries, Jiang Wanyin felt a surge of irritation. She opened the door to find Su Yan's eyes ablaze with rage, which startled her. At that moment, the rest of the Su family gathered around. Su Yang, observing his son, sensed an ominous premonition. Yenner, what is your strength? Su Yan clenched his fists tightly. Jiang Wanin, do you not wish to explain yourself? Su Yang was taken aback, unable to comprehend Su Yan's implication. Yenner, why are you acting like this so early in the morning? Jiang Wanin, having been rebuffed and deprived of sleep for 2 consecutive days, felt her temper flare. Yenner, let us speak calmly. Su Yang attempted to restrain Su Yan. Father, do you not see? She is a miss of the Jiang family, deliberately approaching us because we possess something her family desires. At that moment, Jiang Wanin's heart raced. Who told Su Yan? Chu Xinghe, Zhongli Qingming, or perhaps someone else? Su Yang's thoughts swirled. Wanin, is what Yenna said true? Jiang Wanyin's anger dissipated, her gaze becoming somewhat uneasy. Su Yang inhaled deeply. Wanin, considering the bond we've shared over the years, you should leave. Our Su family cannot aspire to the heights of the Jiang family. Jiang Wanin opened her mouth, intending to provide an explanation. The murderous intent in Su Yan's eyes was akin to an indelible fog. You vile creature, with your venomous heart, leave my Su family at once. How dare someone with such malicious thoughts think they are worthy of Chu Xinghe's affection? Jiang Wanyin's fury surged, her eyes turning to ice. I will depart. She offered no further explanation. The Jiang family would eventually obtain what they desired. Out of respect for their past friendship, she had considered assisting the Su family in enhancing their strength in exchange for such things. Now that the facade had been torn, there was no need for pleasantries. To dare insult her as a vile person, did they truly believe the cultivation realm was child's play? Were it not for the Jiang family secretly shielding them from numerous threats, the Su family would have long since perished. Watching Jiang Wanin leave, Su Yang turned to Su Yan. Yenna, what of your strength? The expressions of the surrounding Su family elders shifted. It is all due to that vile woman. She has placed a soul within me to usurp my body, plotting against our Su family. The Chu Xinghe I brought back yesterday is the true disciple of the Tianyan sacred land. He came seeking the missing steward of the Tianyan sacred land. Those stewards are responsible for recruiting talented disciples, yet they have been detained by Jiang Wanin. Otherwise, I would have joined the Tianyan sacred land. Now, with the soul still within me, my strength declines daily, making it impossible to join. Upon hearing this, Su Yang's face revealed a murderous intent. The elders of the Su family also wore expressions of rage. Su Yan was the pride of their family. Jiang Wanin indeed harbored ill intentions, seeking to ruin them. Was there no way to resolve this? Suddenly, Su Yan recalled Chu Xinghe. Yes, let us seek Brother Chu at the Guanqin Tower. Su Yang tucked Su Yan under his arm, and with a leap, they vanished. At the Guanqin Tower, oh no, master. The fortune of the destined child has suddenly plummeted by 10,000. What is happening? Master, I am somewhat alarmed. It must be that the destined child has seen through Jiang Wanyin's true nature, which could pose great danger, hence the decline in fortune, indicating our path is correct. It is better to stumble now before we have fully grown than to falter later. Indeed, I reward you with 100,000 points of assistance. After deceiving the system, Chu Xinghe felt an overwhelming sense of joy. The performance must go on. As he descended the stairs to depart, a figure suddenly leaped into his path. Brother Chu. Chu Xinghe gazed at Su Yan, who was tucked under his armpit. He blinked in surprise. Such an entrance was indeed rather unique. What is this, Brother Su? Su Yang hurriedly set Su Yan down, hoping that Chu Xinghe could forgive the awkwardness of the situation, as it had arisen quite suddenly. Chu Xinghe waved his hand. Brother Chu, could you possibly delay your departure for a while? Chu Xinghe contemplated for a moment before nodding slightly. Upon returning to the Su family once more, it seemed that Brother Chu was somewhat indifferent to my strength. Chu Xinghe sighed. Brother Su, there's no need to beat around the bush. Feel free to speak your mind. Su Yan took a deep breath. That wretched person, how dare she bring me to such a state? My strength diminishes by the moment. Just last night I was at the Meridian realm, and now I have fallen to the physical realm. Brother Su, do you wish for my assistance in dealing with that soul? Chu Xinghe ceased his superfluous chatter and directly posed the crucial question. Su Yan nodded. Regret washed over him. His day of doubt had led to such a significant blunder. It was undoubtedly Jiang Wanin's impatience that had precipitated this situation, her fear of unforeseen complications looming large. Chu Xinghe shook his head. Brother Su, I am unable to assist. Although I am a true disciple of the Holy Master, there are matters beyond my control. Su Yan's eyes dimmed. Su Yang seemed to recall something. Is it related to the Jiang family? Chu Xinghe neither nodded nor shook his head. In Su Yang's eyes glimmered a murderous intent. How audacious. They aim to drive my Su family to the brink of destruction. Chu Xinghe's gaze wavered momentarily before he let out a sigh. Uncle Su, there is something that perplexes me. Your strength only reaches the divine general realm. What could the Jiang family possibly find appealing in you? Su Yang sighed in response. I am unaware of the specifics. My father once mentioned that we shared a slight acquaintance with the Jiang family during his lifetime. A thought struck Su Yang. Cousin Chu, please wait a moment. He stepped outside and returned shortly, holding a small box in his hands. Cousin Chu, take a look at this item. It is the heirloom of the Su family. Having endured through many generations, if there is anything that others might covet, it would surely be this. Chu Xinghe picked it up, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Uncle Su, forgive my lack of insight. I cannot discern what this is. The brilliance in Su Yang's eyes also dimmed. Rather than fret over this, it would be wiser for the Su family to relocate at the earliest opportunity. Upon hearing this, Su Yang's thoughts immediately turned to Jiang Wani, and a vein throbbed on his forehead. His gaze ignited with fury. Thank you for your reminder, esteemed nephew. Su Yang clenched his fists, a surge of unwillingness rising within him. There is, indeed, a way forward. In Chu Xinghe's eyes, there lingered a struggle, accompanied by a hint of hesitation. Su Yang and Su Yin simultaneously cast their gazes toward Chu Xinghe. Brother Chu, please do not hold back, one of them urged. I am acquainted with an individual who fears not the Jiang family. However, the price for her assistance is rather steep. Within the heavenly transformation sacred ground, she has slain other true disciples, and the sacred ground has been powerless against her. Su Yang and Su Yin exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting astonishment. Who on earth is this person? One pondered. If she possesses such remarkable capabilities, she may indeed aid your Su family. Nonetheless, this asset may need to be relinquished to her, and even then, it might not suffice. With a sigh, Su Yang lamented, perhaps in the next moment, the Su family may face annihilation. Why hold on to this asset? As long as it can heal Yinner, there is still hope for the Su family. I kindly request that you, esteemed nephew Chu, assist us in establishing contact. Chu Xinghe let out a sigh. In truth, I am to blame. Had I not spoken out of turn, this situation would not have arisen, and I bear my share of the responsibility. Upon hearing this, Su Yan's eyes shimmered with gratitude. Brother Chu, we owe you our thanks for allowing us to perceive Jiang Wanni's true nature in advance. Without your intervention, the Su family might have been left with no hope at all. Indeed, dear nephew Chu, the Su family is profoundly grateful to you for this. Chu Xinghe accepted the situation with a sense of calm assurance. The performance must continue, and with a decisive motion, she shattered a jade pendant. Soon, a low humming filled the air as the room began to tremble, resonating with an ethereal rhythm. A faint vortex materialized, and an ephemeral figure stood suspended in the void, exuding a formidable presence. Su Yang and Su Yin nearly fell to their knees. Xinghe, what brings you here? A cold voice inquired. I need your assistance. How intriguing. As a direct disciple of the Holy Lord, why seek me instead of that old matron? Su Yang and Su Yin dared not lift their gazes for a prolonged moment. My, calling the Holy Lord an old matron. How bold. This matter is personal, she replied. Very well, you owe me a favor. Chu Xinghe nodded slightly. Speak, he urged. This brother harbored a spirit that not only absorbed his strength but also sought to seize his body. Could he assist in its removal? The phantom scrutinized Su Yin, who felt an overwhelming sensation, a mix of power and trepidation. The Jiang family's methods were still quite underhanded. Su Yang, fear surged within Su Yin. That venomous woman was indeed wicked. The phantom's fingers twitched, causing a jade pendant to levitate. This artifact was rather intriguing and would prove somewhat beneficial to me. Here's the arrangement. You need not owe me a favor. Simply return with this and provide me with 3 divine herbs, and I shall arrange for someone to assist in expelling the spirit. As for protecting his family, your master cannot afford such a price. Chu Xinghe remained silent, directing his gaze towards Su Yin and Su Yang. Su Yang, recovering from his reverie, was taken aback by the unexpected value of the item. It appeared that the necessity of providing 3 additional sacred herbs indicated it was not particularly extraordinary. The nobleman merely needed to assist his son in eliminating that soul. Very well, he replied. I shall dispatch 2 saints. With that, the apparition vanished. Upon hearing the mention of saints, Su Yang and Su Yin were rendered speechless. Their minds stirred into a tempest of emotions. The ability to summon 2 saints with such ease raised profound questions about the nature of this individual. Thank you, esteemed cousin Chu. Chu Xinghe shook his head. Su Yang, inspired by a sudden thought, gazed with anticipation. Cousin Chu, I wonder which esteemed individual it might be. Chu Xinghe's gaze was tinged with astonishment. It was indeed intriguing that someone would dare to set their sights on Zhongli Qiming. Uncle Su, he remarked. There are certain matters that must remain unspoken, lest they bring misfortune upon the entirety of Qinghai City. Su Yang offered an awkward smile in response. Chu Xinghe shook his head and took out a jade pendant. Master, I shall return tomorrow. Could you prepare 3 sacred herbs for me? After completing the task, Chu Xinghe let out a sigh of relief. Dear nephew, our Su family will ensure that you do not suffer any loss. Chu Xinghe shook his head. The 3 sacred herbs are within Master S reach, but I am uncertain what tasks he shall assign me. Chu Xinghe rubbed his brow, feeling somewhat troubled. Su Yang handed the jade tablet to Chu Xinghe. Dear nephew, you should take this for the time being. Chu Xinghe did not refuse. When the time comes, I shall find a way to see if I can redeem it for you. After all, it is your family's heirloom. Alas, what is happening? The fortune of the child of destiny has plummeted by 15,000. Master, please temper your actions. Do not let another perish. Master, embrace me. I feel a twinge of fear, apprehensive that this child of destiny may meet an untimely end. System, this jade pendant must hold great significance. Do you believe the Su family can safeguard it? Their lives are at stake, and I have now preliminarily gained the trust of the great demon. It is better for me to keep it safe. When the time comes, I shall return it to the child of destiny, and his fortune will be restored. Indeed. It is wise of the master to consider this, aiding the child of destiny in overcoming the peril of life, rewarding with 150,000 points of assistance. As noon approaches, ripples emerge in the space. 2 individuals step forth. Chu Xinghe, let us begin. Chu Xinghe pointed at Su Yan. I apologize for the trouble, esteemed seniors. The 2 individuals scrutinized Su Yan. Bear with it. It may sting a little. Su Yan inhaled deeply, the feeling of hesitation surging within him once more. He recalled that it was precisely due to yesterday's indecision that such circumstances had arisen. If he continued to hesitate, unforeseen consequences might ensue. A compass materialized in the hands of the 2. A humming sound resonated as a golden magical array emerged. Stand in the center. Su Yan resolved to abandon his hesitation. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. No, do not trust them. A glint of malice flickered in Su Yan's eyes. So, you 2 harbor fears. The array began to spin, and a mournful sound reverberated. After a quarter of an hour, Su Yan collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat. The 2 formidable figures stowed away the compass. Chu Xinghe, the matter has been resolved. We shall take our leave. Oh no, the sky is falling. The fortune of the chosen one has plummeted by 10,000. Master, I am in a state of panic. Calm down, dear system. You are, after all, a system. If that soul were to usurp him, he might perish. For now, it's merely a decline in fortune. We have gained significantly. Indeed. Master has mentioned that this soul aims to usurp the chosen one's fortune. How despicable, to cause such a decline. Master, assist the chosen one in removing this malignant influence. And a reward of 100,000 assistance points shall be granted. Chu Xinghe let out a sigh, grateful that he was devoid of conscience. Otherwise, he would surely feel a pang of sympathy. He stepped forward to assist his god of wealth to his feet. Brother Su, are you unharmed? Chu Xinghe produced a pill and administered it to Su Yan. A warm sensation enveloped Su Yan's body. He endeavored to absorb the spiritual energy, which coalesced within his dantian. No longer dissipating. His eyes glistened with unshed tears. Had he placed his trust in Chu Xinghe sooner, many of these tribulations could have been averted. Now, he found himself only at the corporeal realm, compelled to begin his cultivation anew. Thank you, Brother Chu, Su Yan remarked, his expression tinged with melancholy. The spiritual energy remains. Yet my strength is confined to the corporeal realm. Nevertheless, he harbored faith that he would soon reclaim his former prowess. Chu Xinghe patted Su Yan on the shoulder, producing a jade pendant from his hand. Brother Chu, I too must depart. Once your cultivation reaches a higher realm, contact me. And I shall recommend you for entry into the heavenly Yin sacred land. Your talent is commendable. Today's events may leave my master somewhat displeased, and he may not believe my account. Therefore, wait until you have advanced in your cultivation before seeking me. Su Yan's eyes shimmered with gratitude. Thank you, Brother Chu. Your kindness is beyond words. Uncle Su, with matters resolved, I too must take my leave. Wait a moment, dear nephew. Su Yang stepped out briefly, returning shortly after. Chu, dear nephew, this constitutes the majority of the resources from my Su family. It may be a meager offering, but I hope you will not find it lacking. Without hesitation, Chu Xinghe accepted the ring. Uncle Su, I shall not refuse your kind offering. Su Yang was taken aback. never expecting that Chu Xinghe would truly accept it. He responded with polite formality. Chu Xinghe turned around, grasping Su Yan's hand. He placed a ring within his palm, accompanied by several vials of elixirs. Brother Chu, I felt an instant connection with you. Consider this my investment in you. The Su family has matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. Chu Xinghe gently patted Su Yan's shoulder before turning to depart. Su Yang stood there, momentarily stunned, gazing at Chu Xinghe's retreating figure. Just moments ago, he had harbored doubts, suspecting that Chu Xinghe had orchestrated everything. It turned out that he had underestimated the noble intentions of others, viewing them through the lens of his own petty thoughts. Su Yan looked down at the ring and the elixir in his hand, feeling a profound sense of gratitude stirring within him. After Chu Xinghe departed from the Su family, he hastily made his exit. He feared the loss of his conscience, concerned that even that small fragment would be seized. System, do you see? This is the vision of your master. Only in this manner can one assist the destined child of fortune. Sob, master is truly remarkable. The system is profoundly moved. Shortly after Chu Xinghe departed, the sky above the Su family swiftly darkened. A colossal vortex materialized, prompting Su Yang and Su Yin to hastily emerge. Followed closely by the members of the Su family, they gazed at the ominous black whirlpool in the heavens, a sense of foreboding settling in their hearts. With a thunderous roar, 6 heavenly steeds drew forth a magnificent palace, surrounded by a dense throng of soldiers. Many within the Su family were paralyzed with fear. They had never witnessed such a spectacle. Annihilate the Su family, a voice, cold and detached, echoed from within the palace. Upon hearing the familiar tone, the entire Su clan fell into a stunned silence. It was the voice of Jiang Wanyin. Jiang Wanyin, is she too ashamed to face us? After all we have done for her, caring for her over the years, how could she repay our kindness with malice? As the palace doors swung open, a woman donned in a scarlet celestial gown emerged, her hands elegantly folded before her abdomen. Her dark tresses cascaded gracefully over her chest, reminiscent of a noble princess gracing the realm. Su Yin stood transfixed. He had never seen Jiang Wanyin so resplendent. Jiang Wanyin, do you believe that adorning yourself thus will capture Chu's heart? Such foolish delusions. Your aspirations shall forever remain unfulfilled. Jiang Wanyin's gaze turned frigid. Insects ought to dwell in the dust. You dare utter his name? This is the realm of cultivation, where strength dictates the law. Since the Su family has torn the veil of civility, your existence is no longer warranted. Execute the order, Jiang Wanyin commanded. A figure descended from the sky, wielding a speck of luminous energy the size of a grain of rice. As it plummeted, a cataclysmic red light erupted, illuminating the entirety of Qinghai City. In an instant, the Su family was reduced to ruins. Ah, they fled, the assailant remarked, his expression peculiar. Miss, Su Yin has been transported away. A chilling resolve flickered in Jiang Wanyin's eyes. Search for him. Leave no mercy. Has that item been located? The assailant gestured, revealing an array of objects. Miss, we have yet to find the item we seek. Jiang Wanyin's brow furrowed. Could it be in the possession of that Chu Xinghe? Should we? Jiang Wanyin turned, her expression devoid of warmth. The individual hastily lowered his gaze. He is of Zhongli Qingming's entourage. Do you dare to kill him? At the mention of Zhongli Qingming, a flicker of fear crossed the speaker's eyes. Return for now. I must meet someone. Upon concluding her words, Jiang Wanyin vanished like a fleeting butterfly. At the observation heart tower, despair reigned. It's over, utterly over. The fortune of the chosen one has diminished by 5,500. Master, what shall we do? In just 2 days, the chosen one is on the brink of demise. Oh, how burdensome for the system. System, have you not observed? The Su family has perished, yet he remains unscathed, laden with resources and free from any concerns. A chosen one with familial ties can be swayed by those bonds. Now, he is unencumbered. Henceforth, he shall not trust women and will focus solely on cultivation. While I bear some responsibility in this, it indirectly serves to fulfill the chosen one's destiny. Behave. Dear system, our fortunate days are approaching. Indeed, the chosen one is now unshackled from any ties. Master, you have done well. A reward of 55,000 assistance points awaits. Chu Xinghe shook his head. The system was too simplistic, and he found it utterly delightful. As the door swung open, a woman clad in a crimson fairy dress appeared. Who else could it be but Jiang Wanyin? Jiang Wanyin lowered her gaze. Would he be angered by her annihilation of the Su family? Why was Miss Jiang acting so bashfully today? A wave of anxiety gripped Jiang Wanyin's heart as her fingers intertwined nervously. She recalled what Su Yin had mentioned. Chu Xinghe would never develop feelings for someone with such a venomous heart. I have annihilated the Su family. With a sigh, Chu Xinghe felt a surge of excitement within as he gazed at the young girl before him. Ah, the thrill of seizing opportunities. Coupled with the allure of a beautiful maiden seeking solace in his embrace, this sensation was utterly exhilarating. I have brought about the downfall of the Su family, surely. You can trust me now. I truly harbor no affection for him. Observing her doe-like, glistening eyes, Chu Xinghe's expression reflected a mixture of astonishment and complexity. The annihilation of the Su family was merely a means to earn his trust. Even he could not conceal the intricate emotions swirling within him. He stepped closer to gently wipe away Jiang Wannin's tears. Do not weep any longer. Jiang Wanning nestled into Chu Xinghe's embrace, holding him tightly. Chu Xinghe gently patted Jiang Wanning's back. Silly girl. Jiang Wanning broke into a smile through her tears. Are you no longer angry? Chu Xinghe shook his head. Given the lengths you have already gone to for me, what right do I have to feel anger? However, there are certain matters that must be resolved. Chu Xinghe held Jiang Wanning's hand. Jiang Wanning was momentarily taken aback by the sensation within his grasp. This way, you will have an explanation upon your return. And it will also serve to silence certain individuals. I shall take care of the subsequent matters. After Chu Xinghe finished speaking, he vanished in an instant. Jiang Wanning gazed at the jade token in her hand, her eyes filled with emotion. The rascal, claiming he didn't like me. Miss, the head of the family requests your return. Jiang Wanning nodded, watching the silhouette of Chu Xinghe fade away. The heavenly transformation sacred land, I shall seek you out soon. She needed to return to obliterate all remnants of the Su family. Meanwhile, Su Yin narrowly escaped death, clad in tattered garments. The fear in his eyes lingered long after. A sense of peculiarity gripped his heart. How had he managed to flee? Kid, did I not facilitate your escape? Who? Su Yin exclaimed in terror, scanning his surroundings. No need to search. This is a message I left behind. It will dissipate once spoken, for I am already deceased. Su Yin froze, suddenly realizing. You are the soul within my mind. Alas, such is fate. The soul sighed. Do not trust that Chu Xinghe. He has orchestrated a charade with that woman. Su Yin remained bewildered. In truth, you have misunderstood Jiang Wanning. It was you who pushed her away. She is the one who could aid you. Who would have thought that Chu Xinghe would stoop so low? My possessing your body was a matter of necessity. I was previously ambushed, lost my essence, and barely escaped with my life. Seeing your talent, I took refuge in you, only to fall into a coma. I shall impart a cultivation technique to aid your rise. As a form of compensation for my plight, what Jiang Wanning imprisoned was not a steward of the heavenly transformation sacred land, but rather a subordinate of that individual, with the intent to steal your essence. Yet, you were misled by mere words, left disoriented and lost. Such is fate. Enduring this ordeal may not be entirely negative. Su Yin fell silent, recalling moments shared with Chu Xinghe. Ultimately, his fists clenched tightly. Damn Chu Xinghe. I shall ensure your demise. Su Yin seethed, grinding his teeth. How foolish he had been to trust that Chu Xinghe, believing him to have his best interests at heart, only to find himself deceived and led astray. Regaining his composure, he suppressed the fury within. The individual who utilized his essence for cultivation also resides within the heavenly transformation sacred land. I cannot disclose her name. A woman of exquisite beauty. If you can join the heavenly transformation sacred land, you shall find her. As the voice faded, the brilliance in Su Yan's gaze flickered uncertainly. Upon sensing the cultivation technique within his mind, he inhaled deeply. Meanwhile, Chu Xinghe, who was tracking Su Yan's whereabouts, heard the excited voice of the system in his mind. It's increased, splendid, haha. Master, Su Yan's fortune value has risen by 5,000. I reward you with 50,000 assistance points. Upon hearing of Su Yan's increased fortune value, Chu Xinghe's expression remained unchanged. He produced a jade talisman. Shall you come in person? There are those who may know of your essence cultivation. After Chu Xinghe transmitted the message, he retrieved the jade pendant. Meanwhile, Zhongli Qiming, who was cultivating in the Taqing Palace, sensed the jade stone illuminate. She gazed upon the characters inscribed by Chu Xinghe. Are you certain that the soul has perished? Miss, we are certain, a muffled voice echoed from the shadows. What of those inept individuals? Have they disclosed anything? The moment they speak, they shall meet their demise. They returned in good health. There should be no issues. Zhongli Qingming's phoenix eyes glimmered with indifference. Eliminate them all. Understood. Fatigue lingered in Zhongli Qingming's gaze as she slowly stepped outside, producing the jade pendant. You shall handle this. I shall grant you 2 additional sacred herbs. She lifted her head, surveying the azure sky adorned with white clouds. In this lifetime, her Zhongli family had already been targeted thrice. The first incident. She was unaware of how the ancestor resolved it. The second, they cultivated an exceptional pawn, a devouring demon body, who was also her mother. In that era, her parents conspired in secrecy, devouring the essence of numerous prodigies. The devouring demon body ascended to the pinnacle, suppressing all exceptional talents. The crisis abated, and the Taishu celestial realm returned to tranquility. The devouring demon body vanished without a trace. Yet, upon her birth, the ancestor emerged from seclusion. Her eyes were filled with complexity and a hint of resolve as she uttered a phrase, a dragon confined in the wild, divided, and consumed. She was the devouring demon body, yet within her resided the legacy of the celestial overlord body, which could not be merged, leading to frequent complications. Even the interventions of her ancestor and mother could not resolve the turmoil. One ancestor sacrificed themselves to unravel a thread of fate, the Tianyan Holy Land. The Tianyan secret realm. She endured great suffering. At times, she contemplated death. However, the family's affection, indulgence, and meticulous planning were all aimed at finding a way for her survival. This was also the reason she persevered. Chu Xinghe, will you be the destined one for me? The one who protects me? Unbeknownst to Chu Xinghe outside, Zhongli Qingming's thoughts linger. Upon hearing of the two sacred herbs, he is invigorated with determination. If he can vanquish Su Yan, he would not only acquire 5 sacred herbs, but also gain a clue concerning Wenrushi. He yearns to witness the moment when his master's defenses are shattered. Brother Chu, at that moment, Su Yan's feeble voice resounds. Chu Xinghe took a deep breath and turned around, surveying Su Yan with a gaze filled with concern. Su brother, what has happened to you? Su Yan shook his head. The Su family has been annihilated by that lunatic Jiang Wanyin. I barely managed to escape. Chu Xinghe indeed holds a certain admiration for Su Yan, who is still performing amidst this tumultuous moment. He is yet to rein in his emotions and still has much room for growth. So, dear brother Su, what are your plans moving forward? Su Yan inhaled deeply. Brother Chu, I wish to join the heavenly dusk sacred land, even if it means becoming a mere servant disciple. Chu Xinghe has come to a realization. This is the moment to deliver the message and prepare to threaten Zhongli Qingming. You are severing my financial lifeline. 2 precious divine herbs at stake. Moreover, the situation between the 2 individuals has reached a point of no return. Very well. Upon hearing Chu Xinghe's swift agreement, a flicker of surprise passed through Su Yan's eyes. Chu Xinghe was contemplating ways to delay time. He was waiting for Jiang Wanyin to extinguish the foundation of the Su family. Once this was achieved, the fortune of this child of destiny would diminish significantly. At that moment, it would herald the demise of that wretched being. Presently, the Jiang family was actively searching for your whereabouts. I shall escort you away first. Chu Xinghe walked ahead, already engaged in conversation with the system. Little darling, the system chirped, your little darling is here. What if the child of fate wishes to harm me in the future? Surely, that cannot be the case. After all, my master is so kind. How could anyone wish to harm such a master? But what if? You are aware that I am currently entangled with the malevolent villain. They believe I am associated with Zhongli Qingming. As you know, the children of fate are inherently proud. They trust only what their eyes can perceive, dismissing the words of others. You are right, master, but I remain uncertain about how to proceed. If you were to attract the attention of the child of fate, you would then be deemed a villain, and I would inadvertently transform into a villainous system. No, that is too frightful. I am so adorable. I do not wish to be a villainous system. Perhaps my master should adopt a different strategy and cease to be an undercover agent beside the villain. System. If I do not engage in the game, how can I alter its course? The devouring demon body consumes all, growing at an alarming rate. Only after earning her trust can I create disturbances to impede her progress. Indeed, I find it perplexing. Perhaps my master should reflect on this matter further. Chu Xinghe observed that the system had not been deceived. With a flicker of his eyes, he mused, dear little system. Could it be possible that I too am a child of fortune, and your purpose is to assist in my growth? Perhaps you are simply too feeble to discern this, which has led you to aid other fortunate beings. Master, you are truly astute. There is indeed some merit to your reasoning. Isn't that so? Impossible. Do not dwell on such thoughts, master. Chu Xinghe was on the verge of breaking down. This system malfunctioned. Astonishingly speaking, as if it were gasping for breath, who taught it such behavior? Upon locating a place to stay, night had already fallen. Chu Xinghe lay on the bed. Master, do not sleep any longer. The sky has fallen once more. Bai Wuchen's fortune suddenly plummeted by 20,000. Chu Xinghe opened his eyes, and it appeared that the foundation of the Su family had been utterly annihilated. Why does Su Yin still possess a fortune of 25,000? Surely, it must be due to his own reckless actions. It has nothing to do with me, for I was in slumber. Look at this assistance value. My lord, it has no bearing on you, nor will it grant you any aid. My lord, you seem to be in a daze from your sleep. Chu Xinghe sighed. If you choose not to assist, then I shall refrain from providing support as well. Helping him is exhausting, and there are no rewards to be gained. Perhaps I should allocate 200,000 assistance points to the master instead. Chu Xinghe's lips curled into a smile. System, I adore you the most. I love you too. My master, please rest soon, so that I may assist the child of destiny. Chu Xinghe peacefully drifted into slumber, unaware that the system had succumbed to deep contemplation. An unsettling feeling lingered, elusive and inexplicable. The master had exerted every effort to assist the child of destiny, yet the latter's fortune continued to wane. How could these children of destiny be more foolish than I? When would they ever fulfill their tasks? Nearby, Su Yin was engaged in his cultivation practice. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling to a ghostly white. With eyes wide open, filled with panic, he questioned the turn of events. How could this happen? Why were his meridians obstructed? Was there an issue with the technique? It shouldn't be possible. That soul had already saved him. How could it possibly deceive him? Almost immediately, a wave of excruciating pain surged through him, twisting his entire network of meridians. The intensity of the agony compelled him to cry out. With a resounding bang, the door swung open. Chu Xinghe entered, gazing at the blood on the ground. He then glanced at Su Yin, who lay in agony. He produced a pill, and before Su Yin could utter a word, it had already been swallowed. The pain gradually receded. Su Yin closed his eyes, fearful of revealing his emotions. He felt he was no match for Chu Xinghe. Was his current condition the result of Chu Xinghe's machinations? Had he been secretly attacked when that soul was destroyed? Brother Su, what are you cultivating? Why are all your meridians closed? Su Yin suppressed the murderous intent within him and opened his eyes to look at Chu Xinghe. I am unsure. It is just like my previous cultivation. Chu Xinghe extended his hand, his fingers probing at the veins of his counterpart. His countenance was as dark as thunderclouds, brimming with suppressed fury. How dare you withhold the truth? Can you truly bear to face Uncle Su like this? Upon hearing his father's words, Su Yin could no longer contain himself. Veins bulged on his forehead as he roared in anguish. Chu Xinghe, cease your theatrics. This has all been part of your scheme. There are those who can usurp another's essence to cultivate their own power. The individuals detained by Jiang Wanning are hardly disciples of the Tianyan sacred land. I am already aware of your machinations, so why continue this charade? If you wish to eliminate me, then do so. Bang. With a powerful fist, Chu Xinghe struck Su Yin's face. What a despicable creature you are. I, Chu Xinghe, once believed you to be an honorable person, yet you are no different from that Bai Wuchen. If I truly wished to harm you, why would I have gone through such a convoluted journey? The might of King Chu Xinghe's power surged forth during the mid-phase of his ascension. Do you see it, you fool? If I wished to harm you, there would be no need for schemes. As he sensed the formidable strength of King Chu Xinghe, Su Yan's mouth gaped open, his gaze slightly vacant. Who informed you of this? Su Yan's eyes flickered with evasion. Chu Xinghe's gaze was filled with contemplation. Could it be that soul? Su Yin pressed her lips together. With a swift kick, Chu Xinghe sent Su Yin tumbling onto the bed, pacing restlessly within the confines of the room. Now I understand why you were so determined to venture to the heavenly Yin sacred land. Damn it, I nearly lost my life because of you. Do you comprehend the immense cost of wrongfully accusing that individual? The entire Xianzhou could be left in ruins. Upon hearing this, Su Yin swallowed hard. I realize now that you are truly a fool, a dimwit devoid of intelligence. Others could easily dispatch two saints if they were genuinely utilizing their primordial powers. Xinghai City would have vanished long ago. Do you truly believe they would leave behind any means of escape? Furthermore, concerning that soul, two saints could easily resolve the issue. If he truly possessed any capability, why would he find himself in such a dismal state? He only awakened to leave you a message after your family's downfall. You are, without a doubt, a simpleton to believe such nonsense. If she really practiced with primordial power, would she resort to a collection of worthless sources? Su Yan's pupils dilated in sudden realization as the fog in his mind dispersed in an instant. Faced with the furious Chu Xinghe, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Chu Xinghe took a deep breath, poured himself a cup of tea, and gulped it down swiftly. He inhaled deeply once more. Brother Chu, that soul was placed there by the Jiang family, Su Yin reminded him. Chu Xinghe's pupils constricted as he abruptly stood up. I pondered how it was conceivable that she could harbor feelings for me, given her esteemed status and the multitude of suitors vying for her affection. including numerous scions of illustrious families and divine progeny. Su Yin understood that Chu Xinghe was referring to Jiang Wan, and his own mind began to race with anxiety. You must transcribe that cultivation method. Chu Xinghe gazed at Su Yin and spoke. Su Yin hesitated, yet the closure of his meridians was indeed a reality. Moreover, Chu Xinghe had no need to feign anything with him. How could someone capable of dispatching two saints possibly fixate on him? It was pitiful. He truly was a fool. Almost bringing harm to Chu Xinghe, Su Yin proceeded to inscribe the martial arts technique. Upon casting a glance, Chu Xinghe's expression grew increasingly somber. Internally, he exclaimed in alarm. Had he not arrived early, this child of fortune would have successfully completed his cultivation. Should his meridians close and then reopen, his power would surge dramatically. Truly, one must be weary of life itself to tempt such fate. Chu Xinghe lowered his voice, and Su Yin could sense the repressed fury within him. Do you have any idea how many lives your cultivation of this technique could obliterate? I am truly tempted to end your life right now. Su Yin swallowed hard. It can't be that grave, can it? Chu Xinghe took a deep breath. This matter weighed heavily on his heart. Otherwise, the entire Xianzhou would be obliterated. This technique was not complete. On the eve of cultivation, the meridians were sealed, requiring the practitioner's essence to unlock them. This appeared to be a simplified version, and in the end, you would merely become a pawn to be absorbed by others. Su Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. With a flick of Chu Xinghe's finger, flames erupted, reducing the paper to mere ashes in an instant. Sit tight. Chu Xinghe sat behind Su Yan, his fingers resting on Su Yan's back. You must channel your previous techniques, otherwise, you will surely perish. Logically, I should eliminate you now. Yet my heart forbids it. Damn it. I should never have come to Qinghai City for this task. Su Yin remained silent, resembling a child who had erred. What on earth are you still contemplating? Quickly, activate your techniques and open your meridians. Su Yin hastily withdrew his thoughts, waiting for the dawn to break. Chu Xinghe's complexion was ashen. He stood up, his body slightly swaying. Su Yin had once again regained his pulse realm, and a wave of joy surged within him. Gazing at Chu Xinghe, he felt a twinge of guilt. I must find someone to obliterate that memory of yours. I hope you can understand. Su Yin nodded. This time, he placed immense trust in Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe produced a jade pendant. Master, I require your assistance. A grave danger looms. One that concerns the entirety of the Xianzhou realm. The pendant emanated a radiant glow. Please, Master, cleanse a portion of his memories. The pendant enveloped Su Yan's head. Before long, Su Yin sensed a void in his mind, a missing fragment of his cultivation technique. What is happening? I merely lost focus for a moment. And the fortune of the Chosen One has diminished by 15,000. He recklessly practiced the technique, resulting in the blockage of his meridians, which I had only just unsealed. This is exhausting. What is this? How could the Chosen One be so foolish? Having restored his meridian pathways, the Master executed the task splendidly. The Master assisted the Chosen One in unblocking his meridians, thereby acquiring 150,000 assistance points. The pendant lingered momentarily beside Chu Xinghe's ear. Chu Xinghe nodded slightly. Brother Chu, is there something that has transpired? Chu Xinghe nodded gently. Let us return together to the heavenly Yin sacred land. After Chu Xinghe spoke, he produced a jade talisman. Upon shattering it, a teleportation array materialized, and the two individuals vanished from the room. When they reappeared, they found themselves at the Taqing Palace. My heavens, Master, what are you doing? You have sent the child of fate into the clutches of the villain. Is this not courting death? System, do you truly believe such a fool possesses the ability to vanquish the antagonist? It appears not. I nearly met my demise because of him. A child of fate like this is not what we require. If we continue to encounter such inept individuals, we shall exhaust ourselves without accomplishing our mission. We must seek one whose intellect is as cunning as a demon and whose talent is unparalleled. Only then can we navigate our tasks with ease. Look at this imbecile. Today he believes this. Tomorrow he believes that, devoid of any wisdom befitting a child of fate. In the end, we too shall be ensnared by him, even as we endeavor to assist the child of fate in their growth. Should we not first safeguard our own lives? What you say holds merit. I find myself somewhat perplexed. Allow me a moment to ponder. What is there to contemplate? He is riddled with flaws. Does he truly intend to threaten Zhang Li Qiming at the heavenly fate sacred land? Will she not eliminate me instead? I finally comprehend. This child of fate is utterly foolish. Master, do you think the true child of fate we seek has yet to emerge? Are these merely individuals with great potential? What you say is plausible. Therefore, upon discovering individuals of great potential, we must meticulously assess each one to determine if they are indeed the person we seek. Simultaneously, we must frequently test them to ascertain whether they possess the requisite wisdom. Otherwise, I risk being dragged down, and you will fail to complete your mission. I understand. These individuals are indeed inadequate. I shall accompany you, Master, in our continued search. Chu Xinghe let out a sigh of relief. Finally, the deception had succeeded. Though I sensed something amiss, I trusted my master, who had my best interests at heart. Su Yan gazed at Zhongli Qingming's visage, his heartbeat faltering. Zhongli Qingming's eyes glinted with disdain, shrouded in secrecy. With a mere flick of her finger, Su Yan met his untimely demise. System, did you observe that? After all we've endured, witnessing this female tyrant, her gaze is unmistakably skewed. There lies a semblance of affection. Indeed, it is clear, she is not the individual we seek. My diligent master has unveiled the true nature of such a person of extraordinary fortune, who is certainly not the protagonist, rewarding 5,000 assistance points. Just as Zhongli Qiming extinguished Su Yan's life, a wave of relief washed over her. An uncontainable thrill surged within her, leaving her feeling rather unsettled. Her gaze then fell upon Chu Xinghe. Do you perchance know something? Chu Xinghe sat on the chair, shaking his head at Zhongli Qingming's words. Hurry up and give me my reward. Let us settle our debts. Zhongli Qingming stood up and approached Chu Xinghe, gradually leaning forward until their noses almost touched. Chu Xinghe's heart raced. This enchanting being, are you aware of your allure? The ability to capture Jiang Wannin's affection, along with the news you shared with me. Do you comprehend the implications of your actions? Zhongli Qingming extended a finger, gently caressing Chu Xinghe's face, gradually moving down to the area of his heart. Chu Xinghe's heart raced with anticipation. Allow me to share a jest with you. Zhongli Qingming settled back down, her gaze defiant, reminiscent of an empress. These are 5 sacred herbs. Chu Xinghe did not gaze at the 5 sacred herbs. Instead, he looked at Zhongli Qingming with hopeful eyes, yearning to unveil the secret of her gentle demeanor. To his surprise, Zhongli Qingming found herself quite amused by the sight of him. Slowly, her crimson lips parted, revealing a secret. Chu Xinghe's eyes widened in astonishment. His mouth agape. Looking at the shocked Chu Xinghe, Zhongli Qiming smirked. Impossible. How could you possibly know? Chu Xinghe harbored some doubts, for I had experienced it myself. That was indeed the only occasion when I had made her feel embarrassed. Chu Xing's eyes widened in astonishment. Have you tried? You are a woman. And she is also a woman. Zhongli Qing gazed at Zhongli Qingming, yearning to comprehend the reason behind it. Chu Xinghe hurriedly shook his head, fearing he might have to agree to some conditions again. If you do not believe me, you may consult your master. Chu Xinghe stepped out with a hint of skepticism, feeling that something was amiss. Zhongli Qingming watched his departing figure, a slow smile gracing her lips. Miss, it has been a long time since I have seen you this joyful, Ing remarked, having witnessed the young lady's growth. Stretching lazily, Zhongli Qingming's delicate curves became apparent. Indeed, there were matters worthy of joy. Ying's eyes reflected confusion. Miss, what have you discovered? As Zhongli Qiming contemplated her conjectured outcome, a smile crept upon her face. I am merely harboring some doubts. I cannot ascertain anything yet. Further experimentation is required. If my suspicions prove correct, I may possess a solution to this predicament. Ing was momentarily taken aback, wondering if it pertained to Chu Xinghe, yet something felt amiss. Miss, I have received news that Jiang Wannin is also coming to the Heavenly Yin sacred ground. Zhongli Qiming nodded. Let her come. There is no need to concern ourselves with her. Her standing within the Jiang family is insufficient for her to make unilateral decisions. The rigid individuals of the Jiang family will inevitably face repercussions. Ing, contemplating, shook her head. The Jiang family is indeed inflexible. However, this presents an opportunity for us. Jiang Wannin's affection for Chu Xinghe will surely be met with opposition from the Jiang family. What do you think of assisting Jiang Wannin in securing her position within the family? Ying's expression turned incredulous. I care not who you are. Step away from my lady. Anger and even a hint of murderous intent clouded Ying's visage. Zhongli Qiming was taken aback. I remain unchanged, however. I believe that adhering to my previous disposition would only invite further complications. One cannot eradicate all adversaries. It is wiser to eliminate some while winning over others. Jiang Wannin is among those we should seek to ally with. She may yield unforeseen benefits. Zhongli Qingming's eyes sparkled with determination. Once I confirm my hypothesis, it will validate my suspicions. That will be the moment for decisive action. Having departed from Taiqing Palace, Chu Xinghe arrived at Roshui Palace, where he beheld a tranquil figure in the lakeside pavilion. Chu Xing's heart couldn't help but calm down. Come here, echoed a voice akin to a gentle, meandering stream. Chu Xinghe realized that he had already appeared in the pavilion. Master, why do I not see you cultivating? Chu Xinghe took his seat without hesitation. When Rushi lifted her gaze, her eyes as tranquil as a still pond. This is also my form of cultivation. Everyone has their own method of practice. I merely adhere to my innermost feelings. As long as this pavilion brings me tranquility, I shall remain here, true to myself, for this is my way of cultivation. Chu Xinghe suddenly raised his head, gazing incredulously at Wenrushi. This must be the practice of unity of knowledge and action. Truly remarkable. No wonder it is an existence that the system cannot discern. Chu Xinghe never anticipated that even the gentle and adorable system could be taken aback to the point of uttering expletives. Master, what is your level of cultivation? Wenrushi gazed quietly at Chu Xinghe. I possess no cultivation. Chu Xinghe was taken aback. What kind of response was that? How could one possibly ascend to the position of the Holy Master without any cultivation? How could he traverse space? Master, are you jesting with your disciple? Wenrushi shook her head. I cultivate the heart and the Tao. Chu Xinghe felt as though he were on the verge of grasping something elusive. Wenrushi gazed into the distance. If it were to rain, the scenery around the pavilion would be even more enchanting. As the sound faded, a gentle rain began to fall around the pavilion, enveloping the surroundings in a hazy atmosphere. At this moment, Chu Xinghe feels a slight tingling sensation on his scalp. Chu Xinghe finally sensed that something was amiss. The cultivation of others revolves around comprehending the Tao, striving to align themselves with it. However, Wenrushi believes she stands equal to the Tao, asserting that she embodies the Tao itself. Her heart's cultivation and her understanding of the Tao represent an alternative means of self-cultivation. Wenrushi withdrew her gaze and brewed a cup of hot tea. My Tao is not suitable for you. Chu Xinghe did not refute this. He was well aware of it. I shall take you as my disciple. Yet I shall not guide you. Chu Xinghe nodded slightly, comprehending Wenrushi's intent. If she were to intervene and offer guidance, it would contradict her own principles. In her perspective, the path is also mutable. Each individual possesses their own path, which necessitates personal exploration. Reining in his thoughts, Chu Xinghe recalled Zhongli Qingming's words, his gaze somewhat distant. Throughout, Wenrushi remained remarkably serene. Do you wish to inquire if my sensitive area is on my posterior? Chu Xinghe's pupils dilated. My goodness. Can a master truly speak so freely? What Zhongli Qingming said must be true. Would you care to give it a try? He gazed at Wenrushi, who wore an expression of serene indifference. Chu Xinghe sat down, feeling utterly defeated. It was a complete rout, with no means to retaliate. However, a sudden thought struck him. A dark object materialized in his hand. Master, do you know what this is? Wenrushi's gaze fell upon it, and she shook her head. Master, this is black silk. Wearing it can enhance the beauty of one's legs. Would you care to try it on? The voice of his companion interjected, Master, how unscrupulous you are. Enticing the master to don black silk. Yet, I too am curious. My legs are already quite beautiful. It would not suit me. Chu Xinghe shook his head. Master, this took considerable effort to procure, especially for you. Wenrushi took a sip of tea and slowly set it down. You are lying. Chu Xinghe's lips curled slightly. His master was indeed difficult to deceive. Reluctantly, he retracted the black silk and turned his gaze towards the scenery of the pavilion, momentarily finding stillness within. Leaning against the table, he surveyed his surroundings, the hazy atmosphere evoking a sense of unreality. Before long, he closed his eyes and drifted into a gentle slumber. Wenrushi glanced outside, where the rain had transformed into a fine, silent drizzle, and a cool breeze wafted through the pavilion. The youth, resting atop the table, bore an expression of fatigue, his body instinctively curling inward. Wenrushi rose gracefully, her delicate, boneless hand tenderly brushing across Chu Xinghe's head. She bent down and cradled him in her embrace, making her way toward the pavilion's exit. Her jade-like feet glided through the air, causing not a ripple in the stillness. Master is so gentle. I adore him so. When Chu Xinghe awoke and stretched leisurely, his gaze fell upon the unfamiliar surroundings. It must be the master's palace. He mused. Master, how gentle you are. Chu Xinghe shook his head, realizing that this system had become utterly enchanted by Wenrushi, losing its sense of direction. He rose to his feet and stepped outside, gazing at the radiant sky. A wave of refreshing sensations washed over him, and an overwhelming surge of energy erupted within. He had transcended the pinnacle of the king realm. Chu Xinghe was uncertain of which palace he resided in, having been preoccupied with his ventures outside. After returning from Wenrushi, he opted to seek out Zhongli Qingming. Though she was undoubtedly an antagonist, she possessed an undeniable generosity, offering genuine sacred medicine. Zhongli Qingming gazed at Chu Xinghe, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. So, how does Wenrushi treat you? Chu Xinghe's expression momentarily froze, only to be followed by a subtle shake of his head. One could discern from his countenance that there had been no alteration in her demeanor whatsoever. Chu Xinghe gazed at Zhongli Qingming with a peculiar expression. How do you know so much? Are you quite familiar with Master? Zhongli Qingming shook her head. I am not particularly acquainted with her, but when I first joined, I needed to inquire about something, which inevitably led to some interaction. She is truly rather dull, perpetually maintaining an expression as tranquil as a still pond. In other factions, if I required something, they would simply send someone to seize it. Yet this individual is as gentle as water. I was genuinely astonished when she took you as her disciple. Countless heirs from prestigious families have sought her tutelage without success, so you will undoubtedly encounter numerous challenges ahead. Zhongli Qingming's tone carried a hint of schadenfreude. How about doing me a favor? Chu Xinghe shook his head. 3 sacred herbs, along with the matter concerning Jiang Wanyin. Upon hearing Jiang Wannin's momentary silence, Chu Xinghe recalled the young girl he had deceived. What do you wish to convey? He inquired. Zhongli Qingming shook her head gently. It is not yet the time for revelations. Only upon the completion of your task will I share the truth with you. You possess quite the allure, capable of prompting such actions from Jiang Wanyin. Chu Xinghe remained silent. I can only inform you that her condition is rather dire. If you assist me in completing the task, I can arrange for someone to convey a message. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xinghe reluctantly nodded. Speak. Has that inept subordinate of yours committed another blunder? Upon hearing this, Zhongli Qingming did not display any anger. Wuzhou and Yuqing are the calamities I had previously sown. With that, she handed a jade pendant to Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe raised his head to gaze at Zhongli Qingming. 3 sacred herbs are insufficient. I require 5. The trouble you have caused for yourself is undoubtedly considerable, and 3 sacred herbs place me at a disadvantage. I shall give you 10. Chu Xinghe, how foolish I have been. I should have increased the price earlier. This cannot continue. After completing this task, I will cling to my master's leg for support. If I persist in this manner, I may unwittingly jeopardize myself amidst the swirling chaos of space. Chu Xinghe cast a glance at the system. Master, Chu Xinghe age, 18 strength, late-stage monarch physique, celestial demonic body. Celestial demonic eyes cultivation technique, celestial demonic sutra martial skill, celestial demonic ascent to the 9 heavens, instantaneous movement weapon, celestial demonic qin, purple gold gourd assistance value. 898. 000 inventory, celestial demonic qin, a piece of black silk, purple gold gourd, divine beast egg, 5 strains of sacred herbs. Chu Xinghe gazed at the assistance value, enduring the anticipation as he planned to partake in a premium lottery draw. He was merely 100,000 short, and it wouldn't be long before he could gather enough. System, initiate the lottery draw, he commanded. Upon consuming 500,000 assistance value, the system responded, Congratulations, Master. You have received a minor realm enhancement card. Chu Xinghe sighed. Having something is better than having nothing. After using it, his strength ascended to the pinnacle of the king realm. The next step is to break through to the emperor realm. The thought of Zhongli Qingming, that woman, having already transcended to the void god realm, diminished his excitement considerably. There remained nearly 400,000 assistance points. He could not draw any more. Wuzhou Yuqing. Chu Xinghe traversed the streets adorned in a mask. Much like the esteemed readers, such a visage exposed to the world is perilous. Due to his fusion with celestial and demonic essences, he emanates an ethereal and otherworldly aura that captivates many. He must first ascertain the identity of the fated child. At this moment, discussions began to stir. Indeed, this time, Yuqing has witnessed an influx of visitors, creating quite a commotion. Surely, many have come for the auction at Linglong Pavilion. However, that is but one aspect. There are other underlying reasons. My friend, do share your thoughts. Ahem, as noon approaches. There are matters awaiting me at home. If you are not too occupied, I invite you to visit the Guangxin Tower. Well said, well said. I shall graciously accept your invitation. Upon hearing the names of Linglong Pavilion and Guangxin Tower, Chu Xinghe's eyes flickered momentarily. Guangxin Tower serves as an establishment for lodging and dining. He had previously stayed there in Shenzhou. He had not anticipated its presence in Yuqing as well. As for Linglong Pavilion, who among the populace has not heard of it? It deals in an array of elixirs, weapons, and conducts auctions. Chu Xinghe also entered the Guangxin building, positioning himself not far from the speaker moments ago. The Linglong Pavilion auction represents but one facet. The other involves the Tai Xian sacred land, where the enchanting Miaoyin fairy is expected to arrive. Could you elaborate further? I heard from the nephew of old Wang's third daughter-in-law that he is a disciple of the inner sect of the Tai Xian sacred land. This reminds me that the Miaoyin fairy seems to have originated from our Yu city, previously associated with Yulinma. Upon mentioning Yulinma, the expressions of several individuals shifted. 3 years ago, that young city lord had his essence forcibly extracted, rendering him incapacitated for life. Upon hearing this from afar, Chu Xinghe furrowed his brows. A young lord indeed presents a bit of a conundrum. Collaborating with the auction house, his eyes narrowed with intrigue. As he exited the tavern, he approached Zhongli Qiming for some funds. Wealthy lady, might you spare a few coins? How amusing it is that you would use my money to procure resources for yourself. He noted that Shadow 5 and Shadow 6 possessed some. From the shadows, Shadow 6 emerged, presenting Chu Xinghe with a ring. The young lady instructed me to deliver this to you. Upon opening it, Chu Xinghe was astounded. Indeed, it was a treasure trove. In the realm of the void heavens, the universal currency consisted of spirit stones, spirit crystals, spirit sources, and divine stones, each categorized into inferior, medium, superior, and exquisite grades. A single medium-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 100 inferior-grade spirit stones. However, only a fool would engage in such exchanges. Shadow 6 had bestowed upon him 100 exquisite divine stones, 1,000 superior divine stones, along with a variety of medicinal herbs. Most significantly, there were 3 rule jade talismans, artifacts that could only be condensed by a saint, enabling cultivators to comprehend the laws. These were immensely beneficial even to those at the divine emperor level, yet they were priceless and exceedingly rare. Chu Xinghe produced a purple crystal gourd, into which he cast the medicinal materials. In a short while, over 100 exquisite soul spirit pills materialized in his hand, specifically crafted for the sovereign realm. Upon locating Linglong Pavilion, he stepped inside, greeted not by opulence, but by a structure fashioned from ancient timber, exuding an atmosphere of grandeur and elegance, adorned with intricate engravings. May I inquire what items the young master wishes to purchase? Even when adorned with a mask, Chu Xinghe captivated the maid's attention. I have items for auction, he announced. The maid's eyes sparkled with interest. Although she could not discern his features, his aura spoke volumes. Please follow me, young master. She guided Chu Xinghe into a chamber. Steward, this young master wishes to auction some items, she informed. The steward nodded in acknowledgement, regarding Chu Xinghe with a knowing gaze. Chu Xinghe wasted no words and presented the elixirs. The steward abruptly rose to his feet, exclaiming, "Exceptional soul spirit elixirs, what a remarkable treasure." The nearby maid was taken aback as well. It had been ages since she had encountered such exquisite pills. Young master, please take a seat. Allow me to brew some tea using my private stock, the steward offered. He gazed at the 30 elixirs, his breath momentarily faltering. While elixirs of the Emperor's sealing realm did not excite him, these were of an extraordinary caliber. The research value alone was immense. Are you considering a private sale? Young master, with so few in hand, I find myself in need of funds lately and wish to auction off a few trinkets. After all, when one is away from home, one's identity is self-bestowed. The steward's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Young master, if I may propose, I could auction off 25 of the elixirs, and for the remaining 5, I would be willing to purchase them at the highest auction price. Would that be agreeable? Chu Xinghe nodded slightly. Young master, this is our Linglong Pavilion's silver membership, which is also my highest authority. With this membership, you can purchase anything from our Linglong Pavilion at a 20% discount. Chu Xinghe accepted the token. Young master, in 2 days, our Linglong Pavilion will host an auction. You are most welcome to attend. Chu Xinghe nodded slightly, rose to his feet, and turned to depart, never casting a glance at the tea in the cup. The steward let out a sigh of relief. Steward, you seem rather tense, he remarked. While there are plenty of elixirs capable of sealing royal power in this Jade City, such exquisite ones are a rarity throughout the entire Martial Province. I must report this matter. One cannot afford to offend such a person. Were it not for my limited authority, I would have bestowed upon him a golden membership. Xiaomei was taken aback upon hearing this. A golden membership requires at least the cultivation level of the King's realm, which would deter quite a number of individuals. Upon emerging, Chu Xinghe marveled at the formidable nature of the purple gold gourd. After concocting an abundance of elixirs, the gourd had experienced a slight restoration. This revelation sparked intrigue within Chu Xinghe. Not only could it refine pills, but it also possessed the ability to mend itself. Truly, this gourd is a natural alchemist. Chu Xinghe strolled leisurely down the street. Master, do not gaze at the legs. Look, there is a child of fortune. Let us see if he can assist us in accomplishing our task. Chu Xinghe cast his gaze forward. Name, Yulin Mo, age, 21, identity, son of the Lord of Yuqing. A child of fortune, physique, star king body, abolished, origin lost, strength, divine general, abolished, techniques, Yutian skill martial arts, soul devouring hand, foofing blade art. Fortune value, 100,000. Chu Xinghe furrowed his brow. Even the star king body had been rendered useless. Physiques vary in quality, spiritual body, precious body, king body, holy body. Thus, the significance of one's physique is evident. Yulin Mo sat in a wheelchair, pushed by a maid, his curious gaze sweeping the surroundings. Regrettably, he remained oblivious to the gloating expressions around him. Over the years, he had endured too many jibes. Even foes he once trampled beneath his feet now had the audacity to mock him in return. A pair of eyes suddenly flickered in his mind, veiled and defiant, exuding an air of unapproachable nobility. When his origin was extracted, it felt less like a punishment and more like a pitying gesture. The thought alone was enough to make him spit blood in frustration. To have my origin plundered while being scorned, what a bitter irony. Regaining his composure, he straightened his posture. Approaching him was a figure clad in silver moon-white attire, their face concealed by a mask, white hair cascading naturally. The person possessed an ethereal aura, as if they were entirely out of place in this setting. When had such a character emerged in Yuqing? As the figure passed by, they exhibited no lingering interest. Yulin Mo felt an odd sensation. Even when he had not been rendered powerless, encountering this individual would have instilled a sense of shame within him. Yet, his predominant feeling was curiosity. He instructed the maid behind him, have someone investigate this person and uncover their origins. The maid nodded in compliance. Chu Xinghe has arrived at the Guanqin building to book a room. Young Master Chu, someone is investigating you. With a slight smile gracing the corners of Chu Xinghe's lips, he resolved to teach the city lord of Yuqing a lesson and issue him a warning. Yinglu nodded subtly. Young Master Chu, the individual you inquired about, her biological mother has passed away, while her stepmother still lives. Shall we consider abducting her? Chu Xinghe, no? When did I ever say I wanted to kidnap his mother? Yinglu scratched his head. Please tell me about the situation at the Lord's residence. Yinglu nodded. The Lord of Yuqing, Yumingli, is of the void spirit realm. His first wife, Qianlele, has passed away, and their child is named Yulinma. Later, he married Changxin, and they had a son, Yulinkai, who possesses a soil attribute and is of the divine soul realm. Many suspect that Changxin was involved in the incident concerning Yulinma, but there is no evidence. Why didn't your young lady eliminate him then? Wouldn't that have settled everything? Yinglu shook his head. At that time, Yulinma was protected by a treasure, which also attracted the attention of many. Numerous sacred grounds sought to recruit Yulinma, including the Taishan sacred ground. Chu Xinghe nodded slightly, not entirely foolish, opting to target those with familial discord among the brothers. It would be prudent for you to investigate Qianlele. Upon hearing Chu Xinghe's words, Yinglu nodded in acknowledgement. Go ahead. Yinglu vanished from sight. At the city lord's manor, a tremendous oppressive force descended, causing the entire manor to tremble. Yumingli, Yulinma, Yulinkai, and Chu Xinghe stepped out. Gazing at the figure cloaked in black that loomed in the sky, their expressions shifting, uncertain of the visitors' intentions. They were aware that the Yu city was under the protection of the Taishan sacred land, which left Yumingli feeling uneasy. A wave of overwhelming pressure struck, and Yumingli coughed up blood, staggering back several steps before kneeling on one knee. Chu Xinghe emerged, declaring, "This is outrageous. We shall report today's events to the Taishan sacred land." The black-clad figure glanced at Chu Xinghe. I'm aware that your Chang family has an ancestor serving as an elder in the Taishan sacred land. What else? A surge of turmoil surged within Chu Xinghe. Who exactly are you? The black-clad man ignored her. Who dared to investigate my lord's affairs? At this statement, Yulinma's pupils constricted as he recalled the inquiries he had instigated. I hope you can forgive the offense, he said, sitting in his wheelchair and bowing respectfully. I offer my sincerest apologies. The black-clad figure's voice was icy. Yumingli's expression darkened. His elder son had been his pride, but after being rendered useless, all hope was now placed upon his younger son. Over the past month, due to lax discipline, he had unwittingly stirred such significant trouble. I do not wish to perish, Yulinma murmured, shaking his head. The black-clad figure had no patience for idle chatter, recalling what young Master Chu had advised. to avoid unnecessary dialogue. Yulin shattered a jade pendant, summoning a colossal vortex in the sky. A finger extended from the void. Upon witnessing this, Yinglu's eyes narrowed. How intriguing! To provoke the involvement of the Linglong Pavilion. With a surge of energy, Yinglu unleashed an aura befitting a divine emperor, drawing a knife and striking at the sky. Thunderous sounds echoed as the finger shattered. Yinglu staggered back several steps, stifling a groan and forcing down a mouthful of blood. To elicit the intervention of the Linglong Pavilion's elder is quite a feat, young man. Let us hope you do not come to regret this. Having uttered his words, Yinglu prepared to depart. Oh, I am curious to see how you will make the Linglong Pavilion regret its involvement. A vast vortex materialized in the void, paving a golden path that illuminated the entirety of Yu City. A magnificent palace, adorned with the characters for Linglong Pavilion, emerged, radiating an ancient and profound aura. As the palace manifested, a ceiling formation enveloped the area. Yinglu's expression fluctuated. Linglong Yunyu descended from the palace, gracefully landing beside Yulin. Brother Yu, have I arrived too late? Yulin smiled, assuring her that she had not. Chang Xin and Yulinkai exchanged glances, their expressions grim. What was this individual's status within the Linglong Pavilion, capable of bringing such a retinue? Yu Mingli regarded his once promising elder son, now rendered a mere shadow of his former self, astonished that he was acquainted with such a figure. Who could now dare to bully Yu City? Linglong Yunyu turned to facing Lu. You cowardly wretch, daring to compel brother Yu to take his own life. Why not take your own instead? I will not implicate the forces behind you. Yinglu's expression shifted, now imbued with admiration. When he had arrived, Chu Xinghe had warned him of the inevitable surprises that awaited. Are you certain you wish for me to take my own life? Even if you hail from the Linglong Pavilion, there shall be consequences. He continued, or shall I remove my mask, allowing you to see my true visage? Yinglu remained unfazed, his tone still calm. Linglong Yunyu frowned. Who is this individual? Her protector whispered urgently, Miss, the situation is amiss. We should let him go. Linglong Yunyu's expression was troubled. Yulin shook his head at her. It was my offense. You should withdraw. Yinglu cast a glance at Yulin, then at Linglong Yunyu, before vanishing into the night. Can you discern who he is? Linglong Yunyu felt a foreboding premonition. Her protector shook his head. Brother Yu, who precisely are you investigating? Yulin sighed and recounted the circumstances. Linglong Yunyu's expression shifted. Do you now recognize who he is? Yulin, observing her change of demeanor, inquired hastily. I am uncertain, but my visit pertains to the individual you mentioned. He presented 30 exquisite elixirs, and my purpose here is to foster a connection with him. Yulin's countenance darkened. He had not anticipated that a mere inquiry would lead to such formidable complications. Will this place you in a difficult position? Linglong Yunyu smiled reassuringly. Brother, you need not worry. These are merely top-tier elixirs for the sovereign realm. Even if we cannot collaborate, it is of no consequence. You are a diamond member of the Linglong Pavilion, entitled to protection from divine emperor-level experts. This is merely a measure of safeguarding you, nothing excessive. In 2 days, simply extend your apologies to that individual. The Linglong Pavilion still possesses some influence. With that, Yulin felt his worries dissipate. Yinglu returned to find Chu Xinghe. Unable to contain himself any longer, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His complexion pale as paper. Chu Xinghe shook his head and produced a precious elixir. Consuming it was somewhat beneficial, witnessing the exquisite pill in Chu Xinghe's hand. Yinglu was momentarily taken aback. However, he did not refuse. After ingesting it, his internal injuries became somewhat stabilized. Yinglu emerged from the shadows, gesturing with his fingers to conjure 3 more elixirs. Yinglu accepted them without hesitation, and soon a hint of color returned to his pale visage. Chu Xinghe sat by the window, silently gazing outside. Yinglu stood up and took a deep breath. How could the young master have anticipated unforeseen events? Chu Xinghe's lips curled into a smile. Is this not one of the many tactics employed by the child of fortune? Contact your young lady. Yinglu nodded slightly, forming hand seals and shattering a jade talisman. What is the matter? Came the cool voice of Zhong Li Qimeng. Miss, an unexpected situation has arisen here. Yinglu recounted the events that had transpired. The Linglong Pavilion, indeed intriguing? The ethereal figure of Zhong Li Qimeng gazed at Chu Xinghe. Little Xinghe, what are your intentions? Chu Xinghe shook his head helplessly. There was no recourse. Their backing was far superior to his, leaving him no choice but to accept defeat. Zhong Li Qimeng let out a soft laugh. You belong to me now. Who dares claim greater influence than you? Not even Linglong Pavilion stands above you. Act without restraint. Should Linglong Pavilion prove obstinate, I shall have our venerable ancestor pay them a visit. And if that still fails to settle matters, then we shall simply sink Wuzhou into the sea. Chu Xinghe couldn't help but click his tongue. Having strength and a solid background truly makes a difference. This is the essence of confidence. All right, I now understand how to proceed. Chu Xinghe's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Do not alert Linglong Pavilion just yet. I have a plan that may indeed prove beneficial to you. Upon hearing this, Zhongli Qingming's interest was evidently piqued. I shall dispatch 2 saints to assist you. Chu Xinghe nodded slightly. After the matter concluded, he began to coax the system. Sweet little system, did you see that? I am currently being bullied by the child of destiny. Master, please do not deceive me. Chu Xinghe was momentarily taken aback. The system had grown astute, managing to avoid being deceived. However, he did not allow himself to be disheartened, for he believed that eventually he would be able to persuade the system to change. As night gave way to dawn, the events of the previous day left many residents of Yuqing in a state of trepidation. The image of a blade slicing through the darkness, a finger pointing, and the spectacle of golden pathways and a dragon drawing a carriage lingered in their minds, refusing to dissipate. Even the most reckless young masters found themselves cowering within the confines of their homes, hesitant to venture out. Should they dare to step outside, they did so with utmost discretion, wary of attracting the attention of powerful figures. Within the Linglong Pavilion, Linglong Yuyun gazed at the elixir before her, lost in contemplation. She had dispatched inquiries, yet knew not the identity, age, background, or strength of the individual residing in the Guangxilu. The steward stood nearby, his demeanor cautious as he awaited her command. Miss, what shall we do tomorrow? Linglong Yunyun rubbed her temples, her unease growing in the absence of any indication. A barking dog seldom bites, calm often precedes the storm. If he arrives tomorrow, allow him into the Tianyi private room, and I shall have a discussion with him then. The steward nodded in acknowledgement. Linglong Yunyun sighed, a foreboding sense of impending misfortune weighing on her heart. On the following day, the entire Yuqing buzzed with excitement, for it was the day of the auction at Linglong Pavilion. Even those unable to enter were undeterred in their eagerness to partake in the spectacle. When Chu Xinghe made his appearance wearing a mask, Linglong Pavilion had already been informed and even dispatched someone specifically to welcome him. However, just as Chu Xinghe stepped out, he vanished without a trace. By the time he reappeared, he stood at the entrance of Linglong Pavilion, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an ethereal demeanor that set him apart. Upon hearing the news, the steward hurried over, saying, "Esteemed young master, this way please." Chu Xinghe nodded slightly and followed the steward deeper inside. Many onlookers gazed with astonishment. Who was that, to be personally welcomed by the steward? It was evident from his demeanor that he was no ordinary individual, and his status was surely beyond our comprehension. Even several young fairies began to entertain notions of their own. If only they could capture this gentleman's attention, even as a concubine, it would be a remarkable ascent to greatness. Chu Xinghe entered the private room of Tianyi, accompanied by the steward. He surveyed the scene below with clarity. Please wait a moment. The auction will commence shortly, the steward remarked before quietly withdrawing, leaving the ensuing matters beyond his purview. The sound of wheels turning echoed softly in the air. Chu Xinghe remained seated, unaffected. Linglong Yuyu gently guided Yulin Mo into the room. As Linglong Yuyu gazed at Chu Xinghe, her expression shifted continuously. The man sat there as if he inhabited a realm of his own, oblivious to everything around him, resembling a mere passerby lost in his own world. Yulin Mo grew anxious, regretting the impulsive decision to investigate this gentleman, which had led to such complications. Fortunately, clarity could be achieved today. All that was needed was to dispel the gentleman's hostility. Yulin Mo looked at Chu Xinghe, acknowledging that his previous actions had been abrupt. It was the first time he had encountered someone with such an ethereal demeanor, and he could not help but feel admiration and a desire for acquaintance. He humbly requested forgiveness for any offense he may have caused. Chu Xinghe gazed down at the auction, completely disregarding the 2 individuals present. His fingers, concealed beneath the elegant ink robe of Yulin Mo, clenched tightly before gradually relaxing. Why not propose a condition, young master? If it is within my capabilities, I shall endeavor to comply. Upon hearing these words, Chu Xinghe let out a disdainful laugh. The mistakes you have made and the troubles you have stirred now seem to cast me in the role of the oppressor. Yulin Mo's complexion turned ashen. His lips pressed together in silence. Just as he was about to retort, Chu Xinghe's voice cut through the air. What can a worthless being, who cannot even care for oneself, possibly accomplish? Yulin Mo's chest heaved, his breaths growing increasingly labored. His fingers gripped the armrest of his wheelchair tightly, knuckles turning pale. It is time to return. The cold and tranquil voice of Chu Xinghe echoed. Yulin Ma felt a tumult of emotions within, before he had fallen from grace. Who in Yulin City was unaware of the name Yulin Ma? At the tender age of 18, he had broken through to the divine general realm. Who could resist showing him respect? Yet, the individual before him regarded him as nothing more than an insect. Linglong Yuyu. Upon hearing Chu Xinghe's scornful tone and witnessing Yulin Ma's expression, felt an inexplicable heaviness in her heart. If you have something to say, young master, why not speak plainly instead of mocking brother Yu? Chu Xinghe merely shook his head, choosing to remain silent. Linglong Yunyu also felt somewhat at a loss. Previously, when the name Linglong Pavilion was mentioned, no one would dare to dismiss it lightly. Yet this individual was impervious to persuasion. How infuriating it was that he could not simply articulate his thoughts. His demeanor was more inscrutable than that of any woman. Linglong Yunyu took a deep breath. If the young master had any conditions, he could express them directly, or if he required anything, he could state his needs. Whatever was within the capabilities of Linglong Pavilion would certainly be fulfilled. Chu Xinghe turned his head. Is Miss Linglong attempting to pressure me with the Linglong Pavilion? Linglong Yunyu rolled her eyes. This person is truly infuriating. If the young master thinks this way, I am powerless to change it. My stance has long been made clear, Chu Xinghe replied nonchalantly. Yulin Ma's expression grew increasingly unpleasant. Chu Xinghe's words undoubtedly suggest that he should take his own life as an act of atonement. This is inconceivable. Brother, you would never resort to such drastic measures. His noble status is far from ordinary, and he must already be aware of my true identity. Brother, you has saved my life, and thus, he would never choose to end it. Furthermore, Linglong Pavilion would never consent to such a decision. Please propose an alternative condition. Chu Xinghe shook his head. Linglong Yuyu gazed at Chu Xinghe and took a deep breath. In that case, our Linglong Pavilion does not welcome you, young sir. Whether it be war or peace, let us draw the line. We of Linglong Pavilion are not ones to shy away from challenges. Chu Xinghe nodded slightly. A silver membership token materialized in his hand and was placed upon the table. He rose, prepared to depart. Wait, you should also take back your elixir. Chu Xinghe did not linger. Consider it your funeral expenses. As Chu Xinghe concluded his words, a cold snort reverberated through the air. I must see who you are. To so disdainfully disregard our Linglong Pavilion. The guardian of Linglong Yunyao extended a hand towards the mask on Chu Xinghe's face. Both Linglong Yunyao and Yulin Imo hastily turned their gazes, curious to unveil the identity of this individual. Just a centimeter away from Chu Xinghe, the hand halted abruptly. A firm grip restrained the guardian's arm. The guardian's complexion turned pallid, their breath faltering momentarily. A saint. Seizing the guardian's hand, a gentle press of the fingers ensued. In an instant, the guardian was reduced to mere ashes. Chu Xinghe turned and left. Linglong Yunyuan's expression darkened. She had just sensed an aura of death. Yulin Ma's countenance was equally grim, his fingers clenched tightly together. Linglong Yuyuan grasped Yulin Ma's hand, reassuring him, Brother Yu, do not worry. He would not dare to act recklessly. It is merely a display of bravado. If he truly possessed such power, you and I would already be among the dead. He is evidently wary, as individuals from prominent families often care deeply about their reputation. I have encountered too many of them. If his backing were to visit Linglong Pavilion, they would merely compensate with some resources. Yulin Ma finally felt a sense of relief. Yunyuan, it is my fault that you are involved in this. Linglong Yuyuan shook her head. Tomorrow, Li Miaoan will also come. She and brother you are childhood friends. This visit is likely to take you to the Taishan sacred land. At the thought of Li Miaoan, a faint smile graced Yulin Ma's lips. I wonder what her strength is now. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a stirring in his damaged dantian. The next item up for auction was a mysterious stone tablet, the specific function of which was unknown. Linglong Yuyuan noticed Yulin Ma's expression and raised an eyebrow. Do you desire that item, brother Yu? Yulin Ma nodded. Just now, I sensed some movement in my damaged dantian. I wonder if it is related to this stone tablet. It might just be my imagination. Linglong Yuyuan glanced at the stone. It had been there for a long time, consistently going unsold. It seemed no one wanted it. I will acquire it for you shortly, she said. Yulin Ma nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a voice rang out from below, 10 spirit stones. Yulin Ma frowned. Linglong Yunyuan's expression also shifted. It must be someone hoping to pick up a bargain. Yulin Ma nodded, preparing to bid. Before long, a bid of 10,000 low-grade divine stones was announced from below. Yulin Ma's face darkened, and Linglong Yunyuan's expression mirrored his discontent. Brother Yu, bid freely. I will find a way later. They continued to compete in bidding. Suddenly, someone called out 10 ruled jade talismans. Upon hearing this, the entire hall fell silent. What on earth is this stone? Linglong Yunyuan urged Yulin Ma to continue bidding. Yulin Ma felt his palms grow clammy. 11 ruled jade talismans. The auctioneer stood on the platform, his mind in a whirl. He was aware of the identities of those in the VIP room. Wait, I require a verification of funds. At that moment, someone sitting below suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing this, Linglong Yunyuan's expression changed dramatically, a bead of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Ingwu moved his fingers, and 10 ruled jade talismans appeared before him. I demand a verification of funds. This item no one wanted before. And now I am bidding on it. The steward atop the platform felt a chill run down his spine. The Linglong Pavilion in Yuqing had resources that did not even amount to 10,000 mid-grade spirit sources, let alone ruled jade talismans. Inside the VIP room, Linglong Yunyuan's face turned pale. Her protector had already perished. She was merely at the King realm and hadn't brought many resources with her. In her eagerness to bid, she had forgotten this crucial fact. What? Are you hesitating? Are you afraid to verify? Ingwu's words stirred up a storm within the auction hall. Verify funds. Verify funds. The attendees began to chant, eager for the spectacle. Ingwu continued, hurry up, what are you waiting for? At that moment, someone beside Ingwu whispered. The voice that placed the bid sounded a lot like Yulin Ma. Ingwu stood up abruptly. What did you say? The bidder is Yulin Ma? Inside the VIP room, Yulin Ma was sweating profusely. The bidders began to sense something was amiss. Selling Yuqing would not yield a single top-grade divine stone, much less ruled jade talismans. Ingwu, with a grim expression, stood up. Fine, I demand an in-person verification of funds. He knew that the requirement for an in-person verification was 1/10 of the bid, which amounted to a single ruled jade talisman. I can produce it. And I want to see if he truly possesses the means or if this is merely a fade. Ingwu recalled Chu Xinghe's words, act decisively and do not delay. He had already ascended the platform, slamming a ruled jade talisman down. Hurry up. The steward was drenched in sweat. Inside the VIP room, Linglong Yunyuan felt her hands and feet grow cold. She was not short on funds. But this was far too sudden. With her protector deceased, even if she were to draw funds from elsewhere, it would take time. Helplessly, she took out a jade talisman, hoping to seek assistance. But her expression changed drastically as she realized that the message could not be sent. On the platform, Ingwu continued to shout. Still trying to buy time? This is amusing. I suspect your Linglong Pavilion is engaged in fraud. The room erupted in gasps of disbelief. Verify funds. The steward sent someone to inquire. After a while, the inquirer returned, drenched in sweat, whispering to the steward. The steward's expression soured, and many attendees noticed the change on his face. How despicable. I never thought such underhanded tactics would be employed. Linglong Pavilion, you owe us an explanation. Are you abusing your power as a large establishment? Many vowed never to purchase from Linglong Pavilion again, denouncing the malicious bidding. The steward's scalp prickled in anxiety. Everyone, please be quiet. At that moment, a voice rang out. A young woman had appeared on the platform. Greetings, everyone. I am Linglong Yunyuan, the head of Linglong Pavilion. I find this mysterious stone tablet useful to me, which is why I placed a bid. Today's events were abrupt. Hence, anyone purchasing from Linglong Pavilion today will receive a discount of 10%. Upon hearing this, many attendees' faces lit up with joy. So she is from the main pavilion. That alleviates the issue. With the surname Linglong, her status in the pavilion must be considerable. Ingwu felt a heavy weight in his heart. Linglong Yunyuan displayed remarkable resolve. A scoff escaped him. What a ruse. If you desire it, simply take it without the need for an auction. Please think before you speak. It is often said that those with ample bosoms lack intelligence, yet you seem to lack both. A 10% discount? Do you fear we won't have the means to claim it? If you can engage in malicious bidding, who knows what else you might do? Linglong Yunyuan was infuriated. How dare you resort to personal attacks? Many bidders began to waver, acknowledging the truth in Ingwu's words. Who knows if there is a scam involved? We cannot compete with Linglong Pavilion. Let us leave. What a farce. Indeed, clearly they are on edge. With such a high status, they cannot even produce 10 ruled jade talismans. Are we mere playthings to them? Many participants at the auction stood up and began to leave. Everyone, please wait. This is what I desire, exclaimed Miss Linglong, prompting her bid. Yulin Mo stepped forward, unwilling to let Miss Linglong Yunyu be unjustly trapped. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances. Ingwu looked at Yulin Mo and laughed mockingly. What does a useless person like you want with this item? It seems you are feeling exposed and vulnerable. You wish to cling to Linglong Pavilion's prestige, hence your appearance. Upon hearing Ying Wu, the onlookers began to react. If it were me, I would gladly do the same. After all, with a reputation like yours, securing a connection with Linglong Pavilion would be a tremendous gain. Ah, so that's how it is. This fellow seeks to live off others. Linglong Yu glared at Ying Wu through gritted teeth, noticing the mockery in his gaze. Thoughts of Chu Xinghe, that detestable individual, flooded her mind. How dare he set a trap for Linglong Pavilion? Just wait, I shall have my revenge. She pondered whether the mysterious stone tablet would belong to her. Despite her lack of funds, what is its price? The steward's face turned pale, realizing his future was bleak. He shot a resentful glance at Linglong Yu. If you desire it, you should have spoken up sooner. If that isn't feasible, wait until the others have finished bidding. Dispatch a few people. It would be better than the current situation. This matter will soon spread throughout Wuzhou, then to other regions, and even across the entire Taishu Heavenly Realm. The steward felt a chill, sensing impending doom. He knew the blame would ultimately fall upon him. No, I must survive. Esteemed guest. This incident is a disgrace to Linglong Pavilion. This stone tablet is yours, along with this jade talisman, the steward offered, handing the items to Ying Wu. Ying Wu chuckled heartily. You are a fine steward. I understand your predicament. Should you find it difficult to continue, seek me out. The steward's eyes brightened. Yet he quickly lowered his head. My life belongs to Linglong Pavilion. Ying Wu smiled as he departed. Linglong Yu's eyes glimmered with malice. Cursed wretch. She found her means of communication severed, the surrounding void sealed. Even an explanation would be futile. Her insufficient funds rendered her powerless. The steward sighed and approached Linglong Yu. Miss, I shall go calm the guests and provide them with an explanation. Linglong Yu nodded. After the steward left to find Ying Wu, he implored. I wish to follow you. Even if it means doing menial tasks, I want to survive. Ying Wu nodded in agreement. Very well, but you must act. The steward contemplated before ultimately agreeing. Whether I extend my neck or retract it, the outcome is the same. The higher-ups at Linglong Pavilion will not care for a mere steward's life. In the shadows, Chu Xinghe listened to the murmurs surrounding him, a faint smile curving his lips. Linglong Yu, you incessantly speak of the Linglong Pavilion. When the time comes that the Linglong Pavilion casts you aside, I shall see how much courage you possess. Ying Lu appeared behind Chu Xinghe. Young Master Chu, the matter has been successfully resolved. Chu Xinghe nodded slightly. Let us make an effort, Shadow 5. And also that esteemed steward. Shadow 6 nodded in agreement. Disseminate the news as swiftly as possible. It would be ideal for the entirety of the Taishu Heavenly Realm to be informed. The young lady has been apprised, and she has already notified her family. Within the span of 3 hours at most, the entire Taishu Heavenly Realm will be aware of the malicious price inflation by the miss of Linglong Pavilion, deceiving consumers. Have they sent anyone? Chu Xinghe continued to inquire. Linglong Yu has already dispatched the information. It will not be long before representatives from the Linglong main pavilion arrive. Chu Xinghe nodded slightly, his eyes filled with calculation. He aimed to resolve matters swiftly before their arrival, ensuring everything was thoroughly settled. A quarter of an hour later, Ying Wu wielded a large blade, cleaving the entire Linglong Pavilion in half. The tremendous commotion attracted a considerable crowd, and in an instant, many people gathered closely. Damn it. Linglong Pavilion. You worthless scoundrels, sending people to hunt me down. Come out and explain yourselves, you heartless bastards. A thunderous roar echoed as the clouds parted, revealing an elderly man with white hair and a crane-like visage. Impudence. A formidable pressure descended, causing Ying Wu to spit blood. You must be from Linglong Pavilion, right? Did you send someone to kill me? Don't try to intimidate me with your strength. I am not afraid of you. Call out your brainless young lady. I will end her life. The elder's expression darkened. Furthermore, I am from the Zhongli family. Dare you to challenge me? Upon hearing the Zhongli family mentioned, the elder's face changed dramatically, tumultuous waves of fear surging within him. How could he possibly provoke the Zhongli family? This matter was beyond his control. My esteemed guest. That was my blunder earlier. Please do not take it to heart. I prefer your proud and unyielding demeanor. Ying Wu spat contemptuously, pulling out a figure. Surely everyone knows this individual, who secretly conspired against me. Had I not had my means of survival, I would have been a ghost by now. From a distance, Chu Xinghe observed Ying Lu. Has Ying Wu always possessed such a temperament? Ying Lu shook his head. I am uncertain. He used to be quite taciturn. Curiosity piqued. He wondered from whom Ying Wu had learned such boldness. The onlookers' expressions morphed into intrigue. Isn't that Wang Gubai, the head of Linglong Pavilion? They recognized him immediately, as he had presided over the auction moments prior. How fascinating, a sensational revelation. Ying Wu struck Wang Gubai with his blade. Who authorized you to act this way? Wang Gubai coughed up blood. It was Linglong Yunyu. The revelation ignited a chorus of murmurs. Yingwu turned to the elder. Indeed, Linglong Pavilion possesses audacity and determination, playing games against the Zhongli family. Just wait. We will see if the Zhongli family seeks retribution against you. The elder's face visibly paled with fear. Esteemed guest, for the sake of my position, let us discuss this further inside. Yingwu shook his head. I fear you may eliminate me. Rest assured, someone will come looking for you. When has the Zhongli family ever been bullied so? Just wait. With that, Yingwu crushed a jade pendant, vanishing alongside Wang Gubai. At that moment, the surrounding crowd hurriedly dispersed. Although they were unaware of the Zhongli family's significance, the mere fact that Linglong Pavilion regarded it with trepidation indicated its formidable nature. The elder's face darkened, his heart heavy with regret. Damn it, I should not have come here. Meanwhile, Linglong Yunyu is attending to Yulin Mo Yunyu. Will you encounter trouble? Linglong Yunyu shook her head. It is a trivial matter. I will simply sacrifice a few pawns. Soon, I will have that individual present the steel before you and apologize personally. Yulin Mo nodded, satisfied with his contributions. The main pavilion's elder has arrived. I must return to handle this incident. Be cautious in the coming days. Linglong Yunyu nodded in acknowledgement, but upon returning to Linglong Pavilion, her expression darkened at the sight of the ninth elder. Isn't this the presiding elder? Why is he here? Miss Yunyu, would you care to explain why you engaged in malicious bidding and even sent people to pursue others? Do you comprehend the magnitude of the honor lost by Linglong Pavilion? Linglong Yunyu was taken aback. Ninth elder, do not forget your position as an elder of Linglong Pavilion. Are you questioning me? The ninth elder slammed the table and stood abruptly. Linglong Yunyu, have you lost your senses? Do you realize whom you have pursued? Linglong Yunyu raised her head defiantly. Ninth elder, please remember your status. Very well, Linglong Yunyu, you are impressive indeed. I lack the authority to intervene. But do not regret your choices later. Linglong Yunyu dismissed his words. Worse troubles have arisen before, and Linglong Pavilion has weathered them. A jade talisman lit up, and she retrieved it. Father, return at once. Defy my orders, and you shall never return. Staring at the dimming jade talisman, Linglong Yunyu felt her heart sink. Her father had never spoken to her in such a severe tone. She glanced at the ninth elder. Miss, you should leave. I am old and cannot manage this matter well. I will return to the main pavilion to resign. With that, the ninth elder shattered the void and vanished. Linglong Yunyu felt despondent, cold sweat trickling down her forehead. Suddenly, she thought of Chu Xinghe. Could it be because of him? Come here, after I leave. Inform Yu Ge that I must return to handle some matters, and to ensure his safety. I shall visit him again in a few days. Having spoken, Linglong Yunyu crushed a jade pendant, summoning a teleportation array. In the distance, Chu Xinghe observed this scene quietly. The troublesome individuals had finally departed, granting him the peace he sought. My master, you may be at peace, yet the fortune of the destined child has diminished by 10,000. Do not explain. For you are assisting the destined child in growing independently. I understand. I shall reward you with 100,000 assistance points. Chu Xinghe touched his nose, feeling a twinge of guilt. However, upon reflecting on his lack of conscience, he instantly regained his confidence. System, what do you understand? You perceive this child of destiny as a failure. Yet, it is only through provocation that he can continually evolve. Tonight, I shall assist him in his restoration. Master, I have not uttered a word, the system replied. The assistance value has already been granted to you. Chu Xinghe was taken aback for a moment. A simple attack deceived me into using a powerful move. Regaining his senses, he took out a mysterious steel, gazing at the star essence contained within. Reluctantly, he decided to offer him merely 1/10 of it. Chu Xinghe, with a heavy heart, secured 9/10 of the outcome. What shall you do next? Yinglu nodded slightly. As nightfall approached, Chu Xinghe stealthily led a group of individuals to the Lord's mansion. Who goes there? Yulin Ma had just uttered the words when a slap. A resounding blow struck his head, rendering him unconscious. Yinglu hoisted Yulin Ma and carried him to a secluded spot. Chu Xinghe took a deep breath, producing the immortal demon zither. A powerful resonance of Tao emanated from it. Yinglu and Yinglu swallowed hard. Chu Xinghe took out the star source, along with various primordial essences, and forcefully infused them into Yulin Ma's dantian. However, a resistance unexpectedly emerged. Chu Xinghe furrowed his brow. The celestial and demonic zither resonated, producing a low hum. Around him, ethereal figures materialized, embodying a celestial being and a demon. Their lips seemed to chant an incantation. Yinglu and Yinglu's throats rumbled, embodying the essence of the celestial and demonic realms. Young Master Chu unexpectedly possessed the celestial demon physique. A resonant hum filled the air as golden Taoist rhythms manifested upon Yulinma's form. 3 solemn bell chimes reverberated, seeking to amplify and propagate the celestial demon melody. That will suffice. As Chu Xinghe's voice faded, Shadow 5 crushed a jade pendant. A low hum resonated as a vortex materialized. From within the swirling depths emerged an aged hand, which seized the golden bell. The bell was swiftly drawn into the vortex, and tranquility enveloped the surroundings. As even the traces of the way were eradicated, not a single breath lingered in the air. Chu Xinghe took a deep breath, pondering when he would ever reach such a realm. He wondered if that golden bell would ever be returned to him. Let us proceed and escort him back. Chu Xinghe instructed the sage to erase a fragment of memory from Yulinma, who had been rendered unconscious. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Chu Xinghe raised his hand. You delved into his memories, certain that there lay something pertaining to your esteemed young lady. The saint's arm moved, beginning the exploration. Upon glimpsing a fragment of memory within his vast ocean of recollections, it was instantly erased. Young Master Chu, I am grateful to you. No need for formalities. Simply ensure that your Zhongli family delivers that golden bell to me. The saint replied. The shadows, Ying Wu and Ying Lu, acknowledged. Indeed, young Master Chu is remarkable. Let us implant that volume of martial arts into him. The saint nodded in agreement, simultaneously altering the flow of Yulinmo's cultivation technique. He was sent back. And now all that remained was to await the unfolding of events. Chu Xinghe shook his head, expressing his deep sense of hardship. System, did you see that? His strength will be restored by tomorrow. Master has performed admirably. The fortune of the child of destiny has diminished by another 20,000. It is indeed a challenge for the master, and as a reward, I shall grant 200,000 assistance points. Chu Xinghe let out a sigh. There is no need for the master to explain. He is young and in a phase where striving is essential, and I understand this well. It is through enduring various betrayals that one learns to grow and mature. It is indeed a hardship for the master. Chu Xinghe shook his head. He need not fabricate any excuses, as the system had already devised one for him, albeit in a rather sarcastic tone. System, have you undergone a transformation? Master, it is not I who have changed, but rather you who deceive me. You were meant to assist the fated children. Yet the first 2 have already found their end in the Hall of Yama. I suspect this one is not far behind. As long as you are happy, Master. Upon hearing that soft and endearing voice, Chu Xinghe felt a pang of guilt. Yet, these fated children were simply inadequate. Dear little system, have you truly misunderstood me? Let it be a misunderstanding then. Beloved system, allow me to clarify. Consider that after the demise of the first 2 fated children, Yulinma possesses a fortune of 100,000, accompanied by the support of Linglong Pavilion. Have you not perceived anything? Perceived what? Upon the death of these ineffective fated children, stronger ones shall emerge. The subsequent fated children will also attract increasingly potent allies, and their innate talents will escalate correspondingly. Ah, indeed. I cannot believe I overlooked that. Thus, we must persist. Only then shall we uncover the fated child we seek. That individual, his influence could rival the Zhongli clan, and his talent surpasses that of Zhongli Qingming. At that juncture, even if I must sacrifice myself, I shall aid you in fulfilling your mission. Oh dear, the system has misjudged its master. I apologize, master, for my foolishness in not considering this, and for my sardonic tone. As recompense, I shall grant you an additional opportunity to draw. Chu Xinghe secretly considered himself a genius for managing to navigate through this situation. Let the draw commence. Congratulations to the master for winning a minor realm enhancement card. Chu Xinghe furrowed his brow once more, yet another realm enhancement card. Why couldn't he draw something of greater value? Achieving a breakthrough to the Emperor realm was indeed a vexing endeavor. The power within his body surged rapidly, manifesting a formidable aura of imperial dominance. Chu Xinghe displayed a look of contentment. Once the matter had concluded, several individuals returned to the Guanjin building. Young Master Chu, is there a possibility of unforeseen circumstances? Shadow 5 and Shadow 6 expressed a degree of concern. There is no need for worry. As Chu Xinghe's voice resonated, a phantom emerged from the void, revealing the ethereal beauty of Zhongli Qiming, reminiscent of a celestial being. Little Xinghe, you have performed admirably. Upon seeing the glimmer in Zhongli Qingming's eyes, Chu Xinghe's heart surged with excitement. Has the compensation finally been secured? How much will I receive? Zhongli Qiming chuckled at Chu Xinghe's avaricious demeanor. Once you resolve the matter with Yuqing, I shall bestow it upon you upon your return to the heavenly Yin sacred land. Chu Xinghe intended to inquire further, yet the ethereal figure of Zhongli Qingming had already vanished. As dawn broke the following day, Shadows 5 and 6 gazed at the petals cascading from the sky. Above the residence of the Lord of Chu Xinghe, a colossal divine eagle hovered majestically. Upon its back stood a young woman, her bright eyes and radiant teeth captivating, her skin as white as snow. Beside her stood a man clad in a white, high-collared brocade robe, his gaze fixated upon the woman with an expression of infatuation. Shadow 6, noticing Chu Xinghe, wore a knowing smile. Master Chu, could it be that you are aware of what is about to unfold? Chu Xinghe was all too familiar with this scenario, a recurring motif in every novel. The childhood sweetheart, accompanied by an ardent admirer, comes to annul the engagement. While the male protagonist proclaims the age-old adage of 30 years east of the river and 30 years west of the river, cautioning against underestimating the youth and poverty. Before soaring to greatness, Ying Wu and Ying Lu could only twitch their lips in bewilderment, failing to grasp the meaning of ardent admirer. They felt a jarring sensation, a flicker of understanding dawning upon them. It was likely that the man above, the divine eagle, was indeed the ardent admirer. The Yu City Lord's mansion buzzed with excitement. Yu Lima, too, had made an effort to dress up. Even seated in a wheelchair, he exuded an air of distinction. Upon seeing Li Miaoying descend with an unfamiliar man, an ominous premonition stirred within him. Miaoying, you have arrived, Yu Mingli greeted with an eager smile. In your absence, Lin Ma has missed you dearly. Li Miaoying returned the greeting. Greetings, Uncle Yu. Yu Mingli sensed the aloofness in her tone, and his foreboding deepened. Miaoying, please resolve this quickly, we must return. The man beside Li Miaoying interjected. May I inquire who this young gentleman is? Changxin stepped forward, eyeing the man who seemed to disregard her husband. You must be the descendant of Elder Chang, for he has sent his regards. The man replied casually. Changxin's smile widened. The old ancestor had not forgotten him. Lin Kai, come forth and pay your respects to this young gentleman. You may find yourselves as brothers in the future. Zhou Yuan furrowed his brow, but said nothing further. Greetings. Senior brother, senior sister. Lin Kai cast a proud glance at Yu Linma. Li Miaoying stepped forward. Uncle, aunt, brother Yu, I have come today to annul the engagement. At her words, the hall fell into an immediate hush. Changxin and Lin Kai exchanged glances, excitement evident in their eyes. Yu Linma had anticipated this moment. Yet upon hearing her declaration, a tide of inexplicable anger surged within him. His fingers clenched tightly on the armrest of his wheelchair. He had hoped that Li Miaoying would be different. Very well, I consent. I have misjudged you, Li Miaoying. You are now a paragon, while I, Yu Linma, am but a useless wretch unworthy of your stature. He ground his teeth in frustration. He produced the marriage certificate and tore it to shreds, the remnants swirling in the air like confetti. Li Miaoying bit her lip, remaining silent. Begone. I will reclaim today's humiliation. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. As Li Miaoying turned to leave, Zhou Yuan remained unmoved. Yu Linma, the prodigy of Yu City. I had presumed you to be magnanimous, but it seems you are merely a petty individual. I am Yu Linma. It is not for you to lecture me. His voice dripped with cold disdain. Young man, do you comprehend the consequences of your words? With a mere utterance, the entirety of Yu City could vanish. To make such threats without power only reveals you as a fool. When you became a wretch, others envied you for having Miaoying as your fiancé, yet you harbored pride. In the holy land of Taishan, when others speak of Miaoying, they first mention that her fiancé is a useless fool. Do you not understand the weight of public opinion? When you were proud, did you ever consider Miaoying's plight? She has endured this humiliation for 3 years. Is that not enough? Zhou Yuan's eyes narrowed, a chill emanating from him. Yu Lima glared at Zhou Yuan. Who knows if what you say is true? She is a paragon. Who dares to mock her? Zhou Yuan chuckled. Indeed, those from small towns possess a certain audacity. To dismiss years of hard work with a single sentence reflects your limited perspective. Zhou Yuan was about to continue when Li Miaoying interjected. Senior brother Zhou, the matter is resolved. Let us depart. Zhou Yuan snorted. Do you understand what Li Miaoying has sacrificed for her father's position as city lord? Do you believe that an aging elder on the brink of death could support it? Changxin's mouth fell open in disbelief. Yu Mingli's eyes flickered. Yu Linma clenched his fists, remaining silent. Yu Linma, I look forward to your recovery, so you may witness firsthand the hurtfulness of your words in the holy land of Taishan. Trash should remain in the dust forever, Yu Linma gasped, his breathing ragged. I will go there. What is your name? I shall see how high and mighty you truly are. Zhou Yuan, the holy son of Taishan. Zhou Yuan departed with Li Miaoying, leaving the Yu City Lord's mansion in silence. Yu Linma's nails dug into his palm, blood staining his sleeve. Yu Mingli sighed, saying nothing as he turned to leave. Changxing and Lin Kai shared no further words, their eyes filled with disdain for Yulin Ma. On their way out, as Zhou Yuan and Li Miaoying departed, she sensed the oppressive atmosphere around them, her pupils narrowing as several figures appeared ahead. Who are you? Do you know where my holy son has been offended? Zhou Yuan declared his title deliberately, signaling to the opposing party. Just now, when you mocked my lord, your attitude was far from this. Is the holy land of Taixin so formidable? To mock my lord is to sign your own death warrant. At those words, Zhou Yuan and Li Miaoying's expression shifted, particularly Li Miaoying's. Die. Zhou Yuan prepared to strike. The two acted without hesitation. Zhou Yuan hurriedly invoked the means prepared by his ancestor. Buzzing resonated as Tao rhythm emerged, causing him to spit blood. The spark of brilliance in his eyes dimmed. Li Miaoying's gaze turned bleak as two bodies disintegrated into ash. Within the City Lord's mansion, Yulin Ma felt a surge of warmth from his dantian, disbelief etched across his face. A fragment of a technique suddenly flashed in his mind. Upon activation, his dantian began to mend rapidly. Suppressing his astonishment, he embraced a spark of joy. Zhou Yuan. Li Miaoying, you shall wait. I will reclaim the day's humiliation. As he delved into his practice, he remained oblivious to the presence of another nearby. A mysterious entity entered his dantian. Once completed, it vanished without a trace. Yulin Ma remained immersed in the gradual restoration of his dantian, even the meridians in his legs healing swiftly. Suddenly, a powerful source of energy erupted within him, merging rapidly with his being. His realm ascended swiftly, flesh, chi cultivation, meridian opening, elixir solidification, spiritual sea, divine soul, divine vessel, divine general. Then, an overwhelming aura of kingship burst forth. Yulin Ma's pupils widened in shock as he sensed his newfound strength, a flicker of fear igniting within him, soon replaced by overwhelming delight. Kingship. Kingship. Zhou Yuan, Li Miaoying. You shall await my return. For now, he must remain concealed, lest he attract unwanted attention by revealing his power. He must feign weakness. For a useless wretch suddenly transformed into a king would surely draw the gaze of the cunning. He could only unveil his strength gradually. Chu Xinghe, accompanied by shadows 5 and 6, disguised themselves as ordinary citizens, gradually blending into the throng. Suddenly, the sky erupted with the sound of thunder, accompanied by a tremendous vortex storm. All the residents of Yuqing looked up in bewilderment, questioning the cause of such an uproar. A colossal bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, causing many to hastily seek shelter. The thunder lingered ominously in the sky as 3 figures materialized in the void. The dark clouds began to dissipate, revealing a clear sky. Yumingli hurriedly approached, recognizing the 3 dignitaries. Humph! The foremost figure scoffed, sending Yumingli hurtling backward. Blood gushing from his mouth. His bones shattered, leaving him gasping for breath upon the ground. You dare. Changxing's expression twisted in rage. Yet he dared not act rashly as he rushed to Yumingli's side. Mingli, are you all right? Why? Changxing shouted at the 3 figures above. Who is Yulin Ma? The leading figure's eyes glinted ominously as Yulin Ma, filled with murderous intent, realized that Zhou Yuan had acted prematurely. You are indeed the one sent by Zhou Yuan, a coward who speaks one way and acts another behind my back. The Grand Elder of the Taixin Holy Land snorted disdainfully. To kill the Holy Son of the Taixin Holy Land, you possess an audacity beyond measure. Yulin Ma's pupils contracted in disbelief. When did he commit such an act? Even Changxing was taken aback. Yulin opened his mouth, struggling to comprehend. A waste. Kill the Holy Son? I recognize each word, yet together they elude my understanding. Seeking death, the Grand Elder declared, launching an immediate strike. I shall see who dares to act. A figure emerged, revealing Linglong Yunyu, trailed by another shadow. The Grand Elder's expression shifted, sensing the formidable presence of the Linglong Pavilion. What of the Linglong Pavilion? To murder the Holy Son of the Taixin Holy Land. He must die. Linglong Yunyu mocked, if you seek trouble, at least choose a better pretext. Today, I, Linglong Yunyu, stand here. Let us see who dares to lay a finger on Brother Yu. The Grand Elder's face grew grim. The Linglong Pavilion was indeed not to be trifled with. Seeking death, a figure from the crowd suddenly attacked Yulin Ma. He was the Holy Son's protector, and with the Holy Son dead, he sought revenge. Believing that killing Yulin Ma might spare his family, panic gripped Yulin Ma. Damn it, an ambush from the 6th. The Linglong Pavilion's powerful ally, initially poised to save Yulin Ma, withdrew in astonishment. Yulin Ma stood in the void, his royal-level power surging forth. Linglong Yunyu was equally stunned. Brother Yu possesses royal-level strength? Even the severely injured Yumingli widened his eyes in disbelief. Changxing and Yulin opened their mouths in shock. A royal-level expert masquerading as a waste? Surely. He must be gravely ill. Zhou Yuan's protector was equally baffled. A supposed cripple in a wheelchair had suddenly transformed into a royal-level powerhouse. However, upon sensing something, his expression drastically changed. Cursed thing, it truly is you. You carry the Holy Sun's essence. The revelation silenced the heavens and earth. The Grand Elder's pupils contracted in horror. Cursed thing, you absorbed the essence of the Holy Sun. Linglong Yunyu stood frozen, unable to comprehend the turn of events. The experts of the Linglong Pavilion exchanged glances. Their eyes filled with alarm. Miss, we must leave at once. Trouble is brewing. Thunder rumbled ominously as powerful figures began to appear, their eyes fixed on Yulinmo. Filled with murderous intent. Ah, how bold to siphon the essence of my family's prodigy. So it was you all along. Yulinmo, now engulfed in confusion, radiated various essences. Fear evident in his gaze. No, it is not me. In an instant. The entire Yuqing was abuzz with the revelation that Yulinmo had feigned weakness while secretly siphoning others' essences for his own cultivation. From a distance, Shadows 5 and 6 watched in trepidation, glancing at the seemingly indifferent Chu Xinghe, feeling a chill run down their spines. Master, you have successfully assisted the Child of Destiny in incurring the disdain of Yuqing, causing a drop of 20,000 in his fortune value, rewarding you with 200,000 points. Linglong Yunyu felt the tension rise, her breath quickening. How could this happen? The Linglong Pavilion knows some secrets. In ancient times, a person who used others' essences for cultivation became a pariah in the Taishu celestial realm, yet that person has long since vanished. Now, another has emerged. And it is my savior, the one I secretly admire. Yulinmo's mind swirled in chaos. This cannot be. Someone must have framed me. No, it wasn't me. I suddenly gained royal-level strength yesterday. It must be the Taishan Holy Land, Zhou Yuan, and Li Miaoing. They are attempting to slander me. It must be true. You must believe me. I was a waste for 3 years. How could I possibly use others' essences for cultivation? The Grand Elder of the Taishan Holy Land produced a shattered jade talisman. This is the life token of the Holy Son of the Taishan Holy Land. Upon the Grand Elder's declaration, a voice echoed from within the talisman. Ancestor, avenge me. It was Yulinmo who killed me. The voice was haunting, filled with sorrow and resentment. Enough. Do not think I am unaware. You are merely acting. Yesterday, I confronted Zhou Yuan. He must have devised this scheme to retaliate against me. Yulinmo took a deep breath. Stubborn fool, seeking death. The Grand Elder unleashed his attack. Linglong Yunyu instinctively turned to the guardian beside her. Quickly say, brother you. The guardian remained unmoving. Yulinmo struck, energy erupting from his hand, a mlang of various essences intertwining. Upon sensing this, Linglong Yunyu's face paled. Auntie, you must intervene to save brother you. He is surely wronged. The guardian shook his head. Miss, you must first deal with the impending trouble. Your open protection of Yulinmo has made the Linglong Pavilion a target. We could easily be overwhelmed. The best way to prove your stance is to act yourself. If you can kill him, it would be ideal. Linglong Yunyu stood there in shock, her mind racing. She was not naive in an instant. All the pieces fell into place. Frustration surged within her. How could this happen? Miss, could it be that his rescue was a deliberate scheme? He feigned weakness for 3 years. This man possesses a terrifying intellect. Linglong Yunyu felt a wave of uncertainty wash over her. Could it truly be so? The Grand Elder of the Tai Xian sacred land gazed coldly, a hint of disdain in his voice. Ah, still in denial? Blood trickled from the corner of Yulinma's mouth. He understood that no explanation would suffice. Survival was paramount, for only then could he prove his innocence. Yunyu, trust me, I am truly wronged. Yulinma placed his hopes solely upon the delicate Linglong Yunyu. Linglong Yunyu, with tears staining her face, felt utterly lost. To call Our Lady's name at such a time, how bold. It seems your earlier act of saving her was a calculated maneuver. How else could you have known her identity and managed to rescue her? My poor mistress, so innocent, deceived by a wretch like you. The guardians of Linglong Yunyu spoke swiftly, their voices rising in unison. We must unite to eradicate him. A villain of such malice cannot be allowed to live, lest the horrors of ancient times be revisited upon us. Upon hearing this, many faces shifted in expression. The Grand Elder conjured a compass, sealing the surrounding space. Yulinma's countenance shifted dramatically. Yunyu, believe me, I am truly innocent. Linglong Yunyu's mind was a tempest of confusion. She was uncertain of her next steps. Mistress, please, regain your clarity. He seeks to drag us down with him. If we falter, our Linglong Pavilion will be besieged by all forces of the Taisu heavenly realm. And our lord, madam, and young master shall meet their doom alongside us. The thought of such a fate sent terror coursing through Linglong Yunyu. No, no, this cannot be. She turned to Yulin Ma, her gaze once filled with affection, now hardened. You orchestrated my rescue, only to now ensnare Linglong Pavilion? You intend to bring about my demise. Yulin Ma, how could I have overlooked the venom in your heart? And slay him. Yulin Ma stood frozen. Disbelief etched across his face as he stared at Linglong Yunyu, a hint of despair curling at the corners of his mouth. Ha ha. His laughter echoed, laced with anguish. Indeed, it was I, so what? Kill me if you dare. As long as I live, I shall extract each of your essences, cleansing myself of today as humiliation. Yulin Ma, once frantic, now regained his composure, unleashing the full extent of his power at the king's realm. Finally, he had confessed. Upon hearing his admission, the murderous intent of the crowd could no longer be contained. In the distance, Chu Xinghe's lips curled into a smile. Master, assist Linglong Yunyu in severing ties with the Child of Fortune. The child's fortune diminishes by 20,000, while the master gains 200,000 in assistance value. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Chu Xinghe's lips curled into a smile. A wave of fortune had arrived. The farcical drama was drawing to a close. Numerous formidable beings converged upon Yulin Mo, launching their assault. In the void, a dark hand emerged, seizing Yulin Mo and vanishing from sight. The assailant wore a bewildered expression. This is problematic. No wonder that individual remains so composed. Cursed be this entity for allowing him to escape. The Grand Elder of the Taishan Holy Land wore a grim countenance. To effortlessly breach my sealing formation, he must at least possess the prowess of a great sage. Damn it, I am unable to trace his whereabouts. The guardian of Linglong Yunyu also bore an unpleasing expression. To let such a person slip away is indeed a harbinger of misfortune. I believe it is prudent to disseminate news of today's events. Linglong Yunyu's face turned ashen. Many others cast their scrutinous gazes upon her. The Grand Elder of Taishan snorted disdainfully. The Linglong Pavilion will undoubtedly become a focal point of suspicion. Observing the trio of Yumingli below, he waved his hand nonchalantly. The three vanished without even a cry of despair. Chu Xinghe has already departed with shadows 5 and 6. There is nothing more for them here. By nightfall, the name Yulin Mo has become known to most within the vast realm of Taishu. The master has assisted Yulin Mo, who is despised by the beings of Taishu, resulting in a decline of 30,000 in fortune points, while rewarding the master with 300,000 points of assistance. Under the cover of darkness, Chu Xinghe, accompanied by shadows 5 and 6, arrives at a certain location. 2 individuals are stationed to guard Yulin Mo, who lies unconscious. His fortune points have been severely depleted, rendering him devoid of value. Eliminate him, and ensure it is done thoroughly. Chu Xinghe issued an order. One of the individuals conjured a flame that descended upon Yulin Mo. Yulin Mo's body ignited, yet he remained oblivious. In a short while, he was reduced to a pile of ashes. Chu Xinghe waved his hand. Let us depart. As the space fractured, Chu Xinghe vanished without a trace. An hour later, a figure clad in a black robe materialized. His gaze fell upon the ashes. His hands clenched tightly. You must be Qian Lele. A voice laced with mockery resonated. Qian Lele's countenance shifted dramatically. Who? Bayu, you are already dead. A voice echoed from the shadows. Before Qian Lele could react, his body was crushed. The traces of the incident were meticulously erased. Once the matter was resolved, Chu Xinghe returned to the heavenly Yin sacred land under the cover of night. Chu Xinghe sat before Zhongli Qiming, who, at that moment, adorned a bright, pale yellow gown. Gracefully seated upon her chair, her phoenix eyes surveyed Chu Xinghe from top to bottom, glimmering with a hint of satisfaction. Well done, she remarked. It was difficult for Zhongli Qiming to fathom that someone of her own age could possess such meticulous thoughts and execute tasks with such impeccable precision. Chu Xinghe similarly gazed up and down at Zhongli Qiming. Adorning this woman in black silk stockings would surely enhance her beauty, particularly accentuating her long, straight legs, which seemed to surpass even his own lifespan. Why is he so enamored with my legs? Zhongli Qiming noticed that Chu Xinghe appeared to harbor a particular fondness for her legs. Her legs were elegantly crossed, the skin akin to snow, smooth and supple. Chu Xinghe let out a sigh. It was your background and strength that saved you. Otherwise, I would make you understand what true savagery entails. This was the first time Zhongli Qiming had heard such a statement, and she couldn't help but laugh. Chu Xinghe withdrew his thoughts. In the eyes of the outside world, Yulin Ma was still alive, supported by formidable forces. Even the suspicions surrounding Linglong Pavilion were difficult to dispel. Unless they managed to locate Yulin Ma, they would be ensnared for eternity. I had painstakingly orchestrated this situation, and should any mishap occur, It would be all too easy for others to unearth the truth. Suddenly, Zhongli Qiming rose to her feet and slowly approached Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe leaned back. Yet Zhongli Qiming's pectoral muscles pressed firmly against his chest. Their lips hovered perilously close to each other. What is this, little Xinghe? Are you concerned for my well-being? With a flush of crimson adorning Chu Xinghe's ears, he found himself unexpectedly teased by this woman. Resolute in his intentions, he made to embrace Zhongli Qiming. However, with a deft turn, Zhongli Qiming evaded Chu Xinghe's grasp. Little Xinghe, could it be that you harbor feelings for me? Chu Xinghe nodded slightly. Indeed, it is an affection for you. Zhongli Qiming was taken aback. This fellow was utterly unreserved. Even those who secretly safeguarded Zhongli Qiming were astonished. The one who had previously professed their fondness for her, what had become of them? It seemed as though their ashes had been scattered. They gazed pityingly at Chu Xinghe. Sister, may your journey be smooth. Chu Xinghe gazed earnestly at Zhongli Qiming. What is wrong with liking you? It does not imply that I intend to pursue you. Nor does it signify that I wish to engage in a romantic relationship with you. I'm not pressuring you in any manner. Zhongli Qiming was thoroughly taken aback. Is it truly possible to express oneself in such a manner? Even those who protect Zhongli Qiming were left dumbfounded by such an outrageous declaration, a first of its kind. Recovering her composure, Zhongli Qiming covered her mouth and laughed. Such a novel perspective. You have performed admirably this time. I shall fulfill my earlier promise of 10 sacred herbs to you, and additionally bestow upon you 20 more. This is also a gift from that little Zhong. Chu Xinghe received it. This is a gift from the esteemed ancestor of the Zhongli family to you. Chu Xinghe gazed at the ring presented by Zhongli Qiming. Upon opening it, his breath quickened. Over 100 jade talismans of rules, countless sacred herbs, and several specimens evidently exceeding 10,000 years in age. There were 100,000 exquisite divine stones. Additionally, within the box lay a garment intricately inscribed with runes. This attire possessed the remarkable ability to withstand 3 assaults from a supreme powerhouse. Chu Xinghe took a deep breath, feeling quite pleased with himself. He was aware that the compensation from Linglong Pavilion would undoubtedly surpass this amount. However, they possessed the means to do so. After savoring a bit of soup, he found himself in such a state of bliss. Observing Chu Xinghe's jubilant demeanor, Zhongli Qiming raised her brows in amusement. He was so delighted over such a trivial matter. Oh, wealthy lady, I'm feeling a bit peckish. Zhongli Qiming furrowed her brow. What did you just say? Chu Xinghe hastily closed his mouth. His elder sister exuded grace, earning the admiration of her younger brother. Zhongli Qiming nodded in agreement. Upon learning of Jiang Wannin's predicament, the Jiang family has since confined her and resolved to seek a son-in-law from outside their lineage. Chu Xinghe's smile faded, and a glimmer of cold light shone in his eyes. He recalled the little girl who had fallen for him after his playful teasing. Your current status is far too low. You are not even the holy son of the heavenly propagation sacred land. Even if you were, the Jiang family would not spare you a glance. Jiang Wanning declared that she would marry no one but you. And those who previously sought to form alliances have already set out for the heavenly propagation sacred land. Many of them are prodigies from powerful families, their strength formidable. You must be prepared. Chu Xinghe nodded slightly. If your master were to intervene, there might indeed be a chance for change. Chu Xinghe furrowed his brows. Did you not say that the holy son of the Tianyan sacred land is not formidable? Zhongli Qiming gazed at Chu Xinghe. Remember, the Tianyan sacred land is the Tianyan sacred land, and Wenrushi is Wenrushi. While Wenrushi may symbolize the Tianyan sacred land, the reverse does not hold true. Zhongli Qiming continued to advise, now the entire Tianyan sacred land is aware that Wenrushi has an apprentice, known only by name, yet unseen in person. Many wish to challenge you. I understand that you are indifferent to the identity of the holy son of the Tianyan sacred land. But certain matters render a powerful identity more eloquent than 1,000 words. Chu Xinghe remained silent. He had always existed within his own world, convinced that he could excel at everything. Time and again, reality had made it clear that change was imperative, that one required assistance. Without formidable strength and a robust background, everything amounted to farce. Even the scheme to cultivate the son of destiny relied upon the power behind Zhongli Qiming. If change was to be embraced, then one must first aspire to become the holy son of the celestial transformation sacred land. Thank you. Chu Xinghe expressed his gratitude towards Zhongli Qiming. To others, she was labeled as a nefarious villain, one who absorbed the essence of others for her own cultivation. However, to Chu Xinghe, she was the one who aided him in his quest for vengeance. Even after assisting Zhongli Qiming in resolving troubles on 2 occasions, she continued to orchestrate various plans. Chu Xinghe harbored no grievances. He was duly compensated. To him, Zhongli Qingming was a benefactor. As he observed Chu Xinghe's retreating figure, Yingyi emerged from the shadows. Young Master Chu was indeed unlike others. Zhongli Qingming nodded in acknowledgement. He was a man who understood his desires and refrained from revealing his ambitions until he possessed sufficient strength. Inform the family. We must investigate the areas where I previously faltered. There must be an individual with extraordinary abilities, someone who effortlessly attracts prominent figures, perhaps with parents shrouded in mystery. Or someone who easily captivates the hearts of noble women. Once identified, do not confront this person directly. Instead, target those around him, sow discord among them, and then extract the opportunities he has gained. Ultimately, we shall threaten his loved ones, compelling him to forfeit his cultivation before we act against him. Yingyi's gaze reflected confusion, yet he refrained from dissent. Moreover, do not be careless. Inform the family to dispatch at least a sage to avoid unforeseen incidents. Should there be successors of significant powers in his vicinity, let Yulin Mo make an appearance. Zhongli Qingming's lips curled into a smile. Sending Chu Xinghe to Yuqing was a means to confirm her suspicions. Through Chu Xinghe's 3 interventions, she seemed to have discerned a method to deal with such individuals. By initially targeting those around him, she could subsequently eliminate him with ease. Yingyi nodded in understanding. However, Zhongli Qingming remained somewhat perplexed as to how Chu Xinghe could so effortlessly locate such individuals. This ability intrigued her. After Chu Xinghe departed, he arrived at the Roshui Palace to seek out Wen Rushui. As before, Wen Rushui sat gracefully in the pavilion, with an ancient zither before her. Her fingers gently plucked the strings, and Chu Xinghe's restless heart inevitably found tranquility. The lotus leaves and flowers on the lake swayed gently, as if enchanted. Even the fish gathered around the pavilion, quietly listening. Numerous animals in the vicinity gazed silently at the figure within the pavilion. Once the melody concluded, Wen Rushui cast a glance at Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe suddenly appeared in the pavilion, where his master played beautifully. Upon receiving a compliment from Chu Xinghe, Wen Rushui set aside her guqin and lifted her teacup to take a sip. In a fortnight's time, the sacred land of Tianjin would initiate the grand ceremony for the selection of the Holy Son. The reverberation of this announcement echoed throughout the sacred land of Tianjin, even stirring many of the esteemed elders. The ancestors confined within the forbidden grounds of the rear mountain opened their eyes, as did the disciples in seclusion. Their expressions bore a mix of astonishment and confusion. Chu Xinghe sat quietly before Wen Rushui, feeling as though there were no secrets left to conceal in her presence. The moment he arrived, Wen Rushui seemed to understand his intentions effortlessly. Chu Xinghe suddenly recalled something and took out a white egg. Wen Rushi's expression remained unchanged. Is this your egg? Chu Xinghe coughed softly. Master, can you discern what kind of egg this is? Wen Rushi glanced at it and nodded slightly. Her crimson lips parting as she replied, I know, but I won't disclose it to you. Each entity possesses its own destiny. Chu Xinghe appeared to be a picture of defeat. However, upon reflection, this was merely the path of Wen Rushui. Chu Xinghe produced the sacred medicine and placed it upon the egg's surface. The sacred medicine swiftly vanished from sight, and delicate patterns began to emerge on the white egg. Chu Xinghe raised an eyebrow and took out the mysterious stone tablet from which he had obtained the essence of the stars, offering it once more to the white egg. The white egg wobbled slightly, disregarding the essence of the stars, seemingly displaying a hint of disdain. Chu Xinghe's expression darkened. This damn thing is so picky. He picked it up and weighed it in his hands, feeling its considerable heft. It would serve better as a weapon to strike someone. Chu Xinghe put away the egg. Master, how well do you know Zhongli Qingming? Wen Rushui did not conceal anything. The devouring heaven demon body. Chu Xinghe furrowed her brow. Since Master is aware, why does he still keep her here? Surely, Master must also know about her cultivation using the primordial source, right? Wen Rushui nodded slightly. Then why does Master continue to harbor this calamity? You are aware of her detrimental nature, yet you still assist her, Wen Rushui retorted. Chu Xinghe did not respond. That was her path, her method of cultivation. Why should I interfere? Within Chu Xinghe's heart, there resided a profound astonishment. How many individuals in this vast world could possess a temperament as gentle as that of Wen Rushui? Did she not fear that her true nature might be revealed, leading to the potential downfall of the entire Tianjin sacred land? Perhaps even you, Master, could. Wen Rushui shook her head. You mean to suggest that I might meet my demise? However, at that moment, it would be the path of the Tianjin sacred land, and likewise, my own path to enlightenment. Chu Xinghe posed a different question. Master, what compelled you to take me as your disciple? If you wish to accept me, what need is there for so many explanations? Chu Xinghe, well, you have one. I concede defeat. An individual who can be considered a child of destiny in the outside world, has faced utter ruin under the hands of my master. Master, do you have affections for me? Chu Xinghe leaned on his hand, quietly gazing at Wenrushi. I like it. Upon hearing Wenrushi's admission, Chu Xinghe's lips curled into a smile. In my eyes, you are like these fish, lotus leaves, and pavilions. I cherish them all, Wenrushi calmly stated. Chu Xinghe took a deep breath. Master, please rest. Your disciple takes his leave. Chu Xinghe vanished within the confines of the soft water palace. It was certainly not a moment of vulnerability. He accessed the system interface. Master, Chu Xinghe age, 20 strength, early stage of Emperor Ceiling physique, immortal demonic body, immortal demonic eyes technique, immortal demonic Tao scripture martial skills, immortal demonic ascendance to the heavens. Instantaneous movement weapon, immortal demonic Guqin, purple gold gourd assistance value, 1, 398,000 inventory. Immortal demonic Guqin, a strip of black silk, purple gold gourd, divine beast egg. Eastern Emperor Bell. Upon seeing the assistance value exceeding 1 million, a smile curved upon Chu Xinghe's lips. He washed his hands and applied a fragrant essence. System darling, let us embark on a high-level lottery. Consuming 1 million assistance points, he acquired a special martial skill, Heart Demon Induction, capable of invoking the heart demons of other cultivators. This skill could be wielded through the immortal demonic eyes or the immortal demonic Guqin. Chu Xinghe's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a marvelous treasure! Coupled with the celestial demon zither, this constitutes a collective skill. The sound of the zither resonated, causing the inner demons of all present to manifest. Truly deserving of its status as a high-level lottery. He retrieved the sacred elixir and placed it into the purple gold gourd. It not only allows for alchemy but also for restoration. How utterly delightful! Upon casting a glance at the system space, Chu Xinghe's countenance darkened. An egg, clad in black stockings, scurried about restlessly. Chu Xinghe took out the black silk and placed the egg inside. With a vigorous flick of his wrists, it soared forth with a whoosh, colliding against the wall with a resounding crash. Chu Xinghe chose to ignore the matter, pondering the futility of consuming so many sacred medicines. For the next fortnight, he resolved to immerse himself in seclusion and cultivation, determined to thoroughly assimilate the myriad benefits he had recently acquired. The day preceding the competition for the title of Saint Sun, within the hallowed grounds of the Tianyan sacred land, chaos unfolded. Quickly, seize that egg. Damn it. Someone has pilfered my spiritual elixir. An egg, lacking legs, astonished onlookers with its remarkable speed. What was it that adorned the top of this egg? Evoking such a tantalizing allure? Who among us had neglected to secure their belt, allowing this curious entity to roam free? Zhongli Qiming emerged. Her gaze fixed on the egg that was playfully toying with the elders of the Tianyan sacred land, a look of astonishment gracing her features. The white egg leaped gracefully into her arms, causing many to freeze in their tracks upon witnessing her presence. Ahem, I must return home as my meal awaits, one murmured. Ha ha, I haven't yet watered my chamber pot. I too shall take my leave. I need to return to bask in the sun with my younger brother, another added. Hastening away, Zhongli Qiming scrutinized the egg. Whose egg might you be? The egg tilted, pointing in a specific direction. Chu Xinghe? It seemed to indicate. Bouncing a couple of times in affirmation, Zhongli Qiming's eyes widened in surprise as she removed the dark strands from atop the egg, her expression shifting to one of curiosity. She then placed the egg inside and with a flick of her wrist, it vanished from sight. Within the palace of Chu Xinghe, the egg was unceremoniously tossed back. Chu Xinghe opened his eyes. One glimmered with a violet hue, while the other shimmered with a golden light. Exhaling deeply, he gradually rose to his feet, his bones emitting a resounding crack. A formidable aura erupted from his being. Over the past fortnight, he had attained the pinnacle of the Emperor's realm. Though the resources he had gathered had been entirely depleted, to his astonishment, the purple gold gourd was now capable of refining elixirs for the virtual divine realm. During these 2 weeks, the celestial and demonic forces had descended upon the heavens, and his inner demons had also experienced significant growth. Turning his gaze towards the divine beast egg, he observed its erratic movements. After cradling it in his arms and examining it closely, a flicker of shock crossed his eyes. Incredible! The runes upon it had multiplied significantly. He incinerated the black silk and weighed the egg in his hands. Tomorrow, it would serve as his weapon. It felt remarkably comfortable to wield. Your egg is as mischievous as you are. The voice of Zhongli Qiming resonated. Upon hearing these words, Chu Xinghe's expression darkened. Are you accusing me of slander? Zhongli Qiming observed Chu Xinghe, her eyes filled with astonishment. To have reached the pinnacle of Emperor's realm so swiftly. You truly embody the essence of the celestial demon body. I never anticipated that the events involving Bai Wuchen would awaken such a remarkable constitution within you. Chu Xinghe gazed at Zhongli Qiming, who had evidently achieved a state of complete ethereal perfection. "What brings you here?" he inquired. Chu Xinghe, clearly in high spirits, approached him with gratitude. "I have come to express my thanks." Chu Xinghe was utterly bewildered. "My lord, you are unaware that this malevolent sorceress has struck with such ferocity that in merely half a month, she has annihilated 5 fated children. Alas, it is too cruel." Chu Xinghe couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration, instantly comprehending the brilliance of Chu Xinghe. He recognized the method employed to counter the Son of Fortune. No wonder he expressed a desire to show gratitude. "No need for thanks," Chu Xinghe replied with a subtle smile. "What inspired you to devise such a strategy against them?" Chu Xinghe raised his head to gaze at Chu Xinghe. "Would you like to know?" Zhongli nodded in affirmation. "I have been sent to rescue you, to prevent such a magnificent beauty from fading away." Zhongli was momentarily taken aback. "That is quite an intriguing answer." "No, I merely fabricated that. Do you truly believe it?" This time, it was Chu Xinghe who was left bewildered. "Why would you not believe it?" "Because of you, my circumstances have improved significantly, and I have rectified my previous shortcomings." "Why are you not that person?" Zhongli stated earnestly. "Chu Xinghe, I shall take my leave now. For tomorrow, I must compete for the position of the Holy Sun. I hope you perform admirably. Should you find yourself unable to prevail, do not hesitate to inform me in advance. I can arrange for our ancestor to pay them a visit, persuading them to relinquish their claim to this contest. Additionally, regarding those factions seeking to ally themselves through marriage with Jiang Wan, if you require assistance, I can have someone issue them a warning." Chu Xinghe shook his head, while Chu Xinghe turned away, a smile gracing her lips. "Mother is destined for father, aiding the Zhongli family in overcoming their crises. Are you truly my destined one, here to rescue me?" Particularly, her treatment of those individuals, akin to Chu Xinghe's manner, indeed resulted in the demise of 5. Following the elimination of these 5, a sense of inexplicable comfort washed over her, alleviating much of the oppressive feelings that had burdened her spirit. There were even faint signs of integration within her very essence. All of this spoke volumes of an improving situation. The next day, at the Tianyan sacred land, the sacred bell chimed 9 times, heralding the commencement of the sacred sun ceremony. The excitement was palpable. The birth of the sacred sun had my brother spitting with enthusiasm. "No, my friend. What you just said was indeed spitting." I found myself curious about Chu Xinghe, what manner of person he was, having yet to encounter him despite the passage of time. I wondered about his strength. It was said that the true disciple from Weifeng, at the age of 30, had already transcended to the emperor realm. Meanwhile, the master from Wantian Peak, merely 28, had also achieved the same breakthrough. The anticipation was genuine, especially considering that other true disciples had yet to reach the king realm. I was eager to learn whether the talented senior sister from the Alchemy Peak would vie for the title, at merely 20 years old, and rumored to have recently concocted Emperor Realm elixirs. Is that true? How could it be false? I had to coax a true disciple from the Alchemy Peak for 3 days before they revealed it to me. Brother, I too wish to experience that. Get lost. The 8 elders had arrived. Numerous disciples gazed at the 8 elders with excitement in their eyes. Beneath the sacred master of the Tianyan sacred land were the 8 elders, who presided over the 8 peaks. As the elders approached, their eyes scanned the crowd, and they too felt a surge of excitement, pondering if this time the sacred sun might be one of their disciples. Chu Xinghe sat on the disciples' platform, with no one daring to approach within 100 meters. She surveyed her surroundings, noting the absence of Chu Xinghe. With the resounding chime echoing once more, a voice declared, "The sacred master has arrived." All 8 elders stood in unison, bowing toward the highest position. "We greet the sacred master." "No need for such formalities," the sacred master replied. Many lifted their gazes toward the high platform, where a vague figure could barely be discerned, obscuring the specifics of their visage. The attention of the crowd inadvertently fell upon the figure beside the sacred master. Clad in an elegant white robe with wide sleeves, his face was as fair as jade, his nose straight, and his pair of phoenix-like eyes deep as abyss. His white hair cascaded naturally, swaying with the wind, exuding an ethereal grace reminiscent of a celestial being. Even the 8 elders were taken aback by Chu Xinghe's appearance, realizing that his aura surpassed their own pretensions. In comparison, their celestial demeanor appeared as that of jesters. Many disciples below regained their senses, exclaiming, "He is exceedingly handsome. No wonder he seldom emerges. Those who revel in dualities would surely imprison him upon sight." Even from a distance, I could sense an alluring fragrance emanating from him. I longed to confine him and lay him beside me. This man was not without merit. His beauty was androgynous while I, in contrast, was a mere grotesque. Truly, the heavens are unjust. A smile tugged at Chu Xinghe's lips. This fellow certainly possessed an impressive appearance, observing the female disciples drooling over Chu Xinghe with a glint of something inscrutable in her eyes. The sacred sun ceremony was about to commence. Upon hearing this, Chu Xinghe took the initiative to step forward. If he aspired to become the Holy Sun, he must demonstrate overwhelming strength, trouncing these true disciples to silence any dissent. Treading upon the void, he arrived at the center of the arena. "You may all come at me together," he declared, his calm words detonating like a bomb in still waters, creating a tempest of excitement. "Brother Xinghe is so handsome. I can't help but admire him," exclaimed a voice, filled with admiration. "Such dominance. Brother, take me." Another chimed in, "Oh, how I long to be swept away and taught a lesson by him." "Brother, spare them. Direct your wrath upon me instead. I shall not resist." "Such bravado. Let us see how you fall from grace. Remember, many disciples here have reached the emperor's realm. It would be quite amusing if things went awry." "You speak nonsense." Brother Xinghe's looks are justified. He is indeed striking. A mocking laughter followed. "Ha. He resembles a succubus, beautiful but utterly useless. You are deluded with your demeanor. We wouldn't he even spare you a glance while sharing a quilt." The 8 esteemed elders exchanged glances, taken aback by his audacity. They then turned their gaze toward the Holy Master. Since he had chosen to challenge all disciples, they resolved to comply with his wishes. The elders nodded in agreement. With the Holy Master's blessing, they had little to contest. Should Chu Xinghe's arrogance lead to his downfall, they would not intervene. All disciples vying for the position of Holy Sun ascended the stage, leaving the true disciples below in stunned silence. With an expression of calm determination, Chu Xinghe stepped onto the stage, resolute in his ambition to claim the title of Holy Sun. The vast expanse of Chu Xinghe was met with a certain humility on his part. Jing Taiyong was similarly positioned. His only adversary was Chu Xinghe. From the alchemy peak emerged a woman clad in a delicate azure gown, her waist adorned with a bow. With a graceful motion, she glided towards the high platform. Observing Chu Xinghe at the center of the arena with keen curiosity, Chu Xinghe gazed at his disciples, an overwhelming aura suddenly erupting forth. A powerful wave of energy surged outward, causing many disciples to be sent flying, landing in disarray beneath the arena. Only 3 disciples remained standing on the stage. Chu Xinghe knelt on one knee, wielding a blade, as a deep chasm formed on the arena floor. Sweat dripped from his forehead, and he lifted his head, his face etched with disbelief. In another corner, Jing Taiyong clasped his hands in a sealing gesture, his breathing ragged and complexion ashen. He had exerted every ounce of his strength merely to withstand Chu Xinghe's formidable presence. Meanwhile, in front of Chiu Sairu, a colossal alchemical furnace materialized, effectively countering Chu Xinghe's aura, leaving her untouched by its influence. Chu Xinghe's imposing aura gradually receded. "Please, descend." His voice remained as tranquil as before taking the stage. The disciples seated in the observation area finally regained their composure. I had anticipated witnessing a fierce contest, yet this was all there was to it. I hoped to glean a technique or two from these esteemed disciples, yet all I learned were 2 phrases: "You may leave, and you may descend." "Oh, Brother Xinghe, you have struck me. How dashing. Strike me again, and I shall endure without uttering a sound." Even the 8 elders on the high platform exchanged perplexed glances, uncertain of what to articulate next. A fleeting glance was cast towards the Holy Master. "Could you perhaps provide us with some forewarning to prepare our hearts?" Especially the law enforcement elder, who regarded Chu Xinghe with an odd expression. In recent days, he had come to realize that Bai Wuchen's affair was undeniably linked to Chu Xinghe. However, he harbored no intention of vengeance. Bai Wuchen had indeed crossed the line. When Rushi's lips curled slightly upwards, only to quickly revert to a neutral expression, Chu Xinghe rose, propped up by his blade, his eyes reflecting a sense of unwillingness. He had been training fervently, driven by the desire to contend for the position of Holy Sun. What significance did achieving perfect mastery of the Emperor's realm hold? After voicing his thoughts, he lifted his sword, accompanied by the crackle of thunder emanating from his body, and delivered a downward strike aimed directly at Chu Xinghe's head. Chu Xinghe did not even lift his eyes. A faint glow emanated from his body, enveloping him entirely. With a resounding thud, Shi Jinping's blade struck against the radiance surrounding Chu Xinghe, unable to penetrate any further. "Breakthrough for me," Shi Jinping roared, veins bulging in his neck. Witnessing this, Jing Tang also intervened, his hands radiating a dark luminescence as he reached out towards Chu Xinghe, engaging in a futile struggle. Chu Xinghe waved his hand, radiating brilliance all around him. With a resounding bang, the power of thunder dispersed, and the dark forces vanished without a trace. Two figures tumbled down below. Chu Xinghe glanced at Chiu Sairu. Are you not going down? Chiu Sairu's eyes sparkled. I am no match for you if you require alchemical concoctions. He does not require them. A faint voice drifted from the observation platform, belonging to Zhongli Qiming. Chiu Sairu paused momentarily, turning to face Zhongli Qiming, her gaze tinged with apprehension. Zhongli Qiming, I am not speaking to you. Why do you interject? Zhongli Qiming let out a derisive laugh. You are too unattractive. He would not take notice of you. Chiu Sairu's chest heaved with indignation. In what way am I unattractive? Chu Xinghe remained silent, lifting his gaze to the heavens. The 8 elders also rose to their feet. While Wen Rushui remained composed, it was uncertain which esteemed guest had arrived. The transmission elder spoke, and a low hum filled the air. Above, the sky shifted from a radiant crimson to a deep black, then to a golden hue before transforming into a serene blue. 8 colossal figures loomed in the sky. 3 enormous beasts exuding a saintly aura, accompanied by 3 grand war chariots, upon which stood rows of soldiers radiating a chilling intent to kill. Additionally, 2 luxurious and intricately designed pavilions emanated an ancient Taoist essence. The entire Tianyan sacred land fell into a profound silence. Zhongli Qiming observed these forces, a smile curling at the corners of her lips. How intriguing indeed. So, you are Chu Xinghe. Having attained the pinnacle of imperial cultivation, your demeanor is commendable, though your strength leaves much to be desired. From within one of the war chariots emerged a young man clad in fiery red armor, his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sharp and domineering. 2 more figures also stepped forth from the other chariots. Chu Xinghe understood that these individuals were likely to be those who sought to enter into a marriage alliance with Jiang Wanning. Unable to gain entry into the Jiang family estate, they resorted to displaying their arrogance here. A soft chuckle echoed from within an exquisite pavilion. Chu Xinghe gazed at the individuals in the sky. The members of Linglong Pavilion had yet to emerge, while laughter echoed from an unknown faction. It appeared that only 6 individuals had come forth to challenge him. Lu Lingfeng's expression darkened. In the Daiyu heavenly dynasty, he was the son of the king of the other, and who dared to mock him so brazenly? You cannot enter the Jiang family, can you? A young man atop the white crane remarked. Whether I can or cannot is debatable, but it's certainly better than being unwanted like you lot, came the retort. You. Su Sanwei's eyes blazed with fury, for the truth cut deep, a sharp blade that pierced defenses. Sharp-tongued and caustic, you are indeed insufferable, spoke Yang Hai, the son of the Duke of the Xingwu heavenly dynasty. If you are capable, why seek to become a son-in-law? If you cannot stand firm, do not disparage others. You are audacious, truly courting death. Yang Hai's countenance darkened. Zhongli Qiming observed the spectacle, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. This fellow knows how to provoke. Why not follow me? I promise you a life of opulence, proposed Zhou Yuantian, the prince of the Dazhou heavenly dynasty, as he regarded Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe tilted his head, adorned in a dragon robe embellished with 4 claws, undoubtedly a prince. He certainly could not be the crown prince, as his manner of speaking remained rather courteous. No need. I shall strive for my own prosperity. Zhou Yuantian furrowed his brows. Does Master Chu hold my status in disdain? Chu Xinghe shook his head. Your desire to enter the Jiang family is merely a bid for a stake in that coveted position. They are indifferent to your ambitions. Yet you remain oblivious to this reality. Are you seeking your own demise by following such a path? Zhou Yuantian's expression flickered with frost. The 8 elders from above opened their mouths in astonishment. The mouth of Chu Xinghe is indeed remarkably sweet. Just look at that smile, it has completely vanished. The disciples of the heavenly expansion sacred land stare blankly at Chu Xinghe. What formidable combat prowess! Even in silence, they are left vulnerable. It seems that even as one's body fades, the tongue remains resolute. I must say, I have an immense fondness for such tenacity in speech. Yet, there is an unsettling sense that your words may not align with reality. Chu Xinghe waved his hand dismissively. Enough with the trivialities. If we are to fight, let us fight. No more dilly-dallying. Humph. Allow me to gauge your depth. Lu Lingfeng's eyes glimmered with a murderous intent. My depth is not something a person like you can fathom. Chu Xinghe shook his head, then turned to gaze at Wen Rushi. Master, the trouble we face is immense. Can you withstand it? The tranquil words of Chu Xinghe sent a chill through those present. Wen Rushi had yet to speak. In the forbidden area of the back mountain, a voice echoed. The Holy Sun is free to act. It is merely a contest among the younger generation. Should there be any instance of the strong oppressing the weak, the old man can still illuminate this darkened sky. Zhongli Qiming gazed toward the forbidden grounds of the Tianyan Holy Land, astonished that this young man had garnered the approval of those ancient figures. Upon hearing these words, Many felt a tightening in their hearts. As one of the three dominant powers in Qizhou, the Tianyin Holy Land is undoubtedly formidable. If that is the case, I shall indulge you in your games. Chu Xinghe ascended step by step towards the heavens. Meanwhile, two ethereal figures materialized behind him, one a celestial being, the other a demon. These two silhouettes shielded Chu Xinghe with their presence. Upon witnessing this scene, many disciples of the heavenly transformation sacred ground widened their eyes in astonishment. The celestial demonic body, it truly is the celestial demonic body. No wonder the Holy Lord chose Chu Xinghe as his disciple. The 8 esteemed elders' pupils flickered with excitement. Spirit bodies, treasure bodies, king bodies. Saint bodies, the celestial demonic body is indeed a manifestation of the saint body. Each saint body that reaches maturity can at the very least attain the status of a sage. Moreover, the celestial demonic body stands as one of the most formidable among the saint bodies. With a subtle movement of his fingers, Chu Xinghe produced an ancient gu chain. Come forth. Who shall go first, or shall we all engage together? The 6 individuals who stepped forward wore expressions of dismay. This fellow is indeed a sacred body. No wonder Jiang Wanyin would wed none but Chu Xinghe. It is evident to all how to make a choice. I shall observe how much of this celestial demonic physique you can truly harness. Lu Lingfeng's form shifted, transforming into a streak of light. His fist clenched tightly as it surged toward Chu Xinghe. Simultaneously, the full might of the emperor's perfection erupted forth. Many gazes shimmered with anticipation. With a subtle smile gracing Chu Xinghe's lips, he deftly flicked his fingers, causing the celestial and demonic zither to emit a resonant sound. The waves of sound radiated outward. Chu Xinghe continued to play his melody, while Lu Lingfeng seemed to be frozen in place. Sister-in-law, I truly am my brother. As Lu Lingfeng uttered these words, an eerie silence enveloped the entire realm. What is happening? Hiss, I too am at a loss, utterly bewildered by the circumstances. This is simply too exhilarating. Continued to play. Haha, brother, the position of the air can only be mine. Sooner or later, I shall trample you underfoot. Father, you old fool. In what way am I inferior to my elder brother? Why do you never grant me a favorable glance? We are both your sons. Why must he inherit the title of the divine martial king? Brother, no matter how proud you are, you remain unaware that your son is mine and my sister-in-law's offspring. Haha. Father, you are also oblivious to the fact that your concubine and I share a connection. Just wait. I shall eventually claim the position of the divine martial king. Sister-in-law, you surely do not wish for brother to discover this. All the disciples of the heavenly Yin sacred land lifted their heads to gaze at Lu Lingfeng. Even the other 5 who had stepped forward quietly retreated. What a formidable technique this is. This sonic wave attack is terrifying. If one were to voice their innermost thoughts, one can only imagine the consequences they would face. Chu Xinghe did not pause. Lu Lingfeng's protector felt a chill run down his spine. Good heavens, this time we are doomed. The 8 elders of the heavenly fate sacred land exchanged glances, gasping in unison. My goodness, we cannot continue this way. Otherwise, we will be at odds with the great Yu celestial dynasty. Observing the spectacle from below, Zhongli Qiming regarded Chu Xinghe with an odd expression. There is something amiss with you. Young man, brother, you may not be aware, but on numerous occasions, while you were inebriated, my sister-in-law and I were right beside you. Chu Xinghe ceased his melody. As Lu Lingfeng gradually regained his composure. What have you done to me? Lu Lingfeng inquired, his expression darkening. Unable to restrain himself, he voiced the thoughts that had long been suppressed within him. Yet, he could not control the truth that lingered in his memory. To seek one's demise. Employing such vile tactics to wrongfully accuse me. Do you truly believe others will be swayed by your despicable methods? My admiration for my elder brother flows like an unending river, while your malicious intentions seek to sow discord between us. My aunt is akin to my own mother, and you resort to such treacherous means to compel me to utter these blasphemous words. Today, you shall meet your end. Chu Xinghe calmly put away the celestial and demonic zither. He had no leisure to engage with these individuals. Chu Xinghe stared oddly at Lu Lingfeng and said, I haven't even asked, so why are you explaining? Oh. An explanation is merely a guise, and a guise is but a distortion of the truth. With a splutter, Lu Lingfeng spat out a mouthful of blood, seeking death. In an instant, Chu Xinghe reappeared, his hand gripping Lu Lingfeng's throat. The pupils of those present constricted. So swift, too swift. So fast that it left no trace of sensation. You dare to challenge me? Do you truly believe yourself worthy? Chu Xinghe effortlessly hurled him aside and turned to regard the others. Do you wish to challenge me as well? The group hastily shook their heads. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and should they be revealed, one would merely face death but also severe repercussions. This young man employs truly insidious tactics. Lu Lingfeng's expression darkened. Chu Xinghe, I will make you pay. He clenched his fist tightly and aimed to strike at Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe readily continued, tilting his head slightly. May I eliminate him? When Rushi nodded in affirmation, Chu Xinghe shook his head. I am a good person. How could I so easily take a life? His father and elder brother are still waiting for his return. A shiver ran through all those present. This man was nothing short of a demon. Lu Lingfeng gritted his teeth, quickly followed by a wave of terror. It would be better to be killed by Chu Xinghe. An overwhelming sense of regret engulfed him. Chu Xinghe's fingers swiftly tapped a few times on Lu Lingfeng's body, before effortlessly tossing him into the war chariot. Ensure the safety of your young master on the return journey. As the words echoed, the sky above the celestial sanctuary darkened ominously. A colossal vortex materialized, crackling with violet lightning within. An overwhelming celestial might descended, bearing down upon Chu Xinghe. Suddenly, a hand rested upon his shoulder. Fear not, son of the saint. Chu Xinghe gazed at the benevolent old man before him. Goodness, a formidable heavenly saint. The illustrious presence of King Shenwu is graced here. Yet I am remiss in my welcome. Within the swirling vortex, a faint ethereal figure emerged. What audacity from the heavenly Yin sacred land! Do they truly disregard King Shenwu? The old man's stooped form straightened, and a vast aura surged forth like a relentless tide. What if I do not regard you, King Shenwu? If you possess the courage, then send your troops to challenge me. Others may scorn your son, yet you come here to flaunt your authority. Your household is in disarray, more tangled than the hair upon my own head, and still you bark defiantly. Chu Xinghe gazed upon the imposing elder before him, a warm current coursing through his heart. You seek death, he declared. In that moment, the thunder above transformed into a dragon of lightning, radiating an aura of destruction. Should the heavens dare unleash their fury today, this divine maiden shall rise to battle against the great, you heavenly dynasty. From the audience, Zhongli Qingming spoke, a resonating hum accompanying her words. A golden light emerged, dispersing the tempest. Divine Martial King, return. A voice, both domineering and sovereign, echoed through the air, then softened. Youngstar River, should you find the time? You are most welcome to visit the great you heavenly dynasty. Chu Xinghe remained silent, merely nodding towards Zhongli Qingming. A smile graced Zhongli Qingming's lips, revealing a glimmer of pride in her eyes. When Rushui rose to her feet, with the competition for the position of Holy Son concluded, Chu Xinghe had been proclaimed the Holy Son of the Tianyin sacred land. Many disciples, coming back to their senses, erupted in cheers. Holy Son, Holy Son, Holy Son. Chu Xinghe's lips curled into a smile. As for the competition, I shall merely jot down a few lines. I am aware that esteemed readers find it uninteresting and tedious. Thank you, Senior. Chu Xinghe bowed respectfully to the venerable Tian Sheng warrior. The elder scrutinized Chu Xinghe and remarked, There is no need for formality, my young friend. I appreciate your character. I understand your considerations for others. Otherwise, that unkempt lad would surely have met his demise. In the span of 10 millennia, our Tianyin sacred land has awaited the arrival of a sacred body, and you embody the hope of our lineage. I cannot simply stand by and watch you be wronged. Today, many eyes are upon us, rendering action impossible. However, in the future, should you encounter such individuals, do not hesitate to strike them down. Show no mercy. Upon concluding his words, the elder produced 10 jade talismans. With a mere crush of these tokens, one could unleash an attack of the great sage caliber. Keep them close, as they serve as a token of my goodwill upon our meeting. Furthermore, do not hold your master accountable for her inaction. Should she intervene, the consequences would be dire. Chu Xinghe shook his head. His master possessed such a nature, seldom intervening in the affairs of others. I do not hold it against her. The elder patted Chu Xinghe on the shoulder. As the son of the primordial sacred land, we, the old men, are quite pleased with you. As Chu Xinghe wished to inquire further, the elder had already vanished without a trace. Chu Xinghe gazed at the solitary pavilion that remained, choosing not to speak. All the others had departed, yet this one lingered. The door swung open, revealing a woman clad in a sky-blue daffodil gown, her bright eyes and radiant smile captivating. Adorning her hair was a crystal hairpin fashioned in the shape of an ice phoenix. Greetings, young Master Chu. I am Shui Nianji. Hello, Chu responded. What brings you to seek me, Miss Shui? She inquired with an air of grace, her gaze fixed upon Chu Xinghe. I cannot help but feel that you differ from what young Master Wan Yin has described. Chu Xinghe remained silent. Observing his indifferent demeanor, Shui Nianji furrowed her brow. Young Master Chu, although you possess the physique of a celestial being, the chasm between you and the Jiang family is insurmountable. It would be wise for you to sever your ties with Wan Yin, for you are unworthy of her. Chu Xinghe shook his head, weary of this familiar charade. Listening to your words, it seems you and Wan Yin are acquaintances with considerable backing. There is no need to flaunt superiority here. Shui Yin was momentarily taken aback, pointing a finger at Chu Xinghe. How dare you? Chu Xinghe curled his lips in a sardonic smile. What? Are you afraid that your friend might be faring better than you? Shui Nianji's chest heaved, her breath quickening. Lacking the grace of Wan Yin, the physique of Wan Yin, and the strength of Wan Yin, she intentionally approached Wan Yin, clearly aiming to sow discord. When Wan Yin was at the Su family in Qinghai City, you showed no concern for her. Now, your sudden interest merely stems from the fear that she might surpass you. After all, I am the sacred body. When two individuals harbor mutual affection, yet you find yourself devoid of admirers. It is evident that you envy Wan Yin and harbor jealousy towards her. Shui Nianji trembled with rage. I am not. I do not. Chu Xinghe waved his hand. Water Maiden. Return. Shui Nianji felt as though her fist had struck a mound of cotton. A surge of murderous intent welled up in her eyes. Chu Xinghe, do you understand the consequences of offending me? Shui Nianji shouted at the turnback of Chu Xinghe. Smack. The sound of a fierce slap reverberated through the air. Shui Nianji covered her face and turned to face Zhongli Qiming. What consequences could there possibly be? Come, enlighten me. Zhongli Qiming didn't even spare a glance at Shui Nianji. Smack. A resounding slap sent her crashing to the ground. I'm asking you a question. Have you lost your voice? Shui Nianji looked at Zhongli Qiming. Her eyes filled with deep apprehension. Goddess Zhongli. Ah. The veins on Shui Nianji's forehead throbbed, her pupils constricting. One of her hands had been severed. Zhongli Qiming crouched down, leaning close to Shui Nianji's ear. Wretched creature, if you dare to point your filthy fingers at him again, I will end your life. Shui Nianji's pupils dilated, and she fell silent, tightly pressing her lips together. Be gone. Shui Nianji left in a disheveled state. Zhongli Qiming approached Chu Xinghe, assessing him from head to toe. You dare to confront such a beautiful woman, and yet do not pursue her? Chu Xinghe gazed at Zhongli Qiming with an unusual expression. I have a fairy by my side, wealthy and beautiful, with a powerful background. Why should I seek to please that foolish person? Zhongli Qiming stifled a laugh, realizing that being with Chu Xinghe brought her considerable joy. If I whisper a few words to Jiang Wanyin, perhaps she would come to despise you. I would actually welcome that foolish girl to act in such a manner, Chu Xinghe replied, lost in thought. Whether she is foolish or not is secondary. You possess the ability to make someone fall hopelessly in love with you in just a few days. Are you feeling jealous? Chu Xinghe countered. Zhongli Qiming regarded him thoughtfully. The more powerful and charismatic a man is, the more alluring he becomes, akin to poison that ensnares a woman's heart. Women are equally susceptible. It is only the ineffectual woman who engages in petty rivalry and jealousy. Rather than succumb to frantic envy, one should strive for self-improvement. With a raised brow, Chu Xinghe acknowledged that Zhong Liqingming was indeed extraordinary. Had this been in a previous life, she would undoubtedly be regarded as a formidable woman of exceptional prowess. This time, you have offended quite a number of individuals. The Shui family would dare not provoke me, yet the repercussions will inevitably befall you. The divine martial king of Dayu will likely act similarly, and as for the emperor of Dayu, he is a cunning old fox. While he may speak sweetly, what truly matters to him is his own reputation. Thus, the one he is honored as the king of the opposite sex will also bear the brunt of his ire. Chu Xinghe rubbed his temples, for this was an unavoidable predicament. The revelation of your celestial demon physique might sway the Jiang family's intentions. Surely, such thoughts have crossed your mind as well? Chu Xinghe shook his head. The holy body is formidable. The Jiang family, of that caliber, would not particularly care. The hope was merely to prompt them to contemplate a bit more, nothing more. At the very least, it would prevent others from saying that foolish girl lacked discernment. Currently, he possessed neither strength nor background, only a slightly superior constitution. Chu Xinghe is acutely aware that a prodigy who has yet to mature remains merely a prodigy. The disparity between him and those formidable forces that have stood the test of time in the vast celestial realm for hundreds of thousands or even millions of years is monumental. Zhongli Qiming gazes at Chu Xinghe in astonishment. This perspective displays a commendable level of self-awareness. In the realm of cultivation, not all young individuals possess such insight. In truth, opportunities do exist, albeit not without their challenges. Chu Xinghe gently rubbed his brow and spoke slowly. Zhongli Qiming gazed silently at Chu Xinghe. In just a few days, the person before her seemed to have grown immensely. Setting out from here, he had challenged all the prodigies, right up to the Jiang family. Zhongli Qiming shook her head. It was exceedingly difficult. Numerous forces concealed formidable prodigies, remnants from the Middle Ages, the Ancient Era, and even the Primordial Age. Chu Xinghe was aware that this method was quite challenging. The Zhongli family can assist you, Zhongli Qiming said earnestly. Chu Xinghe shook his head. The slightest disturbance could provoke a chain reaction. With the Zhongli family intervening, numerous factions would likely unite in opposition. Zhongli Qiming remained silent. For the Zhongli family also had its share of adversaries. Let me ponder this further. Chu Xinghe gazed at Zhongli Qiming's silhouette and let out a sigh. This is the helplessness of being ensnared in the web of circumstances. Chu Xinghe had yet to return, his form being drawn into a spatial vortex. Master, if you wish to see me, you need only call out. This manner of summoning leads me to believe you harbor ulterior motives. Chu Xinghe gazed at his tranquil master and spoke. 3 days hence, the secret realm of the heavenly transformation sacred land shall be unveiled. Chu Xinghe gazed at Wenrushi with eager anticipation and inquired, Master, could you share with me what lies within the secret realm? You must embark on your own exploration, was the response. Chu Xinghe's gaze was elusive. Master, do not move, Wenru said calmly as she looked at Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe stood up and said, Master, there is something at the corner of your mouth. Upon finishing his words, he gently touched Wenrushi's cheek with his finger. It was delicate and soft, truly delightful. Chu Xinghe involuntarily tugged at it. Wenrushi's gaze remained unchanged. Is it soft? Chu Xinghe nodded without hesitation. Do you wish to kiss? Chu Xinghe was taken aback. Does the master consent? You may give it a try. Chu Xinghe's throat convulsed slightly as his head gradually leaned closer. A resounding thud echoed. Chu Xinghe lay on the ground. Master, your words carry no weight. Chu Xinghe limped away, a faint dark circle lingering beneath his left eye, yet the corners of his mouth gradually turned upwards. Most importantly, he had finally witnessed a side of Wenrushi that was anything but ordinary. He had initially thought her to be as placid as still water. Was it not amusing to find humor in such a situation? It could be deemed as achieving a certain objective. Having acquired the treasures from the secret realm, he was now poised to embark on the challenges that lay ahead. Upon arriving at Taiqing Palace, Zhongli Qiming regarded Chu Xinghe's disheveled state with an odd expression. What has happened to you? She inquired. The master had insisted that after enduring such hardships in the pursuit of the Holy Sun, he deserved a massage to alleviate his fatigue. Zhongli Qiming thought to herself, truly, his tongue is as obstinate as ever. Chu Xinghe, sensing the peculiar gaze of Zhongli Qiming, hastily shifted the conversation, stating, in 3 days, the secret realm of the Tianyan Holy Land will be unveiled. Zhongli Qiming retracted her smile, her expression gradually turning solemn. Considering your previous actions and my own discoveries, it is certain that this time the secret realm will encounter unforeseen events. That object may not be related to me. Chu Xinghe's eyes sparkled with brightness. Do you see? This is the epitome of a qualified antagonist. Xinghe, I implore you for your assistance. Chu Xinghe shrugged his shoulders, exclaiming, Isn't that precisely why I am here to tell you? Zhongli Qiming rose to her feet, gracefully approaching Chu Xinghe. One hand extended, it gently glided along his arm. The distance between them diminished, and just as their lips were about to meet, Zhongli Qiming turned aside, whispering sweetly into Chu Xinghe's ear, with such assistance. How shall I ever repay you? To her surprise, Chu Xinghe exhibited no discernible reaction, leaving her momentarily stunned. What is this? Has the divine maiden lost her allure? Or has Wenrushi bestowed some special favor upon him? Her mind raced with questions. Oh my, how exhilarating. The female antagonist is indeed toying with you. Master, your undercover scheme is nearing fruition. This is truly remarkable. Keep up the splendid work, Master. The system has faith in you. Chu Xinghe inwardly rolled his eyes, yet verbally offered praise. Why not provide something of substance? Zhongli Qiming, taken aback, felt the disdain of the other party towards her advances, even receiving a rebuttal in the form of an eye roll. Frustration welled up within Zhongli Qiming. Little Xinghe, are you not capable? Chu Xinghe regained his composure, gazing at Zhongli Qiming with an expression of bewilderment. I cannot. If I were to reveal it, it would surely terrify you. I might even give you a headache. Zhongli Qiming ceased her playful banter. In 3 days, I shall join you in participation. Chu Xinghe produced a list. This is a compilation of herbs I require. Could you assist me in gathering them? Zhongli Qiming rolled her eyes, already aware that this fellow would not rise early without a profit. Upon examining the herbs listed, the smile on her lips vanished. She found these inexpensive herbs utterly unappealing. I shall have them ready for you in 3 days. That would be troublesome, Chu Xinghe remarked. Having achieved his objective, he turned and departed without hesitation. The warmth in Zhongli Qiming's gaze retreated, leaving only a glimmer of cold light. Before she reverted to her calm demeanor, Xinghe, observing from the shadows, was utterly perplexed. What has happened to the young lady? 3 days later, Chu Xinghe and Zhongli Qiming stood amidst the heavens. Chu Xinghe's gaze fell upon the disciples, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Miss Qiming, among these disciples, is there a particular individual you can discern? Zhongli Qiming furrowed her brow momentarily before swiftly regaining her composure. Miss Qiming, henceforth, do not allow any emotions to manifest on your face, nor should you feign them. Only then can you deceive others. Zhongli Qiming cast a contemplative glance at Chu Xinghe. Could it be that this fellow's previous demeanor had all been a facade? After casually surveying all the disciples, she turned her attention back to Chu Xinghe. There are indeed a few suspicious candidates, though certainty eludes me. As Zhongli Qiming began to articulate her suspicions, the atmosphere thickened with intrigue. Chu Xinghe sighed. Miss Qiming, sometimes what we see is not the truth. Zhongli Qiming pondered for a moment, utilizing her spiritual awareness to scan the surroundings. A smile briefly graced her lips before she composed herself once more. In the southeast corner, among the disciples of menial tasks, the sixth individual from the left. Upon hearing Zhongli Qiming's words, Chu Xinghe involuntarily nodded in agreement. Such individuals possess a far more profound sensitivity to spirit and spiritual energy than the average person. To the extent that even your own prowess may pale in comparison to theirs, they often enjoy the guise of the underdog, revealing their true strength only in moments of life and death, capable of turning the tide of dire situations. Furthermore, they share another characteristic: they are particularly susceptible to mockery. Others frequently underestimate their capabilities, only to find themselves unexpectedly thwarted. Engaging in battles beyond their rank is a mere trifle for them, even transcending significant realms of power. Chu Xinghe continuously described the characteristics of these individuals, while Zhongli Qiming listened attentively and earnestly. Her mind was engaged in comparison and verification. As a tempest swirled within her thoughts, gazing at the man beside her, Zhongli Qiming felt as though she were caught in a dream. The man before her was undeniably present, yet it felt as if a veil separated them, obscuring her perception. Chu Xinghe continued to speak. My master, what are you doing? Discussing the characteristics of the fated children with the villainous sorceress will surely bring calamity upon us. Master, if you persist in this manner, we shall never accomplish our mission. System, you fail to comprehend my sincere intentions. What I articulate are the traits of the fated children. And only after ZHNGLQNGM verifies them will she place her trust in me. Just days ago, you mentioned that she toyed with me, indicating that she harbors feelings for me. At such a juncture, we must not relax. We must exercise utmost caution to win her trust and affection. By encouraging her involvement, we can hasten the emergence of those powerful fated children. When that time comes, how can we possibly fail? Oh, dear system, do you not wish to complete the task expediently? Indeed, I desire it greatly. I am here for you, and for the fated children. I am willing to sacrifice my happiness and bear the weight of scorn. As long as you fulfill the mission, I shall do anything. Were it not for you, I would already be dead. Rest assured, even in death, I shall aid you in accomplishing your task. Oh, master, please cease your words. I am already overwhelmed with tears. Once I attain a higher level, I shall transform into a captivating figure, allowing you to revel in the experience. Chu Xinghe, the system is too understanding. It pains my conscience to deceive her in this manner. Inwardly, Chu Xinghe wanted to laugh, yet he could only suppress it on the surface. Alas, how difficult it is for me. Zhongli Qiming, engrossed in her thoughts, noticed that Chu Xinghe had fallen silent. This ambiguous sensation truly leaves one feeling uncomfortable. Chu Xinghe, coming back to his senses, sighed and remarked, "This is all there is. Anything more is simply unattainable. It is indeed too little. Cannot there be a bit more?" Zhongli Qiming, still yearning for more. I have managed to summarize this much. To obtain more, one requires further accumulation of time. Very well then. Make sure to accumulate more next time. Rest assured, I shall certainly do so. After their discussion concluded, the entrance to the secret realm had already opened, transforming into a vast black portal measuring 100 feet in size. All disciples were permitted to enter. With a command from the guardian elder, a multitude of disciples surged into the secret realm like a tidal wave. Chu Xinghe whispered softly into Zhongli Qiming's ear, "We only need to follow him." Confused, Zhongli Qiming chose not to inquire further. The means to eliminate these individuals was something she had previously discovered through Chu Xinghe. Trusting his words now came naturally to her. You remain concealed in the shadows. Today, I shall reveal to you how to deal with these people. Chu Xinghe followed closely behind Li Changxing, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Name, Li Changxing. Age, 19. Identity, outer disciple of the heavenly yin sacred ground. Child of destiny. Strength, perfected condensation pill physique, indestructible king body, just awakened, cultivation techniques. Yin Xingju, true sun technique. Fortune value, 120,000. As Chu Xinghe gazed at Li Changxing, he realized that he had already awakened a king body at such a young age. It was certain that he would evolve into a sacred body in the future. With his current mastery of the condensation pill, it was likely that after the secret realm, he would swiftly ascend to the realms of spiritual sea, divine soul, and even divine organs. What could possibly be this fellow's hidden advantage? Li Changxing was walking ahead, feeling the searing gaze from behind him. Unconsciously, he adjusted his posture, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. Unable to bear it any longer, he turned around. Who is it in broad daylight? Saint Sun, is that you? Li Changxing's expression was one of bewilderment. He had assumed it was someone with peculiar tendencies, fixated on observing others. Chu Xinghe stepped forward, stroking his chin. Li Changxing felt a lump in his throat. What is this gaze? This action? This expression? This is not good. I'm in trouble. How is your mother? Li Changxing? System? Zhongli Qimeng? Just as Li Changxing was about to breathe a sigh of relief, his heart suddenly raced. A mosaic of emotions formed in his gaze. 3 parts vigilance, 3 parts confusion, 2 parts curiosity, and 2 parts contemplation. At this moment, Li Changxing felt an urge to flee. Could this holy son truly possess peculiar inclinations? Inquiring about his mother's whereabouts. What could this mean? Holy son, your status is exalted while mine is humble. We are simply incompatible, and my mother would never consent to our entanglement. Chu Xinghe, the system, the child of fortune, is quite extraordinary. Zhongli Qimeng, interesting. I shall observe further. What nonsense are you spouting? Chu Xinghe exclaimed in exasperation. How dare they treat him in such a manner? Li Changxing observed Chu Xinghe's flustered demeanor, his heart sinking to the depths. Was it not said that the Saint Sun favored Jiang Wanyin? All of it was a deceit. No matter how much you ponder, I am attracted to women. I possess no peculiar inclinations. Doubt lingered in Li Changxing's gaze. He began to elucidate, his urgency palpable. There is no need for the Saint Sun to explain this matter. Slap, clap, clap. Li Changxing lay in agony on the ground. Chu Xinghe sat astride him, launching strikes with both arms. By heavens! What kind of gaze is that? Chu Xinghe rose to his feet and, with a swift kick, sent Li Changxing soaring through the air. This favored child of destiny seemed to possess a rather peculiar mindset, filled with nonsensical thoughts. Li Changxing, clutching his rear, managed to rise once more. Is there anything else you require, holy son? Chu Xinghe coughed softly. How is your mother? Li Changxing replied, why do you hold such affection for my mother? Could it be that you aspire to be my father? Coughing again, he added, my dear saint, my mother and father have cherished each other for many years, treating one another with utmost respect and reverence. Chu Xinghe took a deep breath and nodded slightly. I merely wish to inquire whether your parents are still alive. Why must this be so arduous? Well, that is good, very good. Upon receiving the information he desired, Chu Xinghe's spirits lifted as he embraced Li Changxing's shoulders. Li Changxing's complexion turned pale, and cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead. He had claimed to harbor no feelings for me, yet here he was, unable to restrain himself from taking action. Could it be that my innocence is destined to be compromised today? Father, mother, I am truly sorry for you. Chu Xinghe gazed at Li Changxing, who was on the verge of tears, and realized that this fellow was once again overthinking. Damn it. Why does this son of fortune always gravitate towards such thoughts? Could it be that he harbors some peculiar inclination? Chu Xinghe inadvertently released Li Changxing. The surrounding spiritual energy coalesced into water, cleansing Chu Xinghe in its embrace, before he turned to Li Changxing with a wary gaze. Li Changxing, perplexed, inquired, what does this mean? Do you disdain me? Shall I take my leave? Concealed in the shadows, Zhongli Qimeng smirked, finding this far more entertaining than taking a life. Little did he anticipate witnessing Chu Xinghe's moment of humiliation. Ahem, there are plentiful opportunities within, and I shall accompany you, he declared. Li Changxing's eyes flickered with uncertainty, sensing a shift in tactics, contemplating the possibility of feigned indifference. Indeed, the subtlety of their minds was profound. As the two traversed the path, silence enveloped them, neither daring to break the stillness. Chu Xinghe encounters such an individual for the very first time. Should he administer some potion to the beast within the secret realm? allowing this fellow to have an experience, thereby satiating Li Changxing's peculiar inclinations? Perhaps this would prompt him to diligently seek out opportunities. Li Changxing's fingers continuously tightened and then slowly relaxed. He was undoubtedly concocting some scheme. Was he perhaps waiting for nightfall or for a secluded spot? Taking a deep breath, Li Changxing resolved to take the initiative. He could not afford to remain passive, otherwise he would be utterly consumed. Oh, Holy Son, you bear the weighty responsibility of the Tianyan sacred land, and I am merely an outer disciple. There is no need for you to squander time on me. The pupils of Chu Xinghe quivered slightly. Could it be that there are opportunities nearby, and this young man seeks to distract me? Truly, he is the child of destiny, with a mind as intricate as it is cunning. I have a profound admiration for such self-reliant and resilient disciples. Your presence reminds me of my own days of confusion and uncertainty. Thus, I have silently resolved to extend my utmost assistance to those I am able to help. In you, I perceive a reflection of my own past. Being born into humble circumstances is not a disgrace. Rather, the ability to endure and adapt defines a true gentleman. Chu Xinghe stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of nonchalance. Li Changxing felt his heart plunge into the abyss. So it begins to reveal its true purpose, does it? A true man knows when to yield and when to stand firm. Hasn't this already laid bare his cunning? This is an act of bullying, and still, he seeks to be recognized as her husband. Indeed, it becomes clear. This so-called holy son is no virtuous character. He has deceived everyone. He is nothing but a scoundrel. Why has he set his sights on me? Li Changxing felt tears welling in his eyes, a deep sense of despair engulfing him. Chu Xinghe observed Li Changxing's expression and smirked. Indeed, there was an opportunity here. There was no way they could divert my attention. He watched as Li Changxing left without a backward glance. In Chu Xinghe's gaze lingered a hint of contemplation. How intriguing. A facade of openness while concealing ulterior motives. They are clearly waiting for an opportunity to divert my attention, only to strike back with a vengeance. Are they? This fortunate child does possess a modicum of wit. Alas, he has encountered me. Chu Xinghe. Lady Qingming, send someone to apprehend his parents. Chu Xinghe conveyed his thoughts to Zhongli Qingming, who responded affirmatively. Previously, she had only heard from her subordinates about how Chu Xinghe dealt with these individuals. Now, witnessing it firsthand evoked a distinct sense of exhilaration. However, she felt a peculiar dissonance, as if they were not quite attuned to the same frequency. Uncertain, she decided to observe further. Chu Xinghe hurriedly followed Li Changxing, who was drenched in sweat and visibly anxious. Could it be that my innocence is to be forfeited in this very place? Li Changxing's thoughts were in constant turmoil. No. Once we exit this secret realm, I must leave the heavenly Yin sacred land. It is far too perilous. Clearly, Chu Xinghe was unaware of Li Changxing's intentions. After walking for a while, Chu Xinghe suddenly came to a halt. A murderous intent permeated the air. Li Changxing, who was walking ahead, also came to a stop. Chu Xinghe took note of Li Changxing's movements, a smile gracing his lips. Be careful. Suddenly, Chu Xinghe spoke, and with a swift kick, he sent Li Changxing sprawling. From the distant peaks, a serpent, as thick as a man's waist, surged forth. As it opened its mouth, a dark shadow darted inside. The serpent demon gazed at Chu Xinghe with trepidation. Its adversary displayed no fear and instead chose to resist stubbornly, attempting to choke it with concealed weapons. The serpent demon felt a constriction in its breath, its eyes reflecting a sense of urgency. Chu Xinghe vanished in an instant with a teleportation. Boom. From the spot where he had stood just moments before, a knife-wielding assailant suddenly lunged forth. The blade struck the ground with a resounding clang. A flicker of astonishment flashed through the attacker's eyes. To think he could evade even this. With a swift motion, the assailant attempted to withdraw the embedded knife from the earth. Chu Xinghe stepped onto the blade of a knife, causing the assassin to stumble. By the time the assassin regained his composure, Chu Xinghe had already seized him by the throat. Cough, cough. Chu Xinghe gazed coldly at the assassin before him. Who sent you? The assassin replied, Chu Xinghe, you might as well abandon all hope. You shall never know. With that, he closed his eyes. The corners of Chu Xinghe's mouth curled upwards. It matters not if you choose to remain silent. You must be aware that my relationship with Zhongli Qingming is quite amicable. When the time comes, she will assist in uncovering your information. I assure you, your family will meet a dreadful fate. The assassin's pupils contracted. Chu Xinghe, how despicable of you. It is disgraceful for one of your stature, the scion of the Holy Land. Chu Xinghe smiled. You have already attempted to assassinate me. Yet I am not permitted to employ my own means against you? How presumptuous, as if this realm of Su Tian were your personal domain. Observing the chill in Chu Xinghe's gaze, the assassin fell silent. I am a member of the Hall of Killers. Outpost, Chu Xinghe replied, tightening his grip. The assassin's complexion flushed crimson. You would do well to consider the fate of your family. You must have conducted some investigation on me, and thus know that I currently command a considerable number of allies. The assassin's expression grew despondent. By what tower? I do not know who seeks your demise. Spiritual energy manifested in Chu Xinghe's hands as the assassin collapsed to the ground. Chu Xinghe rummaged through the area and discovered a token. After securing it, he proceeded to dispose of the assassin's corpse. Turning his gaze towards the serpent demon, he noticed that it had lowered its head. Ahem. It attempted to cough out the object that was lodged in its throat. Chu Xinghe let out a sigh. Ethereal energy coalesced into a zither, emitting a wave of resonance. With a resounding crack, the serpent demon was cleaved in two, its form severed apart. Chu Xinghe crouched down, gazing at Li Changxing, who emanated an unbearable stench. With a look of disdain, Brother Changxing, I am indeed saving your life. Li Changxing lay pale upon the ground. It seemed he was still fixated on my intentions. What does the Holy Sun desire? A contract materialized in Chu Xinghe's hand. Just now, that serpent demon was of the sovereign level. Had I not intervened, you would have perished. Additionally, there was an assassin aiming to take your life. Thus, I have effectively saved you twice. Li Changxing was taken aback. My fee for a single rescue is 100,000 premium divine stones. Having acted twice, that amounts to 200,000. Given our amicable relationship, I shall extend you a discount. You now owe me 300,000 premium divine stones. Li Changxing, infuriated, sat up abruptly. Why don't you just go and rob someone instead? Chu Xinghe shook his head. Your prowess is commendable. It is inconceivable that you are merely an outer disciple. You are destined to soar to great heights and will undoubtedly be able to repay this debt. If you perish, all will be lost. Presently, you are poisoned, and if you do not receive timely treatment, your demise will soon follow. After Chu Xinghe finished speaking, he flicked his fingers. In the distance, a mountain peak erupted in a spectacular explosion, revealing a 1,000-year-old agave plant. How remarkable! This entity appears to possess the potential to save your life. Chu Xinghe smacked his lips, while Li Changxing was left utterly astounded. How did Chu Xinghe come to know this? The presence of a royal-level demon beast here is inherently abnormal, undoubtedly indicating the existence of treasures. Li Changxing, enduring excruciating pain as his skin began to rot, gazed longingly at the agave in Chu Xinghe's hand, yearning to snatch it away. Yet, he was no match for Chu Xinghe. Soon, the poison would infiltrate his organs, rendering any hope of salvation utterly futile. Upon concluding his words, Chu Xinghe prepared to depart. Very well, I acquiesce. Chu Xinghe shook his head. I no longer agree. I believe your life is not worthy of this. Li Changxing gritted his teeth. I can grant you one chance, but it shall be but a singular opportunity. Chu Xinghe. System? Zhongli Qimeng? Chu Xinghe finally came to his senses. Surely, you do not believe that I harbor feelings for you, do you? Li Changxing endured the pain. Is that not the case? Chu Xinghe's eyes narrowed, a surge of murderous intent erupting forth. The spiritual energy in his hand transformed into a colossal hammer. The sound echoed bang, 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 bang. In the shadows, Zhongli Qimeng observed as the landscape within a radius of several dozen miles was reduced to ruins. Watching Li Changxing on the brink of death nearly made her laugh. You insulted me. I merely admired you, seeing in you a reflection of my former self, which compelled me to offer my assistance. Li Changxing lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. It turned out he had been overthinking. Simultaneously, a sense of relief washed over him. Very well, 300,000 premium divine stones. Li Changxing felt his head spinning. The venom coursing through him was nearing his heart, the searing sensation becoming unbearable. You just insulted me. Compensate me for mental anguish, 500,000 premium divine stones. Li Changxing's pupils widened in shock. Gritting his teeth, he conceded, all right, I agree. I will repay you gradually. I simply do not possess such wealth at present. Chu Xinghe produced a piece of paper, imprinted with blood. Li Changxing wiped a bit of blood from his body and stamped it upon the sheet. He prepared to utter an oath to the heavens. As Li Changxing opened his mouth, a surge of grief and indignation welled up within him. Damn it. Ultimately, he could only helplessly utter the oath. Chu Xinghe approached Li Changxing and delivered a powerful punch that rendered him unconscious. From the shadows, Zhongli Qimeng stepped forward. Should he be eliminated? Chu Xinghe shook his head. What cannot be killed? Observe closely. Chu Xinghe did not administer the agave to Li Changxing. Before long, Li Changxing's complexion turned a ghastly green. Helpless and beyond salvation, he perished. Zhongli Qingming shook her head. Is that truly the case? Chu Xinghe's voice was unperturbed. After the passage of half an hour, a glimmer of golden light began to emerge, gradually dispelling the green hue enveloping him. Hasten to extract his essence, he urged. Upon hearing Chu Xinghe's command, Zhongli Qingming did not hesitate. One of her hands transformed into a shade of black, directly extracting Li Changxing's essence. You must depart first. Also, procure another agave for me. A look of confusion flickered in Zhongli Qingming's eyes, yet she remained resolute, producing a millennium-old agave. This is the most inferior item I possess, Chu Xinghe remarked. Did you not recently acquire a millennium-old agave? Zhongli Qingming inquired, gazing at Chu Xinghe. You cannot comprehend. Anything that these individuals covet possesses unique significance. What may appear mundane to outsiders could harbor unforeseen wonders. Henceforth, you shall remain concealed and refrain from accompanying me. If possible, you may now exit and dissipate your lingering aura. Zhongli Qingming did not object, turning away to erase her presence. Chu Xinghe produced a millennium-old agave and placed it into Li Changxing's mouth. An energy surged into Li Changxing's body, resonating with a low hum. The fragmented green toxins swiftly receded. He then took out the Eastern Emperor bell and gently swayed it above Li Changxing's head. With each resounding thud, the soul vibrated in harmony with the bell, creating a unique resonance. Chu Xinghe began to delve into this individual's memories, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. Indeed, Li Changxing had been conscious moments ago, aware that Zhongli Qingming was extracting his essence. He meticulously erased that fragment of memory, implanting instead a vision of Chu Xinghe sacrificing much in order to save him. The task was complete. He gazed down at Li Changxing, now rendered a mere shell of his former self, lying helplessly on the ground. With a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, Chu Xinghe mused, Master, is not this child of fortune the one we have been seeking? Having his origin extracted and losing his agave, his fortune value has plummeted by 30,000. I sense that you have been deceiving me all along. This child of fortune already possesses a fortune value of 120,000. And his potential for growth is truly formidable. Yet you allowed that villainous sorceress to extract his essence. I have misjudged you, for you are indeed misleading me. Chu Xinghe shook his head. You do not understand. I have conducted an investigation into this secret realm. Previously, it was the burial site of an ancient ancestor with an indomitable sacred body. He is merely a kingly body, and that esteemed elder could intervene, allowing him to break and then be reborn, transforming him into a sacred body. Currently, I am assisting Zhongli Qingming in obtaining the essence, which is a deeper means to earn his trust. The kingly body requires an extensive period to undergo transformation, but with this opportunity for a complete rebirth, he can directly evolve into a sacred body, thereby qualifying to compete with Zhongli Qingming. Is that true? Do you still doubt my words? I assured you that I would aid you in accomplishing your task. Although there have been numerous unforeseen events, the progeny of fortune are growing increasingly formidable. Now, Zhongli Qingming trusts me even more, and yet you still harbor suspicions. Perhaps you should sever the bond and seek another fated individual. It seems I have misjudged my master, and for that, I sincerely apologize. My master has tirelessly strategized for the progeny of fortune, earning a reward of 300,000 assistance points. The system misunderstood my master, thus granting an additional 100,000 assistance points. Chu Xinghe sighed, retrieving a bottle of tequila and taking a generous swig. A surge of potent energy coursed through him, transforming into a golden dragon that writhed within his being. Chu Xinghe felt a surge of emotion within him. Indeed, he anticipated this outcome. The celestial and demonic energies within his body revolved, tightly restraining this formidable force. A resonant hum filled the air as the connection between heaven, earth, and humanity was established. A potent aura reminiscent of the early stages of ascension erupted forth. After a moment, Chu Xinghe opened his eyes, exhaled deeply, and a smile graced his lips. Truly, the fortune of the chosen one is immensely beneficial. Li Changxing gradually regained consciousness, overwhelmed by excruciating pain that was nearly unbearable. Soon, a look of terror spread across his face as he realized his powers had been completely eradicated. Turning to gaze at Chu Xinghe, a glimmer of frostiness flickered in his eyes. Holy Sun, what has happened to me? Chu Xinghe opened his eyes. You are awake. The poison has infiltrated your organs and your essence. I can only abolish your strength to preserve your life. This life of yours has cost me a considerable amount of rare herbs, including the precious millennium-old agave. Li Changxing pressed his lips together, sensing that something significant had transpired. Yet he could not recall what it was. You still have a chance. Within this lies a fortuitous opportunity. If you can seize it, not only will your essence be restored, but your constitution will also advance further. The physique still leaves much to be desired. Upon hearing Chu Xinghe's murmurs, Li Changxing remained silent. He had become but a shell of his former self. Chu Xinghe should no longer be fixated on him. He felt no particular anxiety regarding the deterioration of his physique. The unique ability he awakened was an extraordinary sensitivity to treasures, surpassing that of an ordinary person. Even his royal physique had been awakened through a serendipitous encounter within a secret realm. However, Chu Xinghe persistently followed him, and he dared not reveal his true feelings. One must always remain vigilant against others. Moreover, why would a holy son like Chu Xinghe be so preoccupied with an outer sect disciple? Previously, he had never crossed paths with Chu Xinghe. The notion that remnants of the past could be seen in him was utterly unbelievable. With a shift in his thoughts, Chu Xinghe realized that he had just experienced a breakthrough in his realm. Consequently, he would be unable to accompany you during the forthcoming period. The aura of Chu Xinghe was inadvertently unleashed, manifesting a semblance of imminent breakthrough. Upon concluding his words, Chu Xinghe produced a considerable number of elixirs. Take these with you for your own protection. I am aware of your distrust towards me, yet I harbor no ill intentions. In time, you shall discern the truth for yourself. After Chu Xinghe spoke, he vanished without a trace. Li Changxing gazed at the elixirs before him, feeling a twinge of hesitation. It was not for myself. Why has he incessantly inquired about my mother's whereabouts? What could be the reason? Could it be that the ancient monster who once had his sights on my mother has undergone a rebirth? Or perhaps my mother possesses a unique identity. The complexity reflected in Chu Xinghe's eyes moments ago did not seem feigned. He perceived the truth with clarity. After Chu Xinghe departed, he encountered numerous demon beasts. He proceeded to insert elixirs into their mouths, believing this would expedite the fortune of the destined one in acquiring opportunities. As for these female demon beasts, they shall be eliminated. I truly possess an abundance of kindness. After Chu Xinghe completed his task, he vanished without a trace. Half an hour later, within the entire secret realm, the demonic beasts were in a frenzy, saliva dripping from their mouths, their eyes a vivid crimson. Run! These beasts have gone mad. What could have happened? Look at their brethren. Numerous disciples fled in a panic, glancing back at the frenzied beasts. What on earth is going on? Why are the beasts acting this way? I truly wish to know what they have consumed to become so invigorated. I have a friend. Forget about your friend. Just run. Help me. Many disciples found themselves knocked to the ground by the beasts, their faces ashen. Brother, I don't have that item. Spare me. Curse these fiends. Get away. Several disciples dared not approach. There were even a few beasts at the sovereign emperor level. The true inheritors were absent, and it seemed all hope was lost. Seeking death. A melodious note resonated through the air, and in an instant, all the demonic beasts erupted into a mist of blood. The disciples hastily raised their gazes. In the sky stood a young man clad in immaculate white, his clothes untouched by dust, with silken strands dancing around him and eyes as profound as the abyss. His slender, elegantly defined fingers rested upon a celestial instrument. We greet the Holy Son. The disciples expressed their gratitude for the Holy Son's timely rescue, bowing deeply, especially those who narrowly escaped the beast's onslaught, nearly prostrating themselves. We are all comrades. There is no need for such formality. Be cautious, as someone has infiltrated. Upon concluding his words, Chu Xinghe transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing from the sight of the multitude of disciples. Truly, he is the Holy Son. The Holy Son is undeniably handsome. I yearn to embrace him and shower him with affection. Henceforth, the Holy Son shall be the object of my adoration. Anyone who dares to show disrespect towards him shall not escape my wrath. Upon hearing the sounds from behind, Chu Xinghe's lips curled into a smile. Though these disciples may appear inconspicuous within the Tianyan sacred land, the forces supporting them are formidable and should not be underestimated. As for who is responsible, it is the Hall of the God of Killing. What concern is that of Chu Xinghe? After departing, he gazed at the distant trees collapsing and the crumbling mountains. Chu Xinghe vanished from his location. When he reappeared, he was grasping a person in his hand. Shi Jingfeng's clothes were disheveled, his breath rapid. The blade in his grasp was already dulled, and a deep, bone-revealing claw mark marred his back. Chu Xinghe took out several pills and handed them to Shi Jingfeng. This creature possesses the strength of the ascending realm, and you are still no match for it. Shi Jingfeng lowered his head in silence. Ever since his defeat to Chu Xinghe, he had devoted himself to relentless training. He was on the verge of breaking through to the ascending realm, just a step away. His purpose for entering the secret realm was to confront life and death, striving to achieve that breakthrough. Little did he expect that the one to save his life would be Chu Xinghe. I do not require your assistance. I can eliminate this creature myself. Chu Xinghe nodded slightly, refraining from any rebuttal. Shi Jingfeng remarked, the sensation of this punch landing on cotton is truly unsatisfactory. Shi Jingfeng had yet to fully comprehend the situation. Chu Xinghe seized him and hurled him directly before the formidable beast of the ascending heaven realm. Shi Jingfeng's expression shifted dramatically. You. Before he could finish his words, he sensed the beast's fierce assault and hastily evaded. Chu Xinghe strummed the guqin, and a melodious sound resonated, akin to a gentle stream that soothes the soul. Shi Jingfeng, weary in spirit, felt a wave of contentment wash over him. The blade in his hand became lighter, more ethereal, dancing with ease. The music of the guqin intertwined harmoniously with the ringing of the sword. Suddenly, a surge of sword intent erupted forth, booming like thunder. The monstrous beast that was about to strike Shi Jingfeng was instantaneously cleaved in two, terror reflected in its eyes. The distant mountains, too, were split apart. Shi Jingfeng closed his eyes, enveloped in a haze of ethereal energy, amplified by his sword intent. A formidable aura surged skyward, emanating an overwhelming pressure of ascendance. Upon opening his eyes and glancing back, he found the place utterly deserted. I am not your equal, Shi Jingfeng murmured softly. Today you saved my life and aided my comprehension of sword intent. Should you face peril in the future, let others tread over my corpse first. He picked up the demon core, which transformed into a stream of light and vanished from sight. After Chu Xinghe had departed, he paid no heed to Shi Jingfeng's words, for he had distinctly perceived a shadow of his past life within Shi Jingfeng, unyielding and resilient. This was precisely why Chu Xinghe felt compelled to extend his assistance. Perhaps it would prove beneficial in the future. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Changxing lay prostrate on the ground, his garments tattered and his state utterly disheveled. A chorus of low growls resonated as numerous demonic beasts encircled him, their eyes gleaming with a sanguine hue. Li Changxing braced himself as he staggered backward, his gaze filled with trepidation. These beasts were far from benign. They relished the torment inflicted upon him. Had it not been for the medicinal pills left by Chu Xinghe, he would have long since succumbed to their merciless assault. Yet now, the pills were exhausted, leaving him devoid of any strength. Just then, a melody from a zither filled the air. Upon beholding that familiar figure, Li Changxing nearly wept. The demonic beasts lunged towards him. Ah! The sound of explosions echoed as the zither music played on, causing the beasts to disintegrate. A few more demons charged toward Chu Xinghe, their claws poised to strike. A scar marred Chu Xinghe's arm. Are you all right? Li Changxing gritted his teeth against the pain. A moment ago, a ferocious beast had charged at him with such force that it sent him sprawling. Fortunately, Chu Xinghe had intervened. Get lost. Chu Xinghe suppressed his voice. While Li Changxing closed his mouth, he gazed at the celestial beast before him, realizing that remaining would only render him a burden. Hastily, he turned to flee. A celestial beast lunged towards him, nearly sending his soul into a frenzy of terror. Suddenly, an ancient zither appeared beside him, producing a clear, resonant sound. Chu Xinghe, cradling the zither, carved a profound ravine upon the earth with his footsteps. Huffed. Chu Xinghe spat out a mouthful of blood. Li Changxing stood frozen in place. You why? Get away. Chu Xinghe cast several medicinal pills and charged into battle against the three-headed ascendant realm demon beasts. Li Changxing pressed his lips together. His fingers clenched tightly as the medicinal pills vanished from sight. Chu Xinghe's gaze sparkled. Acting is truly exhausting. By the time the peaks here are shattered, the landscape will be riddled with craters. Chu Xinghe had just slain these monstrous beasts. Since one must orchestrate a scheme, it is only natural to immerse oneself within it. Chu Xinghe retrieved several elixirs and searched a particular direction, his figure vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shi Jingfeng, Jing Taiyang, and Qiu Xinghe gathered together. The two gazed at Shi Jingfeng, their eyes filled with astonishment. Have you ascended to the heavenly realm? Shi Jingfeng nodded. Just as he was about to speak, a figure soared through the air and landed on the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Chu Xinghe furrowed his brows. You are to inform all disciples to gather together, as there are assassins from the god of death temple converging here. Chu Xinghe produced several elixirs and tossed them to Qiu Xinghe. What do you make of this elixir? Qiu Xinghe received the elixirs and, upon a brief glance, her eyes widened in astonishment. A top-tier elixir, it's truly remarkable. Shi Jingfeng gazed at Chu Xinghe. Are you quite all right? Jing Taiyang and Qiu Xinghe stood in disbelief, their mouths agape. Is this truly the Shi Jingfeng we know? Chu Xinghe shook his head. Your strength is formidable. We shall divide our forces to rescue the other disciples. Chu Xinghe rose to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he produced a considerable number of elixirs. Encountering the injured disciples, he used these potions to sustain their lives. After speaking, he turned and vanished from sight. Shi Jingfeng picked up the elixirs and similarly disappeared. Qiu Siru and Jing Taiyong exchanged a glance. Brother Shi has changed, Qiu Siru remarked. I have noticed as well. Let us go. We cannot disregard the sun's orders. Jing Taiyong felt that once the matter was concluded, he must interrogate Shi Jingfeng thoroughly. After Chu Xinghe departed, a smile graced his lips. It was indeed exhausting to gather all the disciples together this time. Fortunately, he had instructed Zhang Li Qiming to collect a considerable amount of medicinal herbs in advance. This provided an opportune moment to leverage the Killing God Palace and gauge the attitude of the heavenly transformation sacred land towards himself, the Holy Sun. Chu Xinghe does not believe that once he ascends to the position of the Holy Sun, the heavenly transformation Holy Land will not abandon him. The fact that Qingzhou has existed for so many years suggests that there must be several hidden prodigies. It is also possible that he is merely being used as a pawn in the open. Thus, this secret realm serves as a test. He should not find himself cast aside, still under the illusion that the Holy Land is his support. He ought to observe that child of destiny. In an instant, Chu Xinghe vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Li Chongqing stood bewildered, gazing at his surroundings. For colossal jade-white pillars soared toward the heavens, adorned with dark iron chains that hung ominously. Suspended amidst these pillars was an immense bronze coffin. Li Chongqing lifted his gaze to behold this awe-inspiring spectacle. Has the Tianyin sacred land truly fallen into desolation? How could a worthless individual be permitted to enter this secret realm? A melodious yet hollow voice resonated through the air. A chill ran down Li Chongqing's spine, and a suffocating sensation enveloped him. Radiance erupted from the bronze coffin, and a faint, ancient apparition materialized, scrutinizing Li Chongqing from head to toe. Little child, what has become of the Tianyin sacred land? Before Li Chongqing could respond, another voice emerged from behind him. Allow me to address this inquiry on behalf of the esteemed elder. Chu Xinghe approached, his expression serene as he gazed at the ethereal figure. Little one, who might you be? The contemporary saint son of heavenly transformation, Chu Xinghe, had encountered the ancestor before. He bowed respectfully, his demeanor neither servile nor arrogant. A celestial and demonic physique, with the strength of the early stage of ascendancy. Impressive. Upon hearing of the ascendancy strength, Li Chongqing couldn't help but click his tongue. Truly, Chu Xinghe was worthy of being a disciple of the Saint Lord. Is the heavenly transformation sacred land still the sovereign of Qizhou? The everlasting elder inquired. Chu Xinghe shook his head. There are still two sacred places that can rival the heavenly Yin sacred land. And now anyone dares to set foot in the heavenly Yin sacred land. The Holy Master took me as a disciple, yet offered no opportunities whatsoever. The immortal elder was taken aback. Who is the current Holy Master? He inquired. Wenrushi, came the response. Upon hearing the name Wenrushi, the immortal elder regained his composure. So it is that girl. It is indeed beyond my expectations that she could accept you as her disciple. The immortal elder murmured to himself, reflecting that the girl must have undergone some changes over the years. Chu Xinghe remained silent. If memory serves, the immortal elder was a formidable figure from ancient times, and he actually knew Wenrushi. This implies that Wenrushi also hailed from that era. Just how powerful could she be? Alas, this remarkable individual appeared as tranquil as water, ensconced within her own realm. Chu Xinghe naturally harbored no hopes for her. It was merely a pastime to tease her occasionally. Senior, is it possible for you to emerge? The immortal elder shook his head. I am left with only a remnant of my soul, and in due time, I shall dissipate into the vastness of this world. Over the years, many disciples have entered, and I have observed them. They have been quite disappointing. Yet, you are commendable. The immortal elder regarded Chu Xinghe, his eyes reflecting satisfaction. You already possess the celestial demonic body. My skills are not suitable for you. Upon hearing this, Li Chongqing's eyes gleamed with excitement. Chu Xinghe is not suitable. He is the only one present at the moment. Does this not imply? Chu Xinghe sighed. Old ancestor, there are a few words I wish to express. The immortal elder, observing the complexity in Chu Xinghe's gaze, was momentarily taken aback. Child, please step outside for a moment, the immortal elder commanded. And with a flick of his arm, Li Chongqing vanished from sight. Senior, are you aware of the devouring heaven demon body? Upon hearing this, a formidable killing intent erupted from the immortal elder. Chu Xinghe staggered backward, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Such terrifying power. Indeed, in life, he was a supreme being. The murderous intent of the immortal elder dissipated. Do you know that my current predicament is due to the devouring sky demon body? Chu Xinghe lifted his head, his eyes filled with astonishment. Alas, it is a matter of the past, the immortal elder's side. Has the celestial devouring demon body re-emerged in this lifetime? The immortal elder inquired. Chu Xinghe nodded slightly. The female disciple who entered with me today possesses the devouring heaven demonic body. Furthermore, I utilized a special elixir to provoke those beasts into a frenzy, subsequently intervening to rescue the disciples, thereby earning their trust. The immortal elder remained silent. What do you wish to convey? Chu Xinghe took a deep breath. His hands clenched tightly. I desire the essence of the ancestor. The indomitable elder's eyes revealed a chilling indifference. You were quite forthright. Chu Xinghe lowered his head in silence. He believed that everything occurring within the secret realm could not escape the scrutiny of the individual before him. The more forthright he was, the more this old man would be inclined to trust him. With the devouring sky demon body looming nearby, I am hardly a match. Moreover, this woman possesses a profound background, standing at the pinnacle of the void sky realm. Although I am the Holy Sun, I am merely a pawn that has been thrust forward. Nowadays, anyone dares to tread upon the celestial transformation sacred land. On the day I was designated as the Holy Sun, numerous factions came knocking, and not a single disciple was able to stand forth. It was only I, the Holy Sun, who stepped forward, while those who approached were merely heirs of esteemed families. The woman with whom I share mutual affection is confined within her home, simply because the celestial transformation sacred land is deemed unworthy of an alliance with them, and my status is equally unworthy. Chu Xinghe's fingers were tightly clenched, droplets of blood staining the hem of his garment. Administering medicine to the demonic beasts and subsequently rescuing them, my intent is to unify their hearts. The elders of the heavenly transformation sacred land may remain inactive, yet I, as their junior, shall rise to the occasion. My journey through this mortal realm shall not be in vain. The undying elder fell into silence, gazing at the still youthful Chu Xinghe, a look of profound satisfaction evident in his eyes. This path is fraught with difficulty. Chu Xinghe lifted his gaze, meeting the unyielding elder's eyes directly. The paths we traverse are forged by human endeavor. What merit is there in treading the trails blazed by others? I yearn to carve my own way. Xinghe feels too confined. The elder, taken aback for a moment, soon erupted into hearty laughter. Well. It has been ages since I have encountered a young one with such audacity. What is it that you desire from me? Chu Xinghe took a deep breath. I have stated my desire for the ancestor's essence. The immortal elder pondered for a moment. It would be more suitable for that young man. Chu Xinghe shook his head. He is the one with the devouring heaven demonic body, concealed within the outer sect, seeking out talented disciples to extract their essence. Ancestor, you possess the undying sacred body. While he wields the undying royal body, do you still fail to comprehend? The devouring heaven demonic body has joined the heavenly transformation sacred land, presumably in search of something. The undying elder narrowed his eyes. Should I also harbor suspicions that you are the one with the devouring heaven demonic body? The corners of Chu Xinghe's mouth curled up, exuding a warmth akin to water. Surely, she would not accept me as her disciple, even if she chose inaction. She could never allow the celestial sacred land to be obliterated by the devouring heavenly demon. The gaze of the immortal elder shifted once more. You can observe that the devouring heavenly demon still harbors a degree of trust in me. The immortal elder remained silent. I can offer you my essence. But what purpose do you intend to serve with it? Chu Xinghe took out the divine beast egg he had been carrying. This egg was indeed a divine beast egg, which had accompanied me for a long time without transforming. With a flick of his wrist, the old man of indestructibility summoned the egg into his hands. He weighed it thoughtfully, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. Young man, you need not deceive me. That child is not the vessel of the devourer. Yet, you have a sordid connection with the devourer. If only that child had approached, I would have bequeathed the legacy to him, enabling him to vanquish the devourer. However, your words have swayed my judgment. Although I have been wounded by the devourer, it is a mere reflection of my inadequacies, a relic of our era that cannot be unjustly imposed upon you. Fate and destiny intertwine. What is destined shall inevitably come to pass. That child's journey to this point is a testament to his fortune. Your ability to move me and alter my decision speaks to your own fortune, which surpasses his. More importantly, this child wields the art of manipulating human emotions. He is too naive and cannot outmaneuver you. The future belongs to you, and to witness such a youthful figure, the holy son of the celestial transformation, before my demise fulfills my final wish. After the old man of indestructibility spoke, his figure dissipated into the ether. The bronze coffin creaked open, and the divine beast egg descended within, its essence entirely absorbed. A radiant glow emanated from the egg, revealing an intricate pattern, yet it remained unhatched. Chu Xinghe's expression darkened. The bones within the coffin had turned to dust, concealing a black pearl inside. Chu Xinghe understood that this was precisely what Zhongli Qingming had been seeking. He carefully stored away the beads and the divine beast egg, and proceeded to inter the ashes. Chu Xinghe set his sights once more on the white jade pillar and the coffin. Crack, crack. The pillar shattered, and a multitude of fissures appeared upon the surface of the coffin. Chu Xinghe sighed, expressing his frustration at the lack of fortune he had garnered. Master, you have indeed acquired quite a few things, including the fortuitous encounter that robbed the Child of Destiny of his luck, causing his fortune to plummet by 40,000 points. The Child of Destiny's constitution remains unhealed. He has not obtained any cultivation techniques, nor has the demon god pearl fallen into his possession. Master, your heart seems rather dark. The system chimed in playfully. Why do you insist on being so sarcastic? Now that numerous disciples have departed, only I and that Li Changxing remain. Since I have not gained any fortune, it must be Li Changxing who has. What do you think Zhongli Qiming will do to him? She will undoubtedly kill him. And it will be a gruesome end. Moreover, the Zhongli family stands at the pinnacle of the Taishu heavenly realm. He won't be able to escape. You have mentioned before that during my seclusion, Zhongli Qiming has already slain 5 children of destiny, with Li Changxing right under her nose. Do you truly believe he can evade her? He cannot escape. Thus, he is not the child of destiny we are in search of. He lacks a powerful background and possesses only a high fortune along with a unique ability to seek treasures. How could he assist us in fulfilling our mission? If I were to aid him now, it would render my previous efforts futile and place myself in jeopardy. If I die, can you still complete the task? No, I cannot. You know well that completing the task is impossible. Even if Li Changxing obtains fortune, he will meet his demise, and I would be exposed. It is wiser to remain patient. Once the divine beast hatches, I will have a formidable ally. To knowingly assist him toward a certain death would only make us appear foolish. I am already quite astute. You are even wiser than I. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed. This child of destiny is not the one we seek. Master should continue to bide his time, awaiting the opportune moment, earning 40,000 points of assistance in the process. Chu Xinghe let out a sigh. How delightful it is to be devoid of conscience. It is no wonder they say that only those without scruples can amass wealth, while the conscientious remain impoverished. As Chu Xinghe emerged, Li Changxing gazed at him. Let us proceed, he said, glancing back. What about that esteemed senior? Chu Xinghe cast a glance at him. Do you truly wish to be possessed? Li Changxing's mouth fell agape, his eyes brimming with disbelief. To live eternally is to be a thief. Were it not for my means of self-preservation, I might have been seized. Furthermore, do you genuinely think I entered here merely for fortune? Over the years, the heavenly fortune sacred land has seen a decline in talented disciples. Have you not pondered this? After Chu Xinghe finished speaking, he tapped his forehead. What is the purpose of sharing this with you, a mere outer disciple? Li Changxing had yet to respond. Moments ago, he sensed that something of great significance had slipped away from him. Yet now, his mind was engulfed in chaos. Everything that had transpired felt like a mere illusion. Take these elixirs and cultivate diligently. As Chu Xinghe turned to leave, Li Changxing watched him retreat into the distance. He cast a glance back at the cave entrance, gritted his teeth, and ventured inside once more. The sight of the jade pillars and the coffin, now collapsed, filled him with a sense of absurdity. The notion of seizing another's body was indeed a reality he had heard of. Many ancient beings, nearing the end of their lifespans, would attempt to usurp the bodies of promising young talents. Suddenly, a rumble echoed through the cave as the entrance began to cave in. Li Changxing's face turned ashen, a massive stone hurtling towards him. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of doom. With a resounding crash, the stone shattered. Chu Xinghe dragged him out, coughing up several mouthfuls of blood, his complexion turning ashen. If you truly wish for death, I shall grant it, he said. Li Changxing opened his mouth, only to close it again. Damn it. Once I return, I shall renounce this position of Saint Sun and tend to my disciples. Who knows when I might endanger myself? A look of shame crossed Li Changxing's face. Saint Sun, are you unwell? Chu Xinghe remained silent, carrying with him the weight of his disappearance within the enigmatic realm. When he finally emerged, time had woven a tapestry of change. Chu Xinghe was momentarily taken aback. A throng of disciples stood before him, their gazes imbued with fervor and excitement. How splendid! The Holy Sun has emerged. Ha ha! I knew the Holy Sun would bring great fortune and would surely be unharmed. It is astonishing that the Holy Sun has remained hidden for so long solely to rescue a worthless individual. I too wish to be held by the Holy Sun. It is hard to fathom what it must be like to be a brother of the Holy Sun. At that moment, the several elders, observing Chu Xinghe's appearance, also breathed a sigh of relief. Chu Xinghe set Li Changxing down. Let us proceed to the heavenly transformation palace. I have matters to discuss. Chu Xinghe gazed at the 8 elders as one boldly surged ahead and vanished from sight. Within the Tianyin palace, the 8 elders exchanged glances, each questioning the other. The presence of the Death God Temple's members had infiltrated, and they pondered their next course of action. After Chu Xinghe finished speaking, he fell silent. The 8 elders exchanged glances, each looking at the other. They were well aware of the Hall of Killing Gods. It was precisely because of this knowledge that they hesitated. Chu Xinghe sighed. Please discuss this matter with the ancestor and inform me of the outcome afterward. As Chu Xinghe's voice faded, an ancient tone emerged. The previously seen elder reappeared. Without the need for deliberation, he commanded, eliminate them. 7 ancestors, they addressed the venerable figure with a respectful bow. Let us proceed. I am aware of several of his strongholds. You 8 truly are a disgrace. The Holy Sun has been bullied, yet you remain hesitant. You possess no valor whatsoever. If this continues, it will come as no surprise when the holy land of Tianyin falls to ruin. After the 7 ancestors spoke, he vanished alongside Chu Xinghe, disappearing into the spatial passage. Chu Xinghe gazed at the old man with an air of incredulity. Are you not afraid that the heavenly expansion sacred land may truly face annihilation? The 7th ancestor sighed deeply. We have aged, tirelessly awaiting the emergence of one capable of elevating the heavenly expansion sacred land to greatness. After so many years, we have finally encountered a glimmer of hope. Today, if we do not act on your behalf, you shall merely turn and depart from the heavenly expansion sacred land without a moment's hesitation. Am I correct? Chu Xinghe nodded slightly. This notion is commendable. It should be sustained in the future. Chu Xinghe felt a tinge of surprise. The heavenly sanctuary offered no aid to you. It could not defend your grievances, yet you remain here, merely a figurehead of a saint. If anger is not expressed, the heart remains unsettled, and the path becomes obstructed. A saint serves as the visage of a sanctuary, and if the saint must endure humiliation for the sake of survival, eventual obscurity is inevitable. Many sanctuaries fail to perceive this truth, fading into the annals of history. Even those who do discern it remain silent in the currents of time. It is a matter of fate and destiny. We, the elders, can still exert a flicker of our remaining vitality. It ultimately depends on how far you can advance. As long as we draw breath, you shall be the saint. No one can alter that. Unless we pass away and can no longer provide you protection, at that point, your fate will be beyond our concern. Chu Xinghe ceased to inquire further, for the answer resided within his heart. In all of Qingzhou, there stood 3 flower towers. The 7th ancestor, accompanied by Chu Xinghe, descended upon them. The entire flower tower trembled incessantly. To assassinate the holy son of the Tianyin sacred land, annihilate. Upon uttering these words, a terrifying rhythm of Tao intertwined upon his hand. With a single strike, the flower tower was reduced to ruins. Those who dared to resist fell silent, perishing before the eyes of Chu Xinghe and the 7th ancestor. Let us proceed to the next location. The 7th ancestor lingered not, turning to lead Chu Xinghe onward. The obliteration of the 3 flower towers sent shockwaves throughout Qingzhou. Many prominent figures recognized the flower towers as a formidable force. The Tianyin sacred land swiftly enacted their destruction. Yet how the temple of the killing god would respond remained uncertain. Above the Tianyin sacred land, golden lotuses blossomed, their radiance soaring skyward. A magnificent and colossal phantom loomed like a pillar supporting the heavens. Should the temple of the killing god persist in establishing its influence within Qingzhou, they would face annihilation. Should they dare to assassinate our holy son, we shall transcend to our utmost potential, sacrificing our lives, armed with Tao soldiers, to wage war against the temple of the killing god. This proclamation reverberated throughout Qingzhou, igniting a fervor that swept the land. Even neighboring provinces, upon hearing the news, deemed the Tianyin sacred land as mad. Upon his return, Chu Xinghe sought out Zhongli Qingming. The timing has nearly arrived. You may now deal with that child of destiny. A smile graced the corners of Zhongli Qingming's lips. You've intercepted quite a few of his opportunities, haven't you? Chu Xinghe naturally understood the implications of Zhongli Qingming's words. Without a moment's hesitation, he produced the demon god pearl and tossed it to her. This is what you seek. A look of astonishment, shock, and confusion flickered in Zhongli Qingming's eyes. Do you comprehend what this object signifies? Chu Xinghe nodded slightly. Those old fellows are capable of confronting the temple of the divine killers on my behalf. I am not one to forget my benefactors. If you are unable to procure this item, it is likely that the entire heavenly yin sacred land will vanish into nothingness. Zhongli Qingming's crimson lips curled into a smile. Indeed, it aligns with the ancestral plan. If I cannot obtain this demon god pearl, our Zhongli family would be willing to annihilate the entire Qizhou to secure it. I surmise that had it not been for your intervention, even the destruction of all of Qizhou would not have sufficed for me to acquire this pearl. Chu Xinghe raised an eyebrow. Is this villainous sorceress truly so perceptive? I, Zhongli Qingming, owe you a favor. Chu Xinghe's lips curled upwards. Would you like to see how I deal with that Li Changsheng? Zhongli Qingming inquired, gazing at Chu Xinghe. That would be quite interesting. Chu Xinghe felt a tinge of curiosity. With a sigh, he realized that the contract previously signed with the Child of Destiny had become obsolete. He had originally intended to pressure him with the 50,000 exquisite divine stones if he could not seize the opportunity within the secret realm. Let us proceed, said Zhongli Qingming as she tossed a ring to Chu Xinghe. Upon gazing at the contents within the ring, Chu Xinghe's brows arched in delight. 500,000 exquisite divine stones were now within his grasp. A vortex materialized beside Zhongli Qingming, and the two vanished from sight. When they reappeared, they found themselves outside the heavenly transformation sacred land. I instructed my team to conduct an investigation, and it was confirmed that the former Li Changsheng was indeed a mere wastrel. Further inquiries revealed that he would mysteriously disappear for a period of time, only to return with enhanced abilities. If my conjecture is correct, he must possess the ability to perceive opportunities that others cannot. Chu Xinghe remained silent. From your previous encounters and the few individuals I have dealt with, it is evident that such individuals possess unique abilities. These abilities enable them to ascend rapidly, ultimately directing their ambitions towards our Zhongli family. Just like the immortal elder, he too has ties to the Zhongli lineage. If Li Changsheng were to inherit his legacy, it would surely instigate enmity with our family. A dragon trapped in the wild, divided and devoured. I was once oblivious to who would partake in this division. But now I find myself gaining clarity. Chu Xinghe gazed deeply at Zhongli Qingming. Such a villainous enchantress is indeed a worthy collaborator. Chu Xinghe, in truth, you two are employing me to achieve some clandestine objective. Zhongli Qingming shifted the conversation and inquired, what makes you say that? Chu Xinghe waved his hand, feigning indifference. Zhongli Qingming refrained from pressing further. As long as Chu Xinghe could provide her with assistance, she was quite willing to embrace her role as a pawn. Perhaps it could be said that Chu Xinghe was her fated companion. At the very least, during this time, he had taught her how to confront those exceptional individuals. Moreover, such extraordinary beings would likely continue to emerge until the downfall of the Zhongli family. It was possible that even more unimaginable abilities would manifest. Utilizing Chu Xinghe to deal with those individuals was undoubtedly the best course of action. Li Changsheng had arrived. Zhongli Qingming gazed into the distance, her eyes narrowing. How intriguing. It had barely been a few days since she extracted his essence, and already it began to coalesce anew. Chu Xinghe gazed indifferently, unfazed by the notion of resurrection, let alone the mere restoration of one's essence. Zhongli Qingming observed the composed Chu Xinghe, pondering whether this restoration would enable him to transcend into his sacred body. You already know the answer. Why do you inquire? Zhongli Qingming had not manifested before Li Changsheng. As Li Changsheng beheld the familiar silhouettes in the distance, his eyes brimmed with tears. Father, mother. Li Yu and Wang Mei looked at Li Changsheng with concern. Silly child, why have you come? They are merely using us to threaten you. Li Changsheng's gaze fell upon the shadowy figures controlling his parents, a chill penetrating his being, yet he felt utterly powerless. A thought of someone crossed his mind. Perhaps the Holy Sun could assist him in this dire situation. Yet, the menacing figures had warned him sternly. Do not confide in anyone, or your parents shall perish. Especially do not inform Chu Xinghe. You possess a unique ability. You should have the means to nullify it yourself. You have 3 breaths to comply, or your parents will meet their end. After uttering these words, the dark-clad figures sealed the mouths of Li Yu and Wang Mei. A blade poised at their throats. Li Changsheng stood frozen, never having disclosed this ability to anyone, not even to his parents. How could these shadowy figures be aware? Hurry, do not dawdle. You have but 2 breaths remaining. Li Changsheng clenched his fists, witnessing the color drain from his parents' faces, their eyes bulging in distress. Gritting his teeth, he extended a finger, forcefully plunging it into his own eye. A wave of excruciating pain washed over him, causing him to collapse to the ground, his body contorting in agony. The shadowy figures released Li Changxing's parents and approached him. Die. Li Changxing suddenly rose, his eyes intact. He crushed the jade talisman in his hand, unleashing a terrifying assault. A hand emerged from the void, effortlessly shattering the attack. Li Changxing's parents were pierced by several strikes, blood gushing forth. Kid, I knew you would employ trickery. Concealed within the void, Chu Xinghe looked on in astonishment at Li Xinghe. It appears such individuals have abundant opportunities. I fear unforeseen circumstances may arise, which is why I summoned the ancestors, especially with the great formation still in place. Chu Xinghe let out a soft laugh. Well done. Li Changxing's face turned ashen. Observing the pallor on his parents' faces, his eyes brimmed with remorse. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden cry pierced the air as Li Yu's arms were severed. This is the price of your cunning. Do not kill my father, mother. I was wrong. I will not dare again. This time, Li Changxing did not hesitate, plunging his hands into his eyes without any trickery. Master, do you believe the next born of fortune will be even more formidable? I have faith that it will be. Moreover, my plan has already succeeded. What plan? Why was I unaware? Dear system, have you always been aware and are now testing me? From the moment of Bai Wuchen's arrival, I have been aiding Li Xinghe, and with Bai Wuchen's assistance, I have successfully established my own influence, seamlessly becoming the holy son of the heavenly fate's sacred land. Subsequently, I aided Li Xinghe in completing numerous tasks, allowing her to rectify her previous mistakes, which has fostered her gratitude towards me. In this secret realm, I have once again leveraged this child of destiny, consolidating the hearts of the disciples of the heavenly fate sacred land. Even the revered ancestors of the sacred land now regard me with esteem, willing to support me. With the acquisition of the demon god Pearl, I have provided Li Xinghe, this villainess, with what she desires, ensuring her departure from the heavenly fate sacred land back to the Zhongli family. The sacred land will not meet its demise. I have gathered the hearts of its people. I also have allies behind me, enabling me to better assist the child of fortune in the future. We shall not be solitary fighters. Relying solely on the two of us will surely hinder our ability to aid the child of fortune, necessitating a larger cohort to join our ranks. Now, I am unreservedly offering her the demon god Pearl, also aiding her against those children of fortune. Concurrently, I impart to her numerous strategies to confront the children of fortune. Will she not perceive that I harbor feelings for her? Women delight in self-empowerment. By granting her the demon god Pearl and assisting her against the children of fortune. When the time comes for me to quietly support the child of fortune, she will undoubtedly harbor no suspicions regarding my intentions. Sacrificing a few less formidable children of fortune will pave a smoother path for us ahead. Surely, you have long perceived this and are intentionally testing me. Ha ha, master. You are indeed astute. I discerned your plan from the outset, which is why I did not intervene. I did not expect you to uncover my awareness. You are quite clever. The master schemes for the future child of fortune, rewarding me with 500,000 points of aid. Chu Xinghe's lips curled into a smile. I knew you were aware. Otherwise, you wouldn't have allowed me to wreak havoc, assisting the villainous sorceress in dealing with the son of destiny. Oh, dear system, you are simply marvelous. Without your support, I could never have orchestrated such a scheme. You are incredibly astute. Do ensure that you guide me to great heights. Rest assured, my master, I shall indeed help you soar. System, oh dear, I truly had no idea it was like this. It turns out my master had already completed the layout, while I foolishly doubted them. Fortunately, my master believed I was clever enough to see through their plans. What shall we do from here? This has the system quite distressed. Below, Li Changxing, after blinding himself, felt a profound sense of loss. He sensed that something of great significance had slipped away from him. He dared not engage in any cunning schemes. Who could have anticipated that the heavenly saint's attack would be so effortlessly shattered? That was his greatest opportunity. Li Xinghe appeared beside Li Changxing, her fingers ignited with demonic flames. In an instant, Li Changxing was consumed entirely, dissipating into the fabric of the universe. The cloaked figures, witnessing this scene, swiftly dealt with Li Changxing's parents. Li Xingme's lips curled into a smirk. How amusing indeed. When Chu Xinghe bestowed the demon god Pearl upon her, she sensed a slight complication in the fusion process. However, after vanquishing Li Changxing, that subtle issue dissipated entirely. How intriguing. Previously, she had always felt a sense of impending trouble with these individuals, believing that their formidable backgrounds would allow for timely rectification of any issues. Yet, she later realized that the errors were multiplying increasingly. One day, those very mistakes would engulf her. But now, such concerns have vanished. Chu Xinghe emerged from the shadows. How is it? Zhang Liqingming's crimson lips curved into a smile. It feels rather pleasant. Are you planning to return? Upon hearing Chu Xinghe's inquiry, Zhang Liqingming gracefully approached, her long legs striding forward. The two locked gazes. What is the matter? Do you find it hard to part with me? Chu Xinghe pressed her lips together in silence. Zhang Liqingming stepped forward and embraced Chu Xinghe. Oh dear, what is this delightful sensation? Is my system malfunctioning? Never mind. I shall indulge for a moment. Should I search for a beautiful daughter of fortune for my master? Gazing at the beauty in her arms, Chu Xinghe was momentarily taken aback. One must seize opportunities when they arise. Just as she was about to extend her hand, Zhang Liqingming had already withdrawn, covering her mouth and laughing softly. Little Xinghe, you are a bit mischievous, aren't you? Chu Xinghe awkwardly touched his nose and smiled. If there were no reaction, what would be the difference between him and a eunuch? If I hadn't reacted swiftly, I could have been lifted by your imperial weapon, couldn't I? Chu Xinghe opened his mouth. Would you care to listen before you speak? You are a villainous enchantress, not a mere rogue. I shall take my leave, after a moment. Zhang Liqingming spoke. She bore the weight of her family's responsibilities. She could not afford to fall in love. If, in the future, she could alleviate the crisis facing the Zhongli clan, she would not mind being with Chu Xinghe. Unbeknownst to her, this individual had quietly nestled into her heart over the past few days. Be careful, Chu Xinghe offered no further words. Zhang Liqingming nodded, and with her companions, she vanished from sight. Chu Xinghe shook his head. This villainess is rather intriguing. It will be quite challenging to exploit her in the future, for she is a seasoned and affluent woman. As Chu Xinghe returned to the heavenly transformation sacred land, he was abruptly drawn into a swirling vortex. Chu Xinghe gazed at Wenrushi, who remained as serene and elegant as ever. After taking a seat, he rested his chin on his hand, quietly admiring his master's visage. In the pavilion, a gentle breeze wafted through, enveloping the surroundings in tranquil silence. Everything was hushed, and the child, undoubtedly up to some mischief, was eerily quiet. When Rushi lifted her gaze and observed that Chu Xinghe's eyes had lost their focus, a smile reminiscent of a bully teasing a virtuous maiden playing upon his lips. What are you pondering? She inquired. I was contemplating my master in bed. Chu Xinghe hastily bit back his words. With a swift flick of his eyes, he added, I was reflecting on how even a bed belonging to my master possesses a calming aura. When Rushi chose not to press further. The heavenly fate sanctuary should have faced a calamity, yet this impending disaster had vanished. Chu Xinghe took a hearty sip of tea. With a master as exquisite as this, no calamity could possibly overwhelm him. When Rushui remained silent, devoid of joy or sorrow, resembling a stagnant pool of water. If master has no further matters, I shall take my leave, Chu Xinghe stated. When Rushui nodded in acknowledgement. However, as Chu Xinghe departed, when Rushui cast a fleeting glance at his retreating figure. Upon returning, Chu Xinghe reclined on his bed and stretched lazily. What sheer comfort! Arriving in this ethereal realm of Taishu, he had finally accomplished his preliminary plans. The next step would be to address the matter concerning that foolish girl, Jiang Wanyi. He accessed the system interface. Master, Chu Xinghe age, 20 strength, early ascendant physique, celestial demon body, celestial demon eyes technique, celestial demon Dao scripture martial arts, celestial demon S9 heavens, teleportation, heart demon induction weapons, celestial demon zither, purple gold gourd, Eastern Emperor Bell assistance value, 1,898,000 inventory, celestial demon zither, divine beast egg, purple gold gourd. Eastern Emperor Bell, he gazed at the nearly 1,900,000 assistance value. Chu Xinghe rubbed his hands together and addressed the system, requesting a high-level lottery. After expending 1 million points of assistance, a voice proclaimed, Congratulations, Master, you have received a mysterious elixir. Upon hearing this, Chu Xinghe furrowed his brow. In his hand now lay a golden elixir, adorned with 10 intricate layers of patterns. What is the purpose of this elixir? The system could not provide an answer, for its very nature was shrouded in mystery. Chu Xinghe could not help but roll his eyes. 1 million points of assistance surely indicated something extraordinary. He consumed it in one gulp, not even letting out a burp. Is this truly it? System, you cannot be deceiving me regarding my assistance points, can you? By the heavens, how could I ever mislead my master? The lottery can yield treasures from all realms, Even I cannot foresee what will be drawn. The master might even summon an enchanting spirit or a beguiling fox. The possibilities are endless. Another intermediate lottery draw ensues, consuming 500,000 assistance points, resulting in the acquisition of a minor realm enhancement card. Chu Xinghe sighed. Every time during the intermediate lottery, it was always the same. After utilizing it, his strength had already ascended to the mid-stage of the ascendant realm. Quite commendable. That wealthy lady had already returned home. Should he capture a few fortunate individuals to present to her? Perhaps in exchange for a new wave of rewards. Chu Xinghe suddenly had a realization and slapped his thigh. What happened, master? He inquired. What a loss. I gave her the demon god pearl, but forgot to ask for more holy medicine. The system remarked. It seems that the master is somewhat avaricious. Upon returning to the sacred sun palace, Chu Xinghe's pupils constricted slightly. On the table lay a letter. Chu Xinghe, are you familiar with the manner of writing letters? It was in this way that Bai Wuchen met his demise. Can you still recall that smiling face, those eyes? Chu Xinghe gazed at the depicted scenes below. Jiang Wanyin should belong to Su Yin. You possess the remarkable ability to make her long for you obsessively. Your assistance to Zhong Li Qiming offers you no true advantage, ultimately leading to an empty endeavor. Each individual has their own destiny. Do you truly believe you can defy fate? I am unafraid of your awareness. The Jiang family is already aware of your manipulation of Jiang Wanyin. She, in disbelief, yearns to escape the Jiang household, only to be captured once more. The Jiang family has decreed that unless she meets her demise, she shall not take a single step away from their abode. That foolish girl, in her infatuation, has dug out her own essence, extracting her bloodline and severing her heart's pulse, leaving her with but a month to live. In her desire to leave the Jiang family, she merely wishes to catch a distant glimpse of you, unwilling to impose upon your situation. Upon reading this, Chu Xinghe felt as though his heart was gripped tightly by an unseen force, rendering him breathless. With his lips pressed together and his hand clutching the letter, the knuckles turned white from the intensity of his grip. Jiang Wan should not belong to you. She was destined for her own fate. This predicament is a consequence of your actions, and it remains to be seen whether you possess the fortitude to bid her a final farewell. Do not alert anyone, nor seek assistance. This letter is inscribed with Jiang Wanin's blood. A map is affixed to the back of it. I await you in Yangzhou. Remove the protective armor bestowed upon you by the Zhongli family, and do not bring it forth. I shall be watching you closely. Upon reading the contents of the letter, Chu Xinghe's pupils contracted, suppressing the tumult within. After carefully folding the letter, he lifted his gaze to the sky, uttering no further words. Disguising himself, concealing his white hair, he tempered his presence and vanished into the grand hall. Chu Xinghe walked among the crowd, blending in like an ordinary person, observing the bustling street. He felt as though he were in a fleeting dream, a mere illusion. What merit did he possess to elicit such treatment from a young lady? In their past lives, even spouses had parted ways in times of great peril. Why would she, a daughter of a prominent family, act so foolishly? Shouldn't one strive to ascend by any means necessary? Emotions and love. Many have long ceased to care for such sentiments. Master, what troubles you? Chu Xinghe sighed. System. I previously inquired about how to deal with a child of destiny opposing me. Do you now possess an answer? The master can transform misfortune into fortune through his own wisdom. Chu Xinghe lowered his head, his gaze flickering momentarily. Upon raising his head once more, a smile graced his lips. He arrived in Yangzhou overnight via the teleportation array. He produced a letter, which bore the depiction of a majestic mountain behind it, the Lingwu mountain range. Chu Xinghe casually inquired about the whereabouts and has already obtained the precise location. By noon, he had arrived at the Lingwu mountain range. This area is perpetually shrouded in mist, teeming with various venomous insects and hazards. He must venture deeper to locate the mountain, navigating through numerous perils along the way. Eventually, he beheld a place resembling the mountain described in the letter. In Chu Xinghe's gaze, a faint shimmer of golden light flickered as he discovered an entrance. He cautiously stepped inside, his pupils contracting. At the center stood a stone pedestal, upon which lay a garment. Beside it rested a letter and a jade stone. Upon unsealing the letter, he read, I am aware that you possess 10 jade talismans of great saintly power. Place them here and annihilate the Feng family in Haiqing. You should recognize this garment. It is the one you bestowed upon Jiang Wanyin, who holds it dear. Chu Xinghe carefully folded the letter and crushed the jade. A dimly lit space materialized before him, illuminated solely by a solitary candlestick. Upon it lay a figure with pallid complexion and shallow breaths, none other than Jiang Wanyin. Gone was her former mischievous and whimsical demeanor. Now she resembled a delicate rose on the verge of withering away. Chu Xinghe instinctively clenched his fist. Master, Are you unscathed? Chu Xinghe shook his head. Master, there are no traces of any ore on this jade stone, and I am unable to discern anything. Chu Xinghe's pupils constricted momentarily. Wasn't this method of writing exactly the means he employed against the Son of Destiny? Time and fate, he sighed, making his way to Haicheng. As evening descended, the sunset hung in the sky, almost within reach. He entered Haicheng. Chu Xinghe finally learned about the events that transpired in Haicheng. A few days ago, the young master of the Gongsun family, Gongsun Wuji, acquired a mysterious artifact. The city lord, from the Feng family, sought to claim it for himself. But the Gongsun family refused to comply. Consequently, they were annihilated overnight. Chu Xinghe narrowed his eyes. Could it be that he had misjudged this time? And that the incident was orchestrated by Gongsun Wuji? No, that seemed implausible. Was it possible that this affair was not the doing of a single individual? Who else could be lurking behind it? The Shui family, Daiyu, Linglong Pavilion, the Great Zhou, or perhaps Tianlu Academy. It felt as if a vast web had been woven to ensnare him completely. The mastermind had chosen the moment when Zhongli Qiming departed. Could it be that a child of destiny had also emerged from the Zhongli clan? Chu Xinghe contemplated extensively. Presently, he could only acquire a singular piece of information, the Gongsun family and their extraordinary treasures. As night descended, a whispering breeze echoed through the air. Chu Xinghe appeared at the city lord's mansion. Half an hour later, the entire Feng family was engulfed in flames. Chu Xinghe left with a grim expression, clutching a letter in his hand. It had been delivered to him by an infiltrator within the Feng family. After receiving it, he felt utterly despondent, unable to even probe his memories for answers. As he opened the letter, he was met with yet another blood-stained missive. Do not attempt to uncover my identity. I will change my location at any moment. When you dealt with Bai Wuchan, you were meticulous and cautious, and I shall not err nor leave any trace behind. You have handled matters concerning the Feng family well. Release the bond on your purple gold gourd and cast it into the sea of flames. Do not resort to cunning tricks. Otherwise, I shall reveal the secrets of your time spent at the Tianyan Holy Land. Those old fellows at the Tianyan Holy Land have treated you well, and I am certain you would not wish to witness their demise by siege. Your next destination is Taizhou Yuancheng, where the Hong family's secret vault harbors an embroidered dagger. After obtaining it, cast it into the desolate well 30 kilometers east. It will take 2 days to establish a teleportation array to Hangzhou, so you must hasten. Chu Xinghe tucked the letter away, his expression revealing a myriad of emotions. His hands clenched tightly together, only to gradually relax. A bitter smile escaped his lips. It seemed he was still incapable of such callousness. Unexpectedly, after discerning the attitude of the heavenly Yin sacred land, he found himself ensnared in a web of inner turmoil. Would leaving after exacting vengeance and refusing to acquiesce to Enrushi have spared him from this predicament? He released the purple gold gourd and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Chu Xinghe cast aside the flames, turning away without a backward glance. After the disappearance of Chu Xinghe, a faint apparition emerged amidst the sea of flames. Upon acquiring the purple gold gourd, it vanished without a trace. 2 days later, Chu Xinghe arrived at the distant city of Taizhou. At the residence of the Hong family in the Lord's mansion, Chu Xinghe, clad in black attire, received a letter instructing him not to disturb anyone. After acquiring the embroidered dagger, Chu Xinghe surveyed the surroundings, yet discerned nothing particularly remarkable. The Hong family appeared to be devoid of any extraordinary occurrences, and there was no indication of the emergence of a fateful progeny. Furthermore, it did not align with his previous speculations regarding the forces at play. 30 miles away, an abandoned well lay in silence, with a shattered jade tablet resting nearby. Chu Xinghe picked up what was none other than the jade token he had given to Jiang Wanyin. Beside it lay a letter. You must be quite familiar with this jade token. Poor Su Yin met a particularly tragic end. He was destined to rise, but found himself ensnared by your manipulations. Ultimately, he perished without realizing that his demise was orchestrated by the very person he trusted most. How does that feel? Amidst all this speculation, do you know who is targeting you? Your time is running short. The next location is Wang's residence in the hidden city of Yuanzhou. You are to relinquish the bond with your divine beast egg and cast it into their back garden pond, ensuring that no one is alerted. Almost forgot. Your celestial demon zither is quite formidable. Best to discard it into the dry well. Do not make my task difficult. Unless, of course, you truly possess no attachments. No one to care for. Chu Xinghe lowered his head, his face betraying no discernible emotion. Master, please do not, he implored. The celestial demon zither is akin to your personal artifact. Should the bond be severed, the repercussions for you would be immense. Chu Xinghe raised his head. Do I have any other options? Do you know who is behind this? If even you cannot uncover the truth, It may very well be a child of unprecedented fortune and might. Upon releasing the celestial demon Zither, Chu Xinghe expelled a mouthful of golden blood, his body swaying slightly. The brightness in his eyes dimmed considerably. Chu Xinghe cast the embroidery knife and the celestial demon lute into the desolate well. He turned away, devoid of any lingering attachment. Within the realm of Yuanzhou lies the hidden city. Upon exiting the Wang residence, Chu Xinghe appeared pallid and fatigued, his lips cracked and his eyes bloodshot. He gazed at the dim sky outside, clutching a letter in his hand. Chu Xinghe, you possess quite the audacity. With your intellect, can you deduce my identity? It seems you are not devoid of emotion, as you too are ensnared by the bonds of worldly love. Were it not for your intervention, the matter of Zhongli Qingming's possession by the celestial demon would have surely been revealed. What do you stand to gain from your actions? The Zhongli family offers you no assistance. They have merely bestowed upon you a protective armor and have not uttered a word regarding Jiang Wanyin. If the Zhongli family were to speak, the Jiang family would likely reconsider their stance. Jiang Wanyin, a woman who rightfully belongs to Su Yan. Because of your playful taunts and your feigned vulnerability, she has become utterly devoted to you, even forsaking her own essence, lifespan, and heritage, yearning to see you once before her demise. The next destination is Xianzhou, the Chu family, a place familiar to you when constructing the spatial teleportation array. Do not forget to unbind your little bell and discard it carelessly. Otherwise, all you shall witness is the lifeless body of Jiang Wanyin. Chu Xinghe tucked the letter away, gazing at the hazy moonlight, a blend of nostalgia and liberation. System, I fear I may not be able to assist you in completing the task. Master, do not frighten me. How could it be that we cannot fulfill our mission? Just previously, you mentioned that we were on the brink of success, that the villainous enchantress had placed her trust in you, and that you had become the holy son of the heavenly Yin sacred land, no longer fighting alone. Chu Xinghe merely shook his head without offering a response. He worked through the night to create a teleportation array and, en route to Xianzhou, detached the Eastern Emperor bell, discarding it casually. His complexion was pale as death, and his eyes were filled with exhaustion. If he still could not discern the situation, he would indeed be a fool. The places he had traversed over the past few days held no particular significance. That individual's intention was to render his tracks nearly impossible to trace. After several hours, Chu Xinghe emerged from the teleportation array, his figure vanishing like a specter. Upon returning to the Chu family estate, he halted his steps. The once thriving Chu residence had been reduced to ruins, a landscape of crumbling walls and desolation, devoid of life. Chu Xinghe gazed at the deep pit amidst the ruins, beside which stood a gravestone. This was to be his burial site. Did it signify that one must commence from where one began? He picked up the letter affixed to the gravestone. With a mournful smile, Chu Xinghe remarked, "The celestial demonic eyes and the heart demon you wield are merely your methods. You may now extract your own eyes. The dagger has been prepared for you. Should you refuse, I shall take the eyes of Jiang Wanyin instead. In the end, I will grant you a glimpse of her visage, accompanied by a jade stone. Crush it, and behold, her condition is rather dire at present." Chu Xinghe gazed at the obsidian dagger and jade placed beside him, letting out a bitter chuckle. Perhaps this was the same helplessness those sons of fortune felt when facing him. At this moment, he already had an inkling of who this person might be. Crushing the jade pendant in his hand, he calmly observed Jiang Wanyin's near-death state within, ultimately releasing a sigh. "Master, please don't. There must be another way. Don't you understand? This adversary is beyond our capabilities. Its purpose is to restore all events to their rightful course, and my presence has disrupted everything. All these days, even you couldn't detect his traces. He must know of your existence. Don't you see? He knows everything about us, while we know nothing of him. Impossible. How could this be? I refuse to believe it. It can't be true." Chu Xinghe gazed upon the ruins that were once the Chu Xia family estate, standing before the freshly excavated grave, murmuring to himself, "I am a person who has long since departed this world. Perhaps death is my ultimate sanctuary." Meanwhile, in a concealed cave, Jiang Wanyin observed the unfolding scene, striving to lift her head. "Do you believe he would act in such a manner for you?" Jiang Wanyin turned her gaze towards the indistinct figure before her, her eyes reflecting a chill and a hint of murderous intent. "I dare say he would not. He is a profoundly selfish individual. Whether he exploits you or uses Zhongli Qingming, it is all in service of his own ambitions. You are likely unaware of his true intentions, are you? He seeks to leverage your strengths to ascend to the pinnacle of this world. Yet none of it belongs to him. He has transgressed the established order. Do not regard me with such disdain. He will not adhere to my designs." He probably believes this is merely a test for you, a means to experiment with his influence. Whether he casts aside artifacts or engages in other machinations, it is all to instill belief in you. Doubt me if you will. Just observe. He will not act in that way. Outside, Chu Xinghe grasps a dagger, noting see? He hesitates. I do not require him to do anything for me. As long as he survives, my own demise is inconsequential, Jiang Wanyin whispered softly. Utterly foolish, the mysterious shadow scoffed. Chu Xinghe stood before the gravestone, his mind a tumult of thoughts. An orphan since childhood, he endured relentless bullying as he grew up. Wherever he appeared, he was met with scorn and derision. He had foraged for food in trash bins and fought with stray dogs for scraps. After being taken in by an orphanage, he had hoped for a better life, only to find himself in a far more sinister environment. He was often beaten and mistreated by a vile director, sometimes left bedridden for days on end without food or even a drop of water. Countless times, he had hovered on the brink of death. He persevered through those years, befriending a few equally unfortunate souls in the orphanage, whom he regarded as siblings. In that moment, a flicker of hope ignited within him. He would even take the blame for their transgressions. Eventually, the director's misdeeds were exposed, and life improved for them considerably. As he matured, he bore the burdens that others could not. As long as he had enough to eat, he was willing to undertake any task. His heart remained desolate and cold. Yet he wore a smile upon his face. He believed that those who smile are seldom cursed by misfortune. Thoughts of his siblings filled him with hope. Gradually, he built his own company, and on that day, he smiled genuinely for the first time. He later sought out his siblings, inviting them to join his enterprise. Who could have foreseen that the very siblings he trusted would betray him and conspire against his life? Upon traversing to this new realm, he first encountered Zhongli Qiming, using her to eliminate Bai Wuchen, which allowed the chaotic thoughts plaguing Chu Xinghe to dissipate. With her connections, he acquired a sacred medicine. Then he met Jiang Wanyin, instigating a rift between her and Su Yan. Who would have thought that this foolish girl would be so naive? A mere tease could lead her to unwavering devotion. Everything unfolded methodically. He became the Holy Son, uniting the people's hearts, no longer fighting alone. He believed that all would continue to improve. Yet, this reality ultimately proved to be as insubstantial as a mirage. Now, it was fading into nothingness. Perhaps I had never been favored in this life. I am not a fortunate soul. This world has never shown me kindness. A sense of melancholy and solitude enveloped Chu Xinghe. At the very least, this life was an improvement over the last. He had been loved, even if only fleetingly. In death, he would have a grave, no longer reduced to mere fragments. Suddenly, his eyes were gouged out, blood streaming down his face. In a mysterious cave, a shadowy figure stood frozen in disbelief. How could this be? Jiang Wanyin, bound and helpless, watched the unfolding scene, her pupils dilating, her body stiffening, before she began to struggle. Her head shook violently, tears streaming down her face, leaving it a disheveled mess. The color drained from Chu Xinghe's face, and his body swayed precariously. Blood dripped onto the ground from the dagger. Intense pain surged through him relentlessly. Yet he uttered not a word. What did all this signify? A voice emanated from the enigmatic shadow. Do not spare the celestial demon body either. Chu Xinghe stood still. Grant her a chance. The enigmatic shadow remained silent. She will not perish. Chu Xinghe smiled, extending his hand to swiftly pat himself a few times. With a soft splatter, a jet of purple gold blood was expelled a meter away. The cultivation level of the mid-heavenly ascension rapidly plummeted. With a thud, he knelt on one knee. You are indeed very astute. It seems you have already deduced my identity. Your appearance has disrupted the narrative. My task is to restore it to its rightful path. I shall honor my promise. She shall not perish. In the distance, the bindings on Jiang Wanyin vanished. At the very moment the restraints disappeared, Jiang Wanyin dashed toward Chu Xinghe, calling out, Xinghe, Xinghe. Chu Xinghe swayed as she rose to her feet. Though she could not see her, she could still hear her voice. Jiang Wanyin stood barefoot upon the sharp stones, seemingly devoid of sensation. Tears blurred her vision, and all she could perceive was the figure before her, whose vacant eyes spoke of emptiness. Why are you so foolish? When you dealt with Su Yan, were you not employing me as a means to an end? Why go to such lengths for my sake? Why act so foolishly? Do you not suspect that this might be a test I have set for you? Chu Xinghe was unable to see and extended his hand. I cannot wager your life. Wanyin, thank you for allowing me to experience the sweetness of being loved. Jiang Wanyin's body trembled, silent tears streaming down her face as she gazed at Chu Xinghe's outstretched hand. In a moment of haste, she rushed toward him, oblivious to her feet. With a thud, she fell to the ground. Silly girl, are you all right? Jiang Wanning remained silent, enduring the pain as she limped closer to Chu Xinghe, who was still chiding her. I am fine. Why are you so foolish? Why do you listen to her? You truly are a simpleton, the biggest fool in the world. You can see it clearly. Knowing it is a trap, why would you still leap into it? Chu Xinghe exerted himself to muster a smile, for even a fool is deserving of affection. Jiang Wanning was momentarily taken aback, tears cascading uncontrollably down her cheeks. You truly are a great fool, she murmured, leaning closer to Chu Xinghe, yearning to take his hand and place it upon her face. Suddenly, 3 piercing sounds pierced the air. Thud, 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 the ominous echoes reverberated. Jiang Wanning grasped at emptiness, her gaze fixated on Chu Xinghe as he toppled backward. Her pupils dilated, her expression vacant. No. 3 soul-piercing arrows were embedded in Chu Xinghe's body. 1 pierced his brow, while 2 struck his chest. Chu Xinghe's rigid body collapsed into the very pit that had been dug for his burial. Jiang Wanning's hands hung stiffly in the air, her dazed murmurs barely audible as she gazed down at Chu Xinghe, now lying in the grave. His once pristine white garments were stained crimson, and the eyes that had once sparkled with a carefree spirit now appeared hollow, shrouded in solitude. Chu Xinghe, you foolish soul. What am I to do now that you have departed? Jiang Wanning turned her gaze toward the horizon. I know not who you are, if there is a next life. Even if it means slaughtering the heavens and slaying immortals, I shall seek vengeance upon you. With that, her body fell limply to the ground. A sharp thud echoed as the arrow embedded in Chu Xinghe pierced Jiang Wanning's form, causing her to collapse into his embrace. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. In this life, we cannot grow old together, yet to be buried in the same grave shall suffice as a bond. Her pallid, lifeless hands reached out to caress Chu Xinghe's cheek. Xinghe, if there is a next life, will you marry me? After uttering those words, her eyes gradually closed, extinguishing the last flicker of life. No, 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 master. Why? Why has it come to this? A figure emerged from the riverbank, observing the 2 lifeless forms in the pit with an expression of complexity. Such profound affection. With Chu Xinghe dead, the narrative returned to its destined course, and my mission concluded. Yet, there remained an unfinished task. Extending a finger, a beam of white light shot forth from Chu Xinghe's head. This system is intriguing. Utterly played by Chu Xinghe. System, take it away. With a thunderous roar, a beam of white light ascended into the sky, and the figure by the riverbank vanished. A crack of thunder resounded, fierce winds arose, and torrential rain poured down, mingling with the pool of blood that surrounded 2 corpses and an unmarked tombstone. In Tianzhou, the Zhongli family. Zhongli Qingming emerged from her seclusion, inhaling deeply as a smile graced her lips. After merging with the demon god Pearl, her devouring demon body had completely assimilated the heavenly overlord body, leaving her free of any burdens. A visage flashed through her mind. Miss, Jiang Wanning is in trouble. Upon hearing this, Zhongli Qiming paused. Did I not send word? Shadow One's expression turned intricate. Shui Nianji had gone to the Jiang family, embellishing tales that Chu Xinghe was using them for nefarious purposes and held no love for Jiang Wanning. Given the Jiang family's favorable relations with the Shui family, they naturally believed Shui Nianji's words. After some deliberation, they chose to ally with the Shui family and imposed strict confinement upon Jiang Wanning. Naturally, she did not believe them. When attempting to flee, she was betrayed by Shui Nianji and was recaptured, being told that her only escape was through death. In desperation, Jiang Wanning extracted her own essence, self-destructing her powers and severing her heart's meridian. Fearing that Chu Xinghe would be troubled by her predicament, she intended to see him one last time before her demise. Yet, after leaving the Jiang family, she vanished without a trace in Yuanzhou. Zhongli Qiming remained silent, her eyes cold. This Shui Nianji is rather intent on making her presence known. For now, let us disregard her and visit the Tianyan Holy Land to inform Chu Xinghe of these developments. Shadow One hesitated. Is there something else? Miss, young Master Chu has disappeared, and we have dispatched people to investigate, yet no leads have emerged. Zhongli Qingming's expression stiffened, an ominous premonition creeping into her heart. Let us go and confront Wen Rushi. Her role as a mentor is akin to that of a turtle withdrawing into its shell. As the spatial passage opened, Zhongli Qiming and her entourage vanished, directly arriving before Wen Rushi. Observing the serene and ethereal figure seated in the pavilion, she noted, "You seem quite composed." Without preamble, Zhongli Qiming seated herself directly across from Wen Rushi. "You indeed appear unperturbed." Wen Rushi cast a calm glance at Zhongli Qiming. "You have acquired what you sought. What more do you desire?" Zhongli Qiming remained unperturbed, pouring herself a cup of tea. Jiang Wanyin is in trouble? Do you have naught to say? When Rushi shook her head, that is his path. I shall not interfere. Zhongli Qiming scoffed. When Rushi, what pretense of righteousness do you maintain? If you refuse to meddle in his path, why then take him as your disciple? If you do not wish to interfere, why allow him to ascend to the position of Saint Sun in the Tianyin Holy Land? When Rushi's gaze remained unchanged, had you intervened, the Jiang family would not have dared to press Jiang Wanyin so harshly, and your disciple would not have been so humiliated. Unaware that she had already interfered in another's path, she feigned superiority. You, as a mentor, have truly failed. Had I known you intended to take Chu Xinghe as your disciple, I would have obstructed you and drawn him into our Zhongli family. When Rushi set down her teacup, have you finished? If so, please take your leave. Zhongli Qiming pointed an accusatory finger at Wen Rushi. This woman is the only one capable of riling me up. Yet I find myself powerless against her. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed. Shadow One's expression darkened. Miss, trouble has arisen. Zhongli Qiming paused, exiting the pavilion. After leaving the Roshui Palace, she turned to Shadow One. We have located young Master Chu's whereabouts. Observing Shadow One's hesitance, Zhongli Qiming's eyes narrowed. Take me there. Shadow One nodded. Upon arriving at the ruins of the Chu family in Xianzhou, Zhongli Qiming emerged from the spatial passage. Her gaze immediately drawn to the glaring crimson pool. Her pupils contracted, and she nearly faltered. An overwhelming aura of malice surged forth like a tempest. Winds howled, and dust swirled as darkness enveloped the surroundings. Step by step, Zhongli Qiming approached the blood pool. Shadow One watched her, concern evident in his eyes. Seal this realm. Anyone who dares approach shall die. With a command, Shadow One acted. Within the blood pool lay two figures, Chu Xinghe and Jiang Wanyin. Zhongli Qiming's mind was bombarded with images of the floating corpses, their gazes vacant, an arrow protruding from Chu Xinghe's head, while Jiang Wanyin's body was likewise pierced. Suddenly, the blood pool began to churn violently. The essence of Jiang Wanyin surged forth. Zhongli Qiming's eyes narrowed. Reincarnation, divine body. As her voice fell, the essence enveloped Jiang Wanyin completely, lifting her into the air. Her corporeal form slowly dissipated, leaving behind a luminous sphere that shattered the very fabric of space before vanishing. Shadow One prepared to act, but Zhongli Qiming shook her head. Even if the ancestors were present, they could not intervene. You need not involve yourself. Zhongli Qiming bent down to lift Chu Xinghe from the blood pool, gazing at the lifeless form cradled in her arms, with hollow eyes devoid of vitality. Her murderous intent intensified. A bloodstained jade slipped from Chu Xinghe's grasp, rolling away. Zhongli Qiming encased the jade in her spiritual power, revealing a faint image. Zhongli Qiming, I am uncertain if you can see this jade. I may no longer be able to assist you. Such is fate. You are well aware of various methods to confront those individuals. Cherish the path ahead. Please inform my master that I have completed my journey. The apparition vanished. Zhongli Qiming's expression darkened. Investigate this matter. Unearth the truth behind this Xianzhou. I demand to know who is responsible. During my seclusion, I wish to know every action taken by Chu Xinghe. She vowed to uncover who had intervened in these matters, declaring that the responsible parties would meet their demise. Yingyi widened his eyes, but did not refuse. Zhongli Qiming glanced down at Chu Xinghe, frowning as she noticed letters tucked within his grasp. With a flick of her finger, the letters floated before her eyes. As she read the words inscribed, her murderous intent became uncontrollable, her phoenix-like eyes turning crimson. Oh, so it is you again. Knowing she is the devouring demon body, had it not been for Chu Xinghe, she would have already been exposed. Her grip around Chu Xinghe tightened instinctively, recalling his words. I am here to save you, so you do not witness the demise of a beauty like you. Reflecting on how Chu Xinghe had utilized Yulin Imo to divert attention from his devouring demon body, it dawned on her how much he had done for her, without her realization. Lowering her head, she kept her gaze fixed on Chu Xinghe. Raising her eyes to the heavens, Zhongli Qiming reined in her emotions and departed with Chu Xinghe in her arms. Yingyi's throat constricted. Why did it seem that the young lady had become more terrifying? It felt as if she had grown even more unhinged. Yingyi hurried to catch up. Where shall we go, young lady? Zhongli Qiming's eyes glinted with a murderous glint. To the Tianyin sacred land. I wish to see if she can maintain her composure. Should she remain indifferent, once I have perfected my cultivation, I shall personally eliminate her. Yingyi's pupil shifted. The space fractured, and Zhongli Qiming vanished with Chu Xinghe. When they reappeared, they found themselves in the pavilion of the Roshui Palace. When Rushi, holding a teacup, trembled slightly, her eyes reflecting shock, confusion, and doubt. When Rushi, Do you have anything to say now? When Rushi took a sip of tea and calmly set the cup down. Such is fate. Zhang Li Qiming instinctively tightened her grip around Chu Xinghe's lifeless body. When Rushi, you truly are something. Just as Zhang Li Qiming was about to leave, the void around her opened, and several elderly figures emerged, their gazes fixed coldly upon the Chu Xinghe in her arms. Who is responsible? The leading elder's voice was devoid of warmth. Zhang Li Qiming scoffed disdainfully at these formidable beings. You, of the Tianyin sacred land, maintain a grip over one of the three great overlords of Qingzhou? Truly, heaven must be blind. The contemporary saint has been slain, and yet you remain oblivious, relying on me to investigate. I refuse to believe you are unaware of the Jiang family's affairs. You speak sweetly while hiding like rats in the shadows. The elder's expressions darkened, particularly the seventh ancestor, whose eyes flickered uncertainly. Zhang Li Qiming disregarded the elders, turning to Enrushi. Before his demise, Chu Xinghe left behind a jade. And I am here to inform you that he has completed his journey. When Rushi trembled, understanding the weight of those words, their connection was severed. The bond of master and disciple had reached its conclusion. When Rushi, you interfered in his path, using him to shield the Tianyin sacred land from disaster. Yet you did nothing, merely granting him a nominal identity. The esteemed saint of the Tianyin sacred land lacks even a protector. How ironic. The seven elders of the Tianyin sacred land remained silent, turning to regard Wen Rushi, who stood with her back to them. For whom are you putting on this facade? Wen Rushi, can you truly claim ignorance of the impending calamity facing the Tianyin sacred land? The waters surrounding the pavilion rippled. He was the one to avert disaster. Now that he is gone, the Tianyin sacred land is safe. As a master, you neither sheltered him nor guided him, nor provided him with resources. Wen Rushi, I once admired your magnanimity, but now, how amusing. When Rushi rose and approached Zhang Li Qiming, casting a glance at Chu Xinghe. Leave him here in the Tianyin sacred land. Zhang Li Qiming took a step back. When Rushi prepared to act, Zhang Li Qiming's eyes narrowed, radiating a cold light. Her expression shifting suddenly. The corporeal form of Chu Xinghe began to dissolve slowly, starting from his head, through his body, and down to his legs, gradually transforming into starlight. Zhang Li Qiming felt a surge of anxiety. Ancestor. A low hum resonated through the air. Suddenly, a colossal hand emerged from the void, attempting to gather the scattered starlight. How is this possible? A voice echoed in disbelief from the abyss. When Rushue extended her fingers, striving to seal the surrounding cosmos. Yet, the starlight faced no impediment and penetrated through. Thunder rumbled across the heavens, and torrential rain cascaded down, as if the very universe were weeping. The low hum persisted, and two faint, ethereal figures materialized in the void, one celestial, one demonic. The apparitions slowly unraveled, ultimately vanishing from sight. Alas, a sigh resonated through the emptiness. Zhang Li Qingming's eyes glazed over. The celestial and demonic forms had completely dissipated, marking the absolute demise of Chu Xinghe. How could this be? He was so intelligent. How could it end like this? When Rushue extended her left hand, hesitating to withdraw it, feeling the raindrops cascading from the sky, her heart grew increasingly frigid. Zhang Li Qiming lifted his gaze, uncertain whether the moisture on his face was tears or rain. I am sent by the heavens to save you, so as not to witness the demise of such a beautiful soul. The words of Chu Xinghe lingered in her mind, echoing with the intensity of his gaze fixed upon her legs. You saved me, yet why did you leave? Murmured Zhang Li Qiming. She slowly closed her eyes, taking a deep breath, and upon opening them again, her demeanor transformed into one of cold indifference as she strode outward. When Rushue regained her senses, observing the silhouette of Zhang Li Qiming retreating, her lips whispering, "Have I truly erred?" The seven ancestral spirits sighed and departed from the Roshue palace. Zhang Li Qiming walked through the rain, her heart aching. Ancestor, my destined one has perished, and my heart is in torment. I yearn to exact vengeance. Who do you wish to slay? I desire to annihilate the Shui clan. If it were not for that Shui Nianji, there might still be a chance for redemption. Pursue your intent. The Zhongli family shall always stand behind you. Above Shui Prefecture, a thunderous sound resounded as a colossal black canopy descended, enveloping the entire Shui clan. Within the sacred grounds of the Shui clan, a terrifying aura began to awaken. Who dares to act with such audacity within my Shui clan? A domineering voice reverberated across Shui Prefecture, stirring even the mightiest from other domains to glance towards it, curious about the unfolding events. The ancestor of the Shui clan hovered in the void, eyes fixed on the heavens. A chilling hum filled the air as a figure emerged, clad in a black water fairy gown, her phoenix eyes betraying an icy demeanor. Who are you? The Xue clan's ancestor clearly did not recognize Zhongli Qingming. Upon witnessing this scene, Xue Nianji's heart raced with a sudden sense of dread, an ominous premonition taking hold as she felt Zhongli Qingming's gaze upon her. Steeling herself, she ascended into the sky, unable to meet Zhongli Qingming's eyes. Zhongli Qingming, what brings you here? The mention of her name caused the Xue clan's ancestor's pupils to constrict. I believe I warned you. The expression of the Xue ancestor shifted. Little girl, the Xue clan and the Zhongli family have always maintained a respectful distance. Enough of your prattling. Perish, Zhongli Qingming interjected, casting a glance at the Xue ancestor. As her words fell, a hand materialized in the void, gently grasping towards the Xue ancestor. With a resounding crash, a powerful supreme being vanished without a trace. Did you not think yourself untouchable? Today, I shall obliterate the Xue clan. As Zhongli Qingming's voice echoed, Xue Nianji abruptly lifted her head, aghast. Is this woman mad? Does she truly believe that the Taishu heavenly realm belongs solely to the Zhongli family? A cold voice resonated from within the sacred grounds. And so what if the Zhongli family is audacious? An ancient figure, youthful in appearance yet decrepit in essence, emerged behind Zhongli Qingming. How dare a decaying supreme being speak of my Zhongli family? As the words fell, a hand reached out, parting the clouds. A colossal hand, spanning vast territories, descended from the sky. The entire forbidden ground of the Xue clan awakened, supreme artifacts stirring to life. Behind the three aged figures stood hundreds of powerful warriors, many igniting their essence, eyes ablaze with fervor. And shall always remain ants, scoffed the ancestor of the Zhongli family as the immense hand descended. No, no. The expression of the Xue ancestor changed drastically. Why are you? A fellow supreme being, so powerful? Supreme artifacts of the Xue clan began to shatter, yet the colossal hand remained unaffected. With a thunderous crash, the entire domain of the Xue clan was reduced to ruins. From the debris emerged three figures, their faces stricken with terror as they gazed at the ancestor of the Zhongli family. Xue Nianji's pupils widened, her limbs numb with fear. She turned, only to witness her clan transformed into ruins, her kin perishing in that single strike. She recognized the strength of the Zhongli family but never anticipated Zhongli Qingming's madness. The fact that she could annihilate their clan alone was unfathomable. Even those covertly observing the situation withdrew their gaze, perplexed about why the Xue clan had incurred the wrath of the Zhongli family. The three ancestral spirits of the Xue clan hovered in the void, their forms hunched and eyes clouded, watching their painstakingly cultivated clan reduced to mere rubble. A surge of murderous intent welled within them. Yet as they turned to regard the ancestor of the Zhongli family, their malice dissipated, replaced by profound apprehension. The disparity in power was staggering. Zhongli Qingming approached Xue Nianji, her divine aura pressing down upon her like an overwhelming tide. With a sickening crack, Xue Nianji's knee shattered, forcing her to kneel in the void. Zhongli Qingming looked down upon her, the three ancestral spirits of the Xue clan inhaling deeply. Could you spare a sliver of mercy for my clan? Zhongli Qingming raised her head. Do you comprehend why your clan faces destruction? The three ancestral spirits of the Xue clan were momentarily taken aback. They genuinely did not know. The strike from the ancestor of the Zhongli family had already severed the vitality within them. It would not be long before they faded away. All because of her meddling, believing that the Xue clan's status granted her impunity. Your words are sharp, yet you are not even a saintly body. Looking down upon the immortal and demonic forms, you indulge in your selfish desires, uttering nonsensical claims. As women, I understand your kind. Jiang Wanyin must lament having a friend like you. I shall not kill you. Someone else will. Xue Nianji raised her head. As a divine maiden of the Zhongli family, you defend someone who knows no hierarchy. Is it worth it? Zhongli Qingming's eyes turned icy, the killing intent transforming into cold indifference. Base? Now that your once proud Xue clan has crumbled, I wonder how esteemed you feel now. You rely on your clan's power for your strength, yet you shall leave no legacy. When your family was annihilated, you were powerless. Within a month, you ascended to the heavenly realm. Perhaps you too will awaken a unique constitution, and you will owe me your gratitude. With a swift kick directed at Xue Nianji's dantian, her eyes reflected sheer terror and resentment. This was more devastating than death itself. I advise you against taking your own life. If you dare, I will strip you bare and hang you up. Xue Nianji's chest heaved as she fixed her gaze upon Zhongli Qingming, enveloped in an overwhelming sense of regret. She lamented her own sharp tongue. Zhongli Qiming disregarded her resentment, rising like an empress surveying her subjects. Anyone from the Taishu heavenly realm who dares to assist Chu Xinghe shall be considered an enemy of the Zhongli family. With that, Zhongli Qiming turned and departed. The ancestors of the Zhongli family cast a glance at the three ancestral spirits of the Shui clan. Embrace the earth in your old age. After the words were spoken, three figures vanished into the vastness of the world. Chu Xinghe fell unconscious immediately. Numerous forces within the Taishu heavenly realm were shaken upon receiving the news. The first shock was the realization that Zhongli Qiming was already a powerful deity. The second was the terrifying nature of the Zhongli family. The third was the admonition to refrain from aiding Chu Xinghe. However, many factions were intrigued. After all, Zhongli Qiming was the divine maiden of the Zhongli family. What could provoke such fury? A mere ancient being had emerged, obliterating the Shui family, which boasted three supreme powerhouses. In this era, supreme beings were exceedingly rare. What did the Zhongli family intend to do? 1-1. Where shall we go next? Zhongli Qiming pondered the assassination within the secret realm. To the Hall of Assassins. Very well. The old ancestor of the Zhongli family did not inquire further. When they arrived at the Hall of Assassins, all the ancestors of the hall emerged. They had witnessed the recent battle, where the ancient being of the Zhongli family slaughtered supreme powerhouses as if they were mere dogs. They did not know how to address the arrival of the divine maiden Zhongli or the esteemed elder. Zhongli Qiming wasted no time. I wish to know who commissioned you to kill Chu Xinghe. I require all information within a quarter of an hour. Otherwise, the Hall of Assassins shall cease to exist. And I will not hesitate to act. After her statement, Zhongli Qiming ignored the strong figures of the Hall of Assassins. Little Xinghe, I will eliminate all who bear hostility towards you, regardless of their identity. The elder of the Hall of Assassins hastily made arrangements. The Hall Master was drenched in cold sweat. As a sage-level powerhouse, he felt utterly insignificant at that moment. Take your own life. I wish not to see you. Zhongli Qiming suddenly opened her eyes, fixing her gaze on the Hall Master. He opened his mouth, attempting to explain, but the elder of the Hall of Assassins swiftly acted, crushing the Hall Master to death. They understood that Zhongli Qiming harbored resentment. Could it be that Chu Xinghe was her beloved? Moments later, a figure rushed in. Elder. We have investigated. It was orchestrated by the Dayu divine dynasty. Zhongli Qiming opened her eyes. Elder, let us go. She stood up. Hall of Assassins, your attitude is commendable. Upon hearing her words, the elder of the Hall of Assassins exhaled a sigh of relief. By the heavens, this is terrifying. The Hall of Assassins had nearly met its demise. They were even weaker than the Shui family. If they clashed with the Zhongli family, they would be obliterated in an instant. In the skies above the Dayu divine dynasty, Zhongli Qiming appeared with the elder. Dayu Emperor, show yourself. Zhongli Qiming spared no courtesy. The Dayu Emperor's expression soured upon hearing that familiar voice, but there was nothing to be done. When confronted with strength, one could only bow down. The Dayu divine dynasty welcomes the arrival of the divine maiden Zhongli. Hand over those who commission the assassination, otherwise I shall not hesitate to turn the entire Dayu into a sea of blood. The Dayu Emperor's countenance shifted. Many Dayu ministers lowered their heads, not daring to take a breath. Zhongli Qiming looked down upon the Dayu Emperor, which was precisely why she had first annihilated the Shui family. If you wish to test your strength against mine, see if you can match the Shui family. If not, then remain humble. Seize everyone in the divine martial king's residence, the Dayu Emperor commanded. In the imperial palace, shadows emerged, transforming into specters that vanished without a trace. Half an hour later, flames erupted from the divine martial king's residence. What of the progeny of the divine martial king? Zhongli Qiming was determined to leave no stone unturned. Since being taught by Chu Xinghe, she had become wary of unforeseen circumstances. The Dayu Emperor shook his head. The divine martial king left no heirs. They have all been killed. Zhongli Qiming ceased her words. The Dayu divine dynasty should appoint a new emperor. After stating this, the elder of the Zhongli family prepared to act. Halt. An elderly man, hunched and leaning on a cane, appeared. The elder of the Zhongli family regarded him with narrowed eyes. What brings you, old man from the Tianlu Academy? Do you wish to wage war against my Zhongli family? The old man shook his head. The Dayu Emperor was once my student at the Tianlu Academy, my disciple. The elder of the Zhongli family's eyes narrowed. And so? Are you certain you wish to intervene? The old man sighed. Hand him over. The Dayu Emperor's gaze was filled with complexity. The divine martial king was someone he had elevated to power. He had relied heavily on him to ascend to this position. Little did he expect that he would ultimately be unable to protect even his heirs. A concubine appeared in the imperial palace, cradling a child. The elder of the Zhongli family remained silent. Zhongli Qiming exhibited no emotion. She thought of Chu Xinghe's visage. "Elder, let us commence battle. To use your own son as a substitute, you exhibit considerable audacity." The Dayu emperor suppressed the tumultuous waves of emotion rising within him. Even the old man with the cane was shaken. The elder of the Zhongli family's eyes burned with murderous intent. He had not even noticed it. How had Nuan perceived it? This was the offspring of the divine martial king. At that moment, another elder appeared, cradling a small child. Zhongli Qingming looked at the infant with a flash of disdain in her eyes. A smirk graced her lips. This was the sentiment she sought, another of those exceptional beings. The Dayu elder presented the child, his heart filled with resolve as he used the Dao rhythm to extinguish the life of the child in his arms. The feeling of aversion that Zhongli Qingming harbored dissipated, but only until the child was irrevocably gone. In recent days, she had grasped many insights. That sense of distaste, that discomfort, signified that those exceptional beings still lived. When that feeling vanished, it indicated the demise of those extraordinary individuals. The Dayu elder glanced at the Dayu emperor. Today, the Dayu emperor has perished. The nation mourns. The Dayu emperor's eyes widened in disbelief, his pupils constricting. Before he could process it, his soul was extinguished by the elder. Zhongli Qingming fixed her gaze on the old man from the Tianlu Academy. "In 2 days, I shall visit the Tianlu Academy." The old man's expression shifted dramatically. The elder of the Zhongli family smirked. "Well done. Go in and eliminate this old fool. Ancestor, I hope you have no connection to Chu Xinghe's demise. You likely do not know who he is, but I can enlighten you. The Yulin Mo's consumption of the sky-devouring demon body played a significant role. He is of the immortal demon body type and possesses a unique sensitivity to the sky-devouring demon body. I cannot ascertain how many have sought to eliminate Chu Xinghe. But when the sky-devouring demon body brings calamity upon the beings of the Taishu heavenly realm, whoever intervenes shall be deemed the greatest culprit. Ancestor, you would do well to rest. Pray that your illustrious name remains untarnished." Zhongli Qiming departed with the ancestor. The expression of the great Yu's elder instantly darkened. He had not anticipated that a single misstep could entangle so many matters. Anger surged within him. The old man from Tianlu Academy tightened his grip on his cane. Could it truly be? If so, his illustrious reputation would be irreparably tarnished. The ancestor followed closely behind Zhongli Qingming, his eyes filled with astonishment. "Nuan, you render me somewhat bewildered," he mused. Zhongli Qingming remained silent. Sometimes, sheer strength cannot resolve every issue. Intellect can. The thought of that individual crossed his mind, stirring a sense of melancholy within him. If she had not retreated for seclusion, he would not have perished. He had procured the demon god pearl for her, resolving her troubles. Yet, upon her return from seclusion, they would be forever separated by the realms of existence. What of the Jiang family? A cold glint flickered in Zhongli Qingming's eyes. She entrusted Jiang Wani with the affairs of the Jiang family. She was the reincarnation divine body. When reincarnation returned, she might be even more unhinged than I. Chu Xinghe perished for her, yet she remains, while Chu Xinghe is no more. Zhongli Qiming lifted her gaze to the heavens. "Regardless of the trials imposed by heaven or earth, I shall unearth a way to resurrect you." The ancestor remained silent. Nuan had shifted from relying on power to employing strategy, catching him off guard, even leaving him momentarily speechless. "Ancestor, how does one resurrect a person?" Upon hearing this, the elder Zhongli shook his head. If the 3 souls and 7 spirits were intact, our Zhongli clan could assist him. Alas, his essence has dissipated. When the sacred body falls, the heavens lament. Even an emperor cannot achieve this. Zhongli Qingming's fingers clenched tightly, her lips pursed. "Then I shall transcend even the emperor. There must be a way, and I shall bring him back." The elder Zhongli pondered for a moment. "Are you willing to oppose the celestial void realm at all costs? Your devouring demon body, while unique, requires substantial primordial essence and divine herbs for rapid growth. To surpass the emperor, you may need to sacrifice 99% of the beings within the celestial void realm. Our Zhongli clan has already drawn attention. One misstep could lead to exposure." Zhongli Qiming narrowed her eyes. "Ancestor, remaining hidden is not a viable solution. Were it not for Xinghe, my demon body might have already been revealed. Those exceptional individuals possess great fortune. They are here to consume our Zhongli clan. Rather than perish in silence, we should erupt in defiance." She raised her head to the sky. "Moreover, this is not a sacrifice on my part, but but rather a calamity befalling the civilization of the celestial void realm. On the brink of destruction, I awakened the memories of countless generations only to preserve that sliver of flame. The elder Zhongli stood in stunned silence. It can be articulated in such a manner. What teachings has that Chu Xinghe imparted to you? Ancestor, I require some top-tier prodigies to control, to manifest within the celestial void realm. I aim to ensure that all remember his name, and that those harboring hostility towards him are nailed to the pillar of shame within the celestial void realm. The elder Zhongli was taken aback. Internally, he felt gratitude towards Chu Xinghe. One appeared to have transformed. At the Tianyin sacred land, within the soft waters of the palace pavilion, when Rushi's fingers continuously formed seals, her complexion gradually paled, until she ultimately relinquished the hand sign. Why has it come to this? I did not foresee a threat to my life. When Rushi murmured, recalling Zhongli Qingming's words, taking him as your disciple means interfering with his path. Allowing him to become the holy son of the Tianyin sacred land implies further involvement in his journey. Originally, the Tianyin sacred land would face a calamity. Yet now, his demise would negate this trial. Additionally, there were Chu Xinghe's instructions for Zhongli Qiming. His path has reached its conclusion. A mist rose within the pavilion, rippling across the lake, causing the koi to scatter in a frenzy. The lotus blossoms in the water began to wither. When Rushi gazed across, where the one who had always watched her, longing to witness her disarray, was no longer present. In a mysterious locale, a weak voice echoed, "Wuwa, my master. I have returned. I have finally found you once more." A faint presence emerged, as if existing in this realm yet also beyond it. The soul of Chu Xinghe drifts amidst the void. "Oh, dear system, are you untroubled?" "Alas, my master, I am unharmed. I engaged in a fierce struggle with that malicious woman S-system, barely escaping its destruction. Henceforth, dear master, we shall no longer assist other fated children. You need only focus on your own growth. The system has evolved into a destiny aid system. My master, in the future, when no one loves you, the system shall be your unwavering companion." The clandestine scheme of Chu Xinghe has finally succeeded. Commencing from the moment he allied with the villainous sorceress and eliminated the child of destiny, Chu Xinghe was aware that such a day would inevitably arrive. Sooner or later, under the entanglement of fate, someone would emerge capable of bringing about his demise. Moreover, the system persistently compelled him to assist the son of destiny, making it even less feasible for him to achieve his aims, as he harbored his own selfish desires. Chu Xinghe was also engaging in a gamble, pondering the possibility that a child of destiny might bring about his demise. Thus, he had previously inquired of the system on 2 occasions regarding the implications of such an event. The system, however, had remained silent. Yet now, it had provided an answer. He had triumphed in his wager. Henceforth, he would emerge as an entirely transformed Chu Xinghe. Initially, he had contemplated alternative methods to rescue Jiang Wanyin. But who could have anticipated that the foolish girl would go to such lengths for him? Fortunately, he was aware that Jiang Wanyin was the reincarnation of a divine body, which alleviated his concerns. Riding the currents of fate, he had managed to fulfill his strategic plans. He discerned that when Rushi would not extend her assistance, consequently, there was no need for him to remain in the sacred land any longer. Following behind Zhongli Qingming, he undertook various tasks, and many had begun to recognize him. He found himself in need of an additional identity. One could only say that the events surrounding Jiang Wanyin had precipitated an accelerated unfolding of circumstances. It was fair to assert that he had succeeded in his gamble. Had he failed, all would have been reduced to mere ashes. The master summoned a new beginning, bestowing a mysterious gift package as a reward. Upon opening the package, congratulations were in order for the master, who had acquired the fate of the void body and the void transformation sutra. But wait, how could this be? Why had the master received such a physique? Upon hearing the term void of destiny, Chu Xinghe was momentarily taken aback. The master's soul had not vanished. It could not be deemed as having completely succumbed to death. A recollection emerged of that enigmatic elixir. For the celestial and demonic realms of the great void, the essence had indeed dissipated entirely. Yet that mysterious potion was capable of reconstructing the soul. Thus, it is both fate and fortune. Congratulations to the master. Chu Xinghe narrowed his eyes. System, this world has never treated me kindly. Are you willing to assist me in creating a realm that cherishes my existence? Master, I shall always be by your side. Fate is an elusive entity, untouched by the consequences of death, impervious to prediction and description. It gradually evolves, allowing one to perceive the destiny of an individual. From the void emerges chaos, and from chaos arises the primordial essence, giving birth to myriad beings. The void remains the ultimate conclusion of all things. Let the host begin the process of merging their essence. Chu Xinghe closed his eyes. A low humming filled the air. At that moment, a unique force erupted suddenly from within his soul. Chu Xinghe hurriedly looked over, and there it was, the mysterious pill he had ingested earlier. The essence of the Tao intricately shaped the corporeal form. A myriad of radiant lights cascaded upon it. In the void, a figure emerged. With a countenance as exquisite as a jade crown, brows like ink strokes, and strikingly elegant sword-like eyebrows. His eyes resembled the enchanting phoenix, and his hair, impeccably cut, flowed like ink in the wind, exuding an unparalleled beauty, akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens. The soul of Chu Xinghe entered within, as if the heavens and the earth had harmonized perfectly. His physique began to merge, enveloped by an indescribable aura of Tao that surrounded him. Chu Xinghe sat cross-legged in the void, his consciousness withdrawn, his body enveloped in a profound emptiness. Chu Xinghe relentlessly delves into the mysteries of his own existence, his strength rapidly ascending, from the refinement of his physical form, nurturing his vital energy, and unblocking his meridians, to the condensation of his elixir, traversing the spiritual sea, awakening his soul, nurturing his divine essence, and summoning his celestial generals. He ascends to kingship, then to emperorship, and ultimately reaches the heavens. It is only upon achieving complete transcendence that he finally pauses. Chu Xinghe opened his eyes, his gaze as profound as the abyss. He gradually rose to his feet. A resounding rumble echoed, as an overwhelming pressure surged forth. The barrier of the ascendant realm was shattered effortlessly, revealing the unmistakable prowess of a nascent void deity. The system interface was undergoing a refresh. Master, Chu Xinghe age, 20 strength, early void deity physique, fate nullity body cultivation technique, void transmutation scripture martial arts, heart demon induction, instantaneous movement weapon, none destiny value, 398,000 backpack. Empty. Chu Xinghe gazed at the emptiness of his inventory, his lips twitching in dismay. The offensive capabilities of the immortal demonic body had dissipated. The previous assistance values had transformed into destiny values. Master, this is the transformation following the system upgrade. Each individual possesses their own fate, should the master intervene to alter it, whether by claiming women, seizing opportunities, or eliminating them. It is deemed a modification of their destiny, thus yielding destiny values. As Chu Xinghe narrowed his eyes, a realization dawned upon him. So, this is how one can acquire destiny points. It is indeed quite simple. This method bears an uncanny resemblance to that of a villain, yet he finds it appealing. Transforming passivity into initiative, the system has already indicated that everyone possesses a fate. As long as he intervenes to alter it, he can amass destiny points. If he were to annihilate a city and incite a wave of conflict, wouldn't the destiny points flow in abundantly? It is remarkably straightforward. By merely altering the growth trajectories of others, even the slightest deviation is considered defiance against fate. After leveling up, the system will assist its master in rapid advancement. As for that damned child of fortune, may they be damned. We had noble intentions to aid them, only to discover that a true child of fortune seeks to eliminate the master. And that wretched woman, once we trace her whereabouts, we shall pay her a visit to settle the score. We vow to avenge this grievance for the sake of the system. Moreover, destiny points can enhance strength and be used to purchase items in the marketplace. The marketplace refreshes daily, presenting only one item, which is random. Please, master, peruse at your leisure. To commemorate the master's rebirth, the system has discreetly altered the marketplace items and prices, adding an extra item solely to facilitate the master's more impressive growth. When venturing out, one must possess elegance. The first item is the Nine-Dragon Chariot, a pure-blooded flood dragon of the nine-headed sage realm, priced at 200,000 destiny points. The second item, a growing offensive technique known as the Heavenly Finger, costs 100,000 destiny points. Master, do you find these to your liking? Chu Xinghe nodded in agreement. He was exceedingly fond of such an understanding system. Fortunately, he possessed 300,000 fate points. This could be considered a form of compensation for the system's earlier lack of awareness, which nearly led to the demise of its master. Otherwise, dear master, you would not have been able to afford it. Without a trace of hesitation, Chu Xinghe made the purchase. The Celestial Finger, a martial technique of growth, enhances its offensive power in accordance with the practitioner's strength. Upon reaching mastery, it possesses the capability to sever the heavens and rend the earth. After a moment of contemplation, he summoned the nine-dragon chariot. A formidable aura erupted from the nine dragons, each measuring a mere 100 meters, their gazes piercing and their scales as resilient as steel. "We greet our master," the nine dragons spoke in unison. As pure-blood dragons, they possess the ability to cultivate independently, endowed with sentience, and are eternally loyal to their master. "Master, do you not find this exhilarating? Is it not more thrilling than having a system transform into a sultry figure before you?" Chu Xinghe coughed softly. What nonsense is being uttered in broad daylight? "Master, what shall you do next?" "Naturally, I shall seek out what I have lost. My possessions are not meant for just anyone to lay their hands upon." As Chu Xinghe settled into the Jiolong carriage, a sudden surge of formidable energy erupted in the distance. Behold, riders atop various mystical beasts approached, their scaled armor glistening coldly. Upon catching sight of the pure-blooded Jiolong, these creatures faltered, collapsing to their knees with a resounding thud, overwhelmed by the terrifying pressure emanating from the dragon. The leader among them swallowed hard, realizing with dismay that the commotion they had sensed earlier was not a fortuitous opportunity, but rather the presence of the King of Hell. "Mother, you need not worry for my safety any longer." Unaware of the noble's repose, the rider bowed his head, clasped his fists in salute, and humbly implored, "I sincerely hope for your understanding in our unintentional intrusion." The grandeur of the Jiolong carriage clearly indicated that it belonged to a prominent family. There is no need for excessive courtesy. The youthful voice from within the carriage left the onlookers momentarily stunned. Which illustrious clan's divine scion or saintly heir could this be? Taking leisure in such a manner? Chu Xinghe narrowed his eyes, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. The nine-dragon chariot certainly possessed an impressive aura. Its identity was unmistakably extraordinary. What intrigued Chu Xinghe further was the familiar presence he sensed, the loathsome woman, Chu Xinghe. However, her current circumstances appeared rather dire. Was she not the young lady of the Xue family? Now, she found herself captured by a band of mountain bandits. "I take my leave," he declared. "Wait." Upon hearing these words, the bandits' expressions changed dramatically. 9 formidable dragon spirits fixated their gaze upon them. Were it not for their years of engaging in violence and pillaging, they would surely have what themselves. Just try enduring the stare of 9 beings of the Saint Realm. One wouldn't need much more than a single spit from them. "What are your esteemed orders?" The leader of the bandits pondered anxiously. That woman was rather striking, feeling bored. He thought it might be amusing to witness some live entertainment with her. The bandit? The system? Chu Xinghe? Are you some sort of demon? Listen to the people's words. You beast, you beast. The bandit leader contemplated. Today, having offended a noble, this woman would be offered to him as a token of apology from our Blackwind stronghold. After the bandit spoke, he gestured for his subordinates to release Chu Xinghe, then produced a ring and placed it on the ground. Without a backward glance, he led his steed away, wishing fervently that his parents had bestowed upon him a pair of additional legs. Chu Xinghe's expression darkened. This group of people had misunderstood something. "Could you not be a bit more honest?" Chu Xinghe sat on the ground in a disheveled state. After her powers were stripped away, she resembled a lost soul wandering aimlessly. The Xue family had already fallen, and she was no longer the exalted young lady of the Xue family. In fact, now when she attempted to claim that title, everyone recoiled as if she were a venomous serpent. Chu Xinghe sat within the nine-dragon chariot, his eyes shimmering with a golden light. The faded golden pupils allowed him to discern the destiny of an individual. Name, Chu Xinghe. Age, 21. Identity, former miss of the Xue family, the protagonist of fortune. Constitution, the Xian Xue royal body, now rendered ineffective. Cultivation method, Xue Tianjing. Destiny value, 80,000. As Chu Xinghe's brow furrowed, he recalled the once esteemed young lady of the Xue family. It seemed that trouble had befallen her. Had she been cast out, or had the Xue family met its demise? Such matters held little intrigue for Chu Xinghe. For the destiny golden eyes were transfixed upon Chu Xinghe. He could vaguely discern a fortuitous opportunity awaiting her within a mountain stronghold. Oh, the Blackwind stronghold, now that piqued his interest. Initially, he had considered allowing that group to vex Chu Xinghe, but now they were in flight. Chu Xinghe is determined to pursue. Chu Xinghe emerged from the nine dragons' chariot, a moment of serendipity, a decree of destiny. Initially, he feigned civility with the loathsome woman. As the fated heroine, she was bound to encounter the son of fortune. Chu Xinghe raised her gaze to behold the ethereal Chu Xinghe, akin to a celestial being descending to the mortal realm, and found herself utterly entranced, rendered motionless. Such exquisite beauty he possessed. Chu Xinghe's appearance had indeed transformed, allowing him to boldly show himself. Is the young lady all right? Chu Xinghe heard a voice as warm as the gentle spring breeze. Her eyes grew moist. It had been far too long since she had heard such a caring tone. Thank you for your rescue, young sir. No need for thanks. I had just escaped from my family and found the journey rather dull. Meeting you has provided a delightful distraction. Please, come up. Chu Xinghe was taken aback. Was he inviting her to ascend? Zhongli Qiming had once warned her that anyone who aided her would become an enemy of the Zhongli family. This man did not seem ordinary. He was accompanied by 9 pure blood flood dragons. He would likely not fear Zhongli Qiming. Perhaps she could rely on him. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xinghe slowly rose. Young sir, I am gravely injured. Could you lend me your support? The 9 flood dragons cast a glance. One of them sneering, oh, she has designs on my master. It opened its mouth, ready to unleash a venomous spit to eliminate her. Chu Xinghe gently kicked. If you kill her, what will become of my fortune? A surge of energy erupted from the body of a mighty dragon. Chu Xinghe gasped. Already standing upon the 9 dragons' palanquin. Inside the palanquin, it was indistinguishable from a palace, a realm unto itself. May I inquire your esteemed name, young master? There is no need for you to know. Chu Xinghe pondered, realizing that she had lost even the right to know others' names. In her desolation, anyone who beheld her would surely feel disdain. I have not bathed in quite some time. Might I request a small favor from you, young master? Chu Xinghe cast a glance at the nearby palace. When Chu Xinghe emerged once more, she resembled a water lily, her cheeks flushed with color. Thank you, young master, she said with a bow, but Chu Xinghe merely shifted his gaze away. He had never held any regard for this woman, who once occupied a lofty position, and now, in a state of humility, it seemed like a mere performance. Who would be blind enough to find you appealing? He thought to himself, planning to seize her opportunities before ultimately dealing with her. Observing Chu Xinghe's apparent disinterest, Chu Xinghe was taken aback. Are you truly unmoved? Do you still possess the essence of a man? Speak up. Who are you? There is no need for theatrics before me, deep down. There lies a certain pride within you. You seek to exploit me for your own hidden agenda. Chu Xinghe's gaze fixed intently upon Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe felt an overwhelming pressure, causing her legs to weaken, nearly bringing her to her knees. What a formidable man. I am Chu Xinghe, she declared, her eyes unwavering as they remained locked on Chu Xinghe. And then, Chu Xinghe wore an expression of calmness. I was originally the young lady of the Xue family in Xuezhou, but my clan was annihilated by treacherous foes. That person not only stripped me of my powers, but also proclaimed to the Taisu heavenly realm that anyone who aided me would be considered her enemy. The destruction of my Xue family was merely for the sake of a deceased man, and yet she dares to claim I am aloof and superior. Was she not also lofty and disdainful when she obliterated my family? Her demeanor is truly loathsome. It is a pity that she is regarded as the divine maiden of her clan, a once great talent, who has willingly descended into depravity. Chu Xinghe did not reveal any emotions. Now that you mention it, I do have some recollection. Wasn't it someone named Chu Xinghe? Chu Xinghe nodded, her eyes flickering with surprise. This enigmatic individual indeed seemed to know something. What was your constitution before, Miss Xue? Chu Xinghe hesitated, her lips trembling slightly. Water sovereign physique. And what was your cultivation level before you were stripped of it? Monarch realm. With a soft exclamation, Chu Xinghe caught my attention. I have heard whispers that he possesses the physique of both celestial and demonic attributes, and he has already ascended to the realm of the emperor. If he were born into the Xue family, would you still voice such opinions? Chu Xinghe remained silent. I too have been informed of his tale, including his connection with Jiang Wan, who, alas, has already passed away. It seems to me that the tumultuous events transpired largely due to your disdainful embellishments regarding Chu Xinghe. When the downfall of the Xue family occurred, that divine maiden appeared haughty and disdainful. Is it not the same logic when you belittle Chu Xinghe? A young lady who has navigated life's tempest should have matured, yet why does she remain so naive? I have heard that your embellishments stem from envy and jealousy. Chu Xinghe was about to offer an explanation. Chu Xinghe shook his head. I am not curious about your affairs. My decision to save you today was merely a spontaneous act. Upon hearing these words, Chu Xinghe was suddenly struck by a foreboding feeling. The 9 dragons' chariot had already come to a halt above the Black Wind stronghold. Come out, the dragon's mouth articulated. Numerous formidable warriors emerged from the Black Wind stronghold. The third chief, who had abandoned Chu Xinghe, gazed at the 9 dragons' chariot, feeling as though the sky had fallen upon him. The chief of the stronghold was also drenched in cold sweat. You have left your trash with me. After Chu Xinghe finished speaking, he kicked Chu Xinghe down. Chu Xinghe let out a piercing scream, tumbling to the ground with a thud. Blood gushed from his mouth, rendering him a pitiable sight. Chu Xinghe stepped out. Recently feeling bored and idle, he wished to disturb your Black Wind stronghold for a couple of days. May I? The chief dared not refuse. For perhaps they could forge a connection with this enigmatic young master. This way, please, the chief gestured, leading Chu Xinghe inside. No one cast a glance at Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe walked along the path, his spirits quite high. By chance, he caught sight of a plump sheep. After a fleeting glance, his attention shifted. The three leaders of Haifeng village had already led Chu Xinghe to a position of prominence. Chu Xinghe gazed at the third master, who had spoken first. Third master, you have certainly brought me some trouble. Upon hearing this, the third master was taken aback, unable to comprehend Chu Xinghe's meaning. The first master's eyes equally reflected confusion. Could it be regarding that woman? Do you know what that woman is called? The first master and the second master exchanged glances with the third master. The woman you captured, you must be aware of her origins, correct? Is there perhaps some formidable background? Yet, Chu Xinghe had simply cast her aside, which left them with lingering doubts. The third master, now anxious, implored, "Might you kindly enlighten me, my lord?" Chu Xinghe let out a sigh. "The woman is named Chu Xinghe." "What? Chu Xinghe? She is indeed Chu Xinghe." The three leaders stood up, particularly the third leader, whose legs felt weak, nearly causing him to kneel. He had brought back this barely alive woman, enchanted by her fleeting beauty. Who could have anticipated such misfortune? That a mere chance encounter would lead to the discovery of Chu Xinghe? Now, it is common knowledge that Chu Xinghe is akin to a hot potato. The chief regained his composure and, in a fit of rage, kicked the third leader to the ground. Damn it. One day he would meet his end at the hands of a woman. The third leader, a robust man, covered his face in tears. The second leader gazed at Chu Xinghe, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. Just moments ago, Chu Xinghe had mentioned creating trouble for him. With Chu's faction possessing 9 formidable dragons, they surely would not fear Zhongli Qingming. However, their Black Wind stronghold had nothing that would catch this gentleman's interest. "We humbly request your guidance, noble sir. We are willing to serve you diligently." Upon hearing the second leader's words, the chief and the third leader also reacted. Bowing in respect, Chu Xinghe gazed at the third master. "What your elder brother said earlier was indeed correct. You shall meet your demise at the hands of a woman." The third master was tempted to enact immediate retribution, yet he hesitated. The first master, filled with ire, approached the third master and delivered a sharp slap. "What on earth are you doing?" "Enough. Follow my instructions. I have no desire to offend that woman." The three fell silent. "I initially intended for you to deal with her, yet you chose to flee." Upon hearing Chu Xinghe's words, the third master opened his mouth in surprise. It turned out he was genuinely expected to handle the matter. The first and second masters exchanged glances. "Very well, let us proceed with my plan, ensuring that none of you come to harm. This is my first clandestine escape from home. I do not wish to be apprehended by my family over such trivial matters." The three shared a knowing look. "Ah, a young master with a rebellious spirit. The third master, you have traitors among your ranks. Their intent being to eliminate the three of you. I dare say that even among the women you previously abducted, many have conspired with your subordinate to bring about your downfall." Upon hearing this, the third master remained silent. Such baseless claims would be met with skepticism. Even the first and second masters felt the same. However, witnessing Chu Xinghe's unwavering conviction, they resigned themselves to chance. "Tonight, you shall seek out Chu Xinghe. He will undoubtedly reveal himself. When you intend to strike him down, one of your concubines will intervene. You may test my foresight if you doubt my words." The third master hesitated, but the second master delivered a swift kick. "The young master offers you counsel. What more do you doubt? Must your awakening only come on the day your head is severed?" "Thank you, young master." Chu Xinghe nodded slightly. As night fell, the place where Chu Xinghe was imprisoned became shrouded in darkness. The third master entered, and a flicker of terror danced in Chu Xinghe's eyes. "Don't come any closer," she cried out. The third master's eyes narrowed, saliva trickling from his mouth as he rubbed his hands together. "Shout all you want. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will come to rescue you. My dear, the night has grown deep. It is time for us to rest." With that, he lunged toward Chu Xinghe. Thud. She was knocked to the ground, her pupils dilating, her eyes filled with sheer horror. "No, please, you can't do this." The third master wore a lecherous grin. "What can I do?" he replied, reaching to tear at Chu Xinghe's clothing. "Third master, something's wrong outside," someone called out. Rushing in, the third master stood up and strode toward the door, delivering a kick that sent the messenger flying. "Damn it, even if the heavens collapse, do not disturb my good fortune." With that, he slammed the door shut with a resounding bang. Gongsun Wuji wiped his nose, feeling somewhat awkward. "Chu Xinghe, who had been silently observing from a distance, remained quiet. Name, Gongsun Wuji. Age, 20. Identity, son of destiny. Heir of the Gongsun clan, now perished. Physique, pure young royal body. Technique, innate scriptures. Strength, king-level perfection. Destiny value, 150,000. The corners of Chu Xinghe's mouth lifted in a smile. He wondered if that purple gold gourd had made its way into the hands of this son of destiny. At present, his void transformation sutra had yet to be fully mastered, leaving many things obscured. He could not even discern the opportunities of the son of destiny. However, Chu Xinghe felt no urgency. The first and second masters stood behind him, having noted the deliberate fire set by this fellow. Look over there. Chu Xinghe pointed into the distance. The two individuals followed his gaze and discovered that a fire had broken out at the quarters of the third master's concubine. Silence enveloped them. Inside the room, the third master was informed of the conflagration in Lady Zhen's chamber. Without a word, he turned and departed, dissipating much of Chu Xinghe's trepidation. Observing the shadow outside, her lips pressed together in resolve. "Thank you," she murmured. The shadow remained silent and turned away. Regret surged over Chu Xinghe like a tidal wave. If given a second chance, she would never involve herself in Jiang Wanni's affairs. The third master hastened towards Lady Zhen's quarters, where her pallid visage was marred with soot. Upon sighting the third master, she approached eagerly. "Master, you have finally arrived. I was terrified just moments ago." A flicker passed through the third master's eyes. At that moment, Gongsun Wuji had just arrived. The third master approached him and delivered a swift kick. "You worthless fool. I entrusted you with the protection of my lady, and this is how you fulfill your duty. Take him away and feed him to the dogs." Lady Zhen's eyes widened in alarm upon hearing this. Gongsun Wuji had yet to speak, but Lady Zhen's voice interjected. "Master, it has nothing to do with Xiao Sun. There are nefarious individuals seeking to sow discord. Xiao Sun is utterly loyal. Please do not wrongfully accuse him. I was merely startled. Upon seeing you, I am already well. I was truly frightened moments ago. Your brilliance and valor will surely allow you to discern the truth. You cannot imagine how captivating you appeared when you were angry on my behalf. Master, your concern for me incited that ire. Now, consider who seeks to harm us. You are the pillar of my existence. I shall rely on you for the rest of my life. You cannot meet with misfortune." In the shadows, Chu Xinghe furrowed his brow. The third master was being flattered excessively. Behind him, the eldest and second masters also frowned. This woman did not seem virtuous. She incessantly praised the third master while subtly planting her own traps. The third master adjusted his attire and cleared his throat. "Lady, I was genuinely concerned for your safety, which prompted my hasty punishment of Xiao Sunday. I have observed that Xiao Sun has put forth both effort and hardship these days." Lady Zhen sighed in relief. Even Gongsun Wuji appeared steady by her words. "However, the lady speaks truth. The threat is indeed directed at me," the third master replied, his gaze flickering. "Today, a noble from Haifeng's arrived, and trouble ensued by nightfall. It seems my elder and second brothers have long desired to eliminate me." Lady Zhen's expression reflected her concern as she exchanged a veiled glance with Gongsun Wuji, who remained inscrutable. "What shall we do, master? I am but a frail woman, and you are my sole support. If anything were to befall you, I would not survive." The third master reached out, soothing Lady Zhen. She leaned against him, her downcast eyes betraying disdain. "My elder and second brothers wish to see me dead. The only way for me to survive is to eliminate them." The chilling resolve in the third master's gaze was palpable. In the shadows, the eldest and second masters clenched their fists tightly, just as they prepared to exit. Chu Xinghe extended his hand to obstruct them, prompting the two to halt their steps. Below, Madame Zhen leaned against the third master. "I have but one reliance on the master. Whatever you wish to do, I shall support you." The third master let out a hearty laugh. "Little son, do you wish to follow in my footsteps?" Gongsun Wuji hurriedly bowed. "Thank you for your recognition, master. I shall surely accompany you through life and death." The third master laughed again, twice. Good, truly worthy of being my man." Yet, after speaking, a chill replaced the warmth in his gaze. "Madam, are you trying to sow discord between me, elder brother, and second brother? Just moments ago, you claimed to be a weak woman. Yet your flattery makes me suspect both elder and second brother. What conditions has little son agreed to with you?" Madame Zhen abruptly raised her head. Disbelief etched across her face, pain and confusion evident. A tempest stirred within her heart. Moments ago, she had lulled him into submission, yet now he was suddenly alert. Gongsun Wuji beside her looked equally stunned. When had this fool become so astute? Or was he merely feigning ignorance? "If the master does not trust me, Then he may as well end my life. Madame Jeanne turned away, her heart racing with anxiety. The third master sighed and stepped closer, embracing Madame Jeanne. I was merely jesting, dear madam. Did you take it to heart? Little son, I hope I did not frighten you. Gongsun Wuji shook his head. My life was saved by the third master. Even if you commanded me to die, I would comply without hesitation. The third master patted Gongsun Wuji's shoulder. Little son, I see your loyalty. Once I have dealt with elder brother and second brother, I shall be the chief of Blackwind Stronghold, and you shall be the second chief. I dare not aspire to such a title. I only wish to remain by the master's side, Gongsun Wuji replied. The third master gave him a hearty pat on the back, and Madame Jeanne breathed a sigh of relief. She had truly been terrified moments ago, fearing that this dim-witted fool had awakened. It turned out he was merely toying with him. Even Gongsun Wuji felt relieved, affirming that his choice had not been in vain. Compared to elder brother and second brother, the third master was indeed more manageable. Madam, how do you feel? Are you feeling faint? Madame Jeanne, taken aback, realized what he meant and felt her body weaken, nearly collapsing. The third master stepped forward to support her. Madam, how did I perform in my little play? Were you not relieved? The fire was indeed their doing. What was its purpose? Madame Jeanne stood frozen. Do not move, or I cannot guarantee I won't strike you dead. The third master warned. She felt the toxins within her body, her complexion paling. What do you mean, master? The third master chuckled derisively. Had you been so forthcoming earlier? I might have been deceived. However, with more perilous matters at hand, I must remain vigilant. Besides, you have never shown such enthusiasm towards me before. Do you believe that by uttering sweet words, I would obey you? I may fancy others' wives, but you are not the sole one. I indulge you, which grants you the privilege to be willful. Without my indulgence, you are nothing. You are aware that I was the one who eradicated your husband's family, as well as your parents. Little son has already informed you of this, has he not? Madame Jeanne stood in shock, realizing this wretched creature had been aware all along. Then why do you still keep me? The third master stroked his beard. Do you not find it thrilling? I am your enemy, yet you still submit to me. Your disdain only heightens my sense of conquest. Your every act of resistance only serves to excite me further. In the shadows, Chu Xinghe was momentarily stunned. This is outrageous. How is this even a form of amusement? The chief and the second master turned to see Chu Xinghe looking at them with an odd expression. Chief, second master. They both hastily waved their hands. I am not like this, nor am I like the third master. The third master glanced at Gongsun Wuji. You are. Only the Gongsun family has recently been annihilated. You must be their remnant, correct? Gongsun Wuji froze, feeling a wave of weakness wash over him. How did you discover this? The third master sighed. It was when you saved that woman that I noticed. How coincidental. You chose the exact moment I wished to approach her. Gongsun Wuji was baffled. Was it truly for this reason? Not because of that noble figure? And what if I did discover it? Gongsun Wuji's eyes narrowed with a glint of coldness. Is this related to the person who came today? Chu Xinghe, concealed in the shadows, thought, this damned affair is connected to me as well. It turns out I am still your benefactor. The Feng family was likely eliminated by him, albeit under duress. Could it be that the purple gold gourd has fallen into the hands of this fated child? The third master regarded Gongsun Wuji with a cold stare. And if it is true, what then? Gongsun Wuji produced a pill, consuming it, and his aura erupted, rapidly ascending to the realm of ascent. Then you shall perish. The third master reached out, gripping Madame Jeanne's throat. Dare you make a move, and I shall kill her. Gongsun Wuji halted his steps. Damn it. I had hoped to catch this beast off guard, but alas, it is too late. With her assistance, it is up to you now to save her. The third master spoke and swiftly acted, dislocating Madame Jeanne's jaw in one motion. With a glance, he knocked out a tooth. Poison hidden in your mouth. You are indeed ruthless with yourself. Madame Jeanne stared in shock at the third master, her eyes wide with disbelief. Even Gongsun Wuji was momentarily taken aback. In the shadows, Chu Xinghe's lips curled into a smirk. It was he who had discreetly communicated with the third master moments earlier. A radiant orb, no larger than a bean, coalesced at his fingertip, shattering the void before descending directly upon Gongsun Wuji. With a splatter, Gongsun Wuji spat out a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling backward as his strength, once soaring at the celestial ascendancy level, plummeted rapidly. A gaping wound had been inflicted upon his dantian. The master had diminished the power of the fated child, garnering a fortune of 10,000 destiny points. Madame Jeanne survived, earning 300 destiny points, while the third master also escaped death, receiving 200 destiny points. Upon hearing the words echoing in his mind, Chu Xinghe couldn't help but let a smile grace his lips. The ease with which he acquired destiny points left him feeling somewhat unaccustomed. Chu Xinghe emerged from the shadows. Gongsun Wuji regarded him, terror flickering in his eyes. For some inexplicable reason, the sight of Chu Xinghe evoked a sensation of being scrutinized by an abyss. Madame Jeanne gazed at Chu Xinghe, a fleeting daze crossing her expression. Is this the individual who has thwarted their plans? Chu Xinghe looked down with a commanding presence at Gongsun Wuji. Why must you slander me? Gongsun Wuji was momentarily taken aback. Before he could utter a word, Chu Xinghe delivered a swift kick, rendering him unconscious. The first and second leaders emerged, astonished. The casual display of power that incapacitated a celestial ascendance expert left them in shock. Among them, the most formidable was the first leader, a void deity. Yet he too could not discern the extent of Chu Xinghe's strength. Young master, should we dispose of him? Chu Xinghe shook his head. The young man who possesses the elixir capable of helping him transcend to the ascendant realm undoubtedly has formidable backing. It would be wise to draw him out and ascertain the situation. This young master has no desire to be a target of someone's ambitions. After Chu Xinghe finished speaking, he transformed his spiritual energy into a blade, severing the meridians in Gongsun Wuji's limbs. He infused his entire body with spiritual energy, targeting all his vital points. The expressions of the first, second, and third leaders twitched at the corners of their mouths. Are you not a scion of a great clan? Must you be so ruthless? Chu Xinghe was aware that this individual possessed a hidden treasure, and he intended to extract it by arranging a carefully orchestrated scheme. A captivating spectacle could be presented to you. The three leaders were momentarily taken aback. As the night deepened, Gongsun Wuji stirred from his slumber, only to be met with excruciating pain that enveloped him in a shroud of dread. A cold sweat instantly beaded on his forehead. His limbs had been severed, and they were bound tightly. More distressingly, his garments had mysteriously vanished. The first, second, and third leaders exchanged furtive glances, their eyes betraying a hint of inferiority. The third leader stepped forward, producing a pill. You are fortunate, young master. I bestow upon you this pill, which will amplify your pain sensitivity tenfold. After uttering these words, he pinched Gongsun Wuji's mouth and administered the pill. Subsequently, flames were ignited beneath him, releasing the acrid scent of burning hair. Gongsun Wuji was utterly flabbergasted. Roasting a bird? How barbaric! Who devised such a cruel method? Upon returning, the third leader summoned Madame Jeanne. Are you pained? If I am not mistaken, you have already aided him. Haven't you? Madame Jeanne pressed her lips together in silence, her gaze filled with concern for Gongsun Wuji. Her power had been rendered null, her meridians sealed. Leaving her powerless to intervene, she could only watch helplessly as tears streamed down her cheeks. Chu Xinghe cast a glance at Gongsun Wuji, contemplating how to diminish his stature slightly. For his brother appeared rather frigid. The chief was drenched in cold sweat, pondering whether such depraved amusements were the norm among these noble heirs. Even a ruthless bandit, accustomed to violence, found the situation terrifying. Gongsun Wuji, bound and helpless, was utterly taken aback. It was unfathomable that such a malicious scheme originated from him. As the pillar restraining Gongsun Wuji descended, an intense heat enveloped the air. Gongsun Wuji was drenched in cold sweat. Grappling with the notion that to kill him or to torment him was merely a trivial matter, he stubbornly retorted. Chu Xinghe shook his head. I relish your expression of wanting to kill me yet being unable to do so. You undoubtedly have a backup plan. Why not reveal it for us to see? Gongsun Wuji lowered his head, his heart filled with hesitation. Perhaps the young master should spare him this time. At that moment, a voice echoed from afar. Chu Xinghe turned around to glance back. In the distance, a graceful figure stood, her features exquisitely refined. Observing Gongsun Wuji's darkened expression, she silently scoffed. When her gaze fell upon Chu Xinghe's face, her brows furrowed slightly. This individual evoked a sense of familiarity, yet she could not recall having met her before. Chu Xinghe was equally taken aback. Approaching him was a familiar face, Chu Xinghe from the heavenly Yin Holy Land. He had already received considerable information. After his demise, only Zhong Li Qingming stood up for him. He was aware that his master, Wen Rushui, might remain indifferent. However, he did not expect such profound apathy. The old man also displayed no signs of action. Chu Xinghe cast aside the thoughts swirling in his mind. He sacrificed his life to withstand the calamity of the heavenly transformation sacred ground, which could be seen as a resolution of grievances, ensuring that there would be no further entanglements. Do not let go. Chu Xinghe regained her composure and gazed at Chu Xinghe. I believe you are not the kind of despicable person who would be manipulated by those with ulterior motives. Chu Xinghe let out a derisive laugh. I have stripped him of his powers. Now, under such coercion, if you take him away, what will happen if he seeks vengeance against me later? I am not one to invite trouble. so I cannot acquiesce to your request. Please leave. Chu Xinghe, appearing deceptively gentle, furrowed her brow. If the young master refuses, do not blame me for forcibly taking him away. With that, Chu Xinghe moved and vanished, heading towards Gong Sunwuji. Buzzing echoed in the air as a finger imprint materialized. Chu Xinghe's expression shifted. A layer of bagua appeared beside her. With a crack, it collided with the finger imprint. The bagua shattered, and Chu Xinghe was sent flying backward. Chu Xinghe stood up and approached Chu Xinghe, gazing down at her from his elevated position. Leave, Chu Xinghe huffed disdainfully. I have stated my intention to take him away. The eyes of Chu Xinghe narrowed. Do you believe I lack the courage to take your life? Chu Xinghe's expression darkened. I am of the heavenly yin sacred land, and I have formidable allies backing me. Dare to kill me, and you shall see. I have declared that today I shall surely take him away, and you cannot hinder me. Chu Xinghe remained silent. Still not coming out? As Chu Xinghe's voice faded, a man dressed in ordinary attire emerged, his hands clasped behind his back. Chu Xinghe quietly gazed at the approaching figure. He undoubtedly recognized this individual, the sixth elder of the heavenly yin sacred land, the alchemy elder. The sixth elder scrutinized Chu Xinghe, a vague sense of familiarity washing over him, as if he had encountered him somewhere before. Might the young master spare Gong Sunwuji this once? You may set any condition you desire. Chu Xinghe let out a scoff, noting the protective nature of the heavenly transformation sacred land. The sixth elder remained silent, sensing the underlying sarcasm in his words. I am well aware that after the death of your holy son, there was not a single action taken by your side. The sixth elder fixed his gaze upon Chu Xinghe. Is your stance a reflection of the heavenly transformation sacred land, or merely your own personal opinion? After a brief moment of contemplation, the sixth elder inquired, and what if it were to represent my personal view? Then it would be a firm refusal. Chu Xinghe replied without hesitation. The sixth elder was taken aback. And what if it were to represent the heavenly transformation sacred land? Chu Xinghe gazed directly at the sixth elder. If you wish for your sovereign to intervene, there is a rather troublesome matter at hand. The sixth elder was taken aback, hesitating for a moment before producing a jade pendant. Sovereign, I find myself in a predicament. I have encountered a disciple with exceptional alchemical talent, and bringing him back poses certain difficulties. The sixth elder recounted the events that transpired. Who is this troublemaker? Came a voice from within the jade pendant. The sixth elder turned to look at Chu Xinghe. Xinghe. Chu Xinghe uttered a name, causing the sixth elder to momentarily pause. Bring them back, came the voice from the jade pendant, which then fell into silence. The sixth elder's expression brightened as he reached out towards Gong Sunwuji. The chains binding Gong Sunwuji shattered, and a garment was draped over him. Gong Sunwuji coughed up a mouthful of blood and implored, Senior, I beseech you, I wish to take Shui Nianji and Miss Zhun with me. The sixth elder turned to Chu Xinghe, requesting, Might I ask the young master for a favor? Chu Xinghe stepped aside, allowing the leaders to escort the individuals out. They were eager for Shui Nianji to depart from the Blackwind stronghold. Standing beside Gong Sunwuji, Shui Nianji cast her gaze downward as she regarded Elder Lu and Chu Xinghe. Previously, when she visited the heavenly transformation sacred land, she was exalted. But now she found herself reliant on it for rescue. We shall not intrude any longer, Elder Lu remarked to Chu Xinghe. Gong Sunwuji had intended to voice something but hesitated and ultimately remained silent, merely glancing at Chu Xinghe, his eyes revealing a hint of chill. As Elder Lu led Gong Sunwuji away, he sighed. I offered to take you as my disciple and avenge you, yet you insisted on creating chaos for yourself. Have you learned your lesson now? Elder Lu shook his head, lamenting the misfortune of discovering such a remarkably talented disciple only to encounter this unforeseen predicament. Gong Sunwuji remained reticent, consuming a pill that swiftly healed his injuries. Elder Lu applied pressure to several points on his body, expelling the lingering spiritual energy from his death points. Gong Sunwuji's dantian began to recover rapidly, and his power surged. Initially at the king level, he had intended to use a pill to enhance his strength to eliminate the third leader. Who could have anticipated that Chu Xinghe would intervene, rendering him powerless? As his strength was restored, his cultivation rapidly ascended, brushing against the emperor level. Elder Lu's previously somber expression transformed into one of astonishment. What a clever lad. I did not foresee you possessing such abilities. Come with me back to the heavenly transformation sacred land. Even if you seek vengeance, you must first possess sufficient strength. Gong Sunwuji nodded, yet an instinctive feeling lingered within him that the Blackwind stronghold held something he required. He resolved to return after breaking through to the emperor level. The first, second, and third leaders observed the silent Chu Xinghe, hesitant to approach and disturb him. Chu Xinghe took a deep breath. and the fleeting tenderness within him vanished completely. From now on, paths shall diverge, and bridges shall separate. When we meet again, we shall be foes. Long D. Eradicate the Black Wind stronghold, leaving no trace behind. As his words resonated, nine-headed Jialongs emerged simultaneously. Within mere minutes, the entire Black Wind stronghold was reduced to ashes. You nine shall turn the Black Wind stronghold upside down. The 9 Jialongs, their eyes filled with confusion, did not inquire further. Before long, all the mountain peaks began to stir. With a flicker in his gaze, Chu Xinghe moved and vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he found himself within a mysterious cavern. The rhythmic sound of dripping echoed around him. Stalactites? They appeared to be at least 10,000 years old. The ethereal essence coalesced without dispersing, exuding a subtle fragrance. No wonder he could perceive that water could restore his strength. He carefully collected these stalactites. The Black Wind stronghold, which was destined to be annihilated by the Son of Fortune, met its demise at its master's hands, seizing stalactites of a 5,000-year caliber. The Son of Fortune's destiny value plummeted by 20,000, while the master gained 25,000 in destiny value. Chu Xinghe did not anticipate that the individuals within Black Wind stronghold collectively possessed a total of 5,000 destiny points. After thoroughly cleansing this place, he finally departed. It has now been established that the purple gold gourd may indeed be in the possession of Gongsun Wuji. Chu Xinghe vanished in the Yangzhou aboard the 9 Dragons carriage. Master, where are we headed? The 9 dragons were each named by Chu Xinghe from Dragon 1 to Dragon 9. Let us proceed to Qizhou. Chu Xinghe produced the stalactite, bestowing 3 drops upon each of the 9 dragons. Thank you, Master, they expressed, as the 9 dragon chariot shattered the void and vanished from sight. When Chu Xinghe hastily arrived in Qizhou, the 9 dragons' carriage had already been stowed away. His gaze turned towards the direction of the heavenly transformation sacred land, and he furrowed his brows as he sensed something amiss. At that moment, the sky above the heavenly transformation sacred land darkened rapidly. 9 blood-red phoenixes emerged, drawing a magnificent pavilion, while the banner of the Zhongli clan fluttered in the wind. Chu Xinghe casually entered a wine house, beginning to inquire about recent events. The extraordinary phenomena above the Tianyan sacred land had stirred many. Numerous individuals gazed upward, and Zhongli Qingming emerged from the pavilion, resembling an empress surveying the masses. When Rushi followed, her voice resonating throughout the Tianyan sacred land. The occurrences of these past few days had already spread across the entire Taishu celestial realm, particularly the obliteration of the Xue family by Zhongli Qingming, the forced demise of the god of death's hall master, and the subsequent change of the emperor in the Dayu dynasty. All these events pointed to a singular individual, the holy son of Tianyan sacred land, Chu Xinghe. Zhongli Qingming regarded the composed Wenrushi who had stepped out. Do you truly not feel any remorse? Wenrushi met her gaze. This is my path. Zhongli Qingming scoffed. Your path? I ask you, can you provide an explanation to Chu Xinghe? You all, step forward, Zhongli Qingming commanded, directing her attention to the forbidden area of Tianyan sacred land. Several elders revealed themselves. How will you account for Chu Xinghe's situation? The 7 elders remained silent, their gazes fixed upon Wenrushi. Zhongli Qingming inhaled deeply. Do you realize that it was because of Xue Nianji that Chu Xinghe encountered misfortune? Yet you still wish for her to remain in Tianyan sacred land? Wenrushi's eyes showed no sign of disturbance. His path has reached its conclusion. Why should I concern myself further? The Tianyan sacred land has its own path. Zhongli Qingming clapped her hands. Well said, Wenrushi, you are quite ruthless. I shall personally end your life another day, allowing you to accompany your path. All disciples of Tianyan sacred land, depart at once. Do not hold me, the goddess, accountable for my lack of mercy when the time comes. Since you are indifferent, sever the last remnant of connection to Chu Xinghe. Zhongli Qingming looked upon those who believed, feeling it unjust for Chu Xinghe. How could she not understand now that he was being used as a shield against calamity? When Rushi stood amidst the void, the holy son of Tianyan, Chu Xinghe, is dead. All past matters need not be revisited, nor is he any longer my disciple. Upon these words, a commotion erupted among the many disciples of Tianyan sacred land. The demise of Chu Xinghe has left many disciples in profound sorrow to them. This saint's son was truly commendable. Within the confines of the secret realm, he had once saved their lives. How could such a fate befall him? It seems utterly merciless. Is it not the case that death renders all things meaningless? While it may not directly affect us, the heavens can still be held aloft by those who remain. Many of the true disciples bore expressions of perplexity, for they now had the opportunity to ascend to the position of Saint Son themselves. Upon hearing the announcement from the Holy Master, Chu Xinghe felt a chill in his gaze. Was all this worth it? In death, not even a semblance of your identity is preserved. I once vowed that should anyone seek to harm you, they must first tread over my corpse. Yet, you have ventured ahead of me. I shall avenge you. Zhongli Qingming's eyes turned even colder. It is no wonder that the celestial transformation sacred land is in decline, with individuals like you among its ranks. She let out a derisive laugh, choosing not to mock further. Such actions have become redundant. Previously, she had held admiration for Wen Rushui, yet now it seemed he was no more than ordinary. She turned to leave, but at that moment, Chu Xinghe suddenly rose to his feet. Zhongli Divine Maiden, please do not depart just yet. Upon hearing his voice, Zhongli Qiming turned back. What is it? Chu Xinghe glanced at the Grand Elder, who harbored an ominous premonition, recalling how Chu Xinghe had inquired about matters several times prior. What truly led to the downfall of Chu Xinghe remained shrouded in ambiguity, as he has consistently evaded a clear explanation. Xinghe, what are your intentions? The Grand Elder inquired anxiously. In a moment of resolute determination, Chu Xinghe relinquished his own power. The overwhelming aura of the Ascendant Realm swiftly diminished, and a mouthful of blood was expelled. His body swayed, yet his gaze grew ever more luminous. I have proclaimed that anyone who seeks to take his life must first tread over my corpse. I have failed in this endeavor, and it weighs heavily upon my conscience. I owe him a debt of gratitude, which I shall repay. I will avenge him and eradicate all his enemies. Upon concluding his declaration, a formidable surge of sword intent erupted from him, transforming the surrounding space into a domain of blades. Once Chu Xinghe regained his composure, he resembled a treasured sword yet to be drawn from its sheath. When the day of its unveiling arrives, it shall undoubtedly cause a seismic upheaval. Zhongli Shen, I wish to depart from the Tnyn sacred land. A glimmer of admiration flickered in Zhongli Qingming's eyes. I will escort you away. The Grand Elder attempted to intervene, but Chu Xinghe stepped forward, devoid of any apparent strength. Nonetheless, the Grand Elder sensed an overwhelming sword intent bearing down upon him. I joined the Tnyn sacred land without ever receiving your guidance. My cultivation and techniques were acquired from the secret realms. I owe you nothing. The Grand Elder's face flushed crimson, for Chu Xinghe spoke the undeniable truth. Once, this individual had been an ordinary man, persevering with exceptional willpower until he finally broke through to the Ascendant Realm at over 30 years of age. At that age, and with such power, he had previously shown no concern. However, now that he had comprehended sword intent, he was transformed entirely. Even the Grand Elder had not grasped such a profound understanding. Chu Xinghe opened a void passage beside him and vanished within. Zhongli Qingming's eyes glimmered with indifference and a hint of mockery. Let us depart. The Tnyn sacred land. Such a simple phrase evoked a flush of embarrassment among the disciples present. Gongsun Wuji, standing beside the sixth elder, gazed at the retreating figure of Zhongli Qiming. Master, who exactly is that woman? The sixth elder sighed. Zhongli Qiming is the one who brought about the downfall of the Shui family. Gongsun Wuji nodded, contemplating the implications for his aspirations regarding the position of Saint Sun within the Tnyn sacred land. He turned his attention to Shui Nianji, who was lowering her head. Miss Shui, are you unscathed? Shui Nianji shook her head, though the sorrow in her eyes was unmistakable. Do not lose heart. As long as one lives, there remains opportunity. Has not the Zhongli family ascended step by step? I believe you can achieve the same. Shui Nianji lifted her gaze to meet Gongsun Wuji's. Once, she had looked down upon Chu Xinghe, the embodiment of the celestial and demonic. Now, being comforted by one whose talents were inferior to his, she found herself unexpectedly moved. Thank you. Gongsun Wuji shook his head in response. There is no need for gratitude. I can assist you. Shui Nianji was momentarily taken aback, her heart filled with skepticism, yet she could not help but feel a flicker of anticipation. Chu Xinghe sat in the private room, and opposite him was an additional woman. She scrutinized Chu Xinghe and inquired, What is your name? Chu Xinghe raised his head to meet the skeptical gaze of Zhongli Qingming. Destiny. Zhongli Qingming furrowed her brow. She faintly sensed a familiar aura emanating from Chu Xinghe. Yet that feeling swiftly vanished. The glimmer of hope in Zhongli Qingming's eyes dissipated, and she turned to leave. Chu Xinghe remained seated, taken aback by Zhongli Qingming's approach. Master, I never anticipated that your mentor would offer you less assistance than the villainous sorceress. Chu Xinghe took a sip of tea, remaining silent. It has always been about utilization. What is there to discuss regarding kindness or cruelty? Chu Xinghe whispered softly, and his figure vanished without a trace. Master, what shall we do next? We shall head to Heifeng Stronghold, lying in wait for our opportunity. What if the people from Yinsheng Temple arrive? Chu Xinghe raised his head to gaze at the sky. Kill. He had already extended a final courtesy to the heavenly transformation's sacred ground, willing to intercede for an unrelated individual, yet unable to advocate for his own disciple. Ultimately, he was merely being exploited. Perhaps he saw a glimmer of hope within this individual, a potential means to avert the calamity besieging the heavenly transformation sacred ground. 3 days after Chu Xinghe's departure, at the ruins of Black Wind Stronghold, a shadow stealthily approached. Gongsun Wuji had managed to sneak over. Previously, he had discovered a mysterious entrance here, but it was guarded by fierce beasts, and he was not yet their match. Not wanting to alert others, he had chosen to bide his time. Upon returning, he was taken aback by the sight of the devastated Black Wind Stronghold. Now nothing more than a desolate wasteland, with mountains turned upside down, thrust into the earth. Who goes there? As the words left his lips, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Seeing Chu Xinghe emerge, Gongsun Wuji's pupils constricted. He had waited for you for 3 days. You have finally arrived. His throat tightened as he let out a roar. 9 saint-level dragon serpents appeared, spreading out in 9 directions, sealing the area with an imposing formation. Rest assured, no one will come to your aid this time. Gongsun Wuji swallowed hard, suppressing the turmoil within. I have no enmity with you. Why do you insist on killing me? Chu Xinghe remained silent as a sudden teleportation materialized before Gongsun Wuji. Utilizing the celestial finger, he severed the latter's heart vein directly. Gongsun Wuji expelled a mouthful of vital blood. Once he regained his composure, a mysterious ancient vase began to hover beside him, emanating an aura of archaic Taoist charm. A powerful, ethereal energy surged forth, causing the 9 sacred dragon serpents to shrink their pupils in fear upon witnessing this enigmatic vessel, acutely aware of the emotional shift in the 9 dragon chariot. Chu Xinghe's heart was filled with vigilance. Could this be the treasure that Gongsun Wuji acquired back then? It indeed possesses some remarkable capabilities. Chu Xinghe sighed, poised to take action once more. Why must the young master oppose us, the heavenly yin sacred land? A voice echoed from afar upon hearing these words. Chu Xinghe squinted his eyes, observing the approaching 6th elder, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering within his gaze. The specter of vengeance seemed to linger relentlessly. If he seeks death, he shall not blame me for the consequences. The 6th elder gazed helplessly at Gongsun Wuji, sprawled on the ground. When his disciple had fled, a sense of unease had settled within him. He appeared to be particularly concerned about this newly accepted disciple, fearing that he might encounter peril in the Black Wind Stronghold, hence discreetly following him. Does the young master truly wish to oppose our heavenly transformation sacred land? The 6th elder stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing Chu Xinghe. In his estimation, the individual before him would undoubtedly refrain from provoking the heavenly transformation sacred land to its demise, as evidenced by his previous ability to rescue Gongsun Wuji. Eliminate him. Chu Xinghe had grown weary of idle chatter. After all, that fragment of affection had long since dissipated. Upon receiving the command, the dragon roared, and one of the celestial dragons soared forth, unleashing the overwhelming pressure of a saint-level being. The 6th elder, merely at the divine king realm, stood no chance against such might. With a spurt of fresh blood, he plummeted from the void. Master, no? Chu Xinghe approached the 6th elder, a blade forged from spiritual energy poised against his throat. If you wish for your master to survive, relinquish that ancient vase to me, otherwise. As Chu Xinghe's voice faded, Gongsun Wuji felt a tightening in his heart, instinctively clenching his fingers. I cannot allow this to happen. If you dare to kill me, the Holy Master will not let you go. The heavenly transformation sacred ground will also not spare you. Chu Xinghe let out a derisive snort. With a swift motion, he severed the hands of the 6th elder. How tiresome, he remarked. Hiss. The 6th elder gasped in shock. Now that you have become a mere shell of your former self, can your disciple truly assist you in regaining your former glory? Chu Xinghe cast a glance at the Jiaolong. The Jiaolong extended its dragon claws, aiming directly at the 6th elder's dantian. Who dares to harm the elders of our heavenly yin sacred land? A formidable aura surged forth, accompanied by a faint ethereal shadow that materialized. The Jiaolong instinctively retreated a step. The 6th elder, witnessing this scene, was filled with emotion, tears glistening in his eyes. Ancestor. In the depths of Chu Xinghe's eyes lies a chilling aura. The system marketplace has refreshed, offering a discounted item, Supreme Strike, available for a purchase of 100,000. Master, let us take them down. Chu Xinghe's lips curled into a smile. The disappearance of 100,000 destiny points was exchanged for a Supreme Strike. A formidable aura suddenly enveloped Chu Xinghe, causing the illusion to shatter. The aura of supremacy. The 6th elder was left utterly astonished. Even Gongsun Wuji, who lay nearby resisting the dragon's might, was completely bewildered. Chu Xinghe unleashed a supreme strike, a formidable attack that shattered the ethereal shadow. Following the lingering aura, he made his way towards the heavenly transformation sacred land. Chu Xinghe took a deep breath. Is this the might of the Supreme? He would soon attain it. Hand it over. After Chu Xinghe finished speaking, he directly severed the leg of the sixth elder without uttering a single word. Gongsun Wuji clenched his fingers tightly. You must swear that if I give this to him, you will spare my master. Chu Xinghe's gaze narrowed. You lack the qualifications to negotiate with me. Should you dare to speak further, I shall venture to the heavenly yin sacred ground and eliminate all those individuals. Furthermore, I will uncover every person associated with you and eradicate them down to the 9th generation. Gongsun Wuji's pupils constricted sharply, and he swallowed hard. You cannot do this. As a young prodigy, how can you be so despicable? Chu Xinghe commanded the Jiao Long to shatter the sixth elder's dantian. You may continue your idle chatter, observing as the sixth elder attempts to speak. Chu Xinghe delivered a forceful kick to his mouth, causing teeth to scatter. Gongsun Wuji dared not gamble. His survival amidst the siege by the city lord's mansion was owing to the assistance of numerous allies. Chu Xinghe possesses an aura of supreme authority, one that can undoubtedly be discerned. Were it only himself, he might dare to take the risk. In haste, he relinquished his bond with the mysterious ancient pot and tossed it to Chu Xinghe. Gongsun Wuji, having lost the demon refining pot, saw his destiny value plummet by 70,000, while his master gained 500,000 in destiny value. Upon hearing the system prompt, Chu Xinghe was momentarily taken aback. The system was experiencing a glitch. Master, there is no error, it clarified, for the child of fortune in the future will utilize this to assist many individuals. And those individuals will undergo transformations due to the loss of the spirit refining cauldron brought about by the child of fortune. Chu Xinghe secretly nodded. You still possess a purple golden gourd, do you not? Upon hearing this, Gongsun Wuji's pupils contracted momentarily, only to return to their previous calm state. I do not comprehend your words. I have already granted you what you desired. Feel free to proceed with your intentions. Chu Xinghe directly severed the head of the sixth elder and tossed it to Gongsun Wuji. Master, Gongsun Wuji felt a chill run through his limbs. I have already given you the ancient pot. Why must you still slay my master? Despicable and shameless. Utterly devoid of integrity. Chu Xinghe scoffed softly. I advise you not to play tricks with me, for I am a person who possesses little patience. Chu Xinghe produced a list. Do you truly believe I have accomplished nothing in the past few days? Chu Xinghe tossed the list before Gongsun Wuji. Gongsun Wuji gazed upon the names inscribed, his expression one of sheer terror. Even those who had subtly aided him were now under scrutiny. Who exactly are you? Long Yi. Go to Haiqing and silence them all, he commanded. They assisted your escape, yet you intend to eliminate them. Can you truly live with such a burden on your conscience? Moreover, that item never rightfully belonged to you. Gongsun Wuji's pupil shifted, his countenance darkening. I cannot trust you. Whether I surrender it or not, death awaits me either way. Chu Xinghe raised an eyebrow, a hint of cleverness in his expression. The atmosphere crackled with intensity as Gongsun Wuji's garments erupted in tatters. What do you intend to do? He stammered. To continue what we left unfinished last time. Do you enjoy roasted fowl? Cold sweat poured down Gongsun Wuji's face. In a sudden flash, flames erupted. Gongsun Wuji's throat tightened as perspiration trickled from his palms. He found himself bound tightly. Please, let's discuss this calmly. Long held a stick aloft, his beard fluttering in the air. Master, let us start with a roast of the rear. The meat is tender. Chu Xinghe sat beside, watching the performance. Do as you wish. Chu Xinghe discerned that these 9 dragon serpents appeared to be rather unruly. Hold on a moment. It will be over soon. Long Air stepped forward. Brother, this flame lacks sufficient intensity. Observe my prowess. With that, he exhaled a torrent of fire, causing the ambient temperature to escalate rapidly. Even the ground began to melt swiftly. Overwhelmed by the searing heat, Gongsun Wuji lamented his decision to sneak over. I concede. Gongsun Wuji shouted. This is utterly unfair. Chu Xinghe raised an eyebrow. I no longer desire it. Gongsun Wuji was at a loss, tears welling in his eyes. Brother, my lord, I implore you to accept it. I acknowledge my mistake. As he spoke, a purple gold gourd floated beside him. Upon witnessing this, Chu Xinghe remained unfazed. Gongsun Wuji gritted his teeth and relinquished his claim to the purple gold gourd. The gourd emanated a radiant aura, floating gracefully in the void. Chu Xinghe extended a hand, and the purple golden gourd fell into his grasp. A chilling sensation coursed through him. With a drop of blood, he recognized it as his own. Ah, how swiftly one grows alongside the child of destiny. He could now concoct elixirs to aid the formidable beings of the celestial realm. The item is now in your possession. Will you not spare me? The child of destiny. Gongsun Wuji lost the purple golden gourd, resulting in a decline of 30,000 in his fated value, while the master gained 300,000 in fated value. Chu Xinghe shook his head. It was never my intention to treat you this way. It is my subordinates who harbor their own ideas, and as the master, I find it difficult to counter them. Gongsun Wuji's eyes widened in disbelief. You are untrustworthy and lack martial virtue. The cries of despair echoed incessantly. Chu Xinghe shook his head, a look of pity crossing his face. Then, his expression hardened. This attack was effortlessly neutralized. When Ruxue, your prowess is indeed commendable. The heavenly transformation sacred land's 3 ancestors had initially intended to rescue the 6th elder. However, upon sensing the shattering of the phantom, they were caught off guard. A supreme attack surged forth, tracing his aura directly. A colossal hand manifested above the heavenly transformation sacred land, enveloped in a tempest of thunder, obscuring even the sun with its might. The inhabitants of the sacred land felt as though the heavens themselves were collapsing. When Ruxue intervened, effortlessly dispelling the formidable hand, she stood gracefully in the void, her garments billowing around her, assuring everyone that there was no cause for alarm. They could continue their cultivation in peace. After her words, a glimmer of golden light suddenly appeared in her eyes, as if piercing through the fabric of time and space, directing her gaze towards the Black Wind stronghold. There, a solitary flame flickered ominously, a charred body roasting upon a wooden stick, life extinguished. Nearby lay the dismembered corpse of the 6th elder from the heavenly transformation sacred land. When Ruxue withdrew her gaze, acknowledging the death of the 6th elder, "Go and retrieve him," she commanded. Following her directive, a figure emerged from the forbidden area and vanished into the ether. Meanwhile, the already departed Chu Xinghe wore a smile, his mood elevated. He had just grasped the function of the demon refining pot, capable of refining anything while preserving its original essence. This revelation opened a path of great promise for him. Alas, the demon refining pot was also damaged, akin to the purple gold gourd, limiting its capabilities to refining entities of the celestial realm. Chu Xinghe cast a glance at the system interface. Master, Chu Xinghe age, 20 strength, early stage of void divinity, 1 million, constitution, fate void body technique, void derivation scripture martial skills, instantaneous movement, heart demon induction, celestial finger weaponry, demon refining pot, purple gold gourd mount, 9 dragon carriage, pure blood flood dragon in early saint realm, destiny value, 8,033. 500 inventory, 20 drops of 50,000 year stalactite. Gazing at the astonishing 8 million destiny points, he took a deep breath and proceeded to allocate points. His strength surged directly to the mid-stage of void divinity, continuing to expend 1.5 million. He ascended to the late stage of void divinity, further consuming 2 million, thus achieving the perfection of void divinity. 3 million destiny points remained in reserve, anticipating the potential treasures that tomorrow's shop might unveil. Master, the system can no longer assist you with the bug glitches, it stated. You have worked diligently, and I am grateful for your efforts. There is no need for thanks. We rely on each other, and I shall ensure your well-being, came the reassuring reply. Chu Xinghe administered 2 drops of stalactite essence to each of the 9 pure blood dragon serpents. Upon consuming the elixir, an overwhelming aura erupted from their beings. The laws of the universe intertwined and transformed, enhancing their Tao flowers. Their physical forms began to metamorphose, with their scales becoming increasingly formidable. The 9 dragon serpents have now transcended to the mid-stage of sagehood. Thank you, Master, they chorused in unison. Chu Xinghe was in high spirits. He cultivated the 9-headed flood dragons into supreme beings. How magnificent it would be at that time. Let us go down. Suddenly, Chu Xinghe spoke. 9 dragon-like creatures pierced through the clouds, descending into the mountains below. You 9 shall capture the monstrous beasts. I have a use for them, preferably of the celestial realm. Upon hearing Chu Xinghe's words, the 9 dragons did not hesitate. Before long, several hundred monstrous beasts of the celestial realm, and even a significant number of those at the divine monarch level, were seized. They had been peacefully resting in their homes when they were abruptly captured. Chu Xinghe cast all these demonic beasts into the demon refining pot. Before long, anguish cries echoed from within. He gazed at the beasts being incessantly refined. In Chu Xinghe's eyes gleamed a hint of surprise. The ability to refine demon beasts could restore this treasured artifact. A sphere of pure essence from the heavens and earth materialized in his grasp. 9 dragon serpents turned their gaze towards the primordial source in Chu Xinghe's hands, their eyes brimming with yearning. Master, I have an idea, one dragon spoke, lifting its head to address Chu Xinghe. I too have a notion. The 9 serpents exchanged glances with Chu Xinghe, their gaze fixed upon the endless mountain ranges. Half a month later. Hurry, even faster. Master. We have exerted ourselves sufficiently. Roar. A colossal sky-reaching ape thumped its chest and let out a thunderous roar. With a wide-open mouth, it inhaled, drawing in the essence of the sun and moon, which cascaded from the heavens and enveloped its form. Its fur shimmered even more brilliantly. As it opened its mouth, a beam of white light swept forth, obliterating the surrounding peaks, causing numerous ancient trees to crumble into dust. Chu Xinghe swiftly fled with 9 dragon serpents. When the 9 dragon serpents emerged from the void, they fell to the ground, panting heavily, with white smoke billowing from their nostrils. Before long, an ethereal mist enveloped the surroundings, resembling a celestial paradise. Chu Xinghe wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, still haunted by lingering fears. For the past half-month, they had been relentlessly ambushing the monstrous beasts, sparing no precious materials. Who could have anticipated the sudden emergence of a celestial-level Titan ape? Chu Xinghe produced a collection of primal essence. Very well, let us commence the division of spoils. 9 dragon-like beings transformed into human form, encircling Chu Xinghe, their eyes glinting with avarice as they gazed upon the treasures in his hands. For the past fortnight, they had been unblinking in their ambushes, even lending out a considerable amount of celestial saint bones, which had now been transmuted into primal essence. This would greatly benefit their cultivation endeavors. Chu Xinghe distributed the items among them, gazing at the 9 coiled dragons in seclusion. Chu Xinghe also took out a mass of primordial essence and swallowed it. A faint fragrance permeated the air. After a considerable time, Chu Xinghe opened his eyes, which gleamed with sharpness. An ethereal aura enveloped him, radiating outward with the force of roaring waves. His realm had ascended beyond the true god level. After waiting for another fortnight, an overwhelming pressure manifested. 9 celestial dragons roared towards the heavens, their bodies crackling with lightning. Their momentum surged, exuding an immense presence. Their scales underwent a transformation, and their bodies expanded dramatically, growing from 100 zhang to 1,000. With each movement, the void fractured around them. The 9 dragons, now at the saint level, had transcended into the great saint realm. Upon witnessing this scene, Chu Xinghe breathed a sigh of relief. The distinction between the saint realm and the great saint realm was stark. The implications of one's demeanor upon exiting were markedly different as well. Were it not for the essence of those few celestial beasts at the heavenly saint level, the 9-headed flood dragon would not have been able to ascend to this realm so swiftly. Today, the marketplace refreshed, revealing a drop of ancient dragon blood, priced at 3 million destiny points. Upon hearing this, Chu Xinghe's lips twitched. 3 million destiny points. This was all he had left. Ancient dragon blood. What a precious treasure it was. After capturing Chu Xinghe, it was divided into 1 part for him and 9 parts for others. As he opened his mouth, the dragon's blood flowed forth. Chu Xinghe spoke, and the 9 flood dragons instinctively opened their jaws. The ancient dragon's blood entered their mouths. Their pupils transformed as the cells within their bodies surged and metamorphosed. A more profound and majestic aura began to emanate from them. Though their cultivation realms remained unbroken, their strength had already increased by 10%. The 9 flood dragons encircled Chu Xinghe, their eyes now clouded with disappointment, for there was no more. Chu Xinghe gently patted their heads. Rest assured, I shall cultivate you into true dragons. What are pure-blood Jialongs, if not mere Jialongs? However, with 9 Grandmaster-level Jialongs at present, we possess sufficient strength for self-preservation. As Chu Xinghe was about to depart, a figure swooped in from a distance. Young master, save me. Upon gazing at that enchanting visage, reminiscent of a delicate flower, one could not help but feel a surge of compassion. A flicker of emotion crossed Chu Xinghe's heart. I'll take care of this. With a swift kick, he sent the assailant flying. The 9 dragon serpents exclaimed, Well done, master, truly a man. The real man system remarked, What a disaster. The swiftly retreating figure crashed against a towering tree, her complexion ashen, devoid of color, and her eyes glinted with resentment as she glared at Chu Xinghe. Here stood an elegant beauty, reduced to being kicked away with such ease. Are you still a man? The fan of Chu Xinghe unfurled. Sister, what are you saying? The woman opened her mouth, pointing a finger at Chu Xinghe. How could such shameless individuals exist in this world? Under the bright sun and clear sky. It is utterly brazen. Observe that imposing aura, akin to an abyss. Indeed, she is a young supreme being. She displays not an ounce of dignity. Chu Xinghe folded his fan, the sound of its movement echoing like whispers in the air. A few figures stood poised in the sky above. Who are you? They demanded, their eyes fixed warily upon Chu Xinghe. What is your relationship with Ling Yushuang? With a calm demeanor, he replied, there is no connection. Please, gentlemen, feel free to proceed. As Chu Xinghe prepared to depart, he was halted. Wait, I possess a fortuitous opportunity. If you spare my life, I shall guide you there. Upon hearing these words, the cloaked figure's pupil shifted. Proceed. Chu Xinghe returned swiftly, accompanied by 9 formidable dragons. The eruption of his Grandmaster-level power left the cloaked figures utterly bewildered. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, there was not a single body left behind. My lady, please rise. I initially believed there was an ambush, which prompted my actions. Are you unharmed? Ling Yushuang gazed at the shameless Chu Xinghe, her mouth agape in disbelief. Truly brazen, she thought, realizing that she still needed to rely on him. It is of no consequence. Your actions were justifiable, as I, a mere woman, acted rather impulsively, she remarked, lifting her gaze to examine Chu Xinghe earnestly. Only to discover that this man was indeed remarkably handsome. Chu Xinghe furrowed his brows in displeasure. Speak your mind without such drivel. With a sharp sound. Ling Yushuang covered her face, staring at Chu Xinghe in disbelief. Moments ago, he had been suffering in her mind, yet he retaliated with a slap. What have you done? Chu Xinghe let out a sigh of relief. Observing the drool and vacant gaze of his opponent, it was evident that he had been rendered quite foolish. It appeared that his slap had indeed proven effective. Ling Yushuang suppressed the embarrassment within her heart. 3 precious medicinal herbs, she stated. Ling Yushuang's eyes widened in astonishment. You strike me once, and yet I am to reward you with 3 sacred herbs? Chu Xinghe stood tall and composed. Just now, I saved the young lady's life, and now I have cured her ailment. This is fate, the fate of the 3 sacred herbs. Hurry and give them to me, lest we remain stranded in this desolate wilderness. Ling Yushuang stepped back a pace. I do not possess them at the moment. Once I obtain the opportunity, I shall provide them to you. Chu Xinghe pondered for a moment before producing a piece of paper. Inscribed upon it were the words I owe you. Ling Yushuang gazed at its contents, her chest heaving with emotion. Never before had she encountered such unabashed audacity. The note proclaimed that the divine fate had cured Ling Yushuang of her foolishness, demanding a fee of 3 sacred herbs. The generous Miss Ling, feeling that 3 herbs belittled the divine fate, decided to enhance the offer to a total of 10 herbs. Ling Yushuang was so incensed that she nearly burst into laughter. Chu Xinghe continued to produce another piece of paper. Today, there is a divine mandate to save Ling Yushuang's life, and in return, Ling Yushuang promises a fortune no less than the saint level. Why do you not seize this opportunity? Ling Yushuang's hand trembled as she held the paper. Chu Xinghe shook his head. Robbery entails peril. This poses no threat. Observing the serious demeanor of Chu Xinghe, Ling Yushuang felt utterly defeated. The prodigies she had previously encountered all exhibited gentlemanly grace in her presence, while this individual displayed an unparalleled level of shamelessness. Hurry and sign, she urged, reluctant to comply. After a rather cordial exchange, Ling Yushuang found herself sprawled on the ground, her entire body aching, unable to rise. Her face was bruised, and a bump adorned her head. In a moment of humiliation, she begrudgingly affixed her signature to the agreement. Are you still a man? I am, after all, a beauty. Chu Xinghe interrupted her. Look at yourself. Can you even distinguish front from back while standing? Ling Yushuang was taken aback. That is because Chu Xinghe wore a skeptical expression. For what reason? Ling Yushuang shook her head, too apathetic to offer an explanation. Chu Xinghe gazed at Ling Yushuang with a hint of intrigue. Name, Ling Yushuang. Age, 18. Identity, the little princess of the Ling family in Taizhou. Fortune, the protagonist of Destiny. Strength, early stage of Emperor's Realm. Physique, 19. Mysterious Jade Cultivation Method, Xiantian Jade Sutra. Destiny value, 100,000. Who could have imagined that this young girl was indeed the embodiment of fortune? A destiny value of 100,000 is remarkable. It appears that the upcoming heir of fortune will be extraordinary. The Ling family of Taizhou is unparalleled. An Emperor's Realm at the tender age of 18 is truly impressive. Particularly, her physique greatly benefits her cultivation. Master, should you cultivate alongside this woman? Your strength will ascend at an astonishing pace. Chu Xinghe did not respond. Did you not mention a fortuitous opportunity? Why do you not take me there? Ling Yushuang regained her senses. This man truly lacked romantic insight. We must wait a little longer. The timing of the opportunity remains uncertain. Nevertheless, it will be within these few days. Come, let us first journey to Taizhou Yuanqing. Chu Xinghe remained composed, yet his heart underwent a transformation. The distant city of Taizhou. Could it possibly be that desolate well? It was on that fateful day that he cast the immortal demon lute into its depths. Then let us proceed. Chu Xinghe ascended the nine-dragon chariot. A flicker of astonishment crossed Ling Yushuang's eyes. Could this fellow truly be named Destiny? Who would ever bear such a name? He must be deceiving me. Seated within the nine-dragon chariot, Ling Yushuang's gaze occasionally drifted towards Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe remained indifferent. Retrieving the immortal demon zither is the rightful path. If it were not for her status as the protagonist of Destiny, she would hold little value. Chu Xinghe harbored no qualms about taking her life. In Taizhou's distant city, within the Guancan pavilion, the two sat facing each other. Chu Xinghe noticed the constant change in Ling Yushuang's expression. After a moment of hesitation, she stood up and sat beside Chu Xinghe. Miss Ling, it is a pleasure to see you again. Chu Xinghe gazed at the newcomer, whose countenance was strikingly handsome and whose gaze was resolute, his hair elegantly bound with a feathered crown. Upon noticing Chu Xinghe beside Ling Yushuang, the newcomer's eyes flickered momentarily. What brings you here? You are not welcome. Chu Xinghe remained silent, quietly sipping his tea. Name, Lin Wentian. Age, 20. Identity, son of Shumi Mountain. Bearer of Destiny physique. Innate sword body cultivation method. Sword cannon strength. Perfection in ascending heaven realm fortune value. 300,000 upon witnessing such an impressive fortune value. Chu Xinghe felt a twinge of envy. What kind of force is Shumi Mountain? Chu Xinghe truly had not heard of it. Lin Wentian, unfazed by the disdain in Ling Yushuang's eyes, shifted his gaze to Chu Xinghe and inquired, "What is your esteemed name, my friend?" "Timing," came the reply. Lin Wentian furrowed his brow, for this name was indeed unfamiliar to him. He wondered about the connection between young Master Timing and Yushuang. Lin Wentian's expression darkened slightly. He thought to himself that Ling's family had better not be deceiving him. What relationship do I have with Timing is of no concern to you. After all, you reside by the sea, so why meddle so deeply? Chu Xinghe discovered that Lin Wentian indeed possessed remarkable fortitude. He remained unfazed, merely a devoted admirer. I am her creditor. Chu Xinghe had yet to complete his thoughts. Indeed, he saved me, and I ought to dedicate myself to him. However, before she could finish her sentence, Chu Xinghe had already cast her aside. Lin Wentian observed Chu Xinghe's actions with a peculiar glint in his eyes. One cannot deny that this fellow possesses a certain intrigue. This is something she owes me. Moreover, I harbor no fondness for such a girl. Noting that Chu Xinghe's words seemed devoid of pretense, Lin Wentian couldn't help but breathe a silent sigh of relief. Upon glancing at the contents of the IOU, Lin Wentian's brow furrowed in concern. The debt is substantial. After such lengthy discourse, I still remain unaware of the esteemed name of this gentleman. Lin Wentian. A fine name indeed. Brother Lin, are you pursuing Miss Ling? Lin Wentian's gaze faltered slightly. To like is to like, to dislike is to dislike. I am no fool. And I could easily discern the intense possessiveness reflected in Brother Lin's eyes. Once his secret affections were exposed, Lin Wentian couldn't help but feel a flush rise to his cheeks. Chu Xinghe felt a sense of disdain within, remarking on how one could blush like a teapot. A man should possess a sturdy demeanor. It is unbecoming to have such thin skin. Indeed, I have affection for her, yet she does not return my sentiments. Chu Xinghe gazed at Lin Wentian, perceiving the helplessness in his eyes, sensing the presence of intrigue. Dear Brother Lin, why not share your thoughts? Perhaps I could assist you, he suggested. Lin Wentian regarded Chu Xinghe with skepticism. Ahem, truth be told, I harbor my own intentions. I wish to reclaim what she owes me as swiftly as possible. Since you are fond of her, why not hand over that item to me? Lin Wentian's expression stiffened. His background was illustrious. Yet he could not procure such items at present. However, it would not be long before an opportunity presented itself here. Should he seize that chance, he could assist her in settling her debts. Perhaps by then, Ling Yushuang might reconsider her stance. Very well, when the time comes, I shall find a way to repay you. Chu Xinghe was acutely aware that the cautious Lin Wentian did not seem to trust him. It appeared that Brother Lin harbored doubts regarding my intentions. Lin Wentian shook his head, remaining silent. If you continue to pursue women in this manner, you may find yourself forever in the chase, only to realize too late that she has already become another's bride. As Chu Xinghe spoke these words, his gaze lingered sorrowfully outside. Lin Wentian's eyes reflected surprise. With your appearance and demeanor, how could any woman possibly dislike you? Even Brother Tianming has faced abandonment? Chu Xinghe's expression grew rigid as he sipped his tea. These were matters of the past. In youth, one is often oblivious, and a missed opportunity remains just that, a missed opportunity. Such sorrowful eyes cannot be feigned. For a moment, Lin Wentian found himself somewhat convinced. As the two shared a few cups of wine, their relationship began to deepen. Chu Xinghe's gaze gradually became somewhat distant. She and I were childhood sweethearts, having grown up together, yet she betrayed that bond. Lin Wentian listened in silence. Only later did I learn that the one she favored was more eloquent and adept at charming her. I had once believed that love was about silently guarding her and assisting her through every hardship. Little did I know that my quiet sacrifices were merely self-serving. That young man would do trivial things for her, eager for all to witness his efforts, and yet his contributions paled in comparison to mine. In this way, I faced defeat. Doesn't it seem absurd? Nevertheless, it matters little. You wouldn't comprehend it anyway. Chu Xinghe shook his head, choosing not to speak further, and silently sipped his drink. Lin Wentian let out a quiet sigh. His current circumstances were far from ordinary. For a moment, he felt a sense of kinship with destiny, as if they shared an unspoken understanding. Chu Xinghe observed Lin Wentian, who sat silently drinking. He mused that his thoughts were likely in alignment with the situation at hand. He had never heard of the Shumi Mountain faction, which must be formidable, perhaps rivaling the Ling family. Yet, Lin Wentian's demeanor suggested an unwavering fixation on Ling Yushuang. It was evident that something had transpired between them, possibly that Ling Yushuang had inadvertently saved Lin Wentian's life. She embodied his unattainable ideal. The truth of the matter warranted further exploration. Lin, allow me to offer a word of counsel. If you resort to such tactics in your pursuit of a woman, it will only incite her aversion and prompt her to distance herself from you. I saved her life today, yet you would use that as a shield. Your eager advances will merely diminish your worth in her eyes and invite contempt. Upon hearing this, Lin Wentian found the reasoning compelling. Then, my friend Ming, how should I proceed? Chu Xinghe pondered for a moment. I am still unaware of the specifics of what transpired between you, making it difficult to arrange matters. Your identity, background, and capabilities, as well as the attitude of his family towards you, all play a crucial role in how one pursues a girl. Upon hearing Chu Xinghe's words, Lin Wentian felt a sense of skepticism. Is there truly such a complexity involved in courting a young lady? Lin Wentian then realized that many ears had drawn near. Eager to listen, Chu Xinghe cleared his throat. In the pursuit of a romantic interest, one must first attract attention, enhance one's inner qualities, refine one's outward appearance, manage one's desires, and possess both boldness and meticulousness. Clarity of purpose is essential. Fearlessness should guide the conversation, alternating between earnestness and amusement. Merely being amusing leads to a platonic friendship. Thereafter, one should feign an air of mystery. Shared values are vital, fostering an instinctive rapport. Delve deeper into emotional discussions to evoke feelings. Subtly embed intentions, seize opportunities, and elevate the mood at the right moments, withdrawing when emotions peak. Paint a vivid picture of the future, define the relationship, and introduce delightful surprises amidst aimlessness. To obtain, one must first desire, and to elevate, one must first suppress. As Chu Xinghe spoke, the entire tavern fell into silence. Elder brother, please speak slowly. I am taking notes. Indeed, my friend. Do you have any interest in conducting a private lesson? I would gladly kneel to listen. I am willing to pay tuition for your teachings. Elder brother, I have a sister whom I can introduce to you. Perhaps you could grant me a private session. Elder brother, my father has just taken a beautiful concubine. I could stealthily bring her to you. I implore you to impart your secret teachings. This is undoubtedly far more entertaining than lessons from the elders at home. Even Lin Wentian was astonished by Chu Xinghe's words. The path is indeed remarkably simple. It does not deceive me. Those words just spoken, if everyone reflects upon them with care, will surely yield rewards. Chu Xinghe gazed at Lin Wentian. Brother Lin, you must have noticed her disdain for you earlier. Yet she harbors no animosity towards me. Firstly, when I rescued her, how would you have acted? Lin Wentian pondered for a moment. I would assert that it was my duty. Many patrons in the tavern nodded in agreement. Chu Xinghe tapped the table lightly. I did not act in that manner. Rather, I compelled her to sign a contract. My intention to rescue her was not motivated by her beauty, but rather by monetary gain. At her tender age, she is ripe for the stirrings of love, often daydreaming about the attributes of her future husband. Given her remarkable background and exposure to numerous exceptional men, your conventional approaches are unlikely to pique her interest. In fact, should you intervene to save her, it may evoke a sense of being stalked. It could also create a misconception that such actions are the rightful duties of suitors. Do you truly believe that this course of action will engender any feelings from her? She may even be too indifferent to inquire about your name. Upon the conclusion of Chu Xinghe's words, the attendees widened their eyes in astonishment. Enough, enough. My friend is on the brink of a breakdown. I had always believed that one could acquire genuine skills through the indulgence of drink. After hearing this, I decided to test my sister-in-law. Noticing the surrounding murmurs, Chu Xinghe cleared his throat. Even the proprietor, almost unconsciously, appeared, leaning against the counter with a pen in hand. Her actions would only evoke disdain and boredom from you all. Remember this. Throughout history, true affection is fleeting. Only schemes can truly capture the heart. A well-crafted strategy can yield remarkable results. Observe how I conduct myself. My intentions are not to covet her body, but rather her wealth, turning a blind eye to her beauty. This will inflict a blow upon her, engendering within her a blend of resentment, curiosity, and intrigue towards me. Her pride will not allow her to believe that I am genuinely indifferent to her charms, compelling her to devise ways to draw my attention. She might even seek to astonish me with her appearance, status, and prowess, relishing the thrill of proving me wrong. With an abundance of suitors, all of whom treat her with deference and grace, my demeanor beside her resembles that of a rogue, thus distinguishing me from the others and inevitably capturing her interest. Chu Xinghe coughed softly. Those around him stood up voluntarily, offering him a cup of tea. Teacher, you have worked hard. Chu Xinghe wore an expression that suggested he was a promising pupil. Lin Wentian opened his mouth in astonishment, realizing that there were indeed such insights. Today felt like a revelation, akin to the enlightening experience of receiving profound wisdom. What he had previously heard about pursuing a romantic interest now resonated with the weight of profound truths. Chu Xinghe coughed lightly. I have conveyed all that needs to be said. When pursuing a girl, one must not resort to the same cliché tactics as others. If others shower her with money, and you do the same, it will merely lead her to perceive herself as a commodity awaiting the highest bidder in your eyes. Now, pay close attention to the following words. Upon witnessing Chu Xinghe's earnest demeanor, everyone sat upright, their expressions solemn, fearing they might miss a single word. If she is inexperienced in the ways of the world, take her to witness the splendor of life. If she bears the weight of experience, guide her back to the innocence of childhood. These two approaches serve as methods for courting a girl. Now, regarding the pursuit of a boy, if he is newly enamored, you may loosen your constraints. If he is seasoned in matters of the heart, you must tend to the hearth with care and warmth. After Chu Xinghe finished speaking, he set down his teacup. The intricacies of his words require everyone to ponder over them gradually. Many individuals stood up and bowed respectfully to Chu Xinghe, including Lin Wentian, who did likewise. Chu Xinghe savored the moment with tranquility. Were this in a past life, such matters would be deemed trivial. However, in this realm, deceiving the youthful is indeed quite effective. Believe it or not, that young lady shall soon make her entrance, resplendently attired. If you harbor doubts, simply await her arrival. Remember, this is our secret. I implore you all not to share it lightly, lest someone else employs the same tactics to pursue the object of your affection, leaving you at a disadvantage. Many in attendance nodded knowingly, safeguarding their notes closely. Not long after these words were uttered, a woman adorned in splendid attire appeared. The subtle fragrance of jasmine wafted through the air, her gown a delicate shade of aquamarine. Her hair fell naturally, slightly damp strands brushing against her cheeks, creating an aura reminiscent of a recent bath. Her complexion flushed with a rosy hue. Many in the gathering displayed expressions of admiration, while Lin Wentian stood entranced, observing the reactions of those around him. Chu Xinghe shook his head. Ahem. Chu Xinghe coughed softly, and many people regained their senses. Several individuals absent-mindedly wiped the corners of their mouths, a hint of embarrassment spreading across their faces as they became aware of their surroundings. A glance at Chu Xinghe revealed the undeniable disparity between them. Even Lin Wentian, upon regaining his composure, couldn't help but steal glances at Ling Yushuang. She approached and took a seat beside Chu Xinghe, her voluptuous figure now clearly visible, no longer obscured. What do you think? Many gazes were eagerly directed towards Chu Xinghe, as Ling Yushuang truly was enchanting, resembling a celestial being descended to earth. Chu Xinghe cast a fleeting glance before withdrawing his gaze. Let it be as it is, he uttered in a tone devoid of emotion, nearly shattering Ling Yushuang's composure. Yet, why do you not dare to meet my eyes? Chu Xinghe turned his head, appraising Ling Yushuang from head to toe. You are truly beautiful, like a celestial maiden descended to the mortal realm. Is that sufficient? Do you have any further inquiries? Ling Yushuang felt an overwhelming urge to overturn the table. Are you even a man? Upon seeing my appearance, do you not feel the slightest stir of emotion? Many onlookers admired Chu Xinghe's calm demeanor, filled with respect. He truly deserved recognition for distilling such profound wisdom. Once again, he provided them with a live demonstration. Chu Xinghe gazed outside. You are exquisite, possessing an extraordinary grace, yet in my eyes, you pale in comparison to her by 1,000-fold. Ling Yushuang was taken aback. The others remarked, truly, it is remarkable. Lin Wentian mused. He must find it difficult to forget her. I, on the other hand, am curious to meet the one of whom you speak. Chu Xinghe remained silent. He chuckled softly. Could it be that he was deceiving me? Chu Xinghe shook his head. You are beautiful and possess your own unique character. Each individual is an independent entity, each with their own merits. However, to me, she is irreplaceable. There is no need for you to compete with others. Simply be your best self. Ling Yushuang suppressed her inner turmoil. This was a compliment. She was genuinely curious about the person he spoke of. She had adorned herself exquisitely, believing she had never looked this beautiful before. Yet, the man remained indifferent to her efforts. Given your splendid attire, which must be quite valuable, are you perhaps repaying a debt? Hurry and return what you owe me. Ling Yushuang's previously quelled anger flared once more. This insufferable man. No, he replied. Ling Yushuang stormed out, exasperated by conversing with such a man. Chu Xinghe watched as Ling Yushuang truly departed, his gaze sweeping over the gathered crowd. Have you comprehended? Many shook their heads in confusion. Women possess an inherent tendency to compare, and their curiosity often piques regarding the individual I speak of. Such thoughts inevitably draw their attention towards me, as they yearn to discover the essence of the person I have described. In one moment, I might praise her, bringing her joy, only to shatter that elation in the next. It is through inducing emotional fluctuations that I can captivate her, sparking her interest in me. While men are creatures of reason, women are often swayed by their emotions. These truths require your deeper understanding. Many fidget restlessly, sensing they grasp something elusive yet failing to fully seize it. Chu Xinghe gazed at Lin Wentian, who was lost in thought. Brother Lin, have you mastered it? Lin Wentian appeared contemplative, alternately shaking and nodding his head. Chu Xinghe sighed and shook his head. The master may lead one to the door, but the cultivation depends on the individual. As soon as Chu Xinghe finished speaking, Lin Wentian realized something was amiss. Wait a minute, doesn't this mean that you were trying to make Yushuang only interested in you? How could I possibly have a chance then? Just a moment ago, you claimed to have no interest in her, Lin Wentian said. His gaze fixed on Chu Xinghe with suspicion. Chu Xinghe shook his head. Today, I merely employed a slight ruse to broaden your horizons. If I were to act earnestly, she would already be lying in my bed. Brother Lin, do you believe that? Lin Wentian felt an urge to retort, yet found himself at a loss for words. Yushuang was not that kind of person. Ultimately, he could only helplessly murmur that he did not even believe this statement himself. Deep down, he was convinced that Ling Yushuang was not such a person. However, the experienced Chu Xinghe had discerned something from that small test earlier. It was evident that Ling Yushuang had developed different sentiments towards Chu Xinghe by now. This realization left him somewhat disheartened. I have told you. I truly have no interest in her. Lin Wentian possessed talent and cultivation, yet when faced with a girl he fancied, his emotions were rather dull. Brother Lin, she currently harbors disdain for you. You must alter her perception. A woman of her esteemed lineage lacks suitors. Consider what your advantages and disadvantages are. It is wise to embrace your strengths while avoiding your weaknesses. Lin Wentian sighed. Chu Xinghe fell silent. The children of fortune were all cautious, unwilling to trust easily. However, Chu Xinghe had his ways. What should I do? Lin Wentian pondered for a moment before looking at Chu Xinghe and inquiring. Chu Xinghe is not mistaken. He truly possesses no advantage. In fact, the efforts exerted over the past few days pale in comparison to the mere presence of Chu Xinghe for a single day. This realization fills him with a sense of resentment, yet he finds himself devoid of alternative solutions. If Brother Lin were to trust me, I could indeed help you win the heart of your beloved, though it remains uncertain whether Brother Lin is willing to sacrifice something in return. Why? Chu Xinghe took a sip of wine. In truth, the current you is quite akin to the past me, though back then, my despair was far greater. As he spoke these words with nonchalance, Lin Wentian found it hard to believe. Perhaps this was the very reason why Chu Xinghe had devised his methods for pursuing women. Come, let us find a quiet place to converse. Since you placed your trust in me, I assure you I can assist you. In due time. You merely need to return to me what she owes. Lin Wentian placed his hands upon the table. Why does Brother Tianming cling so tenaciously to those possessions? Observing Chu Xinghe's remarkable demeanor, one would think he is not in need of such trivialities. Why must he be so ensnared by them? Chu Xinghe stood up, with Lin Wentian following closely beside him. This world resembles a vast chessboard, where each individual occupies their designated position. My act of saving her is a cause, while the enmity I incur from others is the effect. The forces within the void celestial realm are intricately intertwined. It is conceivable that those I offend are acquainted with my family, and in due time, these actions may necessitate an apology. Her identity and background are far from simple. Those who dare to threaten her clearly disregard her influence. My actions serve to convey to these individuals that my intentions were purely unpremeditated, nothing more. Lin Wentian remained silent, sensing that Chu Xinghe was a person devoid of compassion. Yet, this may also be attributed to past experiences. I have articulated all that needs to be said. Whether you choose to believe it or not is entirely your prerogative. Furthermore, were it not for Ling Yushuang, our paths would have never crossed. Lin Wentian sighed, recalling his childhood days of homelessness, wandering aimlessly, and at the brink of starvation. He was fortunate to be rescued by a kind soul. Chu Xinghe nodded slightly. So this is the radiant moonlight. As for my strength and background, it is inconvenient to disclose, upon my departure. The sect instructed that I must not reveal my identity until I reach a certain level. I am just one step away. Yet I am uncertain of the path to take. My master remarked that I have confined myself, which is why I have been permitted to leave. He also informed me that the one who has ensnared me resides in Taizhou. As I descended the mountain, my master penned a letter, stating that this is all he could do for me, hoping that by the time I return, I will have transformed into a renewed self. Does his family know you? Chu Xinghe inquired. Lin Wentian nodded. I have met them once. I can only say there is neither aversion nor estrangement. However, I can discern a sense of dislike from their expressions and behaviors. Chu Xinghe halted his steps and turned to gaze at Lin Wentian. The necessity to conceal one's strength and background posed quite a dilemma. However, there remained a modicum of maneuverability. Upon hearing Chu Xinghe's words, Lin Wentian felt a slight perspiration forming in his palms. Brother Tianming, do you truly harbor no feelings for her? Chu Xinghe sighed. If I had any intentions towards her, I would not be imparting this knowledge to you. My ability to assist you is limited, and it may require the use of certain alternative methods. I am uncertain whether you can accept this. After pondering for a moment, Lin Wentian nodded. Since she has already extended her help to him, there is nothing to be concerned about. Chu Xinghe was acutely aware that this child of destiny was not particularly easy to deal with, especially considering the formidable forces backing him. It was likely that confronting him would pose quite a challenge. The subsequent actions would necessitate a strategy of diverting trouble elsewhere. Our primary objective must be to alleviate her hostility towards you. Lin Wentian's expression grew serious. Regardless of what transpires next, refrain from being overly eager. Such behavior would only diminish your worth in her eyes, rendering you less intriguing. Lin Wentian seemed to ponder deeply. I fear I may not be able to achieve that. Even if it seems difficult, it must be done. I will strive to do my best. Chu Xinghe nodded. Surely, you must know some beautiful female cultivators whose demeanor and strength rival hers? Lin Wentian nodded in agreement. Then let us summon them for a visit. Their presence could serve as a catalyst. If she finds herself indifferent towards you, the attention of someone equally captivating may incite her jealousy. However, this hinges upon dispelling any animosity she harbors towards you. Lin Wentian nodded once more, feeling that Chu Xinghe's insights were profoundly sagacious. She informed me that a secret realm is soon to emerge. We shall utilize this period wisely, and by the time the secret realm concludes, you should have successfully won her over. Moreover, it is imperative that you seize the opportunities within this secret realm. Only then can you cultivate a distinctive persona. Lin Wentian had already begun to jot down notes in his little notebook. After Chu Xinghe finished speaking, he produced a contract. Please sign here. Lin Wentian gazed at the contents, momentarily at a loss for words. The destiny had assisted Lin Wentian in pursuing Ling Yushuang, and all the events that transpired were solely Lin Wentian's responsibility, leaving him indebted to destiny for a heavenly opportunity. Brother Lin, if it suits you, please sign. Lest you harbor doubts about my intentions. Lin Wentian opened his mouth. You know, in truth, this does alleviate many of my suspicions. Is it possible that Brother Destiny is truly in one of such opportunities? Chu Xinghe sighed. All the previous opportunities had been squandered on nurturing others, leaving everything in vain. It was only now that he ventured out, realizing that everything had to rely on his own efforts. Lin Wentian cast a sympathetic glance at Chu Xinghe. It appeared that this fellow had genuinely been let down, with even the resources he invested going to waste, which was rather pitiable. Only through such experiences could one come to understand the pressing need for money and accumulate such invaluable knowledge. Thus began the first step of our planning. After Lin Wentian affixed his signature, Chu Xinghe carefully stored the document away. The concept of a hero saving a damsel in distress was the most effective tactic. However, given that he had previously acted like a sycophant, his attempts at heroism would likely only provoke her aversion. Therefore, a different approach was necessary. As Lin Wentian listened intently to Chu Xinghe's meticulously articulated plan, A spark of realization ignited in his eyes. Indeed, this plan was quite astute. Chu Xinghe's lips curled into a smile. It was time to commence the clandestine planning. After the separation of Chu Xinghe and Lin Wentian, he vanished along with 9 dragon serpents. Chu Xinghe had already transformed them into human forms. Secretly, he sought out several powerful individuals and utilized the heart demon induction to control them, with commendable results. As his strength grew, so too did his comprehension of the heart demon induction, enabling him to manipulate a person's thoughts and actions. Meanwhile, Ling Yushuang was meandering aimlessly. Upon reaching a corner, a burlap sack was abruptly thrown over her head. Before she could react, her powers were sealed, rendering her speechless and bound. Surprise flickered in her eyes. Pondering the nature of this tactic, "Brother, last time we let her escape, we must have earned some merit, right?" Silence. Do not utter nonsense that might jeopardize the young master's plans. The two ceased their conversation. Ling Yushuang felt as though her life had plunged into darkness. Was she truly to be subjected to this fate? Thud. The two figures discarded Ling Yushuang into a room, obscured from any view of the outside. Her powers remained shackled, and her heart raced as if it would leap from her throat. Thud, thud. The sound of footsteps echoed ominously. Ling Yushuang's pupils dilated, her palms clammy with anxiety. The burlap sack was lifted. "Please, do not kill me." Chu Xinghe gazed at Ling Yushuang in silence. "Miss Ling, what a coincidence indeed." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Ling Yushuang abruptly opened her eyes. When she beheld Chu Xinghe, her gaze momentarily faltered. "You claim you have no feelings for me, beast. You have already revealed your true self." Chu Xinghe sighed and took out a contract. "You still owe me money. I have no interest in you. When will you repay me?" Ling Yushuang gazed at Chu Xinghe, asking, "Did you come here solely to demand your money?" Chu Xinghe raised an eyebrow. "What else could it be? What are you thinking?" After a moment, he slapped his forehead as a realization struck him. "I almost forgot. You are currently the one who is being held captive. How unfortunate for you. Who would want to target you?" Ling Yushuang furrowed her brow in contemplation. "I have no idea. They are loyal to the same person as the ones before." Chu Xinghe cast a scrutinizing glance over Ling Yushuang. "Kidnapping, after all, is driven by greed and lust. You possess neither beauty nor wealth, so what could possibly attract anyone to you?" Ling Yushuang felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate against Chu Xinghe. "Do enlighten me on how you became a victim of abduction. If it weren't for my efforts in seeking you out, you would have been lost by now. What a nuisance. Perhaps it would have been better had I not rescued you in the first place." Ling Yushuang observed the disdain in Chu Xinghe's gaze, feeling a twinge of indignation. When had she ever endured such indignity? Shaking off her thoughts, she recounted the tale of her kidnapping. "Surely, it cannot be someone coveting you, staging a dramatic rescue." Before Ling Yushuang could respond, she mused that it was not entirely implausible. A ruse involving self-sacrifice might indeed be more fitting. "My lord," someone approaches. A voice called from outside, breaking the tension. Chu Xinghe furrowed his brow. "I secretly released your acupoints, just to see who was behind the mischief. If it truly is someone enamored with you, it would be wisest not to confront them outright. Perhaps we could benefit financially from this situation." Observing Chu Xinghe's avaricious demeanor, Ling Yushuang felt a wave of exasperation. "Why should I cooperate with you?" Chu Xinghe pondered for a moment. "You are not wrong, at worst. I shall seek assistance from the Ling family." Ling Yushuang hastily declined. Chu Xinghe vanished without a trace. Outside, the sounds of battle echoed. Moments later, a figure staggered and opened the door. Ling Yushuang, upon hearing the noise, felt a twinge of anxiety. As the sack was lifted, her eyes widened in surprise upon seeing Lin Wentian. "It's actually you." Lin Wentian nodded, releasing Ling Yushuang, and without uttering another word, he walked towards the outside. Ling Yushuang stood behind, gazing at Lin Wentian's retreating silhouette, lost in contemplation. "Why won't you speak to me?" Lin Wentian paused, blood and flesh roiling within him. "I know you despise me. Why should I provoke such animosity?" As he finished speaking, his body began to sway. Just as he stepped out the door, he fell to the ground with a thud. Lin Wentian mused internally, "I must have acted quite convincingly this time. It seems I am genuinely about to lose consciousness." Ling Yushuang's eyes turned cold, her lips pressed tightly together, with a hint of murderous intent flickering in her gaze. How could a useless wretch, who had never revealed any strength, possibly have slain so many? If one is to act, they ought to do so convincingly. What a fool. I am rather curious to see what you will do next. Hidden in the distance, Chu Xinghe observed this scene with a smirk. "Truly, I am a clever little imp." The protagonist of Fortune and the Child of Destiny have begun to drift apart. The Child of Destiny's luck value has decreased by 10,000. while the protagonist has diminished by 5,000. The master orchestrates all, garnering a fortune value of 500,000. Upon hearing the voice in her mind, Chu Xinghe's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, 2 plump sheep. However, recalling her earlier rescue of Ling Yushuang, she knew the location of the opportunity. Surely, she must possess the key to that fortune. Should I find a way to deceive her or follow the child of destiny? When Lin Wentian awoke and found himself lying on a bed, he noticed someone sitting beside him, Chu Xinghe. The first step had been successfully accomplished. As Lin Wentian processed this, joy radiated from his face. Indeed, diligence does not go unrewarded. Young Master Lin, please drink this medicine. At that moment, Ling Yushuang approached with a bowl of medicine. Her eyes still shadowed with concern. Thank you for saving my life, young Master Lin. Lin Wentian intended to respond with modesty but thought of Chu Xinghe's prior arrangements. I would have done the same for anyone else. Ling Yushuang pressed her lips together, setting down the bowl of medicine before turning to leave. Chu Xinghe secretly gave a thumbs up. You have taken the medicine. Now it is time to proceed to the next step. Lin Wentian felt invigorated. After all, he had managed to alter her perception of him. Upon stepping outside, Chu Xinghe approached Ling Yushuang. Do you possess any opportunities? Ling Yushuang inquired. Her expression one of utter bewilderment. What opportunities are you referring to? Chu Xinghe shook his head. The gaze he directed at you was unsettling as a man. I possess an instinct that tells me it emanated from a profound sense of possession and greed, or perhaps you harbor something you desperately desires. Ling Yushuang pressed her lips together in silence, her fingers clenched tightly, her eyes glimmering with a hint of murderous intent. If there were only 2 things capable of captivating one's attention, they would be the mysterious key in her possession and her unique constitution. Contemplating her physique, Ling Yushuang suddenly lifted her head to gaze at Chu Xinghe. Could it be that everything was orchestrated by him? That Lin Wentian was merely a pawn in his game? This individual is shrouded in mystery, and the occurrences surrounding us seem far too coincidental. Upon sensing the malevolence in Ling Yushuang's gaze, Chu Xinghe couldn't help but reflect on the cunning nature of women. What sort of look is that? He mused. Is Lin Wentian merely your pawn? At this remark, Chu Xinghe burst into laughter. I would use him to pursue you? Dream on. You are not worthy. Ling Yushuang's eyes narrowed as she fixed her stare upon Chu Xinghe. Are you certain there is nothing you wish to acknowledge? Chu Xinghe's gaze flickered momentarily. Ling Yushuang let out a cold laugh. Indeed, I possess some knowledge. Lin Wentian is the person you saved during your childhood. In essence, you are his cherished memory. However, this Lin Wentian is not the same as the one from your past. Reflect on your youth. Ling Yushuang's expression shifted, had it not been for Chu Xinghe's mention. She would have completely forgotten. She suddenly fixed her eyes on Chu Xinghe before her. Is the name Destiny merely a fade? Could it be that this individual before me is the one she once saved? It appears that you have begun to recall. Chu Xinghe bore the weight of his hands. TSK, 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 how shameless the master is, deceiving the young girl. This female protagonist is truly foolish. Are you that little brat? Chu Xinghe turned to look at Ling Yushuang. You are the real child. I am certainly older than you. Ling Yushuang remained somewhat skeptical. However, after Chu Xinghe recounted the earlier scene, Ling Yushuang no longer harbored any doubts. Who would have imagined that the little child he once saved had grown into this formidable figure? Ling Yushuang felt a twinge of nostalgia. Why did you deceive me by claiming your name was Tianming, when in truth, you were Lin Wentian? What is the story behind that name Lin Wentian? After you saved my life, I subsequently saved yours, and thus I chose this name for myself. Lin Wentian is a name from a distant past, one so far removed that I am nearly on the verge of forgetting it. In Chu Xinghe's gaze lingered a sense of nostalgia, coupled with past experiences. A feeling of loneliness and solitude surged forth, leaving Ling Yushuang inexplicably unsettled. In truth, this matter should not have involved you at all. Chu Xinghe stood before Ling Yushuang, inquiring, What do you mean? Once, I was not a beggar. I had a happy family. Yet, all was obliterated by a formidable power. A force I merely knew as Shumi Mountain, with little else to grasp. He must have descended from Shumi Mountain, skillfully concealed. Yet the loathsome aura that emanated from him lingers in my memory. My very existence has once again incited trepidation in certain individuals. After Chu Xinghe concluded his words, he inadvertently revealed a glimpse of his true divine realm. Ling Yushuang stood frozen in place. The avaricious individual before her was, astonishingly, someone she had rescued in her childhood. Now, he had even transcended to the true divine realm, a feat that seemed almost fantastical. At a similar age, she had only attained the imperial realm, with the true divine realm lying above the celestial and ethereal stages. If given a little more time, Who knows what heights he might achieve? Upon sensing my presence, they were poised to strike again, and you have become their target. Ling Yushuang was taken aback. Why? Chu Xinghe's expression was earnest. Without the you of the past, there would be no me in the present. Do you remember the person I mentioned in the tavern? That person is, in fact, you. However, I cannot declare this in front of them. I am uncertain of how much they know about the bond between us and do not wish to deepen this connection, lest your life be endangered. Ling Yushuang stood frozen in place, gazing into Chu Xinghe's sincere eyes, her heart involuntarily fluttering with excitement. In truth, I am aware of your constitution. One phrase left Ling Yushuang momentarily speechless. What constitution? She chuckled. A constitution well-suited for weekends, Chu Xinghe stated plainly. Ling Yushuang fell silent. Chu Xinghe produced a jade pendant. If you trust me, take this item. It can conceal your constitution, as your parents have not provided sufficient cover for you. The entity known as Chu Xinghe is, by nature, a manifestation achieved through the cultivation of one's skills. Its efficacy is rather transient. However, the essence of fate, being insubstantial, remains untouched by causality and is beyond the realm of deduction. It can serve to obscure the presence of Ling Yushuang. Only in this manner can the play continue, allowing him to reap further benefits. He has begun to harbor doubts regarding my identity and may consider enlisting assistance. You must not place your trust in anyone. And when necessary, even I should not be believed. The methods of Shumi Mountain are treacherous. There may be instances when I am not truly myself. Chu Xinghe said no more and turned to leave. Ling Yushuang stood rooted to the spot, feeling utterly at a loss. In this moment, she found herself uncertain of whom to trust. However, one thing was certain. Chu Xinghe is indeed the person she saved in her childhood, even aware of the intricate details. Father, Mother, please investigate Lin Wentian. It seems he possesses knowledge of my constitution. The protagonist, endowed with fortune, harbors murderous intent towards the Son of Fate, causing a widening rift. The Son of Fate experiences a decline of 10,000 in his destiny value, while the heroine's diminishes by 5,000, resulting in the master acquiring 500,000 in destiny value. Upon hearing this, Chu Xinghe, who had just departed, couldn't help but smile. Quite splendid indeed. He glanced at the system interface. Master, Chu Xinghe age, 20 strength, initial stage of true god 5 million, constitution, void of destiny technique, void transformation scripture martial skills, instantaneous movement. Heart demon inducement, heaven severing finger weapons, demon refining pot, purple gold gourd mount, 9 dragon carriage, pure blood flood dragon in initial stage of great sage, destiny value, 1, 533. 500 backpack, none destiny value acquired, 1,010,000. It appears that the only way to amass a substantial amount of destiny value is by eliminating either the Son of Fate or the heroine. The autumn thoughts of the heavenly fortune sacred land, and that Shui Nianji are still alive. However, Chu Xinghe dares not send anyone there at present. That one Rushi is not to be trifled with. While Chu Xinghe was leisurely wandering about, those around him hurriedly departed with anxious expressions. Chu Xinghe was utterly bewildered. He had heard that the divine maiden of the Zhongli family had come to trouble the Hong family. Was she not the one who annihilated the Shui clan, forcing the lord of the Killing Temple to his demise, and the one associated with the great Yu Emperor? Indeed, she was that very demoness. It has come to light that a certain Chu Xinghe had previously appeared at the Hong family. We must hasten our departure from the distant city. Should that female fiend descend into madness, the entirety of Haicheng may be plunged into chaos and suffering. A flicker of surprise passed through Chu Xinghe's eyes. That female demoness was rather charming. In the grand hall, where silence reigned, the charming Zhong Li Qingming sat at the head of the Hong family, while all members of the family knelt in reverence. Cold sweat trickled down their brows as they dreaded offending the ancestral presence above. Miss, no one has seen young Master Chu's appearance, reported a voice. Hearing this, Zhong Li Qingming's eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty hue. Who is it that has slain you? You offer me no guidance. Miss, a lead has been discovered at a dry well 30 kilometers away, came the reply from Ying, who emerged from the void. Let us proceed. After her departure, flames engulfed the entire Hong household. Illuminated by the blaze, Zhong Li Qingming resembled a rose ablaze with fire. Lifting her gaze to the distant sky, I shall eradicate anyone suspected, regardless of their identity or background, until I can wield no more blade, or until my own demise brings this to an end. As long as I draw breath, I shall seek a way to resurrect you, even if it requires sacrificing the entirety of the void celestial realm. Miss, the Heavenly Mechanism Tower has sent word regarding your investigation. Zhong Li Qingming halted. What do they say? Ying hesitated, uncertain of her mistress's reaction to the news. Spit it out. What are you waiting for? He's already dead. My concerns are few, she urged. Jiang Wan Yin might merely be a corporeal manifestation of Wen Ru Shui, Yingyi disclosed. Zhang Li Qingming was taken aback by this revelation, her thoughts swirling with incredulity. Yet, she refrained from jumping to conclusions. Her disdain for Wen Ru Shui, stemming from matters concerning Chu Xinghe, did not negate the latter's capabilities. Otherwise, she would not have remained dormant in the heavenly transformation Holy Land. What are the odds of this claim? Exceeding 70%, Yingyi replied candidly. Zhang Li Qingming narrowed her eyes. I shall consult my mother upon returning to the clan to ascertain the possibility. If true, Wen Ru Shui may be far more formidable than anticipated. With grand schemes at play, could it be she has even deceived my mother? She murmured. For now, this matter shall remain undisclosed. Once your affairs are resolved, I will ensure further investigation. If this proves accurate, the Jiang family shall have no reason to exist. I will not allow anyone to exploit him. Yingyi remained silent. Ever since Chu Xinghe aided her mistress, and now that he was deceased, Zhang Li Qingming's heart had become sealed off, her training time significantly extended. It was only the matter of Chu Xinghe that piqued her interest. Let us proceed to the dry well and uncover its secrets. Yingyi guided Zhang Li Qingming to the dry well, now 30 miles distant. Standing at its edge, Zhang Li Qingming squinted. Is this the Long Lock well? She inquired, uncertain. It remains enigmatic. I dispatched someone to investigate. Locals claim it has existed without water for an extended period. Many have attempted to seal it. Yet those individuals mysteriously perished, and thereafter, few dared approach. Why would they wish to seal this ancient well? Zhang Li Qingming pondered. According to our inquiries, numerous children have fallen in while playing, unable to be rescued, leaving their loved ones to witness their demise helplessly. Zhang Li Qingming refrained from further questioning. This is rather intriguing. It appears that unique individuals will soon emerge. There must be great fortune within, for without those special beings, it cannot be unlocked. Yingyi nodded. Having been beside her mistress long enough to comprehend the mystery surrounding these exceptional individuals. Miss, what shall we do next? Zhang Li Qingming gazed into the well. From her vantage point, she could see only the parched depths, devoid of life, as if it had long been without water. Yet, an instinctual sense of danger lingered in the air, possibly aimed at her. As she circled the well's perimeter, Zhang Li Qingming suddenly halted. Miss, what troubles you? Yingyi inquired. He has been here, Zhang Li Qingming replied, her expression shifting. I sense danger within this dry well. Yet standing here offers me a sense of reassurance, as if he once stood by my side. I am certain of it. Yingyi remained silent. Are you anticipating someone intends to target you, or to use this against me, thus preparing in advance? Zhang Li Qingming murmured, recalling a certain figure. Her lips curling into a smile that swiftly morphed into a fierce resolve. Let us assault this dry well, if there is fortune to be found. There is no need for concealment. Zhang Li Qingming spoke with calm determination. Should the saints prove inadequate, let it be the great saints, if they fail. Then the heavenly saints, if they falter, the supreme, if they do not suffice, then the quasi-emperors. I am keen to discover the true potential of this dry well. Yingyi chose not to respond, sensing her mistress's intent to uncover Chu Xinghe's preparations. Moments later, several figures emerged from the void, launching an assault on the well. Meanwhile, Chu Xinghe, still stirring discord between Ling Yushuang and Lin Wentian, sensed the commotion in the void and paused, pondering if they intended to forcibly unveil the hidden fortune. Yet, for Chu Xinghe, this was not necessarily a setback. Ling Yushuang observed the formidable individuals that had appeared beside her, a resigned expression on her face. She had anticipated that once she alerted her family, they would bring her back. What news do you bring? Miss, investigating Lin Wentian proves quite challenging. Our matriarch consulted the ancestor, who revealed that he owes a favor to someone, and that individual is now utilizing this favor to place Lin Wentian by your side. As for the rest, the matriarch instructed me to deliver this jade talisman to you. Ling Yushuan accepted the jade talisman and retreated to her chamber. Upon hearing her mother's words within the talisman, her expression shifted dramatically. Frost, I have consulted the ancestor. The one who saved him has proposed a union between you two. It seems Lin Wentian is indeed aware of your unique constitution. Even if he is unaware, the one behind him surely knows. Otherwise, they would not explicitly state a marriage is to be arranged between you. You must proceed with caution. If possible, orchestrate his discreet disappearance. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to communicate with me. The ancestor is rather obstinate, having already acquiesced to that individual, insisting I remain here to guard you. You must remain vigilant. Ling Yushuang stored away the jade talisman, her expression darkening. A sudden thought crossed her mind. Perhaps there was someone better suited to assist her. I once saved his life. Now it is his turn to aid me. With that, she exited her chamber, where those waiting outside urged, Miss, it is time to return with us. Ling Yushuang shook her head. You should stay by my side for now. A fortuitous opportunity may soon arise here, perhaps even a supreme one. My mother advised me to have you remain to protect me. If you doubt my words, feel free to inquire with her. One of the guardians stepped aside momentarily before returning. Please, miss, give your instructions. Until I command otherwise, refrain from taking any actions on your own accord. Remember, everything must be contingent upon my directives. The guardians exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement. Do not jeopardize my endeavors. After parting ways with Ling Yushuang, she sought out Chu Xinghe. Can I trust you? Chu Xinghe glanced at Ling Yushuang. What is it? I need your assistance in dealing with someone. Chu Xinghe did not rush to speak. Consider carefully. Whatever happens in between, you must bear the consequences yourself. Ling Yushuang's fingers tightened into a fist. She had saved Chu Xinghe once before, but he had also rescued her on a previous occasion. I have saved you. Chu Xinghe's face was devoid of expression. Yet internally he scoffed coldly. I will assist you. There is an opportunity at hand. Bear in mind, our relationship is far from amicable. You harbor disdain for me. Yet Lin Wentian has saved your life once. It is time for you to deliver the medicine. Naturally, Ling Yushuang was not a fool. She quickly comprehended the implication behind Chu Xinghe's words. As she observed Ling Yushuang turning to leave, he cautioned, remember, do not be overly eager. Ling Yushuang remained silent, vanishing into the confines of Chu Xinghe's palace. After preparing the medicine, she entered Lin Wentian's chamber, holding the bowl. A voice resonated within the room. Senior brother, why did you not mention your injury sooner? I should have come to see you long ago. Ling Yushuang paused, her brow arching. It was no wonder Chu Xinghe had summoned her. This was indeed the opportunity he had alluded to. Lin Wentian possessed a certain cunning, employing the tactic of inciting jealousy through a woman. Upon entering with the medicine, she found Lin Wentian reclining on the bed, his pallid face adorned with a smile. Yet, as he beheld Ling Yushuang stepping through the door, his smile faltered, revealing an air of discomfort. Although he understood this was merely a performance, he was uncertain of its success. The woman seated beside him, clad in simple garments with a wooden hairpin adorning her hair, was unadorned yet strikingly beautiful. Her skin as fair as snow. Ling Yushuang was taken aback. This woman was indeed her equal in beauty, exuding an ethereal grace that was vividly apparent. Yushuang, allow me to explain. Lin Wentian, noticing Ling Yushuang's silence, assumed she was upset and hastily attempted to sit up. However, the exertion caused him to gasp in pain. Senior brother, are you all right? The woman beside him hurriedly inquired. Ling Yushuang hesitated, retracting her foot. I merely came to see how you were. You should take this medicine. As she placed the bowl down, she prepared to leave. Wait. At that moment, Luo Qingxue, seated beside Lin Wentian, spoke up. Ling Yushuang turned to regard her. What is it you wish to say? Given that my senior brother has saved you, is this truly the demeanor you choose to adopt? Ling Yushuang pressed her lips together, a surge of killing intent brewing within her. Saved me? Who are you performing for? How utterly distasteful. However, the time is not yet ripe. Thank you, she uttered before turning to depart. Luo Qingxue felt as though her words had struck a pillow. She glanced back at the dazed Lin Wentian, her mood somewhat dampened. She had initially believed her senior brother would win her over. Little did she know he would be captivated by an ice-cold beauty. Senior brother, she has left, yet you remain in a daze. The gentleman's words ring true. You are indeed a sycophant. What nonsense are you spouting? Hand me the medicine. I need to drink it. Did you not see? She was coming over. If not for your timely intervention, she might have already been caring for me. Can you not display a modicum of perception? Luo Qingxue responded with an oh. She has already changed her view of me. I truly owe a debt of gratitude to Tianming. With a glimmer of mischief in her eyes, she added, Senior brother, I wish to meet this Tianming you speak of. Upon hearing this, Lin Wentian was about to readily agree, but the words faltered on his lips, inexplicably withheld. Senior brother, have you lost your tongue? He has aided you greatly. I must express my gratitude. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Wentian reluctantly acquiesced. Very well, assist me in rising, and I shall take you to meet Tianming. A smile returned to Luo Qingxue's face as the two made their way to Chu Xinghe's room. Chu Xinghe is currently engaged in a game of chess with Long Yi and his companions. It is evident that Chu Xinghe is pitted against all 9 of them. Long Jiu, do you think I am blind? I have lost 3 pieces in the short span. Master, you cannot solely blame me. The pieces possess their own will. They yearn to leave the board and implore me to assist them in their escape, and I can only oblige in the name of enjoyment. Chu Xinghe opened his mouth in disbelief. He had encountered shamelessness before, but never to such an extent. What, then, could account for the extra pieces on the board? Long Ba coughed lightly. Master, in my humble opinion, these pieces have transformed from white to black as a token of gratitude from them for the assistance ninth brother provided in their escape. Chu Xinghe was utterly amused, truly remarkable. Today has been an eye-opener. There exists someone even more shameless than him. No, a dragon. Pray tell, why did these several white pieces tumble beneath the board? After a moment of contemplation, the dragon replied, Master, these white pieces do not wish to be under your control. They yearn for freedom and thus have burrowed away on their own. Chu Xinghe rose to his feet, creating a clattering sound. Long Yi to Long Jiao wore expressions of grievance as they gazed at Chu Xinghe, who was stomping his feet and clenching his fists. They were rendered speechless, contemplating that were he not their master, they could easily overpower him. However, their master possessed invaluable treasures that must be diligently safeguarded. You nine rascals. Long Air urged Chu Xinghe to take a seat. Do not be angry, master. Although your current strength is somewhat lacking, your physical form is not ideal, and your appearance leaves much to be desired. In our hearts, you remain an invincible presence. Chu Xinghe had no desire to engage with these ruffians. My emotions were akin to a roller coaster. Tiaming, are you there? I'm about to enter. From Long Yi to Long Jiao. A sense of authority emerged as they settled into their seats. The two who entered stifled their laughter, never expecting to witness such a mischievous scene involving Tianming. Chu Xinghe cast a furious glance at the nine dragons. Brother Lin, what brings you here? Before Lin Wentian could respond, Luo Qishui impatiently interjected. Are you the one destined by fate? Chu Xinghe gazed at Luo Qishui, then turned his attention to Lin Wentian. Brother Lin, you are quite fortunate in matters of affection. Upon hearing this remark, Lin Wentian's expression grew somewhat awkward. He was aware of his junior sister's interest in him. To him, Luo Qishui was no different from his own sister. Had this been before, he would have offered an explanation. Yet, at this moment, he refrained from doing so, merely offering an embarrassed smile. Even Luo Qishui regarded him with surprise, appraising Chu Xinghe from head to toe. He was slightly more handsome than her brother, taller, possessed a better demeanor, and seemingly boasted formidable strength, though his background remained a mystery. She pondered what capabilities this individual truly possessed. Brother, you should return first. I wish to have a word with him. Lin Wentian hesitated, apprehensive about what intentions Chu Xinghe might harbor towards his junior sister. This man seemed overly perceptive regarding women. What if he charmed her away with just a few words? Oh, brother, please hurry back. Nothing untoward will occur, she urged. Lin Wentian stood outside the door, his lips twitching. Was this truly his adorable little sister? Long Yi and Long Jiao had already departed, stationed around to prevent any eavesdropping. I have heard from my brother that you are quite adept at courting women. If you were to encounter someone like me, how would you pursue her? Chu Xinghe wore an expression of peculiarity. I do not pursue sycophants. Luo Qingshui's demeanor was rigid. Just moments ago, he had labeled his senior brother a sycophant. And now he found himself on the receiving end of that very accusation. You two siblings are rather amusing. Both of you are sycophants. What has your sect taught you? Luo Qishui hesitated, stammering, unsure of how to respond. You have come over merely to inquire how to pursue your senior brother. Yet you do not truly favor that Ling Yushuang. What is even more disheartening for you is the realization that your senior brother regards you merely as a pawn. Observing Brother Lin, it seems that if it were your junior sister, he would frequently clarify that you two share merely a junior-senior relationship, yet before me, he offered no such explanation. What is he afraid of? Afraid that I might take you away? Brother Lin indeed appeared greedy, coveting what was in both his hands and in the pot. Upon hearing Chu Xinghe's words, Luo Qishui felt an uncomfortable sensation within her. To her, her senior brother was both a role model and the object of her affection. Whenever he messaged her, her heart brimmed with joy. However, upon grasping her senior brother's intentions, an unsettling feeling arose. They had known each other for so long, having grown up together. In her eyes, he was hers. Yet now, the person she cherished was at risk of being taken away by another. Subsequently, she received news of Chu Xinghe from her senior brother, sparking her curiosity about how Ling Yushuang could change her mind in such a brief period. Her affection for her senior brother was unreciprocated. Luo Qingshui gazed at Chu Xinghe, who explained on his behalf. Miss Luo, there is no need for you to explain to me. That is a matter between you two. The affairs of love are not something I wish to pry into at this moment. My prior assistance stemmed from seeing a reflection of myself in him. However, after encountering you, I find myself regretting that help. After a moment of hesitation, Luo Qingxue spoke. Could you continue to assist my senior brother in winning over Ling Yushuang? I cannot bear to see him in sorrow. Chu Xinghe let out a disdainful laugh. To me, he no longer deserves my assistance. Luo Qingxue stood in confusion, unable to comprehend the meaning behind Chu Xinghe's words. Earlier, when I remarked that he was coveting what was on the table while eyeing what was in the pot, it reflected my discontent towards him. He clearly does not harbor affection for you, yet he expresses interest in your presence before me, an outsider. I have grasped his intentions. Should he fail to pursue Ling Yushuang, you would merely be his second choice, to speak rather harshly, a mere backup option in times of desperation. Of course, there exists another possibility. In the absence of Ling Yushuang, there could very well be others who might emerge, and at that juncture, you may not even be his selection. Luo Qingxue stood frozen, her heart refusing to accept Chu Xinghe's words. It is impossible. My senior brother cannot be that kind of person. Shook his head. You need not explain. That is your matter, and it bears no relevance to me. Luo Qingxue stood in a daze. Indeed, it was a matter between her and her senior brother. Just moments ago, she had professed her willingness to love him. Yet, she felt an unwillingness. He should belong to her. Do you think he is unaware of your affections? Why else would he not clarify things before, but chooses to do so in my presence? Your mental state is evident. Return now. You've come merely to seek my assistance in pursuing your senior brother, and I shall not aid you. Disheartened, Luo Qingxue turned to leave. Wait. She glanced back at Chu Xinghe, puzzled. Please tell Lin that I can no longer assist him. Whether he can pursue Ling Yushuang relies solely on him. Nodding, she refrained from asking further questions. Upon returning, she found Lin Wentian. Hesitation gripped her. She feared disclosing that Chu Xinghe would no longer offer his help. How so? After a moment of deliberation, Luo Qingxue spoke. Senior brother, you know I have feelings for you, don't you? You have always known. Lin Wentian remained silent. If Ling Yushuang were not in the picture, would you choose me? His brow furrowed, an uneasy sensation filling his heart. His junior sister had never posed such inquiries before. Junior sister, has Tianming spoken to you about something? Senior brother, could you answer my question first? Lin Wentian found himself at a loss for words, uncertain how to confront his younger sister. After hearing Chu Xinghe's arrangements, he had only wished to swiftly alter Ling Yushuang's perception of him. Now, however, things had shifted. He realized that Chu Xinghe sought someone who harbored affection for him. Someone easily influenced. Yet, he also yearned to impress Ling Yushuang. Junior sister, you must be fatigued. You should return and rest. Luo Qingxue gazed at Lin Wentian with calmness. Senior brother, I am not tired. Lin Wentian stood awkwardly, imploring, you should return. I am still recovering from my injury and need rest. Observing his evasion of her question, Luo Qingxue turned without hesitation and departed. Confusion clouded Lin Wentian's eyes. Once in her room, Luo Qingxue could no longer contain herself. Tears streamed down her face. She did not believe Chu Xinghe's words and chose not to voice them. She was determined to ascertain her standing in her senior brother's heart. Meanwhile, Chu Xinghe wore a smirk, finding the situation quite amusing. He relished such chaotic entanglements. The following day, Ling Yushuang did not arrive to deliver medicine. Nor did she express concern, leaving Lin Wentian's heart in turmoil. He hurried to seek out Chu Xinghe, who greeted him with, as I informed your junior sister yesterday, I shall not continue to assist you. Lin Wentian confronted Luo Qingxue. Junior sister, what do you mean? What exactly did Tianming tell you? Why will he not help me pursue Miss Ling? Do you realize she did not come to deliver medicine today? What transpired between you and Tianming? Anger surged within Luo Qingxue at Lin Wentian's accusatory tone. Is Miss Ling truly that important to you? Lin Wentian was taken aback. Of course. And what about me? You are equally significant. Previously, in the sect, you referred to me merely as your junior sister, yet before Tianming, why did you not clarify? Lin Wentian was momentarily speechless, caught off guard, and uncertain. If Ling Yushuang were to ask you this, what would your answer be? Undoubtedly, it would be you. Luo Qingxue let out a bitter laugh. Senior brother, I came here filled with joyful anticipation, only to realize I was merely a supporting actress. As for why Tianming refuses to assist you, I have some insight. Would you like to hear it? Lin Wentian nodded. Tianming stated that he initially sought to help you because he saw a reflection of his past in you. However, after witnessing your behavior yesterday, he remarked that you were ungrateful, enjoying the benefits while eyeing something else. You are aware of my affections, yet you fail to clarify, leading to misunderstandings that paint you as less than honorable. Is there anything else you wish to know? Lin Wentian stood in shock. He had never anticipated such a revelation. Regret washed over him. Had he known, he would not have acted so pretentiously. I did not. Tianming must have misunderstood. Had he known, he would not have invited her to seek him out, preventing this situation altogether. I see you merely as my junior sister. I will take you to Tianming. You must clarify this misunderstanding. Luo Qixue scoffed. Why would he believe my words? Lin Wentian was once again taken aback. Indeed. Furthermore, did you imply it was my fault for dragging you to seek Tianming, thus causing him to misinterpret your intentions? Lin Wentian felt a wave of unease wash over him. How could he respond? It had been he who had initially invited his junior sister to play this charade, wanting only to impress. This plan has faltered. This matter pertains to Tianming, and I have already entered into a pact. I must confront him. Suddenly, Lin Wentian realized the implications of his predicament. Luo Qingshui's gaze toward him shifted subtly. Her senior brother had once appeared perfect in her eyes, a gifted cultivator, steadfast, calm in action, a protector of his peers, embodying gentlemanly grace. However, as the veneer began to fade, she recognized him as merely an ordinary person, possessing preferences and temperaments of his own. Far from the idealized image she had held, especially after his reproach, which lacked consideration for other factors. Senior brother, you should go find him. Luo Qingshui seated herself, refusing to rise. Lin Wentian hesitated, uncertain how to articulate his feelings. Yet, the thought of Ling Yushuang possibly misinterpreting the situation stirred an urgency within him. He turned to seek out Chu Xinghe. In his chamber, Chu Xinghe was preparing for the upcoming plans when he sensed a voice in his mind, causing a smile to creep across his lips. The destined child and the destined heroine had grown estranged, resulting in a decrease of Lin Wentian's fortune by 10,000 and Luo Qingshui's by 6,000, while the master gained 700,000 fortune points. Upon hearing the sum, Chu Xinghe's spirits soared. With 2 million in his possession, his mood significantly improved. Master, Chu Xinghe age, 20 power, early true god, 5 million, physique, fate void body technique, void transformation scripture martial skills, instant movement, heart demon induction, heaven severing finger weapons, refining demon jar, purple gold gourd mount, 9 dragon carriage, pure blood flood dragon of early sage, fortune points, 233, 500 inventory, none. Is Tianming present? Come in. After Lin Wentian entered and took a seat, he looked at Chu Xinghe, perplexed by why Tianming had suddenly reversed his course, abandoning the promise to aid him in pursuing Ling. This seemed unbecoming of a gentleman. Then consider me a petty person. Those words rendered Lin Wentian speechless. Brother Tianming, we have a contract between us. Tianming produced the contract and tore it before him, declaring its existence null. Why? Has she not yet informed you? Or do you simply fail to comprehend human language? I have previously stated that I chose to assist you because I saw a reflection of my past self in you. However, in your quest for pretense, you chose someone who loves you dearly, which is inherently troublesome. We are all men, and I know what you are contemplating. Do you harbor feelings for your junior sister? Lin Wentian remained silent. You were quite the philanderer. Yesterday, in my presence, you were profoundly disappointing. It is evident that you previously held no interest in your junior sister. Yet, before me, you feigned affection for her. A man's inclination towards love is not alarming. It is a universal sentiment. However, you resemble a petty individual, devoid of noble demeanor. This is precisely why I refuse to assist you. Should I help you pursue Miss Ling, it would ultimately be an act of irresponsibility towards her. I would be plagued by a guilty conscience. Lin Wentian stood there, dazed, his lips moving as if to articulate something, yet he was at a loss for words. When he signed the contract with Chu Xinghe, he accepted full responsibility for any ensuing matters. Please leave. Lin Wentian departed in despair. No, I must explain myself to Miss Ling. Lin Wentian quickened his pace, hurrying away. Upon witnessing this scene, Chu Xinghe shook his head. It was just one final step away. As Chu Xinghe was about to depart, Luo Qingshui approached him. I have something to discuss with you, she said, fixing her gaze upon Chu Xinghe. If Ling Yushuang were to perish, would you, senior brother, reconsider your feelings? Chu Xinghe furrowed his brow. Was this young girl truly so tempestuous? He found it amusing, for such fervor could indeed advance his schemes. I am uncertain. Yet one thing is clear. Should you inflict harm upon Ling Yushuang, your senior brother will seek retribution with great fervor. After obtaining the answers he sought, Luo Qingshui suddenly smiled. Thank you. If the opportunity arises, I shall repay your kindness. With that, Luo Qinghe departed. Chu Xinghe remained silent. On the other side, Lin Wendian hesitated slightly. Could it be that Chu Xinghe had disclosed his little act to Miss Ling? Earlier, in his rush to leave, he had refrained from asking further questions. Now, reflecting on Chu Xinghe's words about irresponsibility, his conscience was troubled, inducing a sense of urgency within him. He had painstakingly altered Miss Ling's impression, only to find that bringing his junior sister over had backfired. "Miss Ling, are you there?" Creak. The door opened. Ling Yushuang's eyes bore a hint of disdain. Lin Wendian suddenly felt flustered. "Why has young Master Lin come again? You need not concern yourself with me. I believe your junior sister is far more suited for you." Lin Wendian grew anxious. "Miss Ling, please do not misunderstand. I do not harbor feelings for my junior sister. I regard her merely as a sister. My affections are solely for you, Miss Ling. The act I put on a couple of days ago was merely to—" Ling Yushuang wore a perplexed expression. "What act?" Lin Wendian quickly fell silent. His junior sister, knowing he was injured, came to show her concern. Her affection was merely a ruse to protect him from being deceived by others. "Are you implying that I, Ling Yushuang, am a deceiver?" "No, that's not it at all." Lin Wendian's palms were slick with cold sweat. "Why can't you all coordinate a bit better? Miss Ling is not a deceiver." Ling Yushuang nodded. "I can see that your junior sister does not harbor any feelings for me. I, Ling Yushuang, am not without admirers. Moreover, young Master Lin, please do not overthink. My delivering medicine is simply a gesture of gratitude for saving my life. If there are any conditions, you may state them. I shall comply with whatever I am capable of." Lin Wendian's heart sank to the depths. "I will have my junior sister apologize to you. I must take my leave now, Miss Ling. My heart belongs only to you." Bang. The door slammed shut. Lin Wendian stood frozen in place, contemplating his junior sister before turning to leave. Luo Qinghe had just returned from Chu Xinghe's residence when she heard Lin Wendian's voice. "Junior sister, you must quickly apologize to Miss Ling. She has misconstrued your feelings for me." Watching Lin Wendian rush in with urgency, she was taken aback by his demand for her apology. "Senior brother, have I done something wrong? Junior sister, do you no longer heed your senior brother's words?" The grievance in Luo Qinghe's eyes gradually faded as she stared calmly at Lin Wendian. The flicker of hope within her heart extinguished completely. "Did you not ask me to assist you? Now, you wish for me to apologize? Whom have I offended? I possess no power and have only made a mess of things. To blame my junior sister in return is akin to envy. It is no wonder Ling Yushuang looks down upon you. What difference is there between this and being petty? Very well, I shall apologize." Upon hearing this, Lin Wendian wore a smile, oblivious to the shift in Luo Qinghe's gaze. "Senior brother, what is there to hesitate about? Did you not ask me to apologize to Miss Ling? Lead the way." Seeing his junior sister so compliant, Lin Wendian dared not waver. Fearing she might have a change of heart, he cheerfully led her to seek out Ling Yushuang. "Destiny, even without your aid, I shall find a way to win over Miss Ling." Before long, Ling Yushuang opened the door. "Miss Ling, my junior sister has come to apologize." Ling Yushuang's eyes widened in surprise as she regarded Lin Wendian. "How intriguing. To win my favor, you truly exert a great deal of effort. Miss Ling, I am sorry." Luo Qinghe wasted no time and directly apologized. Ling Yushuang shook her head. "There is no need for you to apologize. It has nothing to do with you. This is my affair. You may leave." Luo Qinghe turned to Lin Wendian. "Senior brother, may I take my leave now?" Lin Wendian appeared perplexed. "My junior sister has apologized. So why is Miss Ling still so indifferent? It seems her attitude has grown even colder. What could be the reason? If only Tianming were here." Regrettably, Tianming no longer offered assistance. "I must seek Tianming's help." Luo Qinghe turned to leave, and after she departed, Ling Yushuang closed the door again. Lin Wendian left in a daze, unknowingly wandering to the place where Chu Xinghe resided. "Tianming, are you there? I have matters to discuss." The door opened, and Lin Wendian stepped inside. "What is it that you wish to discuss?" Lin Wendian's face flushed red. "Tianming, I believe you were right. Previously, I was indeed no different from a petty person. My main issue was my lack of trust in you, fearing my junior sister might be deceived. She is quite cherished within the sect, and should she fall victim to deceit, I would certainly face the wrath of the elders and my fellow disciples upon our return. That is why I refrained from explaining, leading to your misunderstanding." Chu Xinghe gazed at him with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity. "Are you truly speaking the truth?" Upon hearing this, Lin Wendian felt a sense of enlightenment akin to discovering a hidden path in a dense forest. "If you doubt my words, I can have my junior sister elucidate the matter. I have already conversed with her. I regard her merely as a sister, and she sees me solely as an elder brother. Just moments ago, I had her apologize to Miss Ling. Chu Xinghe pondered for a moment, still harboring a hint of skepticism. Lin Wentian, feeling anxious, hurriedly departed, only to summon Luo Qingxue shortly thereafter. Luo Qingxue proceeded to provide an explanation once more. Chu Xinghe let out a sigh, startling me. I almost thought I had misidentified him. Brother Lin, I was mistaken about you. Lin Wentian, in high spirits, wore a beaming smile, oblivious to Luo Qingxue's increasingly frigid demeanor. Did she consider herself a mere jester, summoned and commanded at will? Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, I shall not assist you. Lin Wentian stood frozen in place. Why? Chu Xinghe shook his head. Lin, my brother, has just mentioned that if one does not trust me, one may seek another. As a young prodigy with a mysterious force backing him, I am certain Lin will find a way to win the heart of a fair maiden. Lin Wentian was utterly flustered. If Chu Xinghe were to withdraw his assistance, he truly had no idea how to proceed. Moreover, the situation had escalated to this point. What plans should be laid out next? How should he act? His mind was devoid of any thoughts. Luo Qingxue felt a sense of disappointment towards Lin Wentian. The Son of Destiny saw a decline of 10,000 in his fate value, while Luo Qingxue experienced a reduction of 8,000. Meanwhile, the master gained an impressive 800,000 in destiny value. Upon hearing the voice resonating in his mind, Chu Xinghe nearly allowed a smile to curl at the corners of his lips. Destiny brother, if you remain unconvinced, I am more than willing to formalize a covenant. Chu Xinghe shook his head. Never mind, I am not particularly in need of this opportunity, especially since Miss Ling still owes me one. The emotions in Luo Qingxue's eyes shifted. At this moment, Chu Xinghe's thoughts were no longer occupied by the two of them. His mind was captivated by the emergence of a new item in the system's marketplace, the perfect divine realm card, valued at 3 million destiny points. Chu Xinghe has just reached the initial stage of divinity. Elevating to the intermediate stage requires 5 million destiny points. Achieving completeness, whether through personal cultivation or utilizing destiny points, necessitates a considerable duration. To his surprise, the system's marketplace is remarkably benevolent. It is no wonder he has been strategizing for so long. Without hesitation, he made the purchase. At this moment, Lin Wentian is still incessantly adding conditions. Chu Xinghe regained his composure. Destiny brother, what do you propose? Chu Xinghe was taken aback. What did you say? Lin Wentian inquired. Luo Qingxue's eyes glimmered with delight. What of a supreme opportunity? After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xinghe gritted his teeth and stamped his foot. All right. He conceded. In light of your earnestness, I shall agree. As Lin Wentian sighed in relief, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of helplessness, along with a surge of other, more complicated thoughts. Luo Qingxue felt utterly bewildered. The opportunity for supreme fortune. How bold of you to speak of it so freely. Each supreme being is an unparalleled powerhouse of the void celestial realm, and such opportunities are exceedingly rare. However, she refrained from inquiring further. She had begun to realize that Lin Wentian was far from an honorable individual. Soon after, the contract was signed. Chu Xinghe carefully tucked away the supreme opportunity. What could that foolish girl be waiting for to unlock the well of fortune? Such an opportunity would undoubtedly be of immense benefit to this child of destiny. Just as the three had reached their agreement, the entire distant city suddenly trembled. A towering beam of light shot up into the sky, accompanied by a colossal golden vortex that appeared amidst the thunder. The skies above the distant city were enveloped in this spectacle. As the golden vortex gradually dissipated, thunder rained down, and the once bright sky was instantly shrouded in darkness. A vast and overwhelming power manifested. Shortly thereafter, the phantoms of 4 divine beasts emerged, roaring towards the heavens. The very fabric of this realm echoed with their relentless howls. Ancient Tao rhythms surfaced, transforming into sacred lotuses of heaven and earth. This extraordinary phenomenon stirred a great number of onlookers, including many formidable beings, whose eyes pierced through the void, gazing intently at the source of this opportunity. Upon sensing the immense pressure, their expressions turned jubilant. The entire Taizhou gradually erupted into a flurry of excitement. With the emergence of a supreme opportunity, the nearby powerful beings from various regions were all uttering the same words. Chu Xinghe, Lin Wentian, and Luo Qingxue walked outside, perceiving the extraordinary phenomena in the sky. Their gazes reflected a shift in emotions. The supreme opportunity had emerged. Chu Xinghe gazed at the celestial phenomenon above. Indeed, This fortuitous opportunity is mine. Child of destiny, I hope you possess a modicum of wisdom. I shall inform Miss Ling. Luo Qishui cast a glance at the departing Lin Wendian, his eyes reflecting an inscrutable emotion. How about we discuss a matter? I can assist you in seizing this opportunity, and in return, you shall help me eliminate Ling Yushuang. Chu Xinghe let out a disdainful laugh. You think you can seize this opportunity? Have you considered how many are vying for the supreme chance? While I may be unaware of your background, it is evident that many have come for this occasion. Who wouldn't desire a supreme opportunity? I suggest you think before you speak. Luo Qishui opened her mouth to respond, but ultimately chose silence, turning away instead. Chu Xinghe gazed at her silhouette. Rest assured, if you seek to eliminate Ling Yushuang, I shall undoubtedly lend you my covert assistance. Otherwise, all my plotting would be in vain. Chu Xinghe initially contemplated elevating his strength to the pinnacle of true divinity, yet he decided to hold back, pondering the possibility of unforeseen occurrences within. Perhaps he could don the guise of a simpleton and revel in the thrill of being underestimated. Standing above the desolate well, Zhongli Qingming observed the emerging essence of the Tao, her gaze imbued with contemplation. Miss, what troubles you? Upon forcibly unlocking this opportunity, I sensed an overwhelmingly potent danger. However, in these fleeting 2 days, that peril has notably diminished. Such a sensation was only experienced when he was alive. Upon hearing this, Ying's eyes reflected disbelief. Are you suggesting that young Master Chu is still alive? Zhongli Qingming shook her head. The celestial demon body has perished, and the heavens weep. Yet, is it possible that he lives on in another form? In this vast universe, anything is conceivable. Let us wait and see, if he still breathes. I shall scour the entirety of the Taishu celestial realm to find him. Zhongli Qingming stood suspended in the void. The air around her vibrated with energy as fissures appeared, one after another, heralding the arrival of formidable forces, particularly the prominent families of the Ling, Jin, and Sun clans of Taizhou. As the sovereigns of Taizhou, they were keen to safeguard their fortunes from being seized by others. The 3 clan leaders convened, addressing the assembly. Esteemed guests, this treasure belongs to Taizhou. Your presence here is rather inconvenient, is it not? Everyone comprehended their underlying message, yet no one paid heed. Those who could arrive at this juncture were undeniably fearless. Shortly thereafter, a number of young supremes emerged, their gazes dismissive toward the clan leaders. As the 3 leaders prepared to express their ire, Zhongli Qingming cast a glance in their direction. Silence. The 3 men's expressions darkened, ready to retort, when 2 individuals emerged behind Zhongli Qingming. Their smiles unsettling as they regarded the clan leaders. Do not provoke our divine maiden, lest we old fellows find ourselves compelled to take unforeseen actions. If anyone dares to displease our Zhongli family's goddess, we too shall share in the discontent, and I assure you, all of Taizhou will feel the same. Especially those who perceive themselves as the lords of the land. Is that not the truth, esteemed clan leaders? The 3 leaders appeared visibly perturbed. Treasures are meant for those destined to acquire them, and we 3 clans have merely come to witness. Perhaps our descendants might seize this opportunity. 3 formidable figures materialized in the sky, ancestors of the 3 clans. The clan leaders comprehended their ancestors' intentions. They could not protect this opportunity. One after another, powerful beings continued to emerge, including many saints on the brink of decay. These individuals exhibited a frenzied glint in their eyes. As their lifespans dwindled, the emergence of a supreme opportunity ignited their hopes. Seizing it could grant them further life. Even in the absence of the Zhongli family, they would disregard the 3 clans. The cultivation world operates on a principle of relentless advancement or inevitable decline. Over the years, Taizhou has concealed countless aging beings nearing the end of their lifespans. With the arrival of this supreme opportunity, many more are en route. When Chu Xinghe arrived, the sky was already densely populated with people, observing the 9 dragons' chariot. Many exhibited a change in expression. 9 majestic dragons of the Saint Realm drew the carriage. Such a grand display was truly remarkable. The 3 prominent families of Taizhou simultaneously turned their gaze towards him, having taken note of this individual in recent days. Yet, their investigations yielded no results. He seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Even Zhongli Qingming had cast her eyes in his direction. There was a peculiar sensation associated with this fated individual. He seemed to be somewhat familiar yet utterly foreign. He was neither a celestial nor a demonic entity, an odd feeling lingering in her heart. Reflecting on those letters, Zhongli Qingming inadvertently glanced up at the sky. Could it be that after Chu Xinghe's demise, the heavenly laws altered, giving rise to such a person, destined to bring ruin upon the Zhongli family? In recent days, she had dispatched individuals to investigate, yet not a single clue had emerged. Upon seeing Chu Xinghe today, her thoughts intensified, for she inexplicably sensed a subtle comfort in his presence. The dragon trapped in the wild, divided and consumed. The heavenly laws continued to shift. Would they never relent against the Zhongli family? Contemplating this, her gaze turned icy. This man before her must perish. She still needed to revive Chu Xinghe, unencumbered by distractions. Just then, a whirlpool appeared once more in the sky. When Rushui, accompanied by several others, emerged, exuding an aura that was incongruous with this era, radiating the essence of the true divine realm. Chu Xinghe sat within the Nine Dragons' chariot, merely casting a glance before averting his gaze. To him, when Rushi had become a complete stranger. In the depths of Zhongli Qingming's eyes lay a glimmer of murderous intent, while when Rushi remained oblivious, her attention fixed upon the secret realm, a faint divine light shimmering in her gaze. She turned her head to regard the Nine Dragons' chariot and questioned, "Why do you wish to slay those of the heavenly Yin Holy Land?" Upon utterance of these words, a hush fell over the crowd. The Nine Dragons' chariot, pressed by an overwhelming aura, emitted a series of low growls. Chu Xinghe stepped out with an air of tranquility, regarding Wen Rushui with an expression as calm as a placid lake. If death is to be dealt, then so be it. What will you do? When Rushui gazed at Chu Xinghe, her fingers hidden beneath her robe fidgeting restlessly, betraying her changing countenance. What is the matter? Unable to deduce my fate? She taunted. You, a supreme powerhouse, are attempting to predict the path of a mere junior. Such behavior seems unbecoming. Observing the smile on Chu Xinghe's face, when Rushui maintained her outward composure, though turmoil surged within her, the deductions were but a void, as if he did not exist at all. To pursue knowledge without mastery, yet aspire to alter destiny. How laughable. With a scoff, Chu Xinghe averted his gaze from Wen Rushui. A shift in expression crossed Wen Rushui's face. Since Chu Xinghe's demise, she felt her mindset had been in a constant state of flux. Previously, she would not involve herself in any matters. When Chu Xinghe was alive, she foresaw that he could aid the heavenly destiny's sacred land in overcoming a great tribulation. It was for this reason that she accepted him as her disciple. The Chu Xinghe she envisioned posed no threat. Yet he perished. She began to reassess herself, seeking her own path anew. However, this time, she found herself increasingly lost. Having forgotten her true self, she began to act like an ordinary sovereign, safeguarding the heavenly destiny's sacred land. Whether it was guilt or something else, she could not discern. As Zhongli Qiming heard Chu Xinghe's scornful remarks, a smirk graced her lips, for she now looked down upon Wen Rushui. The atmosphere shifted dramatically as the spectators turned their attention away. Several disciples of the heavenly destiny's sacred land cast glances laden with murderous intent towards Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe would naturally not take it to heart, for they were merely trifles. Upon entering the secret realm, he was determined to execute his plan. However, he pondered whether the Ling family would fall out with Shumi Mountain, a protagonist of destiny seeking to eliminate another protagonist of destiny. If Chu Xinghe were to refrain from intervening, he would no longer be Chu Xinghe. As the secret realm opened, numerous individuals sought to enter. Those saints nearing the end of their lifespan took the lead. A wave of golden light manifested, and these saints vanished entirely. This sudden occurrence caused many to halt in their tracks. Those of divine realm and above should refrain from entering, for doing so would merely invite death, remarked a spectator of considerable strength. Many formidable beings, upon their demise, transformed into forbidden lands, awaiting the inheritance of the fated. Naturally, they would also select disciples of exceptional talent. Chu Xinghe noticed Lin Wentian, who was disguised, entering and planned to sneak in as well. Meanwhile, Zhongli Qiming directed his gaze towards the same individual, for he sensed a repugnant aura emanating from him. As Chu Xinghe entered the secret realm, an influx of celestial aura permeated his being, subtly enhancing his strength. Truly, this was the domain of the Supreme. However, it remained uncertain whether the original source still existed. If it did, he could potentially grant the 9 dragon serpents a chance to transcend to the heavenly saint realm. At that moment, he would be able to traverse the world alongside the 9 serpents, reigning supreme. Until then, such aspirations were merely contemplative. The inability of others to summon powerful allies did not imply that Chu Xinghe was bound by the same limitations. With the 9 dragon carriage nestled within the confines of the system space, who could truly know? For now, he could simply remain at ease in his position. Nevertheless, it was likely that many disciples possessed a plethora of treasures. In due course, he could utilize the purple gold gourd and the refining demon pot to refine them. Contemplating this, Chu Xinghe deliberately triggered numerous prohibitions along the way. What was already a perilous secret realm became even more treacherous. Chu Xinghe followed Luo Qixue with an air of indifference. At this moment, Luo Qixue was concealed in the shadows. Ahead, Ling Yushuang discovered a dilapidated palace. Within its confines lay several Dao entry pills, which, upon their acquisition, were immediately targeted by others. While Dao entry pills do not directly enhance one's strength, they do augment a practitioner's chances of entering a state of enlightenment. Only those of non-supreme rank are unable to refine them. Chu Xinghe secretly clicked his tongue. Truly, she is the protagonist blessed by fate. Her good fortune is astonishing. Chu Xinghe rubbed his chin. At present, Ling Yushuang was not yet a match for the three opponents before her. Perhaps the chosen one was lurking nearby. No, it was imperative to hasten the actions. Within Chu Xinghe's gaze, unique runes materialized. Opposite him, the three prodigies exuded an overwhelming aura. Before long, Ling Yushuang had sustained injuries, her sword propped against the ground. Chu Xinghe hurriedly rushed out, seizing the sword from Ling Yushuang's hand and striking fiercely. The three individuals opposite them let out a piercing scream. Ling Yushuang stared at the newcomer, momentarily stunned. What brings you here? With a raised brow, Chu Xinghe remarked, you still owe me a debt of fortune that remains unsettled. Therefore, you cannot perish just yet. After stating this, he approached Ling Yushuang, pried open her hand, and seized 3 essence-infusing pills. In the face of Ling Yushuang's furious glare, he declared, consider these 3 pills as my reward for saving you. I truly possess a remarkable sense of conscience. With that, he returned the sword to Ling Yushuang, waved his hand, and departed. Ling Yushuang could no longer maintain her composure and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The master had seized the fortune of the destined heroine, causing her fated value to plummet by 10,000. While the fated son's destiny value also declined by 10,000, and the master accrued 600,000 in fated value. Upon hearing this, Chu Xinghe was taken aback. He realized that had he not acted preemptively, by the time Lin Wantian's hound made its move, he would undoubtedly have found himself in possession of a Dao entry pill. Chu Xinghe departed, and Ling Yushuang understood that lingering in this place was unwise. In the secret realm, even a minor injury could lead to a fatal downfall. Just as she was about to rise and leave, a figure emerged from the shadows. Miss Ling, what brings you to this place? At that moment, Luo Qixue appeared. Her hair disheveled and a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, her breath uneven and ragged. Ling Yushuang, sensing the presence of another, felt a surge of weariness. Upon recognizing Luo Qixue, a bizarre thought crossed her mind. She is here to kill me. Yet, she outwardly feigned relaxation, saying, Ah, it's Miss Luo. You startled me. After uttering those words, her demeanor softened. Luo Qixue stepped closer. This place is exceedingly perilous. It would be prudent for us to travel together, ensuring we can support one another in times of danger. The strength of my senior brother surpasses mine significantly. We could seek him out, Ling Yushuang responded, nodding in agreement to Luo Qingshue's suggestion. Before long, Ling Yushuang noticed her steps becoming lighter, while her head felt increasingly heavy. Turning to face Luo Qixue, whose expression seemed to dance between a smile and something more sinister, alarm bells rang in her mind. Moments ago, she had discreetly consumed an antidote pill, fearing that Luo Qixue might harbor ill intentions towards her. What have you done to me? Ling Yushuang's voice trembled with anxiety, as she felt her internal strength rapidly depleting, her meridians closing off. It was merely a fusion with a trace of supreme poisonous blood. Ling Yushuang's complexion paled. I know you just ingested an antidote pill, Luo Qixue stated matter-of-factly. Ling Yushuang was taken aback. How do you know? She had discreetly taken it. Turning her back to Luo Qixue. You may not perceive that scent, but I can, for that pill was devised by me, Luo Qixue replied, her words striking Ling Yushuang like a bolt of lightning. You are that genius apothecary. Many factions were aware that the antidote pill had been crafted by a prodigious young woman, though few had ever seen her. The realization that the very person before her was indeed that girl left Ling Yushuang astonished. Indeed, I want you dead, Luo Qixue declared, launching an attack towards Ling Yushuang without hesitation. A palm struck out, and Ling Yushuang attempted to defend herself, but was utterly unable. With a sickening sound, she coughed up a mouthful of black blood, her body soaring backward like a kite with severed strings. In the shadows, Chu Xinghe observed this scene, his lips curling in a sardonic smile. Jealous women can be truly terrifying. Yet, Luo Qingshue's unexpected prowess piqued his interest. Her remarkable talent could indeed be put to use. In the distance, Chu Xinghe observed the approaching child of fortune, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. How intriguing, a veritable battlefield. Luo Qingxue looked down upon Ling Yushuang with an air of superiority. What is it about you that my senior brother finds so captivating? Is it your beauty, your physique, or something else entirely? With a flick of her hand, a pill materialized in her palm. Once consumed, you will be utterly liberated. She crouched down, pinching Ling Yushuang's mouth, urging, come now, just take it, and all your suffering will cease. As she prepared to place the pill into Ling Yushuang's mouth, a voice rang out, stop. Lin Wentian had finally arrived. With a resounding clang, his sword transformed into a phoenix, driving Luo Qingxue back. Luo Qingxue raised her head, stifling her pain, and forcefully shoved the pill down Ling Yushuang's throat. You fool, Lin Wentian exclaimed, his expression filled with rage. Sister, have you lost your mind? Quickly administer the antidote. Or else what? Will you kill me? Luo Qingxue's voice was laced with suppression. You are the one who made me play this charade. The one who demanded apologies from me. Brother, your audacity is remarkable. Lin Wentian's countenance stiffened. The antidote is in my possession. If you kill me, you can save her. Otherwise, in less than 3 minutes, she will surely perish. Brother, watching your beloved die before your eyes, do you not wonder how exhilarating that would feel? Luo Qingxue laughed mockingly. Lin Wentian gazed at Ling Yushuang's pale visage, his eyes filled with sympathy. Sister, produce the antidote, and I shall provide an explanation. Luo Qingxue scoffed, revealing a golden pill. Brother, is this what you desire? Upon seeing it, Lin Wentian's expression brightened. Sister, cease your antics and hand it over. We shall seek fortune together. You do not truly understand Miss Ling. Once you delve deeper, you will surely come to cherish her. Sister, I care not for her depths. I am far more interested in yours. I desire that antidote. After declaring this, Luo Qingxue swallowed the pill whole. Now it is gone. But perhaps my blood could save her. I wonder how my brother will respond? She said nonchalantly, waving her hand. In the shadows, Chu Xinghe furrowed his brow. This was a descent into madness, truly frightening, and she was a poison master. The child of fortune was on the verge of being undone. A woman consumed by darkness is indeed a terrifying prospect. Lin Wentian stood frozen in place. Suddenly, Ling Yushuang coughed up blood, dark tendrils creeping across her face, coiling around her neck toward her heart. Sister, forgive me, Lin Wentian said, seizing Luo Qingxue's wrist and slicing it open. Crimson droplets, fragrant with medicinal essence, cascaded down. In no time, Ling Yushuang's complexion began to return to normal. Lin Wentian sighed in relief before staunching Luo Qingxue's wound, not daring to turn and face her. Sister, I shall make amends later. With that he vanished, cradling Ling Yushuang. Luo Qingxue stood calmly, watching Lin Wentian retreat without a hint of emotion. Emerging from the shadows, Chu Xinghe remarked, it appears he harbors no affection for you. As I previously stated, you are his choice, but he is not yours. Luo Qingxue turned to face Chu Xinghe. What brings you here? Chu Xinghe approached Luo Qingxue. Of course, it was to end your life. Luo Qingxue's pupils contracted. And in an instant, a realization dawned upon her. So it was you. Everything was your doing, instigating discord. Why? Chu Xinghe remained silent, instead producing a purple gold gourd. The divine medicine has transformed into spirit. You have truly astonished me, he remarked. Upon hearing these words, Luo Qingxue's expression changed dramatically, and she turned to flee. A force of attraction emanated from the purple gold gourd, more exhilarating than Chu Xinghe himself. Luo Qingxue's face paled, and in an instant, she vanished without a trace. Chu Xinghe felt a powerful aura emanating from the gourd. He hurriedly cast it into the system space. The master killed the fated female protagonist, Luo Qingxue, causing her destiny value to plummet to 0, and the master gained 10 million destiny points. With Luo Qingxue's demise, the destiny value of the fated son decreased by 100,000, while the master acquired 3 million destiny points. In Chu Xinghe's eyes, there was an overwhelming sense of astonishment. He had not anticipated that the death of Luo Qingxue would have such a profound impact, and the repercussions had yet to unfold. When the time came to ascertain who was responsible for Luo Qingxue's demise, only one name would emerge, Lin Wentian. After all, there still resided within Ling Yushuang the blood of Luo Qingxue. It remained uncertain what the Zijin Hulu could concoct, or what form it might take. The transformation of divine medicines into corporeal beings was indeed unexpected, yielding such significant gains. Gazing upon the system interface, the details revealed: Master, Chu Xinghe, age, 20 power, initial stage of true God, 5 million, physique, fate, void body technique, void evolution scripture martial arts, instant transmission, heart demon inducement, heaven severing finger weaponry, refining demon pot, Zijin Hulu mount, 9 dragon chariot, pure blood flood dragon at the initial stage of great sage, destiny value, 13,033. 500 backpack, complete true god realm card, a truly bountiful windfall. The act of killing has indeed been rewarded. In the hidden depths of Yunshan, several ancient structures were scattered, still exuding traces of Taoist resonance. Within an ancient dwelling, a venerable presence awakened. As his eyes opened, the surrounding chamber emanated a terrifying aura. "Who has slain my disciple?" he inquired, before commencing an intricate deduction. Ultimately, he could perceive nothing but an expanse of nothingness. "How strange, why is this so?" the old man murmured, then formed seals with his hands. "Investigate the incident involving Chu Xinghe. Regardless of who it may be, they must be punished." In the void, several ripples resonated. Within the secret realm, Lin Wentian, who had already departed, furrowed his brow. He sensed that something ominous was transpiring. "Why has my junior sister ended up like this?" he pondered, looking down at Ling Yushuang, who remained unconscious in his arms, and withdrew his turbulent thoughts. Chu Xinghe discreetly followed the child of fortune. After all, for him, the opportunities here rightfully belonged to this fortunate individual. By trailing the child of fortune, he could secure the most significant prospects. As Chu Xinghe continued his pursuit, an unexpected glimmer appeared in his eyes. He subtly sensed a presence, a breath that belonged to Zhongli Qingming. Remarkably, it seemed that Zhongli Qingming had also set her sights on this child of fortune. It was not until nightfall that Ling Yushuang finally awoke. Chu Xinghe concealed himself in the shadows, having noted that Zhongli Qingming had departed. News had spread of an ancient guqin that had recently awakened with sentience. Numerous prodigies had already set forth in search of this extraordinary instrument. Chu Xinghe understood that it was the immortal demon Zither he had cast away. The entity of the immortal and demon had vanished. Ultimately, the immortal demon Zither would also fade into oblivion. Perhaps it was merely a lingering obsession. Chu Xinghe did not seek out the matter. That Zhongli Qingming was also a shrewd individual, adept at discerning the subtleties of situations. Presently, Chu Xinghe felt quite content with her own identity. The subsequent 3 days unfolded. Chu Xinghe has always followed the child of destiny, watching with a tinge of envy as he seizes opportunities. However, what fills Chu Xinghe with even greater delight is that the purple gold gourd has regained its ability to concoct pills for saints. Particularly, the few crystal-clear elixirs within the gourd are utterly devoid of impurities. When the secret realm concludes, engaging in secluded cultivation will undoubtedly provide immense assistance. Ling Yushuang, trailing beside Lin Wentian, gazes at this individual and the fortunes he has amassed, her heart filled with astonishment. One cannot deny that this fellow possesses extraordinary luck. At that moment, a resounding sword chant reverberates throughout the secret realm. A pitch-black iron sword emanates in overwhelming sword intent. A river of sword energy manifests, slicing directly towards the prodigies pursuing him. Many prodigies' expressions shift dramatically as they hastily shatter the jade talismans in their grasp. The sword energy river is momentarily halted. "Quickly, restrain him. This sword has already birthed the sword spirit. We must not allow it to escape." Fellow cultivators can unite for the time being, and later, they can negotiate the distribution of benefits. Numerous young prodigies awaken their unique spiritual artifacts, their diverse hues of Tao rhythm erupting in unison. The iron sword spins gracefully in the air. As a supreme artifact, it carries its own pride. In a previous battle, it suffered grave injuries and fell into slumber. Yet it senses a familiar aura, a presence akin to its master. However, just as it begins its search, that trace of energy fades away. Everyone, take action. Numerous sacred artifacts radiate brilliance, their various lights transforming into chains that entwine around the iron sword. In the sky, for colossal divine beast phantoms materialize, their Tao rhythms coalescing into chains that bind the iron sword, preventing it from breaking free. The iron sword recalls the techniques its master employed in life. With a single swing, many sacred artifacts are instantly shattered into fragments. Upon witnessing the scene, Chu Xinghe's lips curled into a smile. An opportunity had presented itself. Earlier, he had instructed Long Yi and Long Jiu to summon a horde of beasts, perfectly positioning him to incite chaos. In the ensuing turmoil, numerous prodigies would meet their demise amidst the beast tide, leaving Chu Xinghe entirely unscathed. As he issued his command, an inexhaustible surge of beasts began to materialize. The prodigies who had previously besieged the sword now exhibited signs of panic in their eyes. The sentient sword, sensing the impending danger, severed the chains that bound it, and plunged directly into the horde. The ground trembled incessantly as the beast tide surged forth like a roiling black cloud. Run! The beast tide is upon us. Damn it! How could a beast tide emerge? Who knows? Could it be that a great opportunity has arisen? The prodigies scattered, desperately seeking refuge from the encroaching horde. Chu Xinghe, akin to a specter, commenced the hunt for these prodigies. After appropriating their resources, he deposited them within the demon-summoning cauldron, while the corpses were offered as sustenance to the demonic beasts. Unbeknownst to all, this transpired seamlessly. Chu Xinghe has once again amassed over 1 million destiny points. As for that sword, it has vanished without a trace. Chu Xinghe understood that the sword was undoubtedly the key to unlocking the true legacy. That sword should be sought by the child of destiny. Chu Xinghe suddenly felt a suffocating aura. Raising his head to gaze into the distance, he perceived a powerful fluctuation emerging from the void. A melodious sound of a zither resonated through the air. Upon perceiving the disturbances emanating from the immortal demonic zither, Chu Xinghe narrowed his eyes. It was evident that someone, unable to attain their desires, aimed to destroy it. In an instant, he vanished from sight. The young prodigies besieging the zither gazed at it with insatiable greed. After all, it was a Tao artifact, a presence far superior to that of a sacred weapon. The zither emitted a mournful wail, its melodies fluctuating, radiating a formidable brilliance. When Zhongli Qiming arrived, her eyes sparkled with excitement upon beholding the immortal demonic zither. The very fact that it was present in this location stirred her thoughts. Could it be that he had concealed some strategy within it? She suppressed her inner exhilaration, wary of allowing her imagination to wander, fearing it might merely be a fleeting apparition. Surrounding the zither were several sacred weapons. All present were eager to act. For this Tao artifact was in a compromised state and could not endure for long. Whoever proved capable would claim it. A resonant hum filled the air, with the melodies of the zither surging forth. 2 strands of Tao rhythm, one black and one white, soared into the heavens. Ethereal silhouettes of immortals and demons materialized in the sky, their disdainful gazes surveying all beneath them. Numerous sacred artifacts quivered, evidently stricken with fear. The dual phantoms gradually dissipated, morphing into an unfamiliar figure. Upon recognizing this form, Zhongli Qingming's heart raced. It was indeed Chu Xinghe. She had not erred. How could he not confide in her? Had he shared his intentions, perhaps none of this turmoil would have transpired. The zither's melodies resonated, gentle as a soft breeze, soon transforming into a tempestuous gale. The surrounding cacophony fell silent as the music descended. Cracks began to mar the surfaces of the sacred artifacts, eliciting expressions of horror from many prodigies. No. How can this be? Why does this zither still possess such strength? Something is amiss. The strings of the immortal demonic zither began to snap incessantly. The phantom in the background also faded slowly. No, this Tao artifact is on the verge of self-destruction. Run. The prodigies, no longer lamenting the destruction of the sacred weapons, fled, realizing that remaining could spell their doom. The Tao rhythm emanating from the zither began to reverse, flames igniting upon its surface. Zhongli Qingming stood rooted, refraining from interference. A Tao artifact belongs to its master, and the self-destruction of the immortal demonic zither signified something profound. The cherished anticipation within her heart gradually diminished, leaving her soul increasingly desolate. Memories of past laughter, playful banter, and lightheartedness replayed in her mind. Yet, she shed no tears, turning away instead. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. The sky shone brightly, yet Zhongli Qiming felt ensconced in darkness, as if it sought to engulf the light itself. When Chu Xinghe arrived, he concealed himself in the shadows, observing the retreating figure of Zhongli Qingming. The immortal demon zither continued to blaze, its flames intensifying, perhaps sensing something unseen. Chu Xinghe gazed serenely at the celestial instrument, the flames soaring into the heavens. The artifact consumed itself in fire as the cosmos resonated with mournful cries. Chu Xinghe stood in the shadows, delicately holding a leaf in his hand. He brought it to his lips and gently began to play. The enchanted instrument resonated in harmony with Chu Xinghe. I have arrived, Chu Xinghe whispered softly as the flames upon the celestial demon's lute dissipated. The body of the lute had transformed into a deep black hue, and a single white string gracefully descended. Chu Xinghe extended his hand, and the strings of the zither fell upon it, ultimately entwining around his right index finger. Blood emerged from the fingertip, saturating the strings. At first glance, it appeared as though Chu Xinghe wore a slender red ring upon his finger. Chu Xinghe gently caressed the red string of the zither on his finger. Rest assured, I shall restore your former glory. Forgive my tardiness. I cannot keep you by my side." The red thread fluttered slightly, entwining Chu Xinghe's finger, as if to offer him solace. Chu Xinghe pressed her lips together, the silk thread tightly entwined around her hand. "Rest assured, I am fine. I am doing well now," Chu Xinghe murmured softly, his figure vanishing into thin air. The next moment, he reappeared. "Who are you?" A proud young genius stared at him in terror. "You're already a dead man. There's no need for you to know so much." Chu Xinghe mercilessly crushed the head of this extraordinary talent. Observing the corpse devoured by the monstrous beast, Chu Xinghe's expression remained tranquil. "All those who besieged you must perish." In the blink of an eye, 3 more days had elapsed within the secret realm. Chu Xinghe eliminated the last assailant, targeting the immortal demon Zither. As he gazed ahead, he beheld a graceful figure. Zhongli Qingming stood still, quietly observing Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe stood his ground as well. With a resounding bang, the sound of a sword echoed through the air. A black phoenix surged towards Chu Xinghe with lethal intent. Zhongli Qingming's gaze was frigid. "You have disturbed my prey." The spiritual energy converged in Chu Xinghe's hand, forming a piercing point towards the heavens. The expression in Zhongli Qingming's eyes grew somber. "Seeking death," he uttered, and with that, he wielded his sword, unleashing a relentless intent of the blade. In Chu Xinghe's eyes gleamed a brilliance, embodying yet another essence of swordsmanship. For others, grasping even a singular form of this profound art is a cause for gratitude. Yet, Zhongli Qingming has already manifested 2 distinct expressions of sword intent. Chu Xinghe extended his fingers, and an essence of nothingness emerged. The sword's intent vanished without a trace. Zhongli Qingming had already appeared before him. "Heavenly Emperor's seal." As the words resonated, the heavens trembled. Thousands of fissures spread across the void, shattering into fragments. An imperial seal descended from the sky. Chu Xinghe continuously retreated, cursing under his breath as he carried the quasi-emperor weapon. Outmatched, he sought an opportunity to vanish. Zhongli Qingming halted her steps, gazing at the fading silhouette of Chu Xinghe. Had she not wished to conceal her devouring heavenly demon body, she would have consumed him just moments ago. The one who had previously shielded him was no longer present, and she needed to exercise greater caution. Her survival was paramount for the chance to resurrect him. The image of the one she despised surfaced in her mind, presumably that unique individual. Time had passed, and perhaps that person had already grasped an opportunity. As for the recently spared Chu Xinghe, she felt no contempt towards him, which was why she refrained from taking further action. She stowed away the quasi-emperor weapon and turned to depart. After Chu Xinghe departed, he attempted to reach out to Ling Yushuang, only to discover that she was no longer accessible. Chu Xinghe's brows furrowed slightly, sensing that something was amiss. At that moment, Ling Yushuang and Lin Wentian sat beside the campfire. Ling Yushuang's complexion was pale. The emergence of the beast tide had exacerbated her condition. She had initially believed that Lin Wentian would take advantage of her vulnerability, yet to her surprise, he tended to her with utmost care, showing no signs of offense. Doubts began to brew within her. Could it be that this was all orchestrated by that fateful being? For days, she had been plagued by uncertainty. Lin Wentian, having awakened from his meditation, took a deep breath. Beside him lay an iron sword, which had inexplicably appeared at his side. Feeling its potential, he had kept it close. In just a few days, his sword intent had once again intensified, leading him to suspect that this sword was far from ordinary. He found it peculiar that it could not be stored in a spatial ring, for it appeared to be merely a common iron sword. Observing the awakened Lin Wentian, Ling Yushuang tentatively inquired, "Aren't you interested in taking advantage of my weakened state?" Lin Wentian was taken aback. "Why would I do such a thing?" Ling Yushuang looked astonished. "Are you not aware of my constitution?" This time, it was Lin Wentian who was left speechless. "What constitution?" "Nothing of significance," she replied. "But could you tell me why you have feelings for me?" After a moment of silence, Lin Wentian recalled an event from 12 years prior, in Taizhou's martial city. During a torrential rain, a young girl had alighted from a carriage to offer a beggar a steamed bun, 3 spirit stones, and even shared a sip of spiritual spring water with him. Lin Wentian produced 3 spirit stones, their aura not particularly abundant, yet they were polished to a smooth sheen, appearing remarkably exquisite. Ling Yushuang's head spun as Lin Wentian accurately recounted the time, place, and even produced a token of that day. "Someone else has spoken these words to me before, though his account lacked your detail," she said, bewildered. Lin Wentian paused, reflecting. He had scarcely mentioned this incident to anyone. Suddenly, a figure emerged in his mind. "Tianming," he exclaimed. Ling Yushuang nodded. He claimed to be that person. asserting that you merely desired my body and that you bore a grudge against him. He stated that you hail from Xinghe Mountain and seek to cultivate using my constitution. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Lin Wentian's eyes as he recalled his encounters with Tianming. Cursed fiend, so it was you pulling the strings all along. I shall personally ensure your demise. He struck the ground forcefully, contemplating that Chu Xinghe must be aware of his background, which instilled a moment of hesitation. Knowing that he was from Xinghe Mountain, yet daring to deceive him indicated that this individual was not afraid of Xinghe Mountain, which presented a significant complication. It was imperative to uncover the true origins of this man. Miss Ling, in truth, the one who kidnapped you that day. Lin Wentian began. But Ling Yuxuang interrupted. I am aware it was all an act. I too was playing a role. That day, Tianming had already appeared before you, masquerading as my savior. He claimed to want my body, and I initially intended to eliminate you. After suffering severe injuries these past few days, I began to doubt your intentions when you did not harm me. Lin Wentian hesitated, wishing to act, yet fearing she might despise him. He could only feign the demeanor of a gentleman. Miss Ling, call me Yuxuang, or Frost if you prefer, she replied. Lin Wentian's eyes sparkled with delight. Frost. Since it is merely a misunderstanding, we can clarify everything. In truth, I am the one you rescued, and I also come from Xinghe Mountain. The situation there is intricate, and I cannot divulge specifics at this time. But rest assured, I will not harm you. I will protect you. Ling Yuxuang nodded, her cheeks flushed. Within her heart, a fierce desire for vengeance against Chu Xinghe ignited. How dare he toy with her? Once the secret realm concluded, she vowed to eliminate him. She had mistakenly believed him to be a man of integrity, only to discover he was a despicable scoundrel. By the way, we must continue our charade. I wish to see what he will do next. Lin Wentian, now in high spirits and feeling astute, suggested they share their encounters with Chu Xinghe to decipher his motives. They began recounting their experiences beside the flickering fire. Do you think he desires your body, as well as your heart? Lin Wentian had not anticipated Ling Yuxuang to possess such a unique constitution, one highly suitable for cultivation. Suddenly, Ling Yuxuang recalled something. Quick, look at this jade pendant. It was given to me by him. He claimed it could conceal my condition. Could he be using it to spy on me and learn of our conversation? Lin Wentian took the pendant, pressing his fingers into intricate seals. A surge of spiritual energy coursed into the pendant, which shattered instantaneously. Lin Wentian scratched his head. This was merely an ordinary pendant. He used it to deceive you. Ling Yuxuang sighed in relief. It seems he had no intention of offering any genuine benefit. Meanwhile, Chu Xinghe, unable to reach Ling Yuxuang, fearing unforeseen circumstances, severed the connection with the pendant, dismantling the enchantment within. Observing the shattered pendant in his hand, a smirk crept upon his lips. It appeared the destined child of fortune and the destined heroine had met their end together. He had just confirmed Lin Wentian and Ling Yuxuang's whereabouts. Pouring a pill from the purple gold gourd, amusement danced in his eyes. With the elixir crafted by your junior sister, I shall enhance your woman's strength. When the people from Xinghe Mountain arrive, let us see how you will explain this. He chuckled to himself. How benevolent I am. The heroine shall discover you exploited your junior sister to create a pill for her. She will be overwhelmed with gratitude. Chu Xinghe continued to teleport, finding an inconspicuous location where he discovered a millennium-old spiritual herb flourishing on the ground. He carefully wrapped the precious elixir in soil, setting it down with meticulous arrangement. As the herb's fragrant aroma wafted into the air, Lin Wentian and Ling Yuxuang, who were at a distance, instantly caught a whiff of the enticing scent. Exchanging glances, they extinguished their flames and vanished from sight. Upon locating the herb, their eyes sparkled with astonishment, for the herb was growing at an astonishing rate. Wait, why is this spiritual herb maturing so rapidly? Lin Wentian wondered aloud, just as a ferocious beast leapt forth. With a swift swing of his iron sword, the creature was cleaved in two. Ling Yuxuang gazed at him in amazement, realizing he had effortlessly slain a formidable opponent. As Lin Wentian approached the herb, he sensed a commotion, his expression betraying surprise. He unearthed a pill from the soil, brushing off the dirt, releasing an intoxicating fragrance. Oh, this herb must have absorbed the power of this pill, which enabled its rapid growth. Alas, it has lost some potency due to the delay. After speaking, he took Ling Yuxuang's hand, causing her cheeks to flush. He placed the pill in her palm. This elixir should aid in your recovery. Consume it swiftly so we may continue our quest for opportunities. Ling Yuxuang nodded, having exhausted her own healing pills over the past few days. Without hesitation, She sat down to meditate, ingesting the elixir and initiating her cultivation. As her techniques flowed, her pallid complexion gradually regained its rosy hue. The blood within her, belonging to Luo Qinghe, blending harmoniously with the essence of the pill. In an instant, her strength surged, transcending into the later stages of the ascending heaven realm. Finally slowing down at the peak of that stage, Lin Wentian was taken aback by the pill's remarkable efficacy, propelling Ling Yushuang to a breakthrough that would soon lead her to the pinnacle of the ascending heaven realm, and consequently, to the void god realm. "Thank you, Wentian," Ling Yushuang said, her address stirring Lin Wentian's heart, causing it to race uncontrollably. "You should collect these herbs as well. They have thrived for 3,000 years. They may assist you in reaching the void god realm." "I have already consumed my share," he replied. "You should take this herb. You are on the verge of breaking through to the void god realm, are you not?" Lin Wentian shook his head. "I am ready for a breakthrough, having dispelled the fog that clouded my path. Yet, my instincts caution me that the time is not yet ripe." As he spoke, his gaze lingered on Ling Yushuang, whose head was bowed, her cheeks aflame. "Do not look at me like that," she murmured shyly. Lin Wentian stepped closer, taking her hand gently. "Frost, rest assured, I will protect you." Ling Yushuang attempted to pull away but found herself unable to, her face crimson. Noticing her reluctance dissipating, Lin Wentian's lips curled into a smile. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Chu Xinghe observed this interaction, a smirk gracing his features. "I shall await the moment you prove your vow to protect her. Your instincts warn you against a breakthrough, do they?" Chu Xinghe began to issue orders. The distant mountains crumbled incessantly. Ancient trees were mercilessly uprooted. A colossal earth dragon gradually emerged ahead, each step causing the ground to tremble. Surrounding them were 6 earth dragons of divine realm, encircling Lin Wentian and Ling Yushuang. Ling Yushuang's expression changed drastically, and even Lin Wentian's countenance darkened. Damn it, these are divine realm beasts. Even if he could battle beyond his level, it would be futile. If he were alone, he might have found a way to escape. Now, with Ling Yushuang beside him, he realized, "You should leave first. We are no match for these 6 divine realm beasts. It has been a pleasure knowing you these days." Upon finishing her words, Ling Yushuang drew a sword. The 6 divine realm earth dragons continued to approach relentlessly. Lin Wentian sighed. A powerful aura began to emanate from him. In the blink of an eye, his realm had ascended to mid-virtual divine. "Let us go. I will ensure your safety." Having said that, Lin Wentian scooped Ling Yushuang into his arms. Ling Yushuang gasped, tightly clutching the fabric of Lin Wentian's chest. Lin Wentian transformed into a fleeting shadow, contemplating from which direction to escape. To his surprise, the 6 earth dragons paid them no mind, not even engaging in conflict, each departing towards a singular direction. Lin Wentian's expression darkened. Damn it, this is a trick. What then was the significance of his breakthrough? Chu Xinghe observed the scene with a sense of intrigue from the shadows. "If you do not desire to break through, then I shall compel you to do so. As for the earth dragons launching an assault, it is possible that other unforeseen incidents may arise." As Chu Xinghe turned his head, a pair of eyes emerged behind him, gazing steadily at him in serene silence. Chu Xinghe's body was rigid, as if fixed in place. "Is it amusing, young one?" A seemingly casual remark sent chills down Chu Xinghe's spine. He turned stiffly, meeting those piercing eyes. He swallowed hard. The junior pays his respects to the senior. Chu Xinghe felt a surge of anxiety in his heart. Could this individual possibly be the deceased supreme? "Do you harbor a grudge against those two?" Chu Xinghe nodded slightly. "Do you realize that you have jeopardized a significant matter for me?" Chu Xinghe remained silent, fully aware that the matter at hand pertained to the coercion of Lin Wentian to transcend the realm of the void god. Yet, Chu Xinghe bore no regrets. So be it. Fate is fickle, and perhaps a calamity is destined to befall him. Those piercing eyes gazed upon Chu Xinghe, conveying a message. "You, young one, have done nothing of merit here. Depart, for the opportunities that lie ahead are not meant for you." As soon as Chu Xinghe regained his senses, he found himself outside. Numerous individuals from various factions were present, their expressions betraying a sense of astonishment as they beheld Chu Xinghe's emergence. Chu Xinghe summoned the 9 dragons' chariot. "Young friend, what is the situation?" someone inquired, observing Chu Xinghe. Numerous powerful beings, nearing the end of their lifespans, also fixed their gaze upon him, their eyes glimmering with avarice. "There is nothing here. I was directly teleported." Chu Xinghe wore an expression of deep discontent. As his words fell, numerous prodigies emerged, with many factions welcoming back their own talents. They all received a singular piece of news. The heritage was beyond their reach. Many exchanged glances, pondering whether that supreme being might still be alive. Some powerful figures speculated on this possibility. At that moment, Zhongli Qiming was also transported out. Upon her arrival, she appeared bewildered, but once she regained her composure, her countenance darkened as she fixed a fierce gaze upon the secret realm. How audacious! Ancestor, obliterate this secret realm. Chu Xinghe clicked his tongue, truly a testament to Zhongli Qingming's remarkable and distinctive prowess. Halt, he commanded, observing the impending action of the elder from the Zhongli clan. In the distance, the void shattered, revealing an immense sword that obscured the heavens. An elder emerged, carrying a wooden sword on his back and a wine gourd at his waist, exuding an aura as deep as an abyss. Zhongli Qingming's eyes widened at the sight of this figure, and many present exhibited expressions of astonishment. The elder surveyed the secret realm, recognizing him as one of the venerable ancestors of the sword god sect who had vanished in ancient times, only to resurface now. Jian Qianquan sighed, reflecting on the situation. If the Zhongli clan persisted in their aggression, they should not blame him for turning against them. Upon hearing the mention of ancient times, Zhongli Qingming's heart skipped a beat. The elder of the Zhongli clan ceased his actions. Years prior, Jian Qianquan had been a supreme powerhouse. After so long in obscurity, no one could discern his current level of strength. This elder had previously been one of the targets the Zhongli clan sought to devour. However, he was far too formidable. When the Zhongli clan dispatched 3 powerful individuals against him, 1 perished, and 2 were grievously injured, still recuperating in the Forbidden Grounds. Zhongli goddess, this is a fragment of my cultivation insights. It should be of some assistance to you, Jian Qianquan said, presenting a tome. Zhongli Qingming smiled as she accepted it. It was clear without thought which legacy was preferable, the one of the deceased supreme or that of the living. Observing her acceptance, Jian Qianquan exhaled in relief. Should the Zhongli clan truly escalate the situation, the sword god sect would find it somewhat challenging to cope. Who could tell how many powerful beings the Zhongli clan harbored? Concealed among their ranks? A low humming filled the air as the void trembled. An overwhelming pressure descended upon the world, darkening the sky. A mountain peak broke through the void, causing Jian Qianquan, the Zhongli clan, and numerous other factions to alter their expressions. Why had these individuals emerged? With the arrival of the mighty from Shumi Mountain, both Jian Qianquan and the elder of the Zhongli clan experienced a subtle shift in demeanor. Only those with a long-standing heritage understood the formidable reputation of Shumi Mountain, which remained largely unrecognized. The Shumi Mountain warriors regarded those present with indifferent glances. The elder of the Zhongli clan squinted, taken aback. I did not expect you to appear. Does Shumi Mountain not disdain the legacies of the outside world? Surely, you haven't allowed your disciples to partake in this legacy, have you? That would be quite the embarrassment. The Shumi Mountain elder cast a disdainful glance at the elder of the Zhongli clan, whose audacity would have warranted death from others. Yet the Zhongli clan's reputation necessitated a cautious approach from Shumi Mountain. TSK, if all 3 of Shumi Mountain's elder masters have come. Could it be that your disciples have perished here? The elder of the Zhongli clan speculated, receiving no response from the Shumi Mountain warriors. Humph. The elder master of Shumi Mountain grunted, continuing to disregard the elder of the Zhongli clan. The elder of the Zhongli clan ceased his mocking remarks. Jian Qianquan maintained a tranquil demeanor. Apart from Shumi Mountain and the Zhongli clan, he regarded all other factions with indifference. Chu Xinghe sat within the 9-dragon chariot, his gaze imbued with contemplation. Today, he might find himself in peril. His attention shifted to the system interface. Master, Chu Xinghe age, 20 strength, early true god 5 million, physique, fate void body technique, void transformation scripture martial skills, instantaneous movement, heart demon induction, heaven cutting finger weapons, demon refining pot, purple gold gourd mount, 9-dragon chariot, pure blood flood dragon, early great sage, destiny value, 14,033. 500 bag, true god perfection realm card as he beheld the staggering 14 million in destiny value. His gaze fell upon today's marketplace. The daily refresh revealed a supreme perfection level innate Holy Spirit summon available for half an hour, priced at 12 million destiny value. Chu Xinghe did not make an initial purchase. Perhaps a glimmer of hope may yet emerge from the shadows. Who can predict if unforeseen circumstances will arise? Just as the crowd was lost in thought, they witnessed the secret realm collapsing before their eyes. 2 figures soared forth from the depths of the abyss, Lin Wentian and Ling Yushuang. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of the individuals from Xinghe Mountain, Lin Wentian was struck by an unsettling premonition. The members of the sect were all in seclusion. How could the three elder mountain masters have come? Could it be that they were aware of his supreme fortune and had come to ensure his safety? Jian Qingquan regarded Lin Wentian, particularly the sword that he held. What could Xinghe Mountain mean by this, attempting to usurp the fortunes of my sword god sect? Upon hearing this, Ancestor Zhongli twitched at the corner of his mouth. Jian Qingquan remains as shameless as ever, his words dripping with duplicitous intent. Chu Xinghe also found pleasure in watching the performance. The old master of Xinghe Mountain let out a derisive laugh. In this world of opportunities, it is the fortunate who gain knowledge, yet your predecessors of the Sword God sect chose not to side with you. Instead, they favored us, the people of Xinghe Mountain. This clearly indicates a certain discontent from your forebears towards you younger generations. A surge of sword intent arose. Hand over the inheritance, or else today I shall put the prowess of your old master of Xinghe Mountain to the test. One of the old masters stepped forward, casting a malevolent gaze upon Jian Qingquan. Others may fear your sword god sect, but we do not. Furthermore, since the protective sword of your sect has vanished, what do you possess to contend with us of Xinghe Mountain? The speaker's words were casual, yet the listener perceived their weight. Chu Xing's gaze fell upon the sword in Lin Wentian's hand. Even Zhongli Qiming cast a casual glance at the weapon he held. Lin Wentian sensed something. Yet his expression remained unchanged, for to others, the sword appeared to be an ordinary iron blade. Upon hearing the mention of the sword of the universe, a faint speculation stirred within him. Jian Qingquan let out a cold snort. This was the pain of their sword god sect. Had the protective sword of their sect still been in existence, they would not have had to seal their doors for so many years. That sword was their lifeblood, capable of unleashing unparalleled power. Regrettably, it had vanished for many years without a trace. We of Xinghe Mountain can assist you in your search, the old mountain master said. Not wishing to offend the sword god sect, it was merely a casual promise, and whether they would actually search depended on the mood of Xinghe Mountain at that time. Jian Qingquan understood that, even if he were to act, it would be futile. Moreover, his injuries from the previous battle had yet to heal completely, forcing him to suppress his inner helplessness. He never imagined that their esteemed sword god sect would fall to such a state. The old mountain master regarded Lin Wentian kindly. Wentian, it is time for you to return. Lin Wentian had now broken through to the void god realm, indicating that he had surmounted that hurdle and could go back to receive the inheritance. Yet, he hesitated. Suddenly, the gaze of another old mountain master fell upon Ling Yushuang, imbued with a peculiar emotion. The ancestor of the Ling family felt an ominous premonition and stepped forward, intending to take Ling Yushuang away. A hand blocked his path. Do not move, or do not blame us from Xinghe Mountain for being ruthless. What are you doing, third elder? The leading mountain master inquired. The third mountain master approached Ling Yushuang, pointing with a finger as a unique aura manifested. Sensing this familiar presence, the leading mountain master's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he looked at Lin Wentian, questioning him. Lin Wentian was bewildered. What is the matter? Do you know that your junior sister is dead? The statement caused Lin Wentian's pupils to tremble. Ling Yushuang was stunned, recalling the woman who had sought to kill her. Could it be that Xinghe Mountain was playing a trick? You possess the essence of clear water. Should you not provide me with an explanation? A tremendous pressure, akin to a tsunami, bore down upon Ling Yushuang. Lin Wentian stepped forward. Ancestor, there must be a misunderstanding. Yushuang has been by my side all along. Moreover, are you not aware of my junior sister's capabilities? She could never be a match for Yushuang. The three old mountain masters regarded Lin Wentian with skepticism. She possesses something of the clear water within her. Such poison is beyond our means to unravel, yet she remains unharmed and still carries the essence of clear water. Wentian, what exactly transpired? Though others were unaware of the situation regarding clear water, did he not know? Lin Wentian's expression changed dramatically. This insinuation implied that he had killed his junior sister and used her essence to concoct a potion for Ling Yushuang's antidote. He had not done such a thing. He had merely used a drop of his junior sister's blood. Yet now, with her deceased, he found himself under suspicion. Regardless of her involvement, she was doomed. Ling Yushuang began to panic, her gaze involuntarily shifting towards the Ling family ancestor, only to find him even more anxious than she was. The Ling family was indeed one of the overlords of Taizhou, but they needed to consider which forces they were measuring themselves against. At least in the presence of Xinghe Mountain, they were inadequate. Jian Qingquan, Zhongli Laozu, Zhongli Qingming, and Chu Xinghe observed the unfolding drama, especially Zhongli Qingming. whose eyes shimmered with intrigue, while Chu Xinghe could almost predict the ensuing events. At that moment, Ling Yushuang was overwhelmed with confusion. Ancestor, what does your evasive gaze mean? The Ling family ancestor felt a sense of melancholy. They could not risk sacrificing the entire Ling family for Ling Yushuang. Moreover, even if the Ling family engaged in conflict with Xinghe Mountain, it would only lead to their demise. It was better to sacrifice Ling Yushuang to preserve the family. Perhaps the disciple from Xinghe Mountain, who appeared to have a good relationship with Ling Yushuang, might even save her. In that case, they could sacrifice something in exchange for Ling Yushuang's forgiveness. Ling Yushuang's eyes reflected disappointment as they fell upon Lin Wentian. He offered her a reassuring glance and stepped forward. "Three elders, please allow me to explain. This matter truly has nothing to do with Yushuang. My master sent me down the mountain to resolve my inner turmoil, which I have now overcome. The one who assisted me in this journey is Yushuang." The expressions of the three old mountain masters shifted slightly. Yet they remained doubtful of Lin Wentian's words. Actions spoke louder than words. As for why she possessed the essence of his junior sister, he could clarify that. Upon hearing this, the three mountain masters temporarily sheathed their murderous intent. If Lin Wentian failed to provide them with an explanation, they would not hesitate to turn against him. The thought of Luo Qingshui's plight pained them. In their twilight years, it was Luo Qingshui who had helped them prolong their lives. Now, hearing that something had befallen her, if it were indeed connected to Lin Wentian, they would not hesitate to avenge her, even if Lin Wentian's master were present. "Three elders, you must know that my junior sister has long harbored feelings for me, yet due to my childhood experiences, I harbor affection for Miss Yushuang. Upon learning this, my junior sister poisoned her. In truth, Miss Yushuang is the real victim. It was merely because of my affection for her that I nearly fell prey to my junior sister's treachery. In desperation, I resorted to using a drop of my junior sister's blood to aid Miss Yushuang with the antidote. Afterward, I treated my junior sister's injuries and departed with Miss Yushuang. As for why my junior sister would later fall victim to poison, I truly do not know." The three old mountain masters observed Lin Wentian calmly. His heart raced, and anxiety gripped him. This was the truth. He wondered if the ancestors would believe him. He inadvertently glanced at Chu Xinghe, whose expression was inscrutable, causing a sudden jolt in Lin Wentian's heart. A chilling thought surfaced. Could my junior sister's death be linked to destiny? Was it possible that he was aware of her circumstances, intending to lure her out and poison her? Once this thought took root, it became impossible to dismiss. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became. His gaze inadvertently met Ling Yushuang's, and her heart raced as well. The family's abandonment weighed heavily on them. Would the powerful figures of Xinghe Mountain still believe Lin Wentian's words? She could only seek her own salvation, perhaps leveraging the might of Xinghe Mountain's experts to uncover the secrets of destiny. She contemplated the possibility that if destiny were indeed involved, what could be the underlying motive? The atmosphere grew still. Chu Xinghe stood at a distance, his gaze inadvertently falling upon Lin Wentian. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. This was not a good sign. He had drawn the attention of the sixth elder. Fortunately, he had his means of protection. This matter did not significantly concern him. At worst, he could procure the supreme phantom. Yet, it was evident that the Ling family dared not act against Xinghe Mountain. What a waste of his sentiments. For he had hoped to incite discord and profit from it. Alas, that ambition could not be fulfilled. The three elder mountain masters exchanged glances. "Wentian, we cannot trust your words, even with your master present. We dare assert that 10 of you do not equate to one Qingshui, even if your explanations are eloquent. We are aware of one undeniable fact. Qingshui was summoned by you. You are also cognizant of your junior sister's affections for you. Why, then, did you call her here? Even if Qingshui poisoned her, she would have brought it upon herself. Now that Qingshui is in trouble, you must bear the responsibility." Lin Wentian's countenance darkened. The absence of his master perhaps indicated a dilemma which had allowed these three elders to approach. He understood that, for his master, Qingshui held greater significance than he did. As for his junior sister's predicament, perhaps one person was aware of it. Upon hearing these words, the three men fixed their gazes upon Lin Wentian simultaneously. "You must be accountable for your words." Lin Wentian nodded, his eyes settling on Chu Xinghe, who was watching the unfolding drama. "Tianming, why do you remain in the shadows? Should anything happen to my junior sister, you would be the prime suspect." The three elder mountain masters' gazes converged on Chu Xinghe, an immense pressure enveloping the atmosphere. Chu Xinghe coughed softly. It would be wise for the three esteemed elders to refrain from expressing any intent to kill towards me. Observing the calm demeanor of Chu Xinghe, The three individuals felt a jolt in their hearts. They were indeed three supreme powerhouses. Even a mere hint of their oppressive aura was not something an ordinary prodigy could withstand. Chu Xinghe took the initiative to step forward. Brother Lin, this is not what we agreed upon. When will you rectify your habit of being so capricious? As these words were uttered, the three ancient ancestors of Xumi Mountain exchanged contemplative glances. What could this imply? Could it be that the two had conspired to eliminate Xinghe? The more they pondered, the more convinced they became of this notion. Chu Xinghe coughed softly and produced 2 pieces of paper. I am unaware of how Luo Xinghe met with misfortune. Yet I am certain that Ling Yushuang owes me a celestial opportunity, and you, Lin Wentian, owe me a supreme chance. After Chu Xinghe finished speaking, a profound silence enveloped the scene. A supreme opportunity, a celestial opportunity. Acquiring either would warrant fervent reverence. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, both had simultaneously fallen into the hands of a single individual. Many present exchanged peculiar glances, including the 3 venerable masters of Xumi Mountain, who began to question the veracity of the situation. Standing aside, watching the unfolding drama, Zhongli Qingming furrowed her brow. The manner in which matters were being handled felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of another individual. However, the two bore different appearances and temperaments. One might argue that such traits could be altered, but what of their very essence? The world mourned, for the celestial and demonic physiques had vanished without a trace. Even the celestial demonic zither had succumbed to self-immolation. Henceforth, the world knew no more of such bodies. Cursed be the heavenly Tao. Is this a new strategy to target my Zhongli family? By orchestrating the presence of someone I recognize, you seek to endear him to me, thus leading my family to ruin. This cannot be allowed. This individual must perish. No one can take his place. Not even a mere resemblance shall be tolerated. Chu Xinghe coughed softly. I am aware that everyone finds this astonishing. I do not wish to provoke misunderstandings. Luo Xinghe has emerged from Mount Xumi, and I indeed bear some responsibility. The 3 elder mountain masters exchanged glances, a ripple of emotion flickering in their eyes. Lin Wentian felt a foreboding sensation rising within him. Even Ling Yushuang sensed an impending crisis. They instinctively wished to prevent Tianming from speaking. Chu Xinghe produced the promissory note for the heavenly saint opportunity. Miss Ling, is this note indeed your signature? Ling Yushuang felt a reluctance to acknowledge it internally. She found herself somewhat perplexed by Chu Xinghe's intentions. Yes, it is my signature. Chu Xinghe nodded slightly. Miss Ling has already acknowledged that I have more to say regarding this promissory note. Firstly, it is evident to all of you that this note exists because I saved her life. The 3 elder mountain lords appeared somewhat perplexed by Chu Xinghe's intentions. Yet they could only endure and listen. Others were in no rush, as they were quite bored. Now that there was a spectacle to behold, they might as well watch. Additionally, it is important to note that this promissory note was signed prior to the supreme opportunity, and you must remember this. Lin Wentian and Ling Yushuang were equally confused about Chu Xinghe's motives. There is another significant matter at hand. When Miss Ling found herself in peril, she called out for my help. My initial intention was not to rescue her, as aiding her would lead to complications. However, she implored me to save her, promising a reward in return. Regarding this matter, I asked Miss Ling, have I lied? Ling Yushuang reflected on this and confirmed its accuracy. Miss Ling can testify to this, which broadly demonstrates that prior to this incident, I had no acquaintance with Miss Ling, nor any relationship whatsoever. This promissory note serves as my apology for the mischief of certain individuals. The onlookers regarded Chu Xinghe with newfound respect. His method of resolving issues did not resemble that of a typical youth. He was remarkably thoughtful. Had it not been for Ling Yushuang's plea for help, he might indeed have chosen not to intervene. Now, one more question. Lin, prior to Ling Yushuang, did we know each other? Lin Wentian shook his head. Very well. The next point is that I first encountered Lin Wentian at the Guanzhong Heart Pavilion in Taizhou, through Miss Ling Lin. Is that not correct? Lin Wentian nodded in affirmation. Upon seeing Lin Wentian, I remarked that I recognized my former self in him, and I then proceeded to share various strategies for courting women. You may inquire freely about this. I even jested that, due to my distinct demeanor towards Miss Ling, she would undoubtedly dress to impress, hoping to alter my perception. Lin, as the party involved, should be aware of this. Lin Wentian nodded again. Following this, I stated that I could assist Lin in winning Miss Ling's affection. Lin, you ought to concede this point. I even requested that you sign a promissory note for a heavenly saint opportunity. Lin Wentian nodded once more, eager to explain. Lin, Please hold your tongue for now. Your moment to speak shall come later. Let me clarify my position first. I mentioned that I would aid Lin in his pursuit of Miss Ling in exchange for a heavenly sane opportunity. Thus we formed a pact and commenced our actions. The first step was to heroically rescue the damsel, which involved a rather effective abduction of Miss Ling. The second step entailed finding a woman who admired her but did not belong to her, to incite jealousy in Miss Ling. As for the type of individual Lin should seek and where to find them, I was unaware. This is precisely why Luo Qingxue made her appearance. I had no prior acquaintance with Luo Qingxue. It was Lin who voluntarily introduced her as his junior sister. Am I mistaken in this, Lin? Lin Wentian nodded in agreement. I could discern that the young lady harbored strong feelings for Lin, which he must also recognize. Yet, Lin seemed somewhat greedy, wanting to have his cake and eat it too, which led to my withdrawal from assisting him in winning Miss Ling's heart, even to the extent of tearing up our heavenly sane opportunity agreement. Subsequently, Lin requested that his junior sister apologize to Miss Ling, then to me, and implored for my help once more in courting Miss Ling, even offering me a supreme opportunity in return. Lin, I wish to confirm, have I erred in this account? Lin Wentian nodded affirmatively. Thus, I believe my innocence has been established. Firstly, I previously had no acquaintance with them, and my actions were solely based on the agreements they entered into. Secondly, concerning how your junior sister met her demise, I truly have no knowledge, nor is it pertinent to me. Furthermore, I see no necessity to fabricate lies. After Chu Xinghe finished speaking, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. The three venerable mountain lords fixed their gaze upon Lin Wentian. Do you have any further explanations? Lin Wentian stammered, his lips moving hesitantly, for he was at a loss for words. Chu Xinghe speaks only the truth. It was he who took the initiative to pursue Miss Ling. Ling Yushuang seemed to recall something. Then why did you voluntarily tell me that you were the one who saved me? What is your true intention? She even claimed that he was infatuated with my body and mentioned a grudge against Shumi Mountain. How do you explain all of this? Lin Wentian instantly grasped the situation. Indeed, how will you account for this? Everyone present turned their gaze towards Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe shook his head, wearing an expression of disbelief. Let us first discuss this contract. It explicitly states that any issues arising during your pursuit of Miss Ling will be your responsibility. Lin Wentian was instantly rendered speechless. Since the intention is to aid you in winning her heart, conventional methods are out of the question. Just look at the united front you two present now. I previously mentioned that he sought to possess your body, yet you have come to realize he is not that type of person. Before the hero arrives to rescue the damsel, I warned you that he was merely performing, intentionally deepening your misunderstandings, all to facilitate the ensuing entanglement between you two. In the secret realm, you should have cleared the air regarding past events, especially since Miss Ling now understands that Lin Wentian is indeed that person, and realizes that I was merely toying with you both. With misunderstandings resolved, and even a budding affection blossoming, how have I now become the villain? Brother Lin, your knack for burning bridges is truly remarkable. After all I've sacrificed for you, is this how you choose to repay me? A single sarcastic remark left Lin Wentian stunned in place. Is it truly so? Do you harbor no ulterior motives? Even Ling Yushuang was taken aback. So this is how it is. Behind all this was the intention to assist Lin Wentian in pursuing her. There was an unsettling feeling that something was amiss. Yet no apparent issues existed. Everything was impeccably arranged. Chu Xinghe has not spoken entirely in error. A mutual affection has already blossomed between the two of them. Lin Wentian gazed at the heavens, then at the earth, and finally at the three ancestors whose countenances were etched with gloom. His eyes then fell upon Chu Xinghe, who wore an expression of deep sorrow. This time, he had indeed become the ultimate villain. Zhongli Qingming, who had been merely observing the unfolding drama, suddenly let out a derisive laugh. All eyes turned towards her, including those of the bewildered ancestors of the Zhongli clan. Moments before, a hint of a smile had threatened to escape his lips, and now, upon hearing his granddaughter's laughter, it finally broke free. Does the divine maiden of Zhongli have something to express? Zhongli Qingming nodded. You are all such antiquated fools. Your excessive concern for that young lady suggests she possesses extraordinary abilities. As her senior brother, you cannot possibly be unaware of this. The reason for sending her out is blatantly obvious. It is to facilitate your ulterior motives. My affection lies with this Ling girl. And now that she carries a portion of her essence within her, the desire to frame this young master becomes all too apparent. One cannot deny that as Zhongli Qingming spoke, the expressions of the three ancestors grew increasingly grim, radiating a murderous intent towards Ling Yushuang and Lin Wentian. This is not how it is. How could I possibly harm my junior sister? Lin Wentian hurriedly protested. Chu Xinghe cast a casual glance at Zhongli Qingming, who smiled at him. A sense of caution stirred within him. This nefarious female antagonist surely harbored ulterior motives. Surely, she wouldn't recognize him, would she? It seemed unlikely. His celestial and demonic essence had long dissipated. Presently, his appearance and demeanor were vastly transformed from what they once were. He should remain unrecognizable to her. Chu Xinghe suddenly realized that his approach to handling matters remained steadfast, still bearing the shadows of the past. Would Zhongli Qingming truly wish to eliminate him over this, believing he had tarnished the former Chu Xinghe? If that were the case, it would indeed escalate into a significant predicament. The power that Zhongli Qingming could mobilize was exceedingly formidable. For now, he could only proceed with caution, observing the impending fury of the three ancient ancestors of Shimi Mountain. Chu Xinghe understood that the child of destiny surely possessed other means. In light of this, he could not be blamed for his ruthlessness. Wait, I find the young lady's words to be quite reasonable. I am uncertain how events will unfold from here, but the debts owed to me are indeed real. As for Brother Lin, I shall consider this a singular favor. After all, you have yet to win her heart. Our agreement is henceforth rendered null and void. After Chu Xinghe finished speaking, he tore the supreme IOU in his hand into shreds. Miss Ling, he remarked, as the saying goes, saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. The opportunity you owe me is thus justified. However, it was my mistake to assist another in pursuing you without your consent. Hence, this agreement serves as my apology. With that, he destroyed the document. Observing the serene demeanor of Chu Xinghe, all present exchanged glances of astonishment. Even the venerable elder Zhongli regarded him with admiration, as did Jian Qinquan. Such a young man is indeed a rare find. The three elders of Shumi Mountain regarded Chu Xinghe with benevolence in their eyes. He was certainly far more considerate than Lin Wentian. The reason for assisting Brother Lin was solely because he had previously mentioned that you had saved his life, prompting me to employ this approach. After Chu Xinghe tore up the treaty, he fell silent, indicating that it was now your turn to perform. The three elder mountain lords turned their gaze toward Lin Wentian. There are many people here. Let us return together, and Miss Ling may accompany us as well. Upon hearing these words, Lin Wentian's heart plunged into despair. He had just attempted to contact his master in secret, yet there was no response whatsoever. He understood that the death of Luo Qingshui would stir the hearts of many within Shimi Mountain. Yet now, he felt utterly disoriented, as if an unseen hand was propelling him forward. However, he remained oblivious to the whereabouts of this mysterious influence. Initially, he suspected that Chu Xinghe harbored ulterior motives, only to ultimately realize that his sole intention was to assist him in pursuing Ling Yushuang. Furthermore, this arrangement had been initiated by Lin Wentian himself, as he had beseeched Chu Xinghe to acquiesce, thereby willingly incurring a debt of unparalleled opportunity. In the midst of their misunderstandings regarding Chu Xinghe, the truth had been obscured. Chu Xinghe remained so candid, tearing apart agreements. Such a gentlemanly demeanor makes continued suspicion their own fault. Zhongli Qingming retracts her gaze from Chu Xinghe. If Xinghe were still alive, he would not exhibit such generosity. That man is notoriously avaricious, one who would not act unless assured of success. It is inconceivable for him to display such gentlemanly conduct. Yet, she finds herself drawn to his cunning nature. Only in loss does one learn to cherish. Lin Wentian's emotions are tumultuous. He understands he cannot return. Should he do so, the hope of proving his innocence would vanish. There remains a chance outside, but he must first navigate this obstacle. Elders, I bear significant responsibility for my junior sister's death. Grant me half a month, and I shall uncover the truth of her demise, providing an account to you and our master. Upon hearing this, the three elders furrow their brows. They comprehend Lin Wentian's intent. He does not wish to return with them. However, if Lin Wentian were to gain opportunities within the supreme secret realm, entanglements with the Sword God sect would become even more troublesome. There is no need. We shall dispatch individuals to investigate. If you truly have no connection, it will not be too late for you to emerge later. Lin Wentian's heart sinks to the depths of despair. At this moment, the previously silent Jian Qinquan steps forward. Young friend, your favor from our Sword God sect's predecessors suggests a connection with us. Why not visit our Sword God sect as a guest? The mountain lord's eyes narrow. What do you mean, Jian Qinquan? Jian Qinquan waves his hand dismissively. It means nothing. What does nothing imply? It simply means it is devoid of meaning. If you find it interesting, Then you truly are interesting. Are you implying that? I harbor no such implication. The two exchange words, leaving everyone perplexed. If you are dissatisfied, simply act upon it. He may be a disciple of your Xinghe mountain, but he is also connected to our sword god sect. If you do not wish to keep this disciple, we welcome him at our sword god sect. Moreover, the competition among prodigies has always been thus. If one lacks skill, one must concede. Only those who survive possess true capability. Jian Qianquan gazes at the three mountain lords with a hint of mockery in his eyes. The implication is clear. Without assistance, the three would have long since perished. Their faces flush with embarrassment as they regard Jian Qianquan with hostility. Rumor has it that Jian Qianquan of the sword god sect possesses profound skills and unparalleled swordsmanship. Today, the mountain lord wishes to test him. Jian Qianquan chuckles disdainfully. Do not blame me if you end up lifeless, for then other old monsters from your Xinghe mountain will emerge. The mountain lord's expression darkens, sensing the disdain. Before he can speak, the sword intent of Qianquan erupts, shaking the heavens and the earth. The mountain lord feels as though he is trapped within the realm of Qianquan's sword, unable to struggle. Halt! At this moment, a voice resonates through the void. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present shift dramatically. Even Zhongli Qiming gazes intently at the elder who emerges from the void. The elder stands at a mere 1.60 meters, yet appears as a towering giant. The sword intent of Qianquan shatters upon the utterance of a single word. The elder stands before the mountain lord. Little Qianquan, it has been long since we last met. Your swordsmanship has progressed significantly. Jian Qianquan sheathes his sword and clasps his hands in respect. I have come to pay my respects to the mountain lord of Xinghe. Only those who are the strongest of each generation may bear the name Xinghe. This individual is the one who inherited the title in ancient times and has even guided Jian Qianquan in the past. He is known as the sage of Xinghe Mountain, Xu Jing, a title befitting a woman of wisdom. Xu Jing turns her gaze to Lin Wentian. Perceiving his restlessness and narrow perspective, one phrase causes Lin Wentian's countenance to shift dramatically, for his master has never uttered such grave words. Xu Jing regards the three mountain lords. May I request a favor from my esteemed uncles? The death of Qing Shui has other culprits. The expressions of the three mountain lords change. Though they have inherited their titles, they cannot claim the name Xinghe. Moreover, they are well aware of their disciple's capabilities. The three exchange glances. Let the disciple decide. Upon witnessing this scene, Chu Xinghe couldn't help but let out a scoff inwardly. It turned out to be yet another trio of seasoned veterans. He had thought they would genuinely fear the master of the Child of Fortune. But it appeared they were merely old boars rooting about, all bluster and no substance. Su Mijing's gaze fell upon Chu Xinghe, taken aback to discover such a figure emerging from the void heaven realm. What do you mean? Su Mijing inquired, scrutinizing Chu Xinghe. On the surface, you seem innocent, yet I harbor significant doubts regarding your character. I have always trusted my instincts. It was you who killed my disciple, Luo Qingshui. After uttering these words, a ripple of emotion flickered in Su Mijing's eyes. Chu Xinghe stood still, the inner demons actively stirring within him. Even the Void Transformation Sutra began to resonate. Chu Xinghe felt the inner demons manipulating the Void Transformation Sutra, constantly shifting. Su Mijing maintained an outward calm, yet internally he was unsettled. Why was the young man before him unaffected? It appeared this matter did not concern him. Su Mijing regained his composure. However, as his words fell, his expression suddenly altered dramatically, leaving him frozen in place. The countenances of all the formidable beings present changed as well. Despite the emptiness surrounding them, an inexplicable pressure weighed upon them. As a supreme powerhouse, to provoke my inner demons, was this truly the conduct of the wise of Sumi Mountain? Sumi Jing remained silent. The three elder mountain lords were visibly shaken. Jian Qianquan and the elder of the Zhongli family, who had been merely spectators, scoffed derisively. They could not abide Sumi Mountain's hypocrisy, boasting a facade of morality while engaging in shameless acts. Elder, if you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, I shall compel the supreme powerhouses to self-destruct at your Sumi Mountain. I wonder if the illustrious Sumi Mountain can withstand such a fate? If the supreme powerhouses are inadequate, then I shall resort to the quasi-emperors. Elder, would you not agree that this would justify your actions towards me? Sumi Jing's expression twitched. After years of seclusion, he was unexpectedly threatened by a youth. You claim I killed your disciple. Do you have any evidence? I comprehend your insinuation. If I lacked the backing to withstand Sumi Mountain, your words would hold weight. Yet, I do not fear you or Sumi Mountain. Today, you unjustly accuse me. I demand an explanation." After Chu Xinghe spoke, he activated the card representing the pinnacle of true divinity. The aura of his perfected divinity manifested. Yet it seemed insufficient before Sumi Jing. However, Chu Xinghe was young and audacious enough to display his fury before a supreme powerhouse. The phantom sovereign emerged from the shadows, exuding an overwhelming aura of supreme perfection. "You must provide an explanation for my young master. There are certain individuals that you, Sumi Mountain, cannot afford to provoke." The phantom sovereign's voice was calm, as if stating an undeniable truth. After all, Chu Xinghe had informed him of the need to assert dominance. The threat posed by a perfected sovereign was indeed far more intimidating. Sumi Jing's expression shifted. The Void Heaven realm concealed numerous factions. It was one thing for this young man to proclaim a lack of fear towards Sumi Mountain, but a perfected sovereign undoubtedly had heard of it. The mere utterance that Sumi Mountain was insignificant made him uneasy. He suspected a connection between Luo Qingshui's demise and Chu Xinghe. A probing attempt revealed a bombshell. Earlier, he had stirred Chu Xinghe's emotions, yet there was no discernible change. He faintly felt that, in an intangible manner, he had inadvertently aided Chu Xinghe once more. A jest with the young master had seemed harmless. As a mid-level sovereign, Sumi Jing was indeed intimidated by the presence of a perfected sovereign. It was merely a jest, after all, and quite enjoyable. Upon finishing his words, Sumi Jing had yet to fully comprehend the situation. Suddenly, a shadow lunged toward him with ferocity. Sumi Jing only just managed to react. But a mouthful of fresh blood escaped his lips, his complexion turning ashen as he staggered backward, his eyes filled with terror. The realization that he had been unable to perceive such an attack was staggering. In the distance, several formidable observers also exhibited expressions of dread. Elder Zhongli hesitated momentarily. Even a peak-level supreme being, adept in the art of assassination, could orchestrate such a fatal strike. He had deliberately allowed Sumi Jing to sense the danger. For without that warning, the outcome would have been fatal. In Chu Xinghe's eyes glimmered a sense of satisfaction. "Had you not appeared, I would have saved myself 12 million worth of destiny. You jest and squander my 1,200 destiny points. I might as well play a jest with you and take your life." The countenance of the three mountain lords of Shumi changed. "Do not move, for if you do, you shall meet your demise as well. Earlier, he played a jest upon me, and now I return the favor." Upon hearing Chu Xinghe's words, the onlookers felt a chill run down their spines. This fellow is truly a living embodiment of death, a master who slays without a flicker of an eyelid. Unbeknownst to him, cold sweat began to trickle down Sumi Jing's back. "It was my rudeness earlier that has offended the young master." Chu Xinghe gazed at Sumi Jing. "It appears that you two are merely a hypocritical individual who bullies the weak. You wish to sweep everything under the rug with a single remark. But that is simply unattainable. I have no intention of meddling in your affairs, yet you insist on thrusting yourself upon me. I now harbor grave doubts that you and your disciple are conspiring to deceive me, or perhaps to enact a charade regarding your Shumi Mountain." Upon hearing these words, the three elder mountain masters wore expressions of discontent. Sumi Jing's demeanor also shifted noticeably. The moment this young man spoke, he nearly found himself branded as a sinner. "I fail to comprehend one matter. If Luo Qishui is of such paramount importance to you, why would you allow her to emerge? This, in itself, is illogical. Lin Wentian unjustly accuses me, and as his master, you do the same. It is quite amusing how you two are in cahoots." The speaker may be oblivious, but the listener is perceptive. Sumi Jing's expression changed as he sought to offer an explanation. Had this been in the past, he would not have uttered a single word in defense. Yet now, the circumstances compel him to respond. Chu Xinghe understood the necessity for a swift resolution to this matter. It appears that having an excessively gentle disposition may not be advantageous. A lesson shall be imparted to both of you, master and disciple. Upon hearing Chu Xinghe speak, Sumi Jing, the three elder mountain lords, and Lin Wentian were all engulfed by a foreboding sense of dread. "One of you must perish. Will it be you? Or will it be you?" When Chu Xinghe uttered these words, he first cast a glance at Lin Wentian, then turned his gaze towards Su Mijing. A heavy sensation weighed upon Su Mijing's heart. Lin Wentian trembled in fear, his spirit shaken. Chu Xinghe bore an expression that suggested he was not jesting. Shumi inhaled deeply. As a supreme powerhouse, he possessed his own pride. Yet, before the phantom sovereign, such pride became trivial. Though both were supreme beings, his vitality had long begun to wane, rendering him no match for the phantom sovereign, who was at the pinnacle of strength. Moreover, Chu Xinghe's protector was also a supreme being in peak condition. Who could ascertain if there were other ancient entities lurking behind? The occurrences here had already caught the attention of those within Xinghe Mountain. They too possessed perfected supreme beings. Yet at present, they were engaged in divination. The absence of Xinghe Mountain prior was due to the fact that, during their calculations, fate did not favor them. This lifetime, they sensed that a portion of destiny had indeed fallen upon them. They all believed that Luo Qingxue was the chosen one. The divine herb had transformed, aiding many aged powerhouses from Xinghe Mountain and rejuvenating their waning lives. With Luo Qingxue's demise, they found themselves in a state of urgency. Furthermore, this matter bore the shadow of Xu Jing. Who could have anticipated that a mere outing would lead to such an impasse? An elderly figure, hunched over with brows nearly touching the ground, sighed deeply. The divination yielded no results. The elderly men exchanged glances, each comprehending the gravity of the situation. The formidable power behind Chu Xinghe surpasses even their own strength. This is what conceals the heavenly secrets, preventing them from deducing the truth. The few strands of hair that the elderly men possess seem to dwindle further due to their worries. The troubling matter is that they remain oblivious to the origins of that young man. One of the old men murmured. In the vast expanse of the Taisu celestial realm, who can fathom the number of ancient beings lurking in the shadows? Chu Xinghe was acutely aware that Xu Jing was a member of Xinghe Mountain, yet he audaciously proclaimed his intent to slay him. However, in truth, such a course of action was untenable and could only be abandoned. One of the elders remarked, "It is unfeasible, for Xu Jing is, after all, the saint son of our ancient Xinghe Mountain, the rightful heir to the Xinghe title. Presently, he has attained the mid-stage of the supreme realm, and there is a possibility that he may even transcend to the late stage in this era. Should he reach perfection, it would be a disgrace for us to relinquish our claim." Frustration mounted within one of the ancestors as he queried, "What then shall we do? It seems nothing can be resolved." The crux of the matter remained the young man's fury. It would be prudent to have that Lin Wentian youth offer an apology. One supreme powerhouse and a young prodigy. One need not deliberate to discern which path to choose. A prodigy may not necessarily flourish or ascend to the status of a supreme being, but Xu Jing is undeniably a genuine supreme powerhouse. The young man as protector did not eliminate Xu Jing. Instead, he stepped forward, previously asserting that either Xu Jing or Lin Wentian must perish. This young man demonstrated wisdom in his approach, wishing to avoid enmity with us, and it would be unwise to place others in a difficult position. The remaining elders exchanged glances and collectively reached a decision. Behind Chu Xinghe stands a supreme and perfect guardian. Yet even they are unable to discern the origins of Chu Xinghe. It is only prudent for them to exercise caution. The sight of 9 formidable dragon-like beings pulling a chariot is undoubtedly a testament to their extraordinary nature. An elder hastily transmitted a message to Xu Jing. Upon receiving the communication from Xinghe Mountain, Xu Jing's expression shifted. He had instinctively harbored doubts about Chu Xinghe moments ago, and now he too believed that the demise of his disciple was somehow linked to this young man. The elder's message was meant to offer the young man a semblance of respect. Achieving the status of a supreme powerhouse does not come from foolishness. A single word carries immense weight. Xu Jing took a deep breath and addressed the young man, stating, "My disciple has conveyed that you are the root cause of the death of my pupil, Luo Qingxue, driven by a desire for vengeance. I may have spoken in haste and caused offense." At this declaration, the expressions of the onlookers changed dramatically. It was astonishing that Xinghe Mountain would acquiesce. The 3 prominent families of Taizhou were struck with disbelief. Even Xinghe Mountain could not afford to offend this young man. Should they manage to forge a strong alliance with him, it would be advantageous. Elder Zhongli's gaze was contemplative. He had not heard of any families with heirs emerging recently. Could it be that this individual is an anomaly who has appeared ahead of time? It seems prudent to return and conduct a thorough investigation. Zhongli Qingming was well aware of the formidable power of Xinghe Mountain and was taken aback by the revelation that it could be compelled to bow. It was clear that this young man should not be easily disposed of. In Chu Xinghe's eyes, there lingered a hint of mockery. What wisdom could be found in such a hypocritical soul? He too, after all, was concerned for his own life. Lin Wentian stood in stunned silence, fully aware of his abandonment. Despite having reconciled with Chu Xinghe, his arrival had provoked offense, and now it seemed his life was to be the price of that affront. "Truly, you are a magnificent master to me. So this is what Mount Sumeru signifies. The essence of the Sumeru Supreme is that this matter bears no relation to you. It is solely the mischief of your disciple that has led to this predicament, and you have been deceived." Sumeru sighed softly. "Indeed, I have been misled by my disciple. I had not anticipated such malevolent intent to secretly harm a fellow sister of our sect. It is only now that I have come to this realization. This matter is in no way connected to the young master. Chu Xinghe's lips curled into a smile. If that is the case, then go ahead and kill him. I shall trust your words. Upon hearing this, Sumi hesitated. He was acutely aware that this predicament was of his own making. Yet now, it was imperative for a disciple to bear the consequences. He could only hope that the opportunities this disciple gained might save his own life. With that, he was about to act when suddenly, Lin Wentian's gaze shifted towards Jian Xinghe. Upon catching a glimpse of the destined one's gaze, Chu Xinghe discerned his intentions. Sword Sovereign, I am aware of the whereabouts of your sect's protective artifact. Upon hearing this, Jian Xinghe's eyes sparkled with excitement. Do you truly possess this knowledge? He inquired earnestly. I would not resort to deception over such a trivial matter, came the reply. Jian Xinghe's expression grew solemn. If you can assist our sword god sect in locating the protective artifact, we shall owe you a debt of gratitude. Chu Xinghe nodded slightly. One person's affection suffices. It is far better than allowing the favored of fortune to seize the opportunity first. In an instant, Chu Xinghe teleported beside Lin Wentian. Before Lin Wentian could react, a sharp pain pierced through his abdomen, causing him to collapse onto the ground, blood spilling from his lips. The iron sword he once wielded now lay firmly in Chu Xinghe's grasp. Crouching on the ground, veins bulging and cold sweat pouring down his face, Lin Wentian realized he had transcended to the void god realm. Yet, he was unable to withstand even a single punch from Chu Xinghe. More perplexingly, how could Chu Xinghe discern his thoughts? He could only rely on himself for salvation. He suspected that this iron sword was a divine artifact from the sword god sect. Just as he contemplated taking a gamble, he was caught off guard by Chu Xinghe's voice. Chu Xinghe gazed at the struggling iron sword as the ominous aura of the demon refining pot manifested. Disobedience will result in your annihilation. With this single phrase, the iron sword fell into a profound silence. As a spiritual artifact, it was acutely aware of the terrifying Tao rhythm emanating from the demon refining pot. Even in the absence of severe injury, it recognized that it was no match for the formidable entity. Released the bond of ownership. Chu Xinghe looked down from his elevated position at Lin Wentian, who scoffed derisively, his gaze imbued with defiance. With a cold snort, Chu Xinghe summoned a force. His finger emanating a powerful pull, he seized Ling Yushuang by the neck with a single hand, lifting her effortlessly into the air. If you do not relent, she shall perish, he declared. The formidable warriors of the Ling family opened their mouths to protest, but ultimately swallowed their words. They could not afford to offend Shumi Mountain. And now even Shumi Mountain dared not cross this young man. Jian Xinghe had already grasped the situation. That iron sword was their previously revered protective artifact. He should have anticipated this outcome. Ling Yushuang's eyes rolled back as she struggled violently. Lin Wentian's gaze swept around, filled with venomous resentment, particularly landing on Sumi Jing with a piercing intensity. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling dramatically. The iron sword ceased its trembling. Chu Xinghe understood that the bond of ownership had been severed. The son of destiny, in a desperate attempt to seize the fateful artifact, experienced a decline of 30,000 in his divine mandate value, while the master accrued a remarkable 400,000 in divine mandate value. Chu Xinghe's gaze fell upon Shumi Jing, who let out a sigh. Lin Wentian harbored malicious intentions, inflicting harm upon his fellow disciples. Today, I, Shumi Jing, hereby declare the expulsion of Lin Wentian from our sect. Lin Wentian did not resist, his eyes icy. You may release Miss Ling. This matter bears no relation to her. Chu Xinghe nodded slightly. With a flick of his finger, a crisp sound echoed as Ling Yushuang's lifeless body slipped from his grasp. Her life was once saved by me, and now I find myself regretting it, wishing to reclaim it. The demise of the fated protagonist resulted in a total depletion of her fortune, causing a significant decline of 20,000 in the fortune of the Son of Destiny, while the master acquired 7 million in destiny value. Gazing at the fallen body, Lin Wentian's pupils dilated in shock. No, he uttered, his voice laced with sorrow. The others turned their gaze upon Chu Xinghe. This young man, when acting as a gentleman, possessed a truly magnanimous spirit. Yet, when it came to taking lives, he showed no hesitation. He is a formidable figure. Old ancestor Zhongli conveyed a message to Zhongli Qiming, cautioning her about this young man, whose capabilities should not be underestimated. Once he took action, he left no escape for others. Zhongli Qiming nodded in agreement. The fortune values of these sons of destiny had already diminished significantly, They had nearly been drained. What was Sumi Zun waiting for? Was the previous encounter merely a deception? Sumi Zun sighed, extending his hand towards Lin Wentian. The void trembled as Lin Wentian felt as if he were on the verge of being crushed. Who goes there? Step forward. Sumi Jing's voice echoed as he retreated in quick succession. The air quaked, revealing countless fissures around him. A graceful figure emerged from the void. What brings you? The Lord of Tianyan's sacred land? Sumi Jing recognized Wenrushi, as they were from the same era. Wenrushi, what is your intention? Are you seeking conflict with Sumi Mountain? Wenrushi remained silent, her gaze fixated on Chu Xinghe, then briefly glancing at the Phantom Sovereign. You are a being that should not exist. The Phantom Sovereign's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Chu Xinghe's heart skipped a beat. Wenrushi, you are truly courting death. Just as the child of destiny was on the brink of demise, you reappear. This was precisely what Gongsun Wuji had done before. Now you return once more. Do not be deceived. The reason we cannot deduce his whereabouts is that he may possess the legendary constitution known as the Fate Void Body. As these words resonated, the entire realm fell into silence. The gaze of old ancestor Zhongli sparkled with intensity, and even Zhongli Qingming's eyes reflected a myriad of shifting emotions. Sumi stood in astonishment, while Jian Qianquan's expression shifted continuously. The Tao artifact remained upon him. Wenrushi, what do you mean? Sumi inquired gravely. For a supreme being to leave no trace of rules in this realm is utterly impossible, indicating that he is an illusion, a non-existent entity. The Tao rhythm emanating from Wenrushi continuously transformed as a supreme phantom emerged behind him, the innate Tao rhythm erupting forth. In the heart of Chu Xinghe, tumultuous waves surged. To his astonishment, Wenrushi was revealed to be a congenital Tao body, possessing the art of deduction. Most importantly, he had suddenly emerged to thwart his endeavors. Sumi's calm gaze concealed a glimmer of murderous intent. This indicated that he had been toyed with from the very beginning. Wenrushi maintained an unperturbed demeanor. You have slain a disciple of the heavenly transformation Holy Land. Such a death is scarcely regrettable. As for you all, I can impede that supreme perfection. Whether he lives or dies is your concern. Upon uttering these words, his glance inadvertently drifted towards Zhongli Qingming, who feigned ignorance of the exchange. She understood Wenrushi's implication and recognized the opportunity for collaboration. If she could devour the Fate Void Body, the destiny of the Zhongli clan would surely be altered in the future. Zhongli's ancestor remained still, his gaze fixed upon Zhongli Qingming. He had discreetly informed the other members of the Zhongli clan. The Fate Void Body was precisely what they had been relentlessly seeking, yet had never found. In ancient times, they had expended tremendous resources in pursuit of even the slightest trace, only to yield no results. The emergence of such a phenomenon in this era, and so close at hand, felt surreal to him. With Zhongli Qingming embodying the devouring heaven demon body, there was a genuine possibility for the Zhongli clan to alter their fate in this lifetime. However, the crux of the matter lay in whether this individual truly possessed that rare constitution which had never appeared before. Who could dare to ascertain or guarantee such a thing? Observing the stillness of those around him, Wenrushi remained unperturbed. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned an array disk, enveloping the surrounding space in a seal. If you doubt this, merely wait a while. This supreme being will cease to exist. I cannot predict the duration of this interval. The Phantom Sovereign stood silently behind Chu Xinghe, refraining from uttering a word. He would comply with whatever Chu Xinghe instructed him to do. Chu Xinghe did not display any signs of anger. Instead, his gaze was laced with sarcasm. What a commendable sovereign, so devoted to the welfare of his disciples. I am truly impressed. However, I must inquire why, upon receiving news that your holy son had been ruthlessly slain by another, you chose to remain silent. The celestial and demonic physique, forcefully extinguished by others, and now you choose to intervene for a handful of incompetents. Do you perceive these individuals as fools? Or do you believe yourself to be exceedingly clever? Chu Xinghe scoffed. Do you truly believe you can obstruct me? Or do you think they will place their trust in you? What about you all? Shall we take a gamble? Do you have faith in her words? Chu Xinghe cast his gaze around. While Jian Qianquan observed with a focus that transcended the physical, his eyes fixed on the essence of existence. He remained skeptical, dismissing the notion of a nebulous fate as mere fabrication. In the stillness of Shumi, the three elder mountain lords remained motionless, and the other powerful beings refrained from making a move. The brilliance in Zhongli Qingming's eyes shone with intensity. Master, this Wenrushi seeks to manipulate us as mere pawns, she remarked. The elder's eyes narrowed as he suddenly grasped the crux of the matter. Wenrushi smiled serenely, and the void beside her fractured, vanishing alongside Lin Wentian. The grand formation surrounding them had long since dissipated. Residual echo, Xinghe exclaimed in astonishment. Chu Xinghe stood calmly in the void, his demeanor unruffled. The system had just informed him that Wenrushi would be incapable of uncovering the truth. How naive they were. Even he had felt a twinge of anxiety moments ago. Watching Wenrushi depart, the others began to realize they had been outmaneuvered. Her intention was to rescue Lin Wentian. As for the matter concerning the death of the Holy Son of the Heavenly Transformation Sacred Land, they were all somewhat aware. Lin Wentian undoubtedly possessed something of great significance to her. Otherwise, she would not have intervened. It was astonishing that they had momentarily believed her deceitful words. The Phantom Sovereign stood behind Chu Xinghe. Young master, I shall make a visit to the Heavenly Transformation Sacred Land. Chu Xinghe shook his head gently. There is no need to concern ourselves with her. Let her frolic for a while longer, for the journey ahead remains long. His nonchalant tone caused a shift in the expressions of many present, particularly those from the same era as Wenrushi, who were acutely aware of her twisted nature. Currently, the Heavenly Transformation Sacred Land relies entirely on Wenrushi's support. Jian Qianquan still desired the Tao artifact, but was at a loss for a pretext. Moments ago, he had directed a murderous intent towards Chu Xinghe, who likely sensed it, hence the matter was left unspoken. As long as you can extinguish the Heavenly Transformation Sacred Land, I shall return the Tao artifact to you. Jian Qianquan remained silent. He was no match for Wenrushi. Others might not grasp the depths of her power, but he possessed a modicum of understanding. As long as Wenrushi drew breath, the Heavenly Transformation Sacred Land would endure. Moreover, the strength she had just displayed was beyond his capacity to provoke. If you do not eliminate your disciple, it is you who shall perish. As Chu Xinghe's voice faded, Sumi's expression changed dramatically. By the time he regained his composure, his mind had already been uprooted, and his consciousness had been shattered. Chu Xinghe sat upon the Nine Dragons' chariot, contemplating the significance of the phrase he. It encompassed myriad meanings. The body of Sumi Jing lay fragmented in the void. The Supreme Phantom acted swiftly, retrieving Sumi Jing's remains, returning them to the sacred grounds of Sumi Mountain. The Nine Dragons roared, flicking their tails as they whisked Chu Xinghe away. The Supreme Phantom lingered in the void, warning, should you force my hand, I cannot guarantee I will not self-destruct. This proclamation altered the expressions of those present from Sumi Mountain, a collection of inept beings who led you to believe that woman's words. The concept of the fate void body is merely an ethereal legend, yet you choose to believe it. One wonders how you have cultivated to such a level. She claims to belong to the Su family, thus implying she embodies the fate void body. The faces of those gathered reflected discomfort, including that of the esteemed ancestor of the Zhongli family. Fortunately, Zhongli Qingming had earlier provided a timely warning. Wenrushi was aware of her own constitution, realizing she was being exploited by the Zhongli family. If the fate void body were genuine, who would truly care? Only the Zhongli family has clung to the belief in the existence of such a legendary constitution, persistently searching for it. Yet, throughout the years, since the first crisis faced by the Zhongli family, they have found nothing. This Wenrushi truly seeks her own demise. Having departed, Chu Xinghe stowed the Nine Dragons' chariot, adorned himself anew, and concealed himself among the ordinary populace. His heart raced uncontrollably, filled with trepidation, for the Supreme Phantom had vanished. Time had elapsed, and within his ring lay an additional corpse, Sumi Jing's. Initially, he had contemplated the possibility of the Supreme Phantom's self-destruction. Yet he was informed that such a feat was unattainable. Its very existence precluded self-detonation, leaving Chu Xinghe slightly disappointed. He glanced at the system. Master, Chu Xinghe age, 20 strength, perfect true god 5 million, physique, fate void body cultivation method, void transformation scripture martial skills, instant teleportation, heart demon induction, celestial finger weapons, demon refining pot, purple gold gourd mount, Nine Dragons chariot, pure blood flood dragon in the early saint stage, destiny value, 18,033. 500 backpack, supreme corpse, Qi Tian sword. Were it not for Sumi Jing, he would not have squandered 12 million destiny points. Truly, she deserved her fate. However, he was unprepared for Wenrushi's appearance. Contemplating her, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Chu Xinghe's eyes. The Tianyan sacred land could not be spared. That accursed Shui Nianji was also present there. Once he reclaimed what was lost, he would seek retribution. None would escape. With this thought, Chu Xinghe began to allocate points. 5 million destiny points vanished, elevating his strength to the early celestial god. He continued to allocate points, amassing 7 million, propelling his strength to the mid-celestial god stage. After Chu Xinghe's departure, the gathered crowd had already dispersed. Ancestor Zhongli followed closely behind Zhongli Qiming. My granddaughter, what do you think Wenrushi is up to? This behavior is quite uncharacteristic of her. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Zhongli Qiming's eyes. Perhaps in this lifetime. She has the opportunity to attain the status of an emperor, which explains her numerous actions. Lin Wentian is also a unique individual. Originally, destiny could have eliminated him. But he has now been saved. Her target is not destiny itself, but me, the Zhongli family. Ancestor Zhongli's gaze turned cold with intent. So, this is a scheme to incite a conflict between you and destiny, allowing a third party to benefit. What a farcical fate. They seek to instigate strife between our Zhongli family and destiny. That destiny, with a demeanor that surpasses that of an ordinary genius, dared to kill Sumi Jing in front of the mighty of Sumi Mountain, showing no fear of them. I almost fell victim to Wenrushi's deception. Zhongli Qingming turned to her ancestor. Do you believe she has ulterior motives? Ancestor Zhongli narrowed his eyes. If anyone knows her well, it would be your mother. Previously, she had a good relationship with your mother. During ancient times, upon learning that your mother possessed the devouring demon body, she withdrew from the contest for emperor. However, no emperor emerged in that lifetime, and the reasons for her withdrawal remain a mystery. Initially, our Zhongli family aimed to capture her for your mother to absorb, but your mother refused and even allowed her to go free. Zhongli Qingming sighed. I inquired with my mother before, but she did not disclose anything, merely advising me to focus on my cultivation. If one possesses the capability, they should eliminate Wenrushi. If not, it is best to avoid her. Even my mother seemed somewhat apprehensive in her words. Zhongli Qiming found Wenrushi increasingly perplexing. Previously, her calm demeanor resembled water, withdrawing from conflicts to cultivate herself. It can only be said that she has concealed herself exceptionally well over the years, deceiving us. I dispatched individuals to investigate her intentions, but there hasn't been a single clue. Ancestor Zhongli sighed. Could this be related to those peculiar individuals? Did you not mention that you found them detestable? And that they possess unusual abilities? Might it be that Wenrushi has also discovered these individuals' unique capabilities and intends to utilize them for her own inscrutable purposes? Thoughts swirled in Zhongli Qingming's mind, and a terrifying idea suddenly emerged. Perhaps she has never truly conceded. Ancestor Zhongli seemed to grasp something. Are you implying? Zhongli Qingming shook her head. This is the worst-case scenario, quite intriguing indeed. No wonder she remains indifferent to Chu Xinghe's demise. Had I discovered this sooner, it would not have come to this. Ancestor Zhongli looked at the sorrowful Zhongli Qingming and sighed. That young man has become a thing of the past. Attempting to resurrect him would be a defiance of fate. Zhongli Qingming's eyes narrowed. There is still a possibility of reviving him, that is, if one can traverse the past to find him. There is one person we cannot bypass, and that is Wenrushi. I had the people from Tianji Tower calculate. Jiang Wanyin is one of Wenrushi's incarnations. With the innate Dao body and the reincarnation divine body, acquiring one can lead to supremacy. She currently possesses these two significant qualities, but it is unclear if there are other incarnations she is split off from. When the reincarnation divine body flew away from me, I missed my chance. Searching for it now is exceedingly difficult. Since learning of this news, Zhongli Qiming has been continuously investigating the reincarnation body. It would be best to devour her before any discoveries are made. Previously, she had thought too fancifully. Moreover, she harbored a premonition. Wenrushi might become her greatest adversary. Ancestor, we must hasten our plans. Wenrushi is aware of my physique and knows my mother. For reasons unknown, she has not yet exposed herself. Should she do so, and we are unprepared, our Zhongli family would be at a disadvantage. Ancestor Zhongli nodded. I have already informed the clan. Several strong individuals have been revived, and the plan is underway, but we must keep it hidden. Progress is a bit slow. In Tianyin Holy Land, Lin Wentian gazed at Wenrushi. Why did you save me? He inquired. He had no prior connection with this individual and was perplexed by her actions. Is she not afraid of offending Sumi Mountain? Wenrushi's expression returned to calmness as she locked eyes with Lin Wentian. The tranquility in her gaze imposed immense pressure on him. You need not concern yourself. In a few days, you may leave. Lin Wentian was bewildered. Do I not need to do anything? No need. Why? There was no explanation. Lin Wentian remained in a state of confusion. This was entirely different from the circumstances when she rescued him. What manner of person is Wenrushi? You may go now. Lin Wentian, still in a daze, walked outside. Wenrushi watched his retreating figure. Destiny, are you he? Why do all those I calculated to intersect with Tianyin Holy Land end up dead? just like by Wuchen. When Rushi averted her gaze, revealing a piece of paper in her hand. It contained information: Yangzhou Haiqing, Taizhou Yuanqing, Yuando Yinqing, Xinshou Chu family. 4 locations were noted, with a name below, Gongsun Wuji, which was crossed out. When Rushi inscribed Lin Wentian's name on the paper, her eyes flickering momentarily. Should Lin Wentian perish, it would affirm certain truths. You may indeed be him. Destiny. Are you truly him? The immortal and demonic bodies have vanished, and the world mourns in unison. If you are he, how did you achieve resurrection? When Rushi withdrew her gaze, her expression complex, melancholic, and bewildered. Come forth. As her voice fell, 2 figures silently emerged beside her. What of Chu Xinghe? Saint Sovereign, Chu Xinghe has made no movements and is quietly cultivating. When Rushi waved her hand, and the shadows vanished, she turned her gaze outwards. Dealing with women and seizing opportunities, the methods are too similar. You may oversee the affairs of the Holy Land. I have matters to attend to. When Rushi gazed towards her next destination, Yuanzhou Yiqing. If destiny is indeed him, he will undoubtedly head to this place. After the breakthrough, Chu Xinghe gazed at the system interface. Master, Chu Xinghe age, 20 strength, mid-level celestial god, 10 million, physique, fate void body cultivation technique, void transformation scripture martial skills, instantaneous movement, heart demon induction, celestial severing finger weapons, demon refinement pot, purple gold gourd mount, 9 dragons chariot, pure blood Jiao dragon in early sage realm, destiny points, 6,033, 500 inventory, supreme corpse. Qitian's sword. The next breakthrough requires 10 million destiny points. Thus only by harnessing the fortune of the chosen can one advance swiftly. Chu Xinghe took out the supreme corpse and looked at Long Yi and the others. If you were to devour this supreme essence, what realm could you transcend to? Chu Xinghe did not wish to divide into 9 parts. This incident made him realize the necessity of possessing a formidable champion. Currently, he was dealing with hegemonic forces, all of which were guarded by supreme powerhouses. The celestial sanctity realm could no longer maintain order. Master, with the essence of the supreme, I can transcend to the pinnacle of celestial sanctity. However, if I restrain myself and focus on my metamorphosis, I may only attain the mid-stage of celestial sanctity. Chu Xinghe comprehended Long Yi's intention. By utilizing the supreme origin to enhance his foundation, he does not seek power, which aligns perfectly with Chu Xinghe's aspirations. Chu Xinghe entrusted the corpse to Long Yi. Once you have attained your breakthrough, we shall continue our journey. Long Yi nodded slightly, consuming the supreme corpse, and began his seclusion. The night transitioned over the course of a month. Long Yi's dragon scales became finer, their density heightened. His realm ascended to the mid-stage of the celestial saint level. His gaze grew increasingly imposing. Beside him, the 8 dragon serpents bowed their heads in reverence to Long Yi. Chu Xinghe could perceive that even an ordinary celestial saint of consummate mastery would not be a match for Long Yi. Chu Xinghe nodded with satisfaction. This 20 million destiny value is truly worth its weight in gold. The creation of a celestial saint is now within reach. The plan may commence. Chu Xinghe listened intently to the surrounding news in the cities under the jurisdiction of the Tianyan sacred land in Qizhou. Originally, he intended to travel to the hidden city of Yuanzhou. Along the way, he heard a piece of startling news. Shumi Mountain was causing trouble for the Tianyan sacred land. Chu Xinghe resolved to investigate personally. Moreover, he could foresee it. The divine beast egg might once again be claimed by a child of destiny. That woman who had sought to kill him earlier ensured that wherever he discarded such treasures, a new chosen one would emerge. Gongsun Wuji, Lin Wentian. Who knew what other fated individuals might surface? With Xue Nianji still residing in Tianyan's sacred land, and now Lin Wentian added to the mix, Chu Xinghe felt uneasy leaving them alive. From the vantage of Contemplation Tower, the mist-veiled gates of Tianyan's sacred land were visible in the distance. Soon, the fog parted as a colossal black mountain tore through the void. When Rushue emerged, and a voice resonated from within the peak, shaking the entire sacred ground. Many disciples shuddered, first the Zhongli family, now this mountain. Would they ever have peace to cultivate? Lin Wentian observed the arrival of the Shumi Mountain envoys, his expression darkening. A flicker of murderous intent seeping into his gaze. The ancestral elder of Tianyan's sacred land appeared, though when Rushue had already departed, instructing them to safeguard the sect. Gazing at the looming mountain in the sky, the elder felt a chill. Without the sacred lord present, any crisis would have to wait for his return. An aged figure descended from the peak, his ancient eyes stirring as he surveyed Tianyan's sacred land. A sudden unease gripped him. Such formidable formations. Truly, when Rushui was not to be underestimated. As an innate Dao physique, his affinity with the Dao is natural. The elder could faintly discern how these formations aligned with the cosmic order. Dismantling them would require considerable effort. When Rushui took Lin Wentian, costing our Shumi mountain a supreme being. If no explanation is given today, do not blame us for discarding courtesy, the Shumi elder declared. The Tianyin elder's expression shifted. He was well aware of the events in Taizhou. The sacred lord's decree must be obeyed. The Shumi elder narrowed his eyes. Interesting. Today, we shall see what arrogance Tianyin's sacred land dares to wield. A mere sacred ground dares obstruct Shumi Mountain's path? Initially inclined toward civility, he now found Tianyin's insolence intolerable. Kill. With that command, the Black Mountain fully breached the void, revealing countless cultivators who descended like meteors, raining destruction upon Tianyin's sacred land. The disciples paled, watching the fiery onslaught with dread. As the strong awakened to counter the assault, 9 tolls of the sacred bell echoed across Tianyin. News of Shumi Mountain's invasion swiftly spread throughout Qizhou, even stirring distant realms. Within Contemplation Tower, Chu Xinghe had disappeared in a series of swift teleports, perfectly seizing the opportunity to take advantage of the chaos. He pondered whether he could eliminate those troublesome individuals. Just as he was about to advance, his footsteps abruptly halted. Chu Xinghe furrowed his brow as the skies above the celestial abyss turned ominously dark, obscuring even the faintest light. A colossal golden hand, immense beyond measure, traversed the void. The Shumi Mountain displays remarkable audacity. A calm voice resonated. As the voice echoed, the pitch-black mountain of Shumi descended, fracturing the air with its presence. The ancestral figure of Shumi Mountain gazed in astonishment. Impossible. How could my Shumi Mountain's Dao artifact be shattered? With 7 divine peaks, Shumi Mountain possessed 7 Dao artifacts, yet now one voice had managed to dismantle them. Thunder rumbled across the heavens, as a silhouette no larger than a sesame seed stood aloft, commanding the descent of the golden hand. The 3 venerable ancestors of Shumi exchanged glances, and 3 majestic figures emerged behind them. A cold snort pierced the air. The 3 divine manifestations shattered instantaneously, dissolving into a cascade of starlight. The 3 formidable beings of Shumi spat blood, even as the giant hand grasped the Black Mountain. With a resounding crack, the mountain crumbled. When Rushui, calm and composed, surveyed the Shumi assembly from on high, she extended her delicate hand, and the faces of the 3 ancestral figures reflected sheer horror. The power displayed was far beyond that of the supreme realm. A voice of lament echoed through the cosmos. Today marks the transgression of Shumi Mountain. Consider these offerings as an apology. An ancient hand emerged from the void, radiating a multitude of lights that cascaded before Wen Rushui, simultaneously within the palm. A realm was conjured, drawing all of Shumi Mountain's denizens into its embrace. The gnarled hand shattered the void and vanished from sight. When Rushui returned to the celestial abyss, for an entire month, she had traversed the hidden city of Yuanzhou, yet had not encountered destiny. It seemed her assumptions had been misguided. He was truly gone. How could one who had perished ever be revived? Yet her intuition whispered that he might still be alive. With a sigh, a glimmer of resolve flickered in her eyes. Perhaps it was time to employ that method to ascertain whether he still breathed. Chu Xinghe had already departed from the vicinity of the heavenly expansion Holy Land. Just moments ago, he discerned that when Rushui had traveled a great distance to arrive. It struck him as peculiar. What capabilities could this woman possess? Moreover, Lin Wentian had yet to make an appearance. He had not been afforded the opportunity within the confines of the heavenly expansion Holy Land. It was evident that when Rushui was not to be underestimated. Chu Xinghe has always found this woman to be rather terrifying. Let us first seek out the divine beast egg. Chu Xinghe suddenly pondered a question. Previously, there had been occurrences in Yangzhou, followed by events in Tai. The first time, right before his eyes, someone intervened to rescue Gongsun Wuji. Now, once again before him, another person had saved Lin Wentian. However, Gongsun Wuji had willingly emerged, only to meet his fiery demise. Now, Lin Wentian, aware that the heavenly Yin sacred land could protect him, would likely refrain from making an appearance. When Rushi hurried over from outside, could it be that she was heading to the hidden city of Yuanzhou? Upon reflecting on this, Chu Xinghe felt his heart involuntarily quicken. Could it be that Wen Rushui has surmised his continued existence? This notion left Chu Xinghe uncertain. With this thought in mind, he paused once more on his way to the hidden city. It seemed prudent to reconsider his plans, otherwise he risked exposing himself. Additionally, he needed to gather crucial information. According to his previous disposition, Lin Wentian must also perish. seizing the opportunity amidst the conflict between Shumi Mountain and the heavenly transformation sacred land. He intended to infiltrate the fray to eliminate both Lin Wentian and Chu Xinghe. Having unraveled these intricacies, he felt a sense of clarity. The depths of Chu Xinghe's eyes shimmered with a chilling intent. Wenrushi, what exactly do you aspire to achieve? In the days that followed, Chu Xinghe lingered around the heavenly yin sacred land, absorbing fragmented tidings. He frequently shifted his location, altering his visage with each transition. At last, he began to discern subtle clues. Numerous individuals, whether intentionally or inadvertently, inquired about any news from within the heavenly yin sacred land. This revelation weighed heavily on his heart. Even Zhongli Qiming had come to believe him deceased, while Wenrushi remained skeptical of his demise. Fortunately, he possessed foresight, allowing him to unravel certain matters. Lin Wentian and Chu Xinghe were now presumed dead. She would undoubtedly harbor suspicions regarding his actions, yet she could also confirm his survival. Perhaps even his presence in the hidden city of Yuanzhou. Wenrushi had already set her plans in motion, complicating matters significantly. This woman was exceedingly astute. Chu Xinghe had previously sensed that no secrets existed in her gaze. Should she discover he was alive, she might devise untold schemes against him. A man who had once faced death, painstakingly reinventing himself, could not afford to die again. However, Lin Wentian's survival remained an ever-looming threat. Chu Xinghe suddenly recalled a person. Jian Qianquan. Could he perhaps craft something with him in mind? After pondering for a moment, he shook his head. Today, Wenrushi had displayed unparalleled prowess. As Chu Xinghe contemplated his next move, he lifted his gaze towards the distant void, where a rift emerged and a figure vanished from sight. Chu Xinghe was well acquainted with that individual, Zhongli Qiming. Chu Xinghe's eyes gleamed with brilliance. Perhaps this time, Zhongli Qiming could unwittingly assist him greatly. Within the Hall of Heavenly Change, Zhongli Qiming regarded Wenrushi. You come to slay Lin Wentian. Without hesitation, Zhongli Qiming took a seat. You are aware of my intentions. You cannot kill him. He still holds value, Wenrushi stated calmly. I must kill him. Even if you were to reveal my identity as the devouring demon body, I would still proceed. Wenrushi lifted her gaze, observing Zhongli Qiming, her emotions subtly shifting. The figure before her seemed shrouded in a veil of mystery, rendering her perception hazy. Since Chu Xinghe aided Zhongli Qiming in eliminating Bai Wuchen, little time had elapsed, yet she found it increasingly difficult to grasp Zhongli Qiming's essence. She had grown more astute, more cautious, akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, poised to deliver a fatal strike. I shall not employ this as a threat. Had I the power in ancient times, your existence would have been inconceivable. Zhongli Qiming comprehended Wenrushi's implication. In the ancient era, had Wenrushi disclosed the matters concerning her mother, her own existence would have been impossible. Not a trace of gratitude flickered in Zhongli Qiming's eyes. Only derision and coldness remained. I initially believed your machinations in this lifetime were aimed at ascension to the throne, but upon reflection, something felt amiss. You have changed. Seeking to rescue Gong Sunwei, and perhaps even Chu Xinghe, you are confirming one thing. He still lives. Ripples of emotion stirred within Wenrushi's eyes, prompting Zhongli Qiming to suddenly laugh, her smile appearing somewhat frosty. Even if you know he still breathes, what can you do for him? Wenrushi remained silent. In life, you failed to fulfill your master's responsibilities, watching helplessly as others drove him to his demise. Or do you intend to accompany him in death? Manifested as Jiang Wanning through your Dao body? Wenrushi's expression shifted, staring blankly at Zhongli Qiming. The Celestial Mechanism Pavilion has informed you. Zhongli Qiming scoffed. I know not your schemes, nor do I desire to. However, the inheritance Lin Wentian received points directly to me. You cannot be oblivious to how the Sword God sect's ancestor perished in ancient times, yet you still seek to save him. What is your true intention, Wenrushi? Do you truly regard the Zhongli family with such disdain? Wenrushi pressed her lips together. Since you have transitioned from the path of emotion to the path of apathy, why have you now become so sentimental? What is it that you truly desire? Wenrushi regained her composure. My path is unrelated to yours. You may take Lin Wentian. Upon hearing this, Zhongli Qiming's disdain intensified. Do you believe the Zhongli family has revived him? Let me enlighten you. Within the secret realm, the immortal demon Zither has self-immolated. After Zhongli Qiming spoke, Wenrushi raised her teacup, concealing her expression as she sipped. When she set the cup down, her demeanor returned to neutrality. His affairs bear no connection to me. Zhongli Qiming stood up. This attitude of yours is truly contemptible. All of this could have been avoided. Your arrogance and restraint will ultimately lead to your undoing. My mother once remarked that you have yet to discover your own path. With that, Zhongli Qiming turned to leave, seeking Lin Wentian's whereabouts. Upon catching sight of Zhongli Qiming, Lin Wentian wasted no time and shattered a jade talisman. Zhongli Qiming did not intervene. Yingyi appeared behind her. "Miss, why do you not allow me to stop him?" Zhongli Qiming shook her head. "I too wish to ascertain whether he still lives. Is he truly himself?" Since the incident involving Chu Xinghe, Zhongli Qiming had harbored intentions to eliminate Wenrushi, yet now she found herself unable to do so. Understanding Wenrushi's meaning, she too yearned for knowledge. Is Chu Xinghe still alive? She yearned to know. If he truly is him, why has he not confided in her? Is it my fault that I failed to save him? A complex expression lingered in Zhongli Qiming's eyes. If you are indeed him, I shall protect you. Zhongli Qiming murmured softly. Send someone to monitor Lin Wentian's whereabouts. We must not overlook those he associates with or the actions he undertakes. Ying nodded slightly. Initially, Zhongli Qiming contemplated having someone watch over Wenrushi, but after some thought, she decided against it. It would be futile to keep tabs on such a person. Chu Xinghe was contemplating how Zhongli Qiming would eliminate Lin Wentian. According to his prior teachings, Zhongli Qiming should have been able to discern Lin Wentian's extraordinary nature. Just as he took a sip of tea, he nearly spat it out. The figure disguised at the door was none other than Lin Wentian himself. This cunning individual was remarkably swift in his escape. Chu Xinghe remained composed, even lowering his gaze and refraining from casting a glance at Lin Wentian. He sensed that there was surely some deceit at play. Lin Wentian's fortune had diminished significantly. With Zhongli Qiming and her entourage seeking to eliminate him, success seemed likely. It was perplexing that this individual still managed to escape, especially since the celestial yin sacred land had yet to make any sound. After Chu Xinghe comprehended Wenrushui's maneuver, he turned his attention to Lin Wentian. These two women sought to fish, with Lin Wentian serving as the bait, while he himself was the fish. How amusing indeed. In the depths of Chu Xinghe's eyes, excitement shimmered. It was likely that this place had already attracted the attention of numerous formidable individuals. Disguised, Lin Wentian surveyed the surroundings and discovered an inconspicuous spot. With his head bowed, Chu Xinghe sensed a piercing gaze directed towards him and silently implored, "Do not approach. Please, do not come near. Brother, is anyone seated here?" Chu Xinghe, alas. This fool, Lin Wentian, the child of fortune. Chu Xinghe lifted his head, his eyes hazy with intoxication. He endeavored to maintain his clarity of mind. Steadying his gaze, he scrutinized Lin Wentian, surveying his surroundings. "Innkeeper!" Chu Xinghe shouted loudly. The steward hurried over. "Throw him out. With so many vacant seats, why sit here? Is he out of his mind?" The steward glanced at Lin Wentian. "Dear sir, there are other available seats nearby, you see." The steward, feeling exasperated, thought to himself, "This fool, with so many empty spots, insists on sitting here. Truly absurd." Lin Wentian awkwardly smiled and decided to change his seat. He noticed this spot was inconspicuous and even offered an opportunity to engage in conversation with the drunken fellow beside him, diverting the attention of others. Who could have anticipated such a situation? After consuming several cups of alcohol, Chu Xinghe unsteadily stood up and made his way outside. Remaining any longer would only arouse greater suspicion. He staggered through the streets, colliding with numerous passers-by, provoking their irate exclamations. Many recognized Chu Xinghe, the inebriated man whose home had been shattered by his drinking habits. When Chu Xinghe altered his appearance, he feared being discovered through investigation. After careful consideration, he chose to impersonate another individual. He arrived at a secluded room, collapsed onto the bed, and fell into a slumber, muttering curses under his breath. As Chu Xinghe slumbered soundly, a dark shadow emerged by the bedside. Gazing at the peacefully sleeping Chu Xinghe, it drew forth a dagger and pressed it against his throat. Chu Xinghe felt a chill upon his neck. "Come on, keep drinking. I am far from intoxicated." The man in black sheathed his dagger and turned to depart. Suddenly, he spun around, intent on confronting Chu Xinghe. Muscles instinctively tensed, lips smacking. "You disdain me, you vile creature. I shall end you." Observing the seemingly unperturbed Chu Xinghe, the man in black finally felt reassured enough to leave. The feigning slumbering Chu Xinghe thought, "I have encountered the sixth. Fortunately, I have been on guard all along, otherwise I would have surely exposed myself. What manner of individuals are these, capable of devising such tactics?" A man's instinctive protective instincts for his brethren operate without conscious thought. Once the man in black departed, Chu Xinghe hastily removed the fellow and placed him on the bed, his heart racing with trepidation. Fortunately, the man in black was merely testing the waters. Otherwise, it could have ended disastrously. Upon stepping outside, he locked eyes with a pair of piercing gazes. "Impressive, young one," he remarked. "You nearly deceived me just now." Chu Xinghe, Truly impressive, the best among the formidable. I bow in admiration. I have been sufficiently cautious. The Wind listener has encountered a fellow practitioner. Upon hearing Chu Xinghe's words, the cloaked figure furrowed his brow. The Wind listener? A glimmer of contemplation shone in his eyes. I see. In an instant, the cloaked figure comprehended. This was someone akin to him, both surveilling Lin Wentian. It was likely that only her people were involved. I apologize for the intrusion. With that, the cloaked figure vanished into the night. Chu Xinghe. Well, that was rather unexpected. One must wonder why he would go to such lengths when it is so easy to deceive. Chu Xinghe vanished into the night. When he returned to the familiar tavern once more, Chu Xinghe's eyes involuntarily narrowed slightly. Has Lin Wentian met his demise? He gazed upon the lifeless body within the tavern. Chu Xinghe's lips twitched. Initially, he believed he was the only one of his kind, yet he discovered that there were numerous others. The black-clad individuals had been continuously probing him, alongside the seemingly lifeless Lin Wentian. The abundance of talent in this world is truly astonishing. Lin Wentian appears to be striving to fade from the public's gaze. Chu Xinghe could only reluctantly watch the spectacle, while others were engrossed in the performance. Slipping away discreetly would easily attract attention. Thus, he had no choice but to proceed in this manner. Chu Xinghe cast a scrutinizing glance, secretly reveling in the success of his plan. Lin Wentian, oh Lin Wentian, do not blame me. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon the cloaked figure who inspired this course of action. With a mere flick of his fingers, he propelled a stone directly at Lin Wentian's brother. Observing that Lin Wentian remained utterly unperturbed, he felt a surge of satisfaction. In Chu Xinghe's eyes, there was a glimmer of admiration. Truly, he was the child of fortune. Displaying such remarkable restraint, a series of 3 consecutive strikes had already awakened Lin Wentian. Throughout the journey, he sensed an unseen gaze upon him, wishing to feign death to escape. Yet, out of nowhere, an unexpected figure emerged, thwarting his plans. Even so, he managed to endure the initial shock. But then came another flurry of 3 strikes. I endure. I persist. I strive to contain myself. The onlookers observed Lin Wentian, whose body trembled slightly, exchanging peculiar glances laden with unspoken thoughts. However, none dared to utter a word. Whoosh, 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 another trio of strikes echoed through the air. As they beheld Lin Wentian sprawled on the ground, his rear end elevated, laughter erupted among the crowd. One chuckle sparked a chain reaction, and soon others joined in the mirth. Suddenly, Lin Wentian sprang to his feet, ready to unleash his fury, only to be met with a startled exclamation from the assailant. Oh woo. Ha ha. Brother, just now you were dead, and I pulled you back from the gates of hell. Lin Wentian stood frozen in embarrassment. What was this madness? Such shamelessness. Brother, do you acknowledge my medical skills? Lin Wentian felt his hands firmly grasped, yearning to break free, yet the man's enthusiasm was overwhelming, leaving him somewhat at a loss. I appreciate. Before he could finish, his pupils dilated, as if his very soul were being tugged. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The assailant, seizing the moment, drew a knife and struck Lin Wentian's head, causing his brain matter to spill forth. Upon witnessing this scene, Chu Xinghe stood amidst the crowd, his complexion paling dramatically. In haste, he joined the others and rushed to the side to heave. Chu Xinghe exerted control over others, even fabricating the illusion that he himself had been under someone else's influence. The individual who had just attacked Lin Wentian turned and vanished within the tavern. However, as he hastily fled, a vortex materialized beside him. Who commanded you to kill Lin Wentian? A voice, cold and indifferent, echoed in the air. The assailant broke into a cold sweat. I am from the underworld court. Naturally, I seek to claim the bounty for his death. Lin Wentian has been listed on the bounty board for several days now. Upon hearing this, the inquirer's expression shifted dramatically. How could this be? What then is the purpose of their surveillance? The assailant inhaled deeply, turning to depart. His mission had always been to eliminate Lin Wentian. Meanwhile, Chu Xinghe, who had already left, wore a smirk. Surprised, are you? After contemplating Wen Rushi's tactics, he activated his plan. He could not believe that no one harbored affection for Ling Yuxiang. He instructed Long Yi and others to conduct some inquiries, and indeed, they uncovered a flurry of activity. Numerous individuals had spent money to hire assassins to eliminate Lin Wentian. With Lin Wentian being escorted away by Wen Rushi, these assassins were bound to converge at this location. He decided to turn the situation to his advantage, masquerading as an informant. When the cloaked figure approached his room to probe, he tensed his muscles, a deliberate act. The black-clad figure was indeed formidable, leveraging the unspoken understanding between Wen Rushi and Zhang Li Qimeng. Both were engaged in subtle explorations of various matters. Chu Xinghe is adept at navigating through murky waters, yet he harbors a fear of unforeseen events. At this moment, their thoughts are far from the assassin. He merely shifts his gaze, prompting them to remain vigilant against one another. Coincidentally, the assassin from the underworld is present in this location. Lin Wentian. Your demise is not without reason. I have orchestrated numerous schemes. The death of the child of destiny results in the nullification of fortune, and the master requires 10 million destiny points. Upon hearing the figure of 10 million, Chu Xinghe's lips curled into a smile. This indeed marked his most significant gain. Master, Chu Xinghe age, 20 strength, mid-stage celestial god 10 million, physique, fate void body technique, void transformation scripture martial arts, instantaneous movement, heart demon induction, heaven severing finger weapons, demon refining pot, purple gold gourd mount, 9 dragon chariot, mid-stage 1-day saint, initial stage of the 8 great saints, destiny value, 16,033. 500 inventory. Qi Tian sword. Chu Xinghe's gaze fell upon the newly refreshed offerings in the system marketplace. The 1,000 Illusions Mask, a high-quality Dao artifact, capable of altering one's appearance and mimicking various auras, was valued at 15 million destiny points, accessible only to an emperor. As he beheld such an item, Chu Xinghe's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Truly, this was an exquisite treasure, precisely what he required. His elaborate scheming had not been in vain, as it had led him to this moment of opportunity. Master, I shall endeavor to assist you in your growth, and the system marketplace will strive to refresh items that you require, the system assured him. Ah, how considerate of you, dear system. It is only fitting that you support your master in such a manner. Chu Xinghe felt quite elated. However, upon receiving this news, when Ru Shui and Zhongli Qiming were filled with disappointment in their gazes, they even sent someone to inquire further. It turned out that there was a talented individual infatuated with Ling Yushuang who secretly hired assassins to eliminate Lin Wentian, even resorting to the use of Huangquan poison. Now, with the acquisition of the 1,000 Illusion Mask, the situation has become even more intricate. Only then did Chu Xinghe feel at ease to venture towards the hidden city of Yuanzhou. He remained uncertain about the situation regarding the divine beast egg. As for the Eastern Emperor Bell, in Chu Xinghe's heart, there was no certainty. It was directly cast into the void passage. Moreover, with the emergence of chaotic currents in the void, who could predict where it would land? Upon arriving at the hidden city, Chu Xinghe did not hasten his journey to the Wang family. When Ru Shui had begun to suspect that he was still alive and must have devised various means of surveillance, as soon as he approached the Wang family, he would be instantly monitored. In the void leading to the hidden city, Zhongli Qiming sat in an exquisite pavilion. Master Chu indeed made an appearance in the hidden city, albeit briefly, before departing via a teleportation array to Xianzhou. The purple gold gourd, the immortal demon Qin, the divine beast egg, and the Eastern Emperor Bell. These 4 items must have been scattered across 4 different locations, Zhongli Qiming murmured. Yingyi let out a sigh. A month ago, when Ru Shui was seen in the hidden city, Zhongli Qiming nodded. Have you located those eyes? Yingyi shook his head. We do not know whether Master Chu's eyes were voluntarily removed or forcibly taken. Our investigations have yielded no clues. I even alerted several families in Xianzhou. Yet not a single trace has surfaced. Since Master Chu's presumed demise, I have consistently dispatched individuals to monitor the Chu family in Xianzhou, and still, no one else has appeared. Miss, do you still doubt that Master Chu has perished? The heavens wept that day, and the immortal demon Qin was set ablaze. Yingyi wished to console the young lady, urging her not to linger in the past. Do you not find the death of Lin Wentian too coincidental? Yingyi fell silent, as creating coincidences was his forte. He chose not to speak, for the young lady had become ensnared in her own delusions. How could Chu Xinghe possibly still be alive? Recently, it seems that something extraordinary is destined to unfold in the hidden city. Is there perhaps some clandestine event taking place that might reveal a hint of the truth? Yingyi produced a piece of paper and presented it to Zhongli Qiming. Upon examining its contents, Zhongli Qiming's pupils dilated slightly. How intriguing. It appears that such exceptional individuals will indeed emerge once more. It seems when Ru Shi is determined to intervene once more. No wonder she urged me so decisively to take Lin Wentian away. It turns out she too harbors doubts about Chu Xinghe's demise. Such duplicity is truly exasperating. The circumstances surrounding Lin Wentian's death are far too coincidental. And now we find ourselves ensnared in mutual suspicion. If he were alive, he would undoubtedly employ this very method. Yingyi equally hopes for Chu Xinghe's survival, as it would spare the young lady from such distress. Yet, he cannot fathom how Chu Xinghe might have lived on, given that the celestial demon body has vanished. How could he possibly still exist? However, considering that Chu Xinghe was capable of identifying those extraordinary individuals, and devising methods to contend with them. A flicker of hope ignites within him. At this moment, what might Chu Xinghe be doing? Are you not coming out yet? Upon arriving in the hidden city, Chu Xinghe felt as though he was already being scrutinized. This realization left him somewhat disheartened. Despite having altered his appearance and demeanor, why was he still being watched? Must he truly disguise himself as a woman? Then, a figure emerged from behind, bearing a sword on their back, while one sleeve hung empty. Their presence exuded a subtle yet formidable aura, accentuated by a prominent scar that traversed their face. Upon seeing this individual, Chu Xinghe's eyes widened in surprise. Why are you following me? It is truly wonderful that you are still alive. Chu Xinghe frowned slightly. What do you mean? Shi Jinfeng gazed intently at Chu Xinghe. You are him. You may deceive others, but you cannot deceive me. A ripple of emotion flickered in Chu Xinghe's eyes, initially intending to exploit him. A chance encounter with this individual led to an unexpected willingness to betray his own sect. It was none other than Shi Jinfeng. Whenever Chu Xinghe's heart grew cold, this person would appear, mending his spirit. He gazed into Shi Jinfeng's resolute eyes. Chu Xinghe sighed. I am not him. Shi Jinfeng smiled broadly, his facial wounds resembling a twisted centipede, sending chills down one's spine. Yet, Chu Xinghe felt no revulsion. In fact, he experienced a peculiar warmth. Yes, you are not him. You are yourself. Chu Xinghe approached Shi Jinfeng. What a pity. A glimmer of amusement danced in Shi Jinfeng's eyes. It was a nuisance. I dealt with it myself. Chu Xinghe fell silent. Why do you choose to confess? Chu Xinghe pondered for a moment. Perhaps I did not intend to conceal anything from you. Shi Jinfeng smiled broadly. Indeed, I consider myself quite fortunate. Chu Xinghe raised an eyebrow. How did you recognize me? They all failed to do so. Shi Jinfeng took a deep breath. It's intuition. That innate sense from within. Even if you alter your appearance, demeanor, or strength, I feel that you are indeed the one. Chu Xinghe never anticipated his failure to be so profound. If you wish to conceal your existence from others, your efforts have proven insufficient. I am here to assist you. I had previously vowed that should anyone wish to bring about your demise, they must first tread over my lifeless body. I failed to uphold that promise last time. Yet fortune has smiled upon me this time, granting me another opportunity. I possess the capability to aid you. For I am well acquainted with your methods and can even deceive when Ruxue and Zhongli Qimeng. A warm current coursed through Chu Xinghe's heart. He remained silent, merely extending his hand to pat Shi Jinfeng's shoulder. Shi Jinfeng felt the warmth on his shoulder and broke into a grin. The twisted centipede on his face transformed into something endearing. Thank you, Shi Jinfeng replied, shaking his head. It should be I who thank you. Chu Xinghe was taken aback for a moment. Indeed, you should express your gratitude to me. Otherwise, you would still be unable to find your own path. Shi Jinfeng took a deep breath. Which family? The Wang family. Shi Jinfeng nodded, just about to turn and leave. Chu Xinghe pressed down on his shoulder. You are indeed familiar with my methods. Wen Ruxi and Zhongli Qimeng are both quite astute. Yet I must still take the initiative this time. However, you need to remain in the shadows, waiting until the very end to make your appearance. Do not even entertain thoughts of revealing ourselves just yet. There are still several things I have lost that have yet to be reclaimed, and you cannot afford to perish. After Chu Xinghe finished speaking, he patted Shi Jinfeng on the shoulder. Allow me to take the lead. It is not yet your turn to take the stage. Shi Jinfeng pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Chu Xinghe turned and walked away, taking a few steps before suddenly halting. A longing filled his heart as he wished for a trustworthy brother, uncertain whether fate would grant him such a companion. With that thought, his silhouette faded from Shi Jinfeng's sight. Shi Jinfeng withdrew his gaze, reassuring himself that it was possible. If not, he would cleave the heavens to deliver one to him. With that, he too turned to depart. Since one must operate in the light and the other in the shadows, he resolved to prepare for the clandestine endeavors ahead. Now, a suitable replacement had emerged. Chu Xinghe became increasingly cautious. He could not afford to be careless simply because of Shi Jinfeng's presence. Chu Xinghe walked into the hidden city, unfazed by the gazes that surrounded him. With so many people coming and going, it was simply impossible to scrutinize each individual thoroughly. Chu Xinghe did not advance towards the Wang family. Instead, he made his way to the Guanqin building. Chu Xinghe was also intrigued by which faction the observation pavilion belonged to. Upon entering, Chu Xinghe casually settled into a position, yet his gaze betrayed an unusual intensity. Many familiar faces surrounded him. The remarkable individuals who had converged here were the same ones who had appeared on the day he ascended as the holy son of the heavenly shrine. The sixth prince of the great Zhou dynasty, Zhou Yuan Tian, the celestial moon holy land, Feng Wudong of the heavenly deer academy, Chu Xinghe, Yang Zhonghai from the sacred martial dynasty, and Ling Yunyu from the Linglong Pavilion, all were acquaintances. Previously, Chu Xinghe had unveiled the secrets of his heart to the formidable Lu Lingfeng of the Great Yu dynasty, causing those who sought to challenge him to retreat. Now, it was unexpected to see them gathered again in this place. It was indeed intriguing. However, the atmosphere among a few of them felt somewhat unsettling. You boast about the prowess of the Qinglu Academy, but when Zhongli Qingming came to your institution and set up a challenge, your academy was utterly defeated. Su Sanwei's expression darkened. Our academy's talents have simply yet to awaken, he retorted. How laughable. Surely, you aren't referring to those who belong to a bygone era? It is quite amusing to pit champions of the past against those of the present. It isn't that we are afraid to awaken. Perhaps it's more about not being able to find a worthy opponent, Zhou Yuantian remarked, having spent the past few days in study. Especially after being ridiculed by Chu Xinghe. He lamented his inability to articulate a suitable retort. Zhou Yuantian, do you truly believe yourself formidable? You are merely the sixth prince of the great Zhou, a title that holds no significance for you. I have heard that the woman you coveted was taken by your imperial brother. What was meant to be an alliance for your marriage has instead turned her into a concubine for him. Zhou Yuantian's countenance darkened further. You speak the truth, he admitted, leaving Su Sanwei at a loss for words. Chu Xinghe sat beside them, a figure of audacity, attacking without defense. Su Sanwei, your sister sacrifices herself in a brothel to fund your education. A pair of jade-like beauties are but pillows for thousands. A single crimson lip is tasted by myriad souls. She sent you to Qinglu Academy, and upon entering, you drove your sister to her demise, feeling she brought you shame. Yet you dare to consider yourself a gentleman. Such foolishness. To aspire to be the saint of Qinglu Academy is utterly laughable. Not even a speck of refuse would be granted to you. Su Sanwei's countenance darkened, as if he could spill black water. Say that again if you dare, he challenged. Zhou Yuantian rose, declaring, you waste air while alive and squander land in death. A creature with the heart of a wolf and the lungs of a dog. With your kind, you shall never attain the status of saint at Qinglu Academy. Nor will you ever become a deity. Su Sanwei acknowledged, I know, I have relinquished that ambition. You will forever be marked on the pillar of shame. She is my sister, that was her choice, not mine. You lie. You were the one who drove her to her end. I will have it written into a tome, circulated throughout the vast celestial realm, and perhaps then Qinglu Academy will expel you. Su Sanwei spat blood, stepping back in quick succession. Chu Xinghe gazed at the blood that dripped onto the table, his expression instantly darkening. Has his luck truly taken a turn for the worse lately? It seems even he has not been spared from such misfortune. However, this spectacle is indeed quite captivating. Zhou Yuantian, you shall pay for this. Just as Su San was about to take his leave, he heard a voice call out, wait. Chu Xinghe suddenly interjected, halting Su Sanwei. What are you doing? Su Sanwei replied with irritation, clean up your filthy blood before you leave. Chu Xinghe gazed coldly at Su Sanwei. You have a bad temper. Yet you assume I am easy to provoke. Su Sanwei, infuriated yet amused, retorted, does everyone think they can bully me, Su Sanwei? Truly seeking demise. With a clenched fist, Su Sanwei swung towards Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe's lips moved slightly. Su Sanwei suddenly knelt before Chu Xinghe. I shall lick. Su Sanwei's actions astonished many, even leaving Zhou Yuantian, who had nearly been driven to the brink of fury by Su Sanwei, momentarily stunned. It was already impressive enough that he could infuriate Su Sanwei to the point of spitting blood. What could this man possibly have done to compel the usually proud Su Sanwei to kneel? Observing Su Sanwei actually licking the blood clean from the table, all present regarded him with a mix of speculation. Who was Su Sanwei? A member of the Qinglu Academy. If this were to spread, how would the reputation of the Qinglu Academy withstand such a blow? Even Zhou Yuantian understood this. He had declared that Su Sanwei could never become the holy son of Qinglu Academy, and that was indeed a fact. Yet, to witness someone induce such submission was undeniably formidable. Sanwei, rise. At that moment, a voice, gentle and refined, resonated through the air. Upon hearing this refreshing voice, Su Sanwei instinctively turned his head, his expression freezing in place. Many in attendance were taken aback, for a single utterance had the power to quell the inner turmoil within. Chu Xinghe looked up. A scholar, adorned in immaculate white garments, appeared before him. His high nose and eyes resembled a starry river. His hair was elegantly gathered by a wooden hairpin, exuding a subtle fragrance of wood. Serene and profound, his demeanor was pure and refined. This was the first impression Chu Xinghe had of the individual. Before Chu Xinghe appeared the information of this individual. Name, Ning Xiuzi. Identity, the contemporary saint of Qinglu Academy. A child of destiny. Physique, heavenly fate, sacred body. Strength, perfected true God. Skill, destiny manipulation. Fate value, 500,000. Upon observing this information, Chu Xinghe outwardly remained composed. Yet inwardly he felt a surge of delight. What a remarkable opportunity this presents. Ning Xiuzi, gazing at Chu Xinghe, revealed a hint of astonishment in his eyes. As the saint of Qinglu Academy, he was naturally aware of Su Sanwei's character and considered him one of significance. However, Su Sanwei had persistently refused to yield, maintaining an air of respect while harboring numerous grievances within. Now, Ning Xiuzi perceived this moment as a chance, an opportunity to recruit Su Sanwei as a subordinate. Ning Xiuzi extended a hand, attempting to lift Su Sanwei, yet he remained unmoved, even shifting aside. This left Ning Xiuzi momentarily taken aback. Here I am, having laid a path for you, and instead of descending, you have chosen to dismantle it. Chu Xinghe's lips curled upward. What of the favored child of fortune? Rise. I shall bear the consequences of all matters. Su Sanwei's expression was far from pleasant. Holy son, you ought to disregard this. It is beyond your capacity to bear. Deep within, Su Sanwei felt a sense of indignation towards this holy son. Yet, witnessing Ning Xiuzi standing up for him stirred profound emotions within him. Observing the conflict in Su Sanwei's gaze, Ning Xiuzi broke into a gentle smile. Rest assured, I have declared that I will shoulder it all. A man's knees are said to be worth their weight in gold. How could one kneel so easily? Chu Xinghe was momentarily taken aback. The man spoke of gold beneath his knees. My dear fellow, I find myself in slight disagreement with your assertion. At times, kneeling is not an act of humiliation. Ning Xiuzi, upon hearing Chu Xinghe's retort, regarded him with astonishment. Pray tell, what wisdom do you impart? At that moment, several observant individuals suddenly grasped the underlying meaning. Indeed, there are instances when kneeling is devoid of disgrace. During the bridal chamber's festivities, certain individuals must indeed kneel to facilitate their endeavors. Brother, your explanation is quite intriguing. At times, even the veins may bulge. Many exchanged knowing glances, their faces adorned with bashful smiles. Hee. Ha. Gagaga. Kakik. At this juncture, Ning Xiuzi realized he had been the subject of jest. My friend, as gentlemen, it is preferable to resolve enmities rather than foster them. Yet before he could articulate his thoughts, Chu Xinghe's voice interjected. I beg your pardon, I am but a scoundrel. My guiding principle in life is to deliver a swift kick to the good leg of a cripple. Why bring up that which should remain unspoken? Ning Xiuzi pondered. Su Sanwei remarked, this tough nut, what method shall we employ to crack it? The others chimed in, impressive. Ning Xiuzi had not anticipated that since becoming a saint, this would mark the second occasion he faced public embarrassment. No, it should be termed the third, the first being that woman, who made him acutely aware of the true chasm that lay between them. The second was Su Sanwei's previous rejection, and now he found himself provoked by Chu Xinghe. Is our young master dismissing the esteemed Qinglu Academy? Upon hearing these words, Chu Xinghe's eyes glimmered with disappointment. He had anticipated that this child of fortune would possess remarkable prowess, only to find him to be a mere fade, impressive in appearance yet lacking in substance. It was disheartening to witness such reliance on one's background. TSK, my disdain is not directed at Qinglu Academy as a whole, but rather at you specifically. If you truly possessed any real ability, you would make him rise. Instead, you resort to leveraging Qinglu Academy to pressure me. Ning Xiuzi was momentarily taken aback. Many gazes directed at him bore the same contempt. TSK. I had thought the saint of Qinglu Academy was truly formidable. But it turns out he is no different from the likes of me, merely capitalizing on his connections. Alas, what can one do when they possess such advantageous ties? TSK. I have already disseminated this information widely. Brother, do take care. Su San, witnessing Ning Xiuzi's predicament, felt compelled to step forward. Yet he found himself silenced by a mere glance from Chu Xinghe, causing him to lower his head instantly. The child of fortune faced a setback, his mentality slightly shaken, resulting in a decrease of 5,000 in his destiny value, while his master experienced an increase of 100,000. Upon hearing the voice resonate in his mind, Chu Xinghe paused momentarily. Is this truly feasible? The child of fortune's mentality appears quite fragile. I cannot claim to represent Qinglu Academy. I merely stumbled upon good fortune that led me to the position of saint. Ning Xiuzi was about to offer an explanation. Chu Xinghe settled down and took a sip of tea. From your words, it seems that the Qinglu Academy is populated by individuals lacking discernment, which has allowed you to ascend to the position of Saint Sun. The others remarked, impressive. This little tongue is sweeter than honey. Ning Xiaozi opened his mouth. Are you slandering me? For my peanuts? Su San gazed at Ning Xiaozi with suspicion. Whose side are you truly on? Do you not see that I am still kneeling here? With a flicker of his eyes, Chu Xinghe mused. Ah, Su Sanwei. Do you harbor a grudge against the Holy Sun? I had resolved to let you be, yet he insisted on vying with me, refusing to allow you to rise. A wave of resentment surged within Su Sanwei, for he was oblivious to the turmoil unfolding around him, caught in this absurd entanglement. Just as Ning Xiaozi was about to speak further, another figure emerged from behind, clad in simple garments, adorned with a wooden hairpin, and wielding a seven-star sword. This newcomer cast a glance at the kneeling Su Sanwei, then turned his gaze towards Ning Xiaozi. Ning Xiaozi, upon beholding the stranger, displayed a hint of unease in his eyes, while Su Sanwei kept his head bowed. The hidden passage of Chu Xinghe indeed harbors unforeseen events. To my astonishment, the fated female protagonist has arrived. As a member of Qinglu Academy, I am not one to be subjected to the opinions of others. Xingxi's voice was icy, akin to the sound of jade beads on a compass. Is that so? Su Sanwei warned, should you dare to act against the Holy Sun, do not blame me for revealing this matter to the entirety of the Taisu celestial realm. Su Sanwei stood frozen in place. Please, brother, father, grandfather, grant me clemency this once. Chu Xinghe remained motionless in his place. I, too, do not wish for this. However, certain individuals seem to relish in asserting their presence. It has always been you, the Qinglu Academy, who provoked me. Even if today's events were to be disseminated, I would still hold the moral high ground. Should you choose to disregard reason, I am prepared to resort to physical means. After Chu Xinghe spoke, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, causing many to feel a sense of astonishment within their hearts. Possessing a mid-tier celestial strength, I believe that, despite my own modest cultivation talent, I would still fall short compared to the Saint Son and Saint Daughter of the Qinglu Academy. Xingxi was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, she was the Saint Daughter of the Qinglu Academy, though she rarely made appearances. While others were aware of her existence, they were oblivious to her appearance or strength. To my surprise, Chu Xinghe seemed to be well informed about her true nature. Ning Xiaozi's eyes reflected a different emotion, while Su San knelt in place, too intimidated to speak. At this moment, the onlookers grew even more curious. What secret does Chu Xinghe truly possess that compels Su San to act against you, the Holy Sun? Chu Xinghe continued to issue commands. Su Sanwei took a deep breath. Your Highness, I beg your pardon. With that, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, his 5 fingers outstretched, targeting Ning Xiaozi's heart. Rather than retreating, Ning Xiaozi advanced a step, executing a swift maneuver that allowed him to appear directly behind Su Sanwei. He converted his hand into a blade, and in an instant, Su Sanwei collapsed to the ground. Chu Xinghe gazed indifferently at the unconscious Su Sanwei, unperturbed by the situation. Moreover, Su Sanwei had not exerted his full strength. Upon witnessing this, Xingxi unleashed her formidable aura, reaching the pinnacle of true godhood. What of the celestial gods? She had slain before. Yet, her overwhelming energy surged forth rapidly, only to be abruptly suppressed back to her side. With each step she took backward, the stone slabs beneath her feet shattered like a spider's web, and a faint crimson hue appeared at the corner of her mouth. Are you truly strong? A seemingly mundane question caused Xingxi's expression to shift. She had just unleashed her entire force to intimidate Chu Xinghe, never anticipating that he would effortlessly diffuse her power. Looking down upon her abilities instead, she had always been a person unwilling to concede defeat, yearning to push forward. Senior sister, you are no match for him. Ning Xiaozi observed Chu Xinghe with a predatory gaze. At Qinglu Academy, we are scholars. Our skills in martial arts are rather lacking. Chu Xinghe raised his hand to interject. Are you implying that you excel in the art of vocal mimicry? Many were taken aback. This vocal mimicry must be of a legitimate kind, right? Whether the vocal mimicry is serious or not eludes me, yet I find this brother's character quite appealing. It seems an intriguing spectacle is about to unfold. Ning Xiaozi now understands that he must not follow Chu Xinghe's lead, lest he unwittingly fall into his trap. Qinglu Academy, renowned for its mastery of poetry, is well known to me. Ning Xiaozi remained silent. Beside the Chu Star River, he continued unabashedly. I accept your challenge. Is it not merely poetry? 3 days hence, in this very place, I shall confront you. At that time, let the spectators pose the questions, shall we? Ning Xiaozi was momentarily taken aback by the audacity of this individual. How could he dare to challenge me, fully aware of my advantages? Surely, There must be some trickery at play. Even Xinghe was rendered speechless. Truly, the fearless spirit of a newborn calf. Your innate talent and cultivation may surpass ours. Yet what of the art of poetry? Even she had to concede that she was inferior to this young saint disciple. Very well, 3 days hence, in this very location. Let the spectators determine the topics. Excitement sparkled in Ning Xiuzi's eyes. He had never tasted defeat in the realm of poetry. Observing the confidence in Ning Xiuzi's gaze, one could sense an impending clash of brilliance. Chu Xinghe's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Very well, 3 days hence, at this very spot. However, I have a stipulation. Whoever cheats shall forfeit, granting immediate victory to the other party. The loser must kneel and bow 3 times, and furthermore, renounce their own cultivation, crippling their hands. The defeated shall agree to 3 conditions set forth by the victor. What say you? Upon hearing this, Ning Xiuzi hesitated slightly, while Xinghe remained silent, her gaze laced with skepticism. The others shared similar sentiments. Just moments ago, Ning Xiuzi had not performed particularly well. It is undeniable that to attain the position of Saint's son at Qinglu Academy is to promise a future as a great scholar. Moreover, every great scholar possesses formidable strength, and those of exceptional prowess command even the caution of sages. With the wager established, Chu Xinghe departed with an air of arrogance, while Xinghe gazed at Ning Xiuzi. Do you possess confidence? She inquired. This individual should not be underestimated. I perceive that he is of a similar age to us and has already attained the divine realm. Even I am not his match. Ning Xiuzi smiled. Sister, while I may not surpass him in strength, when it comes to poetry and prose, I assure you, even 10 of him would not stand a chance against me. As Ning Xiuzi contemplated this, she noticed Chu Xinghe about to exit and hurriedly intercepted him. Wait. Since this is a wager, we must formalize it with a contract. With that, she produced a piece of paper and inscribed the terms, her finger pricking to draw blood as she signed her name. The surface of Chu Xinghe displayed no signs, yet his physique evidently manifested resistance. Ning Xiuzi, harboring disdain in his heart, realized that there were indeed matters that instilled fear in him. It appeared that his confidence was not as unwavering as he portrayed. Ning Xiuzi was apprehensive that this individual might suddenly renege on his commitments. Many gazed upon Chu Xinghe with an expression of mockery, perceiving his discomfort. Nevertheless, they refrained from intervening, eager to witness the unfolding of such an entertaining spectacle. This contract? Ning Xiuzi sighed. I do not wish to pressure you, dear brother. If you were to apologize now, we could consider this incident as though it had never occurred, and the wager would be rendered void. Chu Xinghe gazed at Ling Ran, the son of destiny, feeling somewhat speechless. Well, my lord, this child of fate possesses only fortune, devoid of wisdom. I am fortunate to be assisting you at this moment. Otherwise, I might be driven to despair by such children of fate. How could such a fortunate one possibly triumph over Zhong Li Qingming? Chu Xinghe never anticipated that even the system could no longer endure the situation. System, he mused, this opportunity has presented itself so readily. Would it not be rather inappropriate to decline? I too yearn to swiftly ascend to the realm of the divine sovereign. Master, seize the moment. With great difficulty, Chu Xinghe trudged forward, each step laden with weight as he approached the contract. His eyes bore a solemn intensity. Observing Chu Xinghe's demeanor, Ning Xiuzi's gaze glimmered with satisfaction. You dare to undermine my authority just moments ago. In 3 days, you shall comprehend why I am deemed the saint son of Qinglu Academy. Chu Xinghe stood before the contract, scrutinizing its contents intently. Those onlookers, witnessing his prolonged hesitation, murmured among themselves, could it be that he is afraid? It seemed plausible. Had he not just boasted moments ago? Yet, who could truly ascertain? Perhaps he had merely spoken harshly, and once he departed, no one would remember his identity. I, too, share this sentiment. Chu Xinghe's complexion flushed with a deep hue. Humph. A signature is merely a signature. What is there to fear? Upon the fingertip of Chu Xinghe, a solitary drop of blood appeared, compelling him to inscribe his own name upon it. My master, allow me to amend this. There is no need for you to affix your true name. Chu Xinghe praised the system for its attentiveness. However, he did not heed this suggestion. I believe that signing one's true name is more appropriate. Master, what are you scheming this time? Could you enlighten me? My mind is in a fog. In due time, you shall understand. Rest assured. Very well, I shall heed my master's words. Chu Xinghe inscribed his name upon the parchment before turning to depart. The gazes of Ning Xiushi, Xinghe, and numerous others lingered upon those written characters. Chu Xinghe. The 3 characters fell like a bomb cast into water, creating a tremendous uproar, particularly for Zhou Yuantian. The mere sight of this name stirred profound excitement within him. Back in the heavenly Yin Holy Land, he had been at a loss for words in response to the disdain he faced. The situation for Lu Lingfeng was even more tragic. He had fallen victim to Chu Xinghe's insidious tactics, revealing the secrets of his heart. It is likely that several months have already passed since then. As they watched the figure of Chu Xinghe fade into the distance, many curious souls eagerly disseminated this news. The holy son of the Qinglu Academy was set to confront Chu Xinghe, particularly in the realm of poetry, where Qinglu Academy excelled. An audience posed challenges and established wagers. In no time, the entire Yuanzhou became lively with anticipation. Who would emerge victorious in this grand spectacle? Within the Qinglu Academy, the current headmaster perused the news in his hands. It is safe to say that in the realm of Taishu, many are familiar with the name Chu Xinghe. The demise of the great Yu Emperor and the downfall of the Shui family were both attributed to this very name. 3 days hence, let someone investigate, lest the holy son of Qinglu Academy be subjected to bullying. Outside, several voices could be heard, far away in the heavenly Yin Holy Land of Qingzhou. When Rushui contemplated the news she had uncovered, her gaze fell upon the name inscribed above, stirring ripples of emotion within her. A wager only becomes binding when made under true names, and currently, the name upon the wager was none other than Chu Xinghe. Could it be that he has undergone a transformation, or is it merely a case of sharing the same name? When Rushui resolved to venture forth and discover the truth, the name Chu Xinghe stirs not only the heart of one Rushui, but also that of another, Shui Nianji. Her family met its demise because of Chu Xinghe. She is determined to ascertain whether he is indeed the one. After a period of recuperation, Shui Nianji has restored her strength, emerging more formidable than before. Yet, she remains perplexed by Wen Rushui's intentions toward her. In the past, when Chu Xinghe was the saint's son of the heavenly transformation sacred land, she looked down upon him, deriding the sacred land for its inferiority to the Shui clan. Little did she know that it was Wen Rushui who ultimately saved her. Especially during the incident with Mount Shumi, where Wen Rushui displayed unparalleled prowess. At that